when Jimiao died in the psychiatric hospital in the third winter. Snow was falling outside the window, there was no heating in the ward, and the iron bars on the window rattled softly in the cold wind. Her hands were bound to either side of the bed by restraints. The skin at her wrists had been rubbed raw blood long since dried into dark brown like two ugly shackles. By the time the door was pushed open, she barely had the strength left to lift her eyes. The sound of high heels in the silence was unnervingly clear, the heels tapping against the icy floor tiles with a crisp, monotonous beat. The sound drew nearer and nearer, each click of the heel striking the tiles, da-da-da, its echo rolling along the walls. When Jimiao's back was pressed against the icy bedboard, her fingertips curling slightly beneath the restraint straps. Each approaching step felt as if it stamped down on her abraded wrists. At last the footsteps stopped abruptly at her bedside, and the entire world seemed to fall under a pause button. A faint scent of gardenia clung to the visitor. When Jimiao knew who it was without looking. When Ruotang, the girl who had occupied 20 years of her life, not even the wind's biological daughter, yet still cherished in everyone's palms. Jejia. When Ruotang bent over her, her voice still that same gentle softness, a faint redness gathering at the outer corners of her eyes. The doctor said you won't make it through the night. I came to see you off. A broken breath rasped out of Wen Jimiao's throat. She wanted to ask where the Wen family was, where her birth parents were, where those brothers who once vowed to make it up to her had gone. Yet as the words reached her lips, she suddenly found it absurd. At a time like this, she was still asking such questions. When Ruotang seemed to read the look in her eyes and smiled faintly. Dad and Mom won't come. Eldest brother is abroad negotiating an acquisition, second brother has a surgery today, and third brother went with me to try on wedding dresses. As for Jingming, she paused, slightly fingertips brushing over the diamond ring on her ring finger. He said he's going with me to look at wedding venues tomorrow, so he won't be coming tonight. When Jimiao's pupils tightened abruptly. When Ruotang savored her reaction, the smile at her lips deepening. Jijia, do you know? I actually found out a long time ago that you were the Wen family's real daughter. The ward was deathly silent. Only the heart monitor emitted intermittent beeps. When Jimiao stared at her with all her might, as though an invisible hand had clamped down on her chest, squeezing until she could no longer breathe. She had known all along. So those tears, those concessions, those soft pleas of Jijia, please don't hate me, had been calculations from the very beginning. When Ruotang lowered her head and slowly tucked in the corner of Wen Jimiao's quilt for her movements, so gentle, they seemed like genuine care for a patient. But so what? Dad and Mom can't bear to part with me, the brothers protect me, and even your fiancé will only stand by my side. You came back just to prove one thing, that even a biological daughter can be utterly worthless. When Jimiao's eyes burned dry and not a single tear would fall, she thought of the day she was first brought back to the Wen family. When Mother Lin Wan held her hand, saying these years had wronged her, and that from then on they would make it up to her. When Father Wen Qingye stood to the side, his expression stern, yet he still said it's good that you're back. At the time she truly believed them. She thought she had finally found a home. So she cautiously tried to please everyone. When Ruotang cried, she apologized. When Ruotang fell ill, she donated her blood. When Ruotang said she could not bear to part with Lu Jingming, when Jimiao stepped aside of her own accord, she ground herself down into the shape the Wen family wanted. Sensible, quiet, never fighting, never competing. Yet in the end the Wen family only felt she was gloomy, paranoid, and unpresentable. Even on the day she was locked into the psychiatric hospital, Lin Wan merely said with reddened eyes, Jimiao, this is for your own good. If you go on like this, you'll ruin the Wen family. For her own good. How laughable. When Jimiao, in this life you lost because you wanted a home too. When Ruotang leaned to her ear and in a voice only the two of them could hear said, in the next life remember, don't be this pathetic again. The heart monitor suddenly let out a sharp, continuous wail. When Jimiao forced her eyes open with the last of her strength. If there were a next life, she did not want the Wen family. She did not want Lu Jingming. She did not want any familial affection bestowed as charity. She would make them all pay for what they had done today. When Jimiao, a furious shout cleaved through the darkness. When Jimiao snapped her eyes open. Her figure was slender, her collarbones faintly visible at the neckline of her gown. Her features carried a cold lightness, not ostentatious yet impossible to look away from. Blinding crystal chandeliers hung overhead, champagne towers refracting a cold white gleam. The banquet hall was a swirl of silk and perfume glasses clinking in endless toasts. The air held no scent of disinfectant or decaying medicine, only the cloying sweetness of expensive perfume and red wine mingled together. She was standing at the center of the hall. All around her were the notable guests of Jiangqing, every gaze fixed upon her. Surprised disdain schadenfreude, like an audience awaiting the opening act of a wealthy family farce. Outwardly, tonight's banquet had been given a dignified name. The Wen family had found their long-lost biological daughter and would be formally introducing Wen Jimiao to all of Jiangqing. But everyone present understood without saying it now that Wen Jimiao had returned when Ruotang's position had become awkward. When Ruotang had been raised by the Wen family for 20 years and was long assumed within their circle to be the Wen family's heiress. Now, with the paternity test laid out before the Wen family, Wen Jimiao was proven their biological daughter, yet Wen Ruotang could not simply be discarded. Outwardly, the Wen family never uttered the words fake heiress. They merely said there would now be one more daughter in the family. How proper. The title went to her, while the favoritism remained with Wen Ruotang. In her previous life, Wen Jimiao had been forced under this half-public, half-concealed arrangement to endure everyone's scrutiny, and had been trampled step by step into a joke by Wen Ruotang. At her feet now, Wen Ruotang had fallen to the ground. Her snow-white gown was soaked in a large splash of red wine, like blood blooming across the hem. Her eyes were flushed, her shoulders trembling slightly. For all her disarray, she was still heartbreakingly delicate. "Jijia, I really didn't mean to block your way." Wen Ruotang lifted her face, sweet and harmless with round eyes, and a small face skin pale as porcelain. When she tilted her head, just so dimples flickered at her cheeks, and her voice was as soft as cotton torn to pieces. "If you don't like me, I can leave. Don't be angry, and don't push me, all right?" Push her. A recognition banquet. The true daughter returning home. The foster daughter protected by the Wen family for 20 years falling to the floor. Only the reborn Wen Jimiao knew that Wen Ruotang had never been some innocent foster child. She had known long ago that Wen Jimiao was the Wen family's biological daughter, and she had also known that after this recognition banquet, all that favoritism would turn into knives pressing down on Wen Jimiao. Wen Jimiao's fingers at her sides curled in bit by bit. She had come back. Back to the first day the Wen family brought her to Jiangqing. Also the day her nightmare began. In her previous life, it was at this very recognition banquet that Wen Ruotang fell in front of a hall full of guests and personally nailed the labels of vicious, petty, and unable to tolerate a foster sister onto Wen Jimiao. At that time, Wen Jimiao had just been brought back from a small city wearing a gown personally chosen by Wen Mother, her heart filled with the clumsiest hopes for familial love. She had scrambled to explain, stumbled in her apologies, even reddened her eyes under the weight of everyone's disappointed gazes. But no one believed her. Wen Ruotang's tears were simply too convincing. Because the Wen family had raised Wen Ruotang for 20 years. Because in their eyes this biological daughter was merely an outsider who had suddenly barged in. Jimiao. When Mother Lin Wan walked quickly toward her, features gentle, dressed in a plain qipao, her shoulders slightly drawn and carrying a careful, weary air. The disappointment on her face was barely concealed. She first helped Wen Ruotang up, tenderly smoothing her skirt, then lifted her head to look at Wen Jimiao. "Tang has been frail since she was little. You've just come back and already pushed her down. Today is the recognition banquet the Wen family is hosting for you, not a stage for you to make a spectacle of yourself." Wen Jimiao looked at her. The woman before her was her mother by blood. In her previous life, she had humbled herself into the dust for the sake of the single word mom. Yet until the day she died, she never heard a single genuine word of distress for her. Wen Jimiao suddenly let out a brief laugh. Very soft, yet it silenced the once bustling banquet hall in an instant. Lin Wan frowned. "What are you laughing at, Ms. Lin?" Wen Jimiao said, her voice level and rippleless. "With which eye did you see me push her?" Lin Wan froze for a moment. Wen Qingye's expression darkened. "What did you just call your mother?" Wen Jimiao lifted her gaze toward him. Wen Qingye stood not far away, his black suit impeccably cut, a long-honed authority between his brows and eyes. In her previous life, she had feared this father deeply. She had feared he would say she lacked proper manners, feared he would say she could not compare to Ruotang, feared he would say the Wen family could not afford to lose face because of her. Now she only felt estranged. The Wen family, and I haven't formally completed the recognition yet when Jimiao said coolly. If I call her mom now, I fear she might not be able to bear it. The hall erupted in an uproar. Lin Wan looked as though she had been slapped in public, her face flushing red in an instant. When Jimiao, what is that attitude? When Ruotang immediately clutched Lin Wan's sleeve, her tears falling even faster. Mom, don't blame Jijia. She just came back. It's only natural that she feels upset. It's my fault. I shouldn't have stayed in the Wen family and let her misunderstand that I stole her place. The words were impeccably phrased. She cast herself as the victim while reminding everyone that when Jimiao fresh home could not tolerate her. Sure enough, whispers soon rose from the guests' seats. The real daughter is already this aggressive the moment she comes back. It's not as if the Wen family's foster daughter did anything wrong. They raised her for 20 years, you can't just throw her out. After all, a child who grew up outside lacks proper manners. The words were like fine needles pricking from every direction. In her previous life, when Jimiao had dreaded such commentary the most, she was afraid of embarrassing the Wen family, afraid of Wen father, and Wen mother's disappointment, afraid her brothers would deem her unpresentable. But now she understood. Once a person no longer seeks anyone's approval, no one can use humiliation as a leash around their neck. She lowered her eyes to look at Wen Ruotang. You say I pushed you. Wen Ruotang's lashes trembled. The flicker of panic in that instant was so brief that almost no one noticed. But when Jimiao saw it, Wen Ruotang quickly lowered her head, her voice aggrieved. Jijia, I never meant to blame you. I'm asking you, which hand did I use to push you? When Ruotang's words were cut short, her face turning a shade paler. When Jimiao stepped half a pace forward, she did not raise her voice, yet the hall was so quiet that everyone heard her clearly. Left hand or right? When Ruotang bit her lip. It all happened so suddenly, I didn't see clearly. Didn't see clearly. When Jimiao nodded slightly, her gaze dropping to the wine stain on Wen Ruotang's skirt, then shifting to the overturned wine glass beside her. If you didn't see clearly, how are you so sure I pushed you? When Ruotang's tears fell one by one as if driven to utter desperation by her. At last, second brother of the Wen family, when Shubai could no longer hold his tongue. That's enough. His brows and eyes resembled Wen Xingye somewhat, but his demeanor was far gentler. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his frame coolly distant, like a visible yet immovable wall. He wore a dark gray suit, yet his hand holding Wen Ruotang's was exceedingly careful. Tongtong's health is poor as she can't endure you interrogating her like this. When Jimiao, you've just returned home. No one expects you to adapt to the Wen family immediately, but you should at least possess basic manners. When Jimiao turned her gaze on him. When Shubai, second young master of the Wen family, the youngest cardiothoracic surgeon in Jiangxing. In her previous life, he excelled at using a professional calm and for your own good tone to ease her inch by inch toward the abyss. On the day she was locked in the psychiatric hospital, his was the first signature on the diagnosis. Manners. When Jimiao softly repeated the word. Dr. 1. Is this what you call good upbringing? Condemning someone without any evidence. When Shubai's brows knitted together. What did you just call me? Dr. 1. When Jimiao said coolly, is that inappropriate? After all, you and I have never actually acknowledged each other as family. When Shubai's expression darkened at once. Lin Wan's chest heaved with anger. Jimiao Tang is already in this state. How long are you going to keep quibbling over every little thing? You must apologize to her today. And if I refuse? Lin Wan froze. It had probably never occurred to her that the biological daughter they had just brought back would dare to question her in public. When Xingye finally spoke, his hair was streaked with white, a deep vertical crease etched between his brows from years of frowning, and his back was already slightly stooped. When Jimiao, his voice was not loud, yet it carried the oppressive weight of one long accustomed to power. Today's banquet is something the Wen family arranged for you. You must remember, without the Wen family you are nothing. As his words fell, Wen Jimiao's smile only deepened. In her previous life, she had believed that sentence. So she had desperately tried to become a proper daughter of the Wen family. Yet what the Wen family had given her was nothing but the shackles of a status. A cool male voice suddenly cut in. Wen Jimiao, that's enough. Lu Jingming moved to stand at Wen Ruotang's side. He had the looks of a wealthy heir. Features proper, but not particularly striking, a young man's sharpness in his bearing and platinum cufflinks that glinted coldly under the lights. Impatience was written all over his handsome face. He was the young master of the Liu family, and in name, Wen Jimiao's fiancé. More precisely, it was a marriage contract arranged long ago between the Wen and Liu families. Yet in her previous life, while enjoying the resources that came with the Wen-Liu alliance, Liu Jingming had remained ambiguously entangled with Wen Ruotang. When Wen Jimiao finally fell out of favor with the Wen family, he was the first to step forward and annul the engagement, calling her paranoid and vicious, unfit to be a wife. Back then she had thought she had lost love. Only now did she realize she had merely discarded a pile of trash. Tangdang has been shielded by the Wen family since childhood, Liu Jingming said icily. Her heart is simple, she doesn't know how to lie. You've just come back and you immediately target her like this. It only makes me feel you are utterly unworthy of the marriage agreement between the Wen and Liu families. Wen Jimiao looked at him. Young Master Liu trusts her that much. Liu Jingming sneered. At the very least, she wouldn't be like you, coming back only to stir up jealousy and fight for attention. Wen Ruotang gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother Jingming, don't say that. Elder sister didn't mean it. She just wants so badly for everyone to see her. Wen Jimiao almost wanted to applaud her. In a single sentence, Wen Ruotang both confirmed that she had indeed pushed someone and painted her as a pitiful creature starved for attention and consumed by jealousy. In her previous life, how had she failed to see that Wen Ruotang's tongue was sharper than any knife? Wen Jimiao took her phone out of her clutch. Wen Ruotang's gaze immediately snapped to the phone, her fingertips curling abruptly. Catching that reaction, Wen Jimiao's last faint suspicion settled into certainty. As expected, Wen Ruotang remembered exactly what she had just said. She also knew that once those words were heard by others, her so-called purity and kindness would shatter to dust. Since all of you believe, she never lies. Wen Jimiao opened the recording app, her tone steady. Then let's listen together and see whether she does. The blood drained from Wen Ruotang's face in an instant. Lin Wan frowned. What are you trying to pull now? Wen Jimiao did not answer, simply pressed play. The phone first emitted a burst of faint static. Then Wen Ruotang's soft voice rang out clearly. Elder sister, do you really dislike me that much? It's not as if I want to stay either, but Dad and Mom can't bear to let me go, and my brothers can't bear to let me go. If you're truly upset, just endure it. After all, you've only just come back. It's normal that they don't feel anything for you. The murmurs in the banquet hall gradually faded away. On the recording, her own voice from her previous life sounded suppressed and clumsy. I never wanted to drive you away. Wen Ruotang let out a soft laugh. Really? Then if I were to fall down right now, who do you think they would believe? You or me? As the final word fell, the entire hall sank into a deathly silence. Wen Ruotang stood rigid where she was, tears still clinging to her cheeks, but refusing to fall. Liu Jingming's expression shifted slightly. When Shubai's hand, which had been supporting her, unconsciously loosened, the guest's gazes changed. The contempt and gloating from just moments ago seemed to be forcibly twisted, all returning to focus on Wen Ruotang. So she fell on purpose. What an act she puts on. The real daughter just came back, and she's already being set up like this, and the Wen family even forced her to apologize. Wen Ruotang finally reacted, tears suddenly spilling down. No, that's not it, it's not like that. This recording is fake. Crying, she looked to Lin Wan, then to Wen Qingya. Dad, Mom, I really didn't. Elder sister hates me. She's framing me on purpose. In her previous life, Wen Jimiao would have rushed to explain. She would have been afraid they wouldn't believe her, afraid of their disappointment, afraid of being abandoned once again. But in this life, she merely watched Wen Ruotang cry in silence. Let her cry. The more pitiful the tears, the louder that recording would echo in everyone's minds. Lin Wan's expression was ugly, clearly caught off guard by the audio, yet instinct still drove her to shield Wen Ruotang. Jimiao will talk about this later. The guests are all here today. Don't make an even bigger scene. Wen Jimiao smiled. Make a scene. So when Wen Ruotang slandered her for pushing someone, that did not count as making a scene. When the Wen family forced her to apologize, that did not count as making a scene. Only when she produced evidence to clear her own name did it become making a scene. Wen Qingya's face remained dark as he signaled to his assistant. The assistant immediately stepped forward holding a folder. Eldest miss, these are the paternity tests, and the formal acknowledgement documents. Wen Qingye lowered his voice, a warning in his tone. Sign them. What happened today ends here. In her previous life, when Jimiao had signed her name on those papers. After she signed, she became the Wen family's rightful real daughter, and also the most convenient target for Wen Ruotang to step on. The Wen family gave her a status and in return demanded that she be sensible, yielding, and grateful. They wanted her to treat kinship as a favor, humiliation as a blessing, and Wen Ruotang as a sister she was duty-bound to protect. But why should she? When Jimiao reached out and took the folder, Lin Wan's expression eased slightly, assuming she had at last learned to bow her head. Lu Jingming stared at her coldly, as well as though waiting for her to return to that sensible, self-effacing role. Only when Ruotang stared fixedly at her, a vague unease rising in her heart. The next second, the sound of paper tearing rang out. Before all the assembled guests, when Jimiao ripped the paternity report cleanly in half. Once, twice. She kept tearing until the white pages were nothing but scattered scraps falling into the silver tray beside her that held red wine, the fragments slowly soaking in the dark liquid. An uproar swept through the hall. Lin Wan shrieked when Jimiao, "Are you insane?" Wen Qingye's face turned livid. "Do you have any idea what you're doing?" "I do." When Jimiao stood beneath the crystal chandelier, her back perfectly straight. She looked at these so-called relatives, her eyes entirely rid of the foolish hope she had harbored in her previous life. "I no longer acknowledge this blood tie." When Ruotang's head snapped up, Lu Jingming stared stunned. When Shubai's face darkened abruptly. When Jimiao, "Don't you dare regret this." Regret. When Jimiao looked over at him, the corner of her lips curving into a cool arc. "What I regret most is that I once truly wanted to come back to all of you." When Qingye was so furious, he let out a mirthless laugh. "Fine. Very fine. When Jimiao, do you really think that once you leave the Wen family, you can still survive in Jiangxing? A girl from some tiny backwater carrying the Wen surname, but without the Wen family's money or resources, what do you have to stand on?" Those words would once have been enough to drain the color from the Wen Jimiao of her previous life. But now she only found them ironic. They had no idea. She remembered every major event that would happen in Jiangxing over the next 3 years. She remembered which company would soar overnight, which plot of land would skyrocket in value thanks to a new development plan, and which seemingly inconspicuous tech team would be frantically courted by capital in 6 months' time. More importantly, she remembered the words her grandmother had left before she passed. "Miao Miao, if the Wen family ever has no place for you, go to Zhou Wenjing. He will take you to reclaim what truly belongs to you." In her previous life, she had been too desperate to stay with the Wen family, too eager to prove she deserved their love, and so she missed the path her grandmother had left her. In this life, she would not miss it again. Clasping her clutch shut, when Jimiao turned and walked toward the exit, Lu Jingming suddenly spoke up. "When Jimiao, if you walk out today, there will be no more talk of our engagement." When Jimiao's steps paused, Lu Jingming assumed she was afraid. A flash of contempt crossed his eyes. But the next second, when Jimiao turned back to look at him, "Young Master Lu, your reminder is quite timely." Her voice was neither hurried nor slow. "Please do me the favor of informing the Lu family that the engagement is cancelled. As for the startup funds your Lu family took from my grandmother under the Wen family's name back, then I will reclaim every last cent, principal and interest both." Lu Jingming's face changed abruptly. When Qingye's gaze darkened as well. That sum of money was an old debt the Wen and Lu families least wished to see brought up. Outsiders only knew that the Lu family had risen with the Wen family's support. They did not know that the very first person to actually put up money had been Wen Jimiao's grandmother. In her previous life, she had only learned of this from the ramblings of a senile old care worker shortly before her death. In this life, it would become the first blade she drove into the Wen and Lu families. The guests instantly smelled an even juicier scandal. Their eyes lit up. There was such a thing. The Lu family's seed money is connected to the real daughter's grandmother. Then this engagement is anything but simple. Lu Jingming lowered his voice. "When Jimiao, watch your tongue. Whether I'm spouting nonsense or not, the books will tell." When Jimiao looked at him, her tone very light. "Young Master Lu, instead of jumping out here on someone else's behalf, you'd do better to go home and ask your father whether he really destroyed that loan agreement from 20 years ago. Lu Jingming's face went completely white. This time, even when Ruotang forgot to cry. Only then did Wen Qingye realize that the daughter before him was no longer the clueless Wen Jimiao they had imagined, the one who had grown up in the countryside, knowing nothing. She was like a blade suddenly drawn from its sheath, cold sharp, without the slightest lingering attachment. Lin Wan, however, had yet to come down from her fury. If you dare walk out that door today, don't even think about ever coming back to the Wen family. When Jimiao stopped at the entrance of the banquet hall, the night wind poured in from outside, lifting the hair at her shoulders and dispersing the cloying scent of the Wen family that clung to her. She turned her head, her gaze sweeping past Wen Qingye, Lin Wan, Wen Shubai, and Lu Jingming, finally coming to rest on Wen Ruotang's bloodless face. Mrs. Wen, you're mistaken. It's not that you don't want me. It's that I find this household filthy. As her words faded, the hall fell into utter silence. Without another glance at them, Wen Jimiao strode straight out of the recognition banquet the Wen family had prepared for her. Behind her, the stifled buzz of hushed discussion rose to a breaking point. Before her, the night over Jiangsheng was deep and cold. She knew that from this moment on the Wen family would not spare her, nor would Wen Ruotang. But so what? In her previous life, she had had nothing, and yet she had endured until her final breath. In this life, she had her memories, her evidence, 3 years of future business opportunities, and the inheritance trail her grandmother had left. She did not need the Wen family's door. What she wanted was for everyone in the Wen family one day to kneel outside her door and beg her to come back. Inside the banquet hall, Wen Ruotang's fists were clenched so tightly in her skirt that her nails were nearly digging into her palms. No, Wen Jimiao wasn't supposed to be like this. She was supposed to cry, to kneel, to beg Mom and Dad to acknowledge her. Yet now she actually didn't want the Wen family. She had even brought up grandmother and that old debt. The color slowly drained from Wen Ruotang's face. The secret she had hidden for so many years. Could it be that Wen Jimiao knew as well? The door of the banquet hall closed behind Wen Jimiao. The noise inside was cut off, leaving only the night breeze blowing up from the steps, carrying the chill of early winter in Jiangsheng. She stood at the entrance of the Wen family hotel, looking up at the sky. No snow, no iron bars, no disinfectant, nor the cold bindings. In this life, she truly stepped out from that hospital bed. Soon hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Wen Jimiao. Wen Shubai chased after her. He stopped on the steps, his brows and eyes cold and heavy, as if he were suppressing his anger. Have you caused enough trouble tonight? Wen Jimiao turned to look at him. The light fell from the hotel entrance, illuminating Wen Zubai's face. He was as clean, rational, and dignified as he had been in his past life. The gold-rimmed glasses rested on his nose, his cuffs neatly buttoned. Even when reprimanding others, he slowed his speech, as if he had to wipe the blade clean before it struck. It was as if he wasn't biased, but was merely upholding justice for everyone. Is Dr. Wen busy? Wen Shubai was slightly pricked by this title, his expression growing colder. Your parents have looked for you for 20 years, and you just returned to hurt them like this. Tang Tang is at fault, but she has cried so much, do you really have to push her to the brink? Wen Jimiao couldn't help but laugh. Her crying is because I forced her. She slanders me, which is a fault, but somewhat understandable. She stepped down a stair, her voice very soft. Wen Shubai, is this how you treat patients as a doctor? Whoever cries the hardest is the one without illness. Wen Zubai's pupils shrank slightly. Don't use my profession against me. Then don't use your brother's identity to control me, Wen Jimiao said calmly. I've said it before, I do not acknowledge this kinship. Wen Shubai looked at her, as if seeing this sister for the first time. In his impression, the former Wen Jimiao was silent, reserved, and sensitive. She would turn red at a harsh word from Lin Wan, would panic to explain when he frowned, and would try hard to shrink herself to a position that didn't obstruct anyone. But now she seemed like a different person, sharp enough to feel strange. Do you think that by leaving the Wen family you can go anywhere? Wen Shubai said in a deep voice, this dress you wear, the bag in your hand, and you standing here tonight recognized by people, which of these is not given to you by the Wen family? Wen Jimiao looked down at her formal dress. In her past life, she had cherished this dress very much, because it was the first time Lin Wan took her to try on clothes and personally chose the color for her. Later she learned that this color was what Wen Ruotang didn't want. I will return the dress. She raised her head, her eyes showing no ripples. As for the things the Wen family gave me, make a list and deliver it to me. What I acknowledge I will compensate for. What does not belong to me, I will take not a single cent. Wen Shubai was taken aback. He thought she would throw a tantrum, cry, or wait for him to lower his head and coax her. But she was indeed calculating with the Wen family. Wen Jimiao ignored him further and took out her phone. A strange message appeared on the screen. Miss Wen, do you still want the things your grandmother left for you? The message was signed with just 3 words. Zhou Wenjing. Wen Zimiao's fingertips paused. In her past life, she only heard the name Zhou Wenjing from an old nurse in the last year of her life. Before her grandmother passed away, she entrusted a company to him for management and left a will. But the Wen family never allowed her to mention her grandmother, and when Ruotang acted as if she knew nothing in front of her. At that time, she had already been locked in a psychiatric hospital, unable to even leave the door. In this life, Zhou Wenjing unexpectedly took the initiative to contact her. Another message soon arrived. A black sedan across from the hotel. You have 3 minutes. Wen Jimiao raised her eyes. A black sedan was parked across the street, its window partially rolled down, and the figure inside was unclear, only a faint light from a phone screen. Wen Shubai saw it too. Who is looking for you? It has nothing to do with you. Wen Jimiao walked past him down the steps. Wen Shubai instinctively reached out to stop her. In the next second, Wen Jimiao halted her steps and looked up at him. That gaze was too cold, so cold that Wen Zubai's fingers stiffened. Dr. Wen. She spoke each word clearly. Don't touch me. The air was still for a moment. Wen Zubai's hand hovered in midair, but in the end he slowly withdrew it. Wen Jimiao crossed the street directly. The car door opened from the inside. The man sitting in the back seat was in his early 30s, dressed in a very dark suit with a pair of rimless glasses on his nose. He was not sharply handsome, but his demeanor was very stable, like a knife sheathed in its scabbard. Miss Wen. He glanced at the Wen family hotel behind her. It seems you woke up earlier than I expected. Wen Jimiao sat in the car. The door closed, isolating the cold wind from outside. Zhou Wenjing. The man nodded. He was in his early 30s with a demeanor much gentler than Shang Du, dressed in a casual suit without a tie. The executive manager of the company your grandmother invested in during her lifetime. To be precise, a temporary gatekeeper. Wen Zimiao's fingers curled slightly at the mention of grandmother. What did she leave for me? Zhou Wenjing did not answer immediately, but handed her a craft paper bag. The bag was old, sealed with a wax stamp, and the seal was a very small begonia. That was her grandmother's favorite flower. Wen Zimiao's throat tightened slightly. She opened the paper bag, which contained a yellowed photo, an old key, and a letter. The envelope bore her grandmother's familiar handwriting. To my dear Miao Miao. Wen Jimiao stared for a long time before reaching for the letter. Zhou Wenjing pressed down on the edge of the paper bag. You can't see everything yet. Wen Jimiao looked up. Zhou Wenjing's tone was calm. Your grandmother said that if one day you come to find me, I must first confirm one thing. What? Are you here seeking a safe harbor, or are you here to reclaim your own things? Wen Jimiao was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Safe harbor. She looked out the car window. The Wen family hotel was brightly lit, like a resplendent prison. What I need least in this life is a safe harbor given by others. What I want are the accounts, evidence, shares, debts, and all the things that rightfully belong to me. A hint of surprise flickered in Zhou Wenjing's eyes. Then he let go of the paper bag. Very well. He handed her a business card. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., Wincy Investment. You have 1 hour to convince me that you are qualified to open that letter. Wen Jimiao took the business card. The edge of the business card was cold, like a key to a certain door. Outside the car window, Wen Shubai was still standing at the hotel entrance watching this side. He probably still thought she was just throwing a tantrum and leaving home. Wen Jimiao lowered her eyes, the corners of her lips curling slightly. The Wen family would soon find out. She was not leaving home. She was stepping onto the battlefield. And the first step she took tonight was the beginning of settling accounts with all of them. Wen Jimiao didn't rush to ask. She knew a person like Zhou Wenjing willing to appear at the hotel entrance already indicated that the things her grandmother left behind were heavier than she had imagined. But the heavier it was, the less it could be chaotic. She tucked the business card into her handbag, her fingertip pressing over the words, Wincy Investment. In her previous life, she was too dull, always thinking that being taken back to the Wen family was fate's compensation for her. She thought that as long as she was a bit obedient and sensible, she could make up for the delayed affection. Looking back now, fate had actually provided her with another path long ago. She had only been looking down, her eyes filled with the little false light given by the Wen family, completely failing to see the light her grandmother had left for her behind. Miss Wen, Zhou Wenjing suddenly spoke up. I don't care why you suddenly became so clear-headed tonight, but I remind you the Wen family won't let go so easily. They may not love you, but they cannot accept you being uncontrollable. This statement was very accurate. The Wen family did not care whether she was in pain, but they did care whether she was obedient. Wen Jimiao looked out the window. Wen Shubai had already taken out his phone, seemingly calling someone. Another person came out at the hotel entrance. It was Lu Jingming. His expression was unpleasant, as if he had just realized that Wen Jimiao was not the only one embarrassed tonight. Then let them adapt slowly, Wen Jimiao said. I probably won't be too controllable from now on. Zhou Wenjing's eyes flickered with a hint of a faint smile. The car started. The Wen family hotel was far behind them. Wen Jimiao leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes for a moment. She thought she would tremble, be afraid, or feel a moment of emptiness from completely severing ties with the Wen family. But she did not. That place in her chest, once filled with affection and repeatedly torn apart, was unexpectedly quiet at this moment. Like a wound no longer pressed with salt. Her phone vibrated again. It was Lin Wan's call. Wen Jimiao looked at the screen light up, then darken again. In her past life, whenever Lin Wan called, she would always answer immediately. Even if the other party just wanted her to go to the hospital to check on Wen Ruotang's blood, she would secretly be very pleased for a long time. Because her mother needed her. How ridiculous. When being used, she actually thought that was being needed. When the phone rang for the third time, Wen Jimiao simply turned it off. Zhou Wenjing glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Are you willing to let go? Yes. Wen Jimiao opened her eyes. I no longer want to be the daughter she doesn't want. In that moment, she finally realized clearly. Rebirth was not about winning back anyone's affection. Wen Jimiao did not return to the Wen family. She had Zhou Wenjing drop her off at the nearest intersection, then called a car with her phone and headed to a budget hotel in the old district of Jiangxing. The young girl at the front desk glanced at the formal dress Wen Jimiao was wearing with mild surprise, but did not ask further. Wen Jimiao presented her ID to check in. The room was small, the wallpaper somewhat worn, and outside the window the dim yellow streetlights illuminated the old street. Compared to the Wen family's villa adorned with marble and crystal chandeliers, this place felt excessively shabby. However, when Wen Jimiao closed the door, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. At least there were no tears from Wen Ruotang. There was no disappointment in Lin Wan's reproach. No pity from Wen Qingye looking down on her. She took off the formal dress, changed into the hotel's disposable bathrobe, neatly folded the dress, and placed it along with the jewelry given to her by the Wen family into a bag. In her past life, she could not bear to part with these items. They were proof of her hard-won identity as a Wen family daughter. Now she simply found them burdensome. At 1 o'clock in the morning, her phone began to vibrate. The first call was from Lin Wan. Wen Jimiao glanced at it and hung up. The second call was from Wen Shubai. She hung up. The third call was from Lu Jingming. Wen Jimiao directly blocked him. Finally, the world fell silent. She sat by the window and opened the paper bag Zhou Wenjing had given her. In an old photo was her grandmother in her youth standing in front of a gray and white small building holding a delicate little girl. On the back of the photo was a line of text. Meow meow, at 1 year old the begonia blooms. Wen Jimiao gently traced her finger over the words. Her memories of her grandmother had become quite vague. The Wen family told her that her grandmother had a poor relationship with the Wen family in her early years, was stubborn, refused to acknowledge her kin, and did not like her. So after she returned to the Wen family, few dared to mention her grandmother. In her past life, she believed them. It was only before her death that she realized her grandmother did not abandon her. Her grandmother had been erased from her life by the Wen family. The next day at 8:30, Wen Jimiao appeared punctually at the entrance of Wenxi Investment. Wenxi Investment was not located in Jiangxing's most prosperous financial center, but on a quiet sycamore road. A 3-story white building with a discreet brass plaque at the entrance and several begonia plants in the yard. Standing at the entrance, Wen Jimiao suddenly understood why the company was named Wenxi. Her grandmother's name contained the character 11. The front desk had apparently received prior instructions as they led her upstairs upon seeing her. Zhou Wenjing was waiting for her in the conference room. 3 documents were laid out on the table. Miss, when he raised his hand to check his watch, you were 30 seconds late. Wen Jimiao sat down. There was a red light at the intersection. Zhou Wenjing did not comment, sliding over the first document. This contains clues about the initial funding from 20 years ago between the Wen and Lu families. It is not the original, just the directory. Wen Jimiao opened it. The document listed dates, amounts, handlers, and several shell company names. One line she had mentioned at the banquet last night. The Lu family borrowed the Wen family's name to withdraw the first tranche of startup capital from her grandmother's fund. Zhou Wenjing observed her expression. You mentioned the loan agreement last night. How did you know about it? In a dream, Wen Jimiao replied. Zhou Wenjing frowned slightly. Wen Jimiao looked up. If I said I was reborn, would you believe me? The conference room fell silent for a moment. Zhou Wenjing looked at her. Most people would react to such a statement with disbelief or doubt her mental stability. But Zhou Wenjing did not. He merely asked, then what happened to Wenxi Investment in your dream? Wen Jimiao lowered her gaze, looking at the second document. In her past life, Wenxi Investment faced a hostile takeover 3 months later. Zhou Wenjing was sidelined by the Wen and Lu families working together, and the company's most valuable new energy materials investment line was transferred at a low price. A year later, that investment line multiplied 30-fold. Wen Jimiao slowly began to speak. 3 months later, Dingxing Capital will acquire shares of Wenxi through 3 shell companies. There is someone named Lu Cheng by your side who will sell core project materials to the Lu family. Zhou Wenjing's fingers paused. Lu Cheng was someone he had just promoted to the deputy project manager yesterday. This matter has not been made public yet. You can check if you don't believe me. Recently, Lu Cheng's account received a deposit of 500,000, the source obscured, but ultimately pointing to someone close to Lu Jingming. You know more than I imagined. Zhou Wenjing finally spoke seriously. So do I have the right to see the letter now? Zhou Wenjing looked at her for a moment and slid over the third document. Not enough. Wen Jimiao was not angry. Conditions. Tomorrow night, there is a small auction in Jiangqing. Wensi was originally interested in a Celadon cup, but I suspect it's a trap. You go and help me judge whether to bid or not. Wen Zimiao's brow twitched slightly. An auction. In her past life, she had heard about that auction. A Celadon cup that everyone deemed ordinary was ultimately taken away at a low price by a mysterious buyer. 3 months later, an old contract from the Republic of China was discovered inside the cup, revealing the ownership of an old piece of land in the northern district of Jiangqing. Later, that piece of land was transformed, and its value skyrocketed. The person who took the Celadon cup was Shang, the man most feared in the entire city. He was also the only person in her past life who had publicly said the Wen family has acted too disgracefully after she was abandoned by the Wen family. Wen Jimiao closed the document. I will go. Zhou Wenjing's gaze towards her carried more curiosity. Miss, when I remind you, the auction is not like a Wen family banquet. The people there will not let you off just because you are the true daughter. Wen Jimiao stood up. That's just fine, she said lightly. I don't need anyone to give way. As she left Wensi Investment, Wen Zimiao's phone rang. It was Su Tang. As soon as she answered, a frantic voice erupted from the other end. Wen Jimiao, you finally answered the phone. Are you crazy? There are rumors online that you were kicked out by the Wen family. Wen Jimiao paused in her steps. Online. Su Tang's voice turned furious. Someone posted a secretly filmed video from last night's banquet claiming that you bullied the adopted daughter as soon as you returned to the wealthy family, tore up parent-child identification, and ran away with a strange man. The comments are going wild. Wen Jimiao looked up, gazing at her reflection in the glass by the street. Wen Ruotang's moves were even faster than she had imagined. She chuckled softly. Su Tang. Help me with something. The other end went silent immediately. The next second, Su Tang said decisively, speak. Cursing, ranking, exposing small accounts, and finding water armies. Am not afraid as an Heiress. Wen Jimiao's lips curved slightly. Don't curse just yet. I want her to put her face forward herself. After hanging up with Su Tang, Wen Jimiao opened the trending video. The views had already exceeded 100,000. In the comments section, some cursed her, some exposed her, and others fabricated so-called details about her being cunning since returning from a small town. Even more ridiculous were marketing accounts claiming with certainty that she had her eyes on Lu Jingming before acknowledging her family, which was why she couldn't tolerate Wen Ruotang. Wen Jimiao read a few comments without any change in her expression. In her past life, it was precisely such public opinion that had gradually trapped her. At first, it was the rumors at the banquet, then the exclusion from the socialite circle, and later Wen Ruotang's intentional or unintentional weeping. Everyone said she was sensitive, dark, and overthinking. As more people spoke, she even began to doubt whether she was truly not good enough. But she wouldn't now. When dirty water splashed over, the least useful thing was to stand there shouting, I didn't do it. What she needed to do was find the person who splashed the water and throw the whole basin back at them. Below Wensi Investment, the wind rustled through the sycamore leaves. Wen Jimiao put away her phone and looked up at the white small building. There was no luxury of the Wen family here, nor the ostentation of the Lu family. But it was quiet and stable, like a small bone left behind by her grandmother in the world. She suddenly had a thought. If she had not been switched at birth, if her grandmother were still alive, would she have grown up in such a... Someone would teach her how to read the accounts, teach her to understand people's hearts, and teach her not to become someone else's appendage. Instead of learning to read faces in the one family, seeking a bit of false sweetness in every instance of favoritism, Zhou Wenjing escorted her to the door. For tomorrow night's auction, I will have someone prepare an invitation. Wen Jimiao nodded. And one more thing. You mentioned an old account at the banquet last night. The Wen and Lu families will definitely investigate your source of information. Starting today, don't act alone. Before Wen Jimiao could respond, Su Tang was already flooding the new messages. Send me the address. Whoever dares to block you will be the first to charge in. I've already taken 300 screenshots by way. Get ready to die. Wen Jimiao looked at the screen, her lips curving up. I have help. Zhou Wenjing followed her gaze. Su Tang. Yes. She's impulsive, but she is sincere. Wen Jimiao raised her eyes, her voice soft. What I lack by my side are smart people who are willing to stand by me when everyone criticizes me. Zhou Wenjing fell silent. After a moment, he said, then you are lucky. Wen Jimiao lowered her gaze. Indeed. She had lost too much sincerity in her past life. In this life, at least, Su Tang was still here. The cafe in the old town is small, with afternoon sunlight filtering through the glass window and falling on the edge of the wooden table, mingling the aroma of coffee beans with soft background music. Su Tang, with her short hair tied in a low ponytail and many stray strands, rushed to the cafe with an expressive face, where Wen Jimiao was sitting by the window drinking hot water. She wore a simple white shirt paired with a long black coat, her hair casually tied up, her complexion somewhat pale, yet her eyes were astonishingly clear. Su Tang burst through the door and immediately exclaimed, "What kind of dramatic scene did you experience last night?" When Jimiao looked up, Su Tang carried a huge tote bag, her curly hair messy, and her eyes red from staying up late to read comments. As soon as she sat down, she slammed her phone onto the table. Look, the video title was glaring. Real Heiress confronts false heiress at a recognition banquet, causing chaos. The editing was quite clever. It only included clips of Wen Ruotang falling to the ground, Lin Wan reprimanding Wen Jimiao, and Wen Jimiao tearing up the paternity test and leaving. The recording of the counterattack was completely deleted. The comments section was filled with scolding. Just returned and bullying the adopted daughter. This real heiress is too vicious. The adopted daughter is pitiful too. 20 years of affection lost just like that. Indeed, some people, even with a noble lineage, lack noble upbringing. Su Tang's fingertips trembled with anger. I can feel my blood pressure rising. Who edited this? If they can't use their eyes, they should donate them to those who need them. Wen Jimiao calmly scrolled down. Soon she spotted a familiar account. Bai Wei, a well-known mouthpiece in the socialite circle of Jiangxing and the closest friend of Wen Ruotang. In her past life, 8 out of 10 rumors about Wen Jimiao being calculating stealing a fiancé and mentally unstable originated from Bai Wei. At this moment, Bai Wei had just posted a dynamic update. Some people really shouldn't be too eager to grab things. If it's not yours, even if you have the paternity test, it won't be yours. Poor Tang Tang. Below, a chorus of agreement followed. Su Tang saw the post and directly let out a cold laugh. Does this sister live in a sewer? Why does she speak like that? Wen Jimiao pushed the phone back. She won't just post this one. What do you mean? What Wen Ruotang fears most right now is that the complete recording from last night leaks out. Wen Jimiao said, so she must first destroy my reputation. As long as everyone believes I'm malicious when I produce the recording, she can claim it's forged, a form of revenge. Su Tang slammed her hand on the table. Then let's release the complete recording now. We can't release it now. Wen Jimiao's tone was steady. If we release it now, it will only clarify the pushing incident. Bai Wei and Wen Ruotang will immediately play the pity card and claim I forced her, edited her, and took things out of context. Su Tang frowned. Then what should we do? Let them continue to slander. Wen Jimiao looked out the window. Across the street, there was a small flower shop with several pots of blooming begonia at the entrance. Let them slander. The more they do, the more painful it will be when the truth comes out. Su Tang paused, then her eyes brightened. I understand. Fishing for evidence, Wen Jimiao corrected, legally preserving evidence. Whatever works. Su Tang perked up. You just tell me what to do, and I'll cooperate. First, keep all the original links, forwarding records, and comment screenshots of the secretly filmed videos. Second, focus on Bai Wei. Don't argue with her, just record every time she spreads rumors. Third, find a few public video accounts and ask them about the source of their videos. Don't threaten them, just ask if they're willing to keep the submission records. Su Tang quickly jotted this down. What about the fourth? Wen Jimiao lowered her eyes. Fourth, help me find a place to stay. Before tonight, I want to move all my belongings from the Wen family. Su Tang, she had originally been fierce, but upon hearing this, her eyes suddenly reddened. Meow meow. Wen Jimiao looked up. Su Tang bit her lip. You really don't want the Wen family? I don't want it. Won't you feel sad? Wen Jimiao was silent for a moment. Sad. She had already gone through the sadness in her past life. She once waited year after year for Lin Wan's words, Mom believes in you. For Wen Zubai's words, you are also my sister, she endured again and again. For Wen Chengya's words, the Wen family will not mistreat you, she gave herself up, allowing them to arrange her as they pleased. But in the end, what she received was only the iron gate of a mental hospital. Su Tang, she said softly, some things once turned to ashes can no longer be called home. Su Tang's eyes were completely red. She looked down, sniffed, and then slapped the table. Fine. If you don't want it, then don't. What is the Wen family? My sofa will always have a place for you. Wen Jimiao couldn't help but smile. Su Tang had already started scrolling through her contacts. I know a friend who works as a real estate agent. She's discreet and reliable. You can stay at my place for now, but I'm afraid the Wen family will come looking for you. It's best to find a place with good security close to Wensi investment. Wen Jimiao nodded. She needed a stable place to land. More importantly, she needed a life not controlled by the Wen family. Just as the two were discussing, the wind chime at the cafe door rang, bringing in a hint of street corners, bustling vibe. A soft voice came through. Sister. Su Tang looked up, her expression instantly turning cold. Wen Ruotang was standing at the door. She wore a light pink knitted dress, her complexion pale, the corners of her eyes slightly red, and 2 young girls accompanied her, one of whom was Bai Wei, dressed in a bright magenta outfit with her nails painted vibrantly. Bai Wei held her phone, the camera seemingly aimed at this side, without being obvious. Wen Ruotang walked over slowly, as if oblivious to Su Tang's hostility. Sister, Mom hasn't slept all night. Even if you're angry with me, don't ignore the family's calls, okay? Many people in the cafe turned to look. Bai Wei immediately chimed in, her voice neither loud nor soft, just enough for those around to hear. Tang Tang, don't be too kind. She treated you like that last night, and you're still speaking for her. Su Tang's anger surged immediately. Who are you? Performing a sob story in public while live streaming. Bai Wei's expression shifted. Wen Ruotang quickly pulled her back. Wei, don't say anymore. She looked at Wen Jimiao, tears welling in her eyes. Sister, I know you don't like me, but Mom and Dad are really worried about you. Please come home with me, okay? Wen Jimiao slowly put down her water cup. She glanced at Bai Wei's phone camera. Very good. The fish has bitten the hook. Home. She looked up, her voice clear. Which home? Wen Ruotang froze. Wen Jimiao looked at her, her eyes calm and unruffled. Is it the home where you slandered me for pushing you and the whole family forced me to apologize? Or is it the home where after I present the recording to prove my innocence you all say I made a big deal out of nothing? The cafe instantly fell silent. Bai Wei's hand holding the phone froze. Wen Ruotang's face turned progressively paler. She hadn't expected Wen Jimiao to say it out loud in public. Even more unexpectedly, Su Tang had quietly turned on the recording on another phone. Wen Jimiao smiled slightly. Wen Ruotang, are you sure you want to continue acting here? I don't mind. After all, I still have many backups of that recording from last night. The moment Wen Ruotang appeared, Wen Jimiao knew it was not a coincidence. The cafe was not far from Wincy Investment and also quite distant from the commercial area the Wen family frequently visited. The fact that Wen Ruotang could pinpoint this place meant she had been keeping someone on her tail. It had been the same in her past life. She once thought she was simply clumsy, unable to fit into the Wen family's circle. Only later did she realize that every mistake and every moment of embarrassment were all laid out by someone in advance. Wen Ruotang did not need to act personally. All she had to do was shed a tear at the right moment, and someone would hand her the knife. In this life, Wen Jimiao was not anxious. The more knives handed out, the more fingerprints left behind. Su Tang sat opposite her, the phone camera quietly recording, yet on the surface, she smiled like a bystander eager for gossip. Bai Wei clearly did not regard Su Tang as a threat. To her, Su Tang was merely Wen Jimiao's friend with no background, impulsive and quick-tongued, the best to provoke. As long as Su Tang publicly lashed out, they would have yet another piece of evidence for Wen Jimiao's low-quality circle. But although Su Tang was fiery, she was not foolish. Her Aries impulsiveness was directed at the right moments. When it was time to gather evidence, she was steadier than anyone. Seeing that Wen Jimiao remained silent, Wen Ruotang's tears continued to swell. Sister, I really don't blame you for what happened yesterday. Mom and Dad were just too anxious. They have searched for you for so many years, they couldn't possibly not love you. Wen Jimiao felt a sudden lightness upon hearing the words, they couldn't possibly not love you. In her past life, these words had sustained her through countless awkward nights. She always wondered if it was just a matter of poor expression of love. If she were a little more understanding, would the Wen family notice her? Now hearing it again, it felt utterly flavorless. Not blaming me. Wen Jimiao picked up her water cup and gently blew away the steam. Wen Ruotang, have you forgotten that I was the one who was slandered last night? Wen Ruotang's face flashed with a moment of embarrassment. Bai Wei immediately retorted, Tang is willing to take a step back. What else do you want? Wen Jimiao raised her eyes. Take a step back? She looked at Bai Wei's phone. Do you mean stepping back to spread rumors from behind the camera? Bai Wei's finger froze. The gazes of those around fell upon her phone. Wen Jimiao did not snatch the phone nor raise her voice. She simply sat there quietly. But the more she did this, the more rushed and clumsy Wen Ruotang and Bai Wei's act appeared. Su Tang sent Wen Jimiao a sticker under the table. Sis, stay calm. They've already started to show their flaws. Wen Jimiao saw it, and a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. The air in the cafe felt as if time had been paused. Wen Ruotang stood by the table, the color draining from her face, bit by bit. Bai Wei held her phone, unsure whether to continue filming or put it away. She had originally planned to capture the moment when Wen Ruotang pleaded with Wen Jimiao to go home in a subdued tone and edit it into a short video titled The True Heiress is Ruthless, the Adopted Daughter Seeks Peace. But the first thing Wen Jimiao said was to throw out the key points from last night's banquet. Slander. Pushing someone. The whole family demanding an apology. Recorded proof. Every word felt like evidence being shoved into Bai Wei's camera. Su Tang rested her chin on her hand, smiling brightly. Come on, why aren't you filming anymore? Weren't you just full of professional spirit a moment ago? Bai Wei's face flickered between shades of green and white. Don't talk nonsense, I was just checking messages on my phone. Su Tang nodded him, pointing the camera at someone while checking messages. Your phone sure has character. People around couldn't help but laugh. Wen Ruotang's eyelashes trembled, and she immediately whispered, Sister, I'm really not here to argue with you. I'm just worried about you. Worried about me. Wen Jimiao looked at her. Worried about me, so you let Bai Wei post online saying I stole something. Wen Ruotang's face turned even paler. Bai Wei frowned, immediately stopped dragging Tang into this. What I post is my freedom. Wen Jimiao opened Bai Wei's post and placed it on the table. You said I stole something. Her tone was very calm. Excuse me, what did I steal? Bai Wei was at a loss for words. Stealing the position of the true heiress of the Wen family. Wen Jimiao chuckled lightly, but the paternity test shows me as the rightful one. Stealing Lu Jingming. She raised her eyes to look at Wen Ruotang. That's even funnier. I publicly canceled the engagement last night. Anyone who likes a person I don't want can take them away. A hushed murmur arose in the cafe. Tears finally fell from Wen Ruotang's eyes. Sister, why do you have to say it like this? Brother Jingming is just concerned about me. He hasn't wronged you. Did I say he wronged me? Wen Jimiao retorted. Wen Ruotang froze. Su Tang nearly burst out laughing. Wen Zimiao's remark was too harsh. Wen Ruotang hurried to explain for Lu Jingming, which only made her seem more guilty. Bai Wei also realized something was off, and quickly changed the subject. Wen Jimiao, don't keep picking at Tongtong's faults. She isn't well, and you scared her last night. She isn't well, so that gives her the right to lie. Wen Jimiao interrupted her. She had asked the same question to Wen Shubai last night. Asking again today still worked. Bai Wei's face turned ugly as she was cornered. Wen Jimiao slowly picked up her phone. Since Miss Bai is so concerned about the truth, why don't we listen to the entire recording together? Wen Ruotang suddenly looked up. Sister. This exclamation was so urgent that even nearby patrons could sense the panic. Wen Zimiao's fingertip hovered over the play button. What's wrong? Wen Ruotang bit her lip, her tears falling more urgently. I know you hate me, but this is a public place. Let's go home and talk, okay? I'm not going back to the Wen family. Wen Jimiao looked at her. Public places are great. Don't you all like to show everyone how malicious I can be? Then let everyone hear how kind you are. She pressed play. Wen Ruotang's voice came from the phone. Sister, do you really hate me? Actually, I didn't want to stay, but my parents can't bear to part with me, and my brothers can't bear. If you really feel bad, just endure it. The cafe fell completely silent. Wen Ruotang stood there, her face as white as paper. The recording continued. After all, you just returned, and it's normal that everyone doesn't have feelings for you. Then came Wen Jimiao's suppressed voice from her past life. I didn't want to drive you away. Wen Ruotang chuckled lightly. Oh really? Then if I fall down now, who do you think they will believe, you or me? When the recording reached this point, Wen Jimiao pressed pause. That's enough. The truly deadly content cannot be revealed all at once. The expressions of the patrons around had completely changed. Those who had just sympathized with Wen Ruotang now looked at her with scrutinizing eyes. Bai Wei finally panicked. How do we know if this recording is real? Su Tang immediately chimed in. Weren't you just filming? Perfect timing to send it out and let everyone verify it. Bai Wei instinctively hid her phone behind her. Su Tang looked at her with a smile. Why aren't you sending it? Weren't you so eager to speak up for your sister just a moment ago? Wen Ruotang's tears froze on her face as she softly said, Sister, do you really want to push me to this point? Wen Jimiao looked at her. In her past life, whenever Wen Ruotang said this, others would think she was being aggressive. But now she only felt it was absurd. Wen Ruotang. She stood up. If you hadn't plotted against me, there wouldn't be this recording. If you hadn't let Bai Wei spread rumors, there wouldn't be this embarrassing situation today. You walked every step of the way yourself, yet you blame me for not laying out a red carpet for you. Wen Ruotang stiffened. Wen Jimiao picked up her bag. Go back and tell the Wen family not to call me anymore. If you want to talk, fine. Have a lawyer come. After saying this, she turned and walked out. Su Tang followed, waving goodbye to Bai Wei with her phone as she passed. Remember to send the unedited version, don't cut anything. Otherwise I have a backup too. The two left the cafe. At the moment the door closed, the suppressed discussions inside finally erupted. So the fake heiress is the one who said she's going to fall. That girl was crying so much I almost believed her. I saw Bai Wei's post, isn't this slander? Wen Ruotang stood at the center of the crowd, feeling for the first time that all eyes were piercing her like needles. She had always been the best at manipulating others' sympathy. But today that sympathy was slowly peeling away from her. Bai Wei whispered in a panicked Tong, what should we do? I think I really filmed it. Wen Ruotang suddenly looked at her. Delete it. But Bai Wei's face looked bad. I was just streaming a preview, and even though I didn't officially go live, a few fans seemed to have tuned in. Wen Ruotang's vision went dark. Her phone suddenly vibrated. She looked down to see it was a call from Lu Jingming. As soon as she answered, Lu Jingming's voice filled with suppressed anger came through. Wen Ruotang, how much are you hiding from me? Wen Ruotang's finger trembled. On the other end of the line, Lu Jingming coldly said, and about the old grievances that Wen Jimiao mentioned, my dad asked me to ask you how much the Wen family knows. After leaving the cafe, Su Tang suppressed her laughter for 3 seconds before finally bursting out, that felt good. She linked arms with Wen Jimiao. I've never seen Wen Ruotang look so bad. In the past, whenever she cried, everyone around acted like they were possessed. Now they finally see that she would first stab someone with a knife before crying. Wen Jimiao chuckled too. The sunlight reflected off the glass on the street, making her eyes squint. She had thought about resisting in her past life. But every time she opened her mouth, Wen Ruotang would cry. When Wen Ruotang cried, everyone would say she was being aggressive. Over time, she didn't even dare to explain herself. It turned out that as long as one wasn't afraid of losing, retaliation wasn't as difficult as imagined. What should we do next? Su Tang asked, should we directly send out the complete recording? Not in a hurry. Wen Jimiao opened her phone. Bai Wei's post was already deleting comments. Some passersby who had been in the cafe had posted a live text version, which was quickly attacked by Bai Wei's fans. Wen Ruotang clearly wanted to suppress the situation. If we release the complete recording now, they'll say I came prepared. They would say that anyway. So we need to wait for a third party to post. Su Tang's eyes lit up. The cafe patrons. Wen Jimiao nodded. Let them post their feelings first. You don't need to guide them, just keep the evidence. Wait for Bai Wei's side to deny delete comments and control the narrative, then we can hand over the recording evidence. Su Tang snapped her fingers. Got it. Let them dig their own pit first, then we'll weld the lid shut. Wen Jimiao lowered her head and replied to a few messages. She wasn't a professional public relations strategist, but having been harmed by public opinion too many times in her past life, she at least understood one thing: the truth won't win just by being thrown out. Timing is also crucial. Wen Ruotang was best at wrapping herself up as a victim, so she would let Wen Ruotang slowly peel away that victim layer in front of everyone. After getting in the car, Su Tang suddenly grew quiet. Meow meow. Last night. Were you very upset? Wen Jimiao turned her head. Su Tang looked out the window, her voice unusually low. Although I've always criticized the Wen family, I know you wanted to go back in the past. No matter how calm you pretend to be, it's impossible to feel nothing. Wen Jimiao fell silent. The traffic flowed past outside the window. She wanted to say she was no longer upset. But people aren't stones. The desires and pains of over 20 years in her past life wouldn't disappear instantly just because of rebirth. Those emotions were just suppressed by a deeper clarity. It will hurt. She spoke softly. But I won't look back again. Su Tang's eyes reddened, and she immediately turned her face away. All right, just tell me if it hurts in the future. She added fiercely, don't keep it to yourself. Otherwise I'll scold you too. Wen Jimiao finally laughed. Okay. This single word felt lighter than countless phrases of forbearance in her past life. At 3 in the afternoon, Wen Jimiao returned to the Wen family villa not alone, but accompanied by Su Tang and 2 moving company workers. When the villa's gate opened, Lin Weiner was sitting on the sofa in the living room, her eyes red and swollen, clearly showing signs of a sleepless night. Upon seeing Wen Jimiao, she first breathed a sigh of relief, only to have her expression change when she noticed the 2 movers behind her. What do you mean by this? Wen Jimiao placed a paper bag on the coffee table. The dress, jewelry, and handbag gifted by the Wen family are all here. Please check them. Lin Weiner was taken aback, looking at the paper bag, as if something was choking her chest. Jimiao, do you really have to do this? This sentence sounded exhausted and very aggrieved. In her past life, upon hearing this, Wen Jimiao would have softened immediately. But now she merely calmly opened her phone's notes. I don't have many belongings in my room. Just a few old clothes, documents, books, and a wooden box left by my grandmother. They'll take them and leave. Lin Weiner's eyes grew redder. This is also your home. Su Tang couldn't help rolling her eyes. Wen Jimiao looked up. Ms. Lin. Her voice was soft, yet it felt like a blade scraping against glass. Last night, when I was falsely accused of pushing someone, you said this is the Wen family, not a place for me to be humiliated. When I presented the evidence, you told me not to make a big deal out of it. When I tore up the paternity test, you called me crazy. Now that I no longer want it, you say this is my home. She looked at Lin Weiner, asking word by word. Is the Wen family's home something that can be taken back or given away at will? Lin Weiner moved her lips, but couldn't utter a word. At that moment, footsteps were heard from upstairs. Wen Ruotang came down the stairs, pale and with fiercely red eyes. Sister, are you really moving out? Wen Jimiao ignored her and walked straight upstairs. Wen Ruotang instinctively stood in her way. I know you're still angry at me. But Mom is really very sad. Can you not hurt her like this? Su Tang crossed her arms and sneered. Oh, here we go again. Does your family not have surveillance cameras? Or did they just install a crying filter for you? Wen Ruotang's face turned pale. Miss Su, this is our family matter. Whose family matter? Su Tang retorted directly. Jimiao has already said she doesn't acknowledge the relationship. You still insist on sticking to her, which is harassment. Lin Weiner frowned. Miss Su, please speak more politely. I'm allergic to white lotus flowers. I can't be polite. Wen Jimiao nearly laughed out loud. She grasped Su Tang's wrist. Let's go. She didn't want to waste time here. The small room at the end of the second floor was the bedroom prepared for her by the Wen family. Though called a bedroom, it resembled a makeshift guest room more. In her past life, when she first moved in, she was quite, because Lin Weiner had said that when Ruotang had lived in her room for 20 years and couldn't suddenly change it, she would bear with it for now until it could be renovated later. But there was never a later. When Ruotang's room remained forever spacious and bright, adorned with trophies and photographs, while her room could only fit a bedded desk and a narrow wardrobe. As soon as Su Tang entered the door, she exploded. This is the room prepared for the Wen family's true daughter. My storage room is bigger than this. When Jimiao opened the wardrobe, inside hung a few old clothes she brought from her small town. She hadn't touched any of the dresses the Wen family had bought for her. She packed her documents, a few books, and her laptop into a suitcase, then took out an old wooden box from the deepest part of the drawer. The wooden box had some worn corners and was engraved with a begonia pattern. This was something she brought from her foster parents' home. In her past life, she always thought it was just an ordinary old object. Until just before her death, she learned that a seal left by her grandmother was hidden in the compartment at the bottom of the wooden box. She opened the box, confirmed that the seal was still there, and finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Su Tang leaned over. What is this? Something left by my grandmother. Wen Zimiao carefully put away the wooden box. Just as she turned around, Wen Zubai's figure suddenly appeared at the door. He didn't know when he returned, still in his white coat, his brows and eyes showing signs of fatigue. Are you really leaving? Wen Zimiao looked at him. I thought we clarified this last night. Wen Zubai's gaze fell on the wooden box in her hands. What are you? Wen Zimiao placed the wooden box into the suitcase. My belongings. Wen Shubai frowned. Things from the Wen family can't be taken away casually. Su Tang laughed directly. Does your Wen family have some kind of illness? The room given to her looks like a temporary worker's dormitory, and you want to check old clothes and a broken wooden box. With the Wen family stinginess, should I crowdfund to buy you a calculator? Wen Zubai's expression darkened. Yet Wen Zimiao was not angry. She simply opened the wooden box and took out a few old photographs and a small seal. Does this have the Wen family's name on it? Wen Zubai's expression changed slightly as he saw the young elderly person in the photograph. He remembered this person. Wen Zimiao's grandmother. The Wen family rarely mentioned her. Wen Qingye once said that she was a difficult and stubborn old lady. Wen Shubai suddenly realized that he knew almost nothing about Wen Zimiao's life over the past 20 years. He only knew that after she returned to the Wen family, she was unlikable, didn't speak much, and wasn't generous. But he never asked how she grew up, who accompanied her, who cared for her. Zimiao. His voice lowered. About yesterday, I admit I might have been biased. But leaving like this won't do you any good. Wen Zimiao closed the wooden box. Wen Shubai. This was the first time she called his name since her rebirth. Wen Shubai felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. In my past life. Wen Zimiao paused, ultimately not finishing her sentence. Some accounts still weren't due to be settled. She dragged her suitcase past him. You just need to remember from today on, my well-being has nothing to do with the Wen family. Downstairs, Lin Weiner was still sitting in the living room. Wen Qingye had also returned, his expression dark. Upon seeing Wen Zimiao's suitcase, he coldly said, once you step out that door, don't think you can use any resources from the Wen family. Wen Zimiao stopped. Perfect. She turned to look at him. I will also seek repayment for the Wen family's debts. Wen Qingye's expression changed drastically. Wen Zimiao did not linger further. The sunlight outside was blinding. Su Tang opened the car door for her, deliberately raising her voice. Congratulations, Zimiao, for escaping from the sea of suffering. Wen Zimiao sat in the car, unable to stifle a smile. Behind her, the Wen family's gates slowly closed. That sound seemed to lock away all the grievances of her past life. She looked down at the wooden box in her lap. Her grandmother's seal lay quietly inside. And tonight's auction would be the true beginning of her reclaiming everything. As the moving company worker lifted the last box onto the truck, a neighbor from the Wen family happened to pass by. Recognizing Wen Zimiao, their gaze flickered between her and the Wen family gate, clearly having heard about last night's paternity banquet. Lin Weiner stood inside the door, her expression awkward. She never imagined that one day the Wen family's affairs would be laid bare before outsiders. Even more so, she never thought that the person causing the Wen family embarrassment would be her biological daughter, whom she had just found. But deep down, another voice questioned, was it really Zimiao who embarrassed the Wen family? She had heard that recording from last night too. The words that Tang Tang said indeed didn't sound like those of the obedient and gentle daughter she was used to. But 20 years of feelings were too deep for Lin Weiner to unconsciously avoid thinking about. She could only cling to Wen Zimiao's departure. Zimiao. Lin Weiner chased to the door. Please calm down for a few days. Once you've cooled off, Mom will come to pick you up. Wen Zimiao paused. Mom. This title spoken from Lin Weiner's lips was still gentle. But Wen Zimiao would no longer be swayed by these two words. She turned around. Ms. Lin, you don't need to come pick me up. Tears welled up in Lin Weiner's eyes. Must you hurt Mom's heart like this? Su Tang couldn't help but want to speak, but was held back by Wen Zimiao. Wen Zimiao looked at Lin Weiner. I used to be most afraid of hurting your feelings. Lin Weiner was taken aback. So when you said when Ruotang was not in good health, I yielded. When you said that family harmony brings prosperity, I endured. When you said I just returned and shouldn't fall out with my brothers, I swallowed all my grievances. Her voice was very calm. But did you ever think that I could also feel sad? Lin Weiner's face gradually paled. Wen Zimiao did not wait for her response. Forget it. She lowered her eyes and smiled slightly. It no longer matters what I think now. The car door closed. Su Tang sat in the driver's seat, too angry to speak for a long time. Until the car drove out of the Wen family villa area, she finally cursed. She actually feels wronged. Wen Jimiao leaned against the passenger seat looking down at the wooden box. People tend to first see their own grievances. And you? I used to be too, Wen Jimiao replied, which is why I could never see clearly. Su Tang felt a pang of heartache, but didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only drive more steadily. Wen Jimiao opened the wooden box. The begonia seal lay inside, small, yet heavy like a piece of hidden family history. She suddenly felt that the things she took from the Wen family were truly few. A few old clothes, a few books, a wooden box. But these were truly hers. The things from the Wen family that she once desperately wanted, such as familial affection, identity, and recognition, now seemed light as ash. Where to now? First to the apartment you helped me find. And then, oi. Wen Jimiao closed the wooden box. Then to the auction. She gazed out the window. The door to the Wen family has closed. Next it's time to open the door left for me by my grandmother. The auction in Jiang City at night is not open to the public. The lights in the auction hall focus on the stage with occasional bidding sounds and hushed whispers floating among the seats. Those who can enter must either be wealthy, well-connected, or possess both. When Wen Jimiao arrived, Zhou Wenjing was already waiting at the entrance. He noticed her in a black gown, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Last night, Wen Jimiao resembled a blade freshly drawn from its sheath. Today she had retracted her sharpness. The black dress was simple, her makeup light, yet her gaze remained cold. She stood among the crowd, unassuming yet hard to overlook. Are you ready? Zhou Wenjing asked. Just looking, no need for much preparation. Zhou Wenjing handed her an auction catalog. The highlight tonight is Lot 17, a Northern Song Dynasty Celadon cup. The seller claims its provenance is clear, but I cannot find the complete circulation record. Wen Jimiao flipped to Lot 17. The image depicted a Celadon cup with an ordinary glaze and a small flaw on the rim. Based on its surface value, it is not worth a high price. Yet she knew that what was truly valuable was not the cup itself, but the old contract hidden inside. What is the starting bid? 300,000. Budget. Zhou Wenjing glanced at her. Within 2 million. Wen Jimiao closed the catalog. Not enough. Zhou Wenjing's brows raised slightly. How much do you think it's worth? Tonight someone will raise it to over 5 million. Wen Jimiao said, if you want to prepare 8 million. Zhou Wenjing paused for 2 seconds. Reason. Intuition. Miss, when I didn't come here to buy intuition. Wen Jimiao looked toward the exhibition hall. Then consider it a free judgment from me. Do not rush to bid on Lot 17, wait until after 3 rounds. If the first box bids, then let it go. Zhou Wenjing frowned. The first box. Wen Jimiao did not answer. She saw someone. On the second floor of the auction hall, the glass door of the first box was half closed. A man sat in the shadows, toying with a silver cufflink. It was too far for Wen Jimiao to see his face clearly. Yet the calm and oppressive aura, along with the name she had heard countless times in her past life, matched perfectly. Shangdu, the head of the Shang family in Jiang City. The Shang family did not rise through marriage or rely on the connections of the Wan and Lu families. Shangdu was young but extremely capable. Within a year, he had restructured 3 failing lines of the Shang family, shaking the financial circle of half of Jiang City. In her past life, Wen Jimiao had no intersection with him. The only time she heard him speak on her behalf was after she was sent to a mental hospital by the Wen family. Someone at the banquet laughed, discussing how the true daughter of the Wen family had gone crazy in a disgraceful manner. Shangdu only said lightly, to force one's own daughter into such a state, it is not she who is disgraceful. That remark reached her in the mental hospital when Wen Jimiao had become nothing but skin and bones. She remembered it for a long time. Do you know him? Zhou Wenjing asked. I do not know him. Wen Jimiao withdrew her gaze. But it is best not to compete with him directly. The auction began. The first several lots went smoothly until Lot 17, the Celadon cup, was presented, at which point the atmosphere subtly changed. The auctioneer smiled as he introduced, this Northern Song Celadon cup, although flawed, has a warm glaze and a proper shape. The starting bid is 300,000 with each increment no less than 50,000. Soon someone raised their paddle. 350,000. 400,000. 600,000. The price rose slowly. Zhou Wenjing did not move. Wen Jimiao sat beside him, her expression calm. When the bid reached 120,000, Lu Jingming appeared. Clearly surprised to see Wen Jimiao here, he frowned and immediately raised his paddle. 150,000. Many in the room glanced at him. Lu Jingming sat up straight, as if to prove something. Wen Jimiao's eyes showed no fluctuation. If Su Tang were here, she would probably immediately remark this person came to bid just to boost his presence. Zhou Wenjing whispered, should we follow? No. The price quickly rose to 280,000. Lu Jingming raised his paddle again. 3 million. At this moment, the light in the first box on the second floor finally lit up. A staff member raised the paddle on behalf of the box. 5 million. The entire room fell silent. Lu Jingming's expression changed. 5 million for a flawed cup was already far beyond its conventional value. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to show weakness in front of Wen Miao. 550,000. The first box did not stop. 7 million. Lu Jingming's face turned completely ugly. Zhou Wenjing looked at Wen Miao. She had just said to prepare 8 million. She also mentioned to let it go if the first box placed a bid. Are we still bidding? Wen Miao shook her head. No. Zhou Wenjing lowered his voice. Why not? You clearly assessed it has issues. Having issues does not mean it must be acquired. Wen Miao looked at the Celadon cup on stage. Some things are more important than the item itself depending on who possesses them. Zhou Wenjing pondered thoughtfully. Ultimately, lot 17 was sold for 7 million to the first box. Lu Jingming's expression darkened as he stood up to leave, passing right by Wen Miao. Did you do this on purpose? Wen Miao looked up. What did young Master Lu say? Lu Jingming sneered. You intentionally made me think this item has value, wanting to see me embarrass myself. You overestimate yourself. Wen Miao replied coolly. I did not raise my paddle once from start to finish. Lu Jingming's face turned a shade of pale. At that moment, someone descended from the second floor. An assistant beside Shang Du approached Wen Miao politely. Miss, when our General Shang would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Zhou Wenjing's expression changed slightly. Lu Jingming was also taken aback. Wen Miao looked up at the box on the second floor. Behind the half-open door, the man finally lifted his gaze. At a distance neither near nor far, Shang Du's eyes fell upon her. Calm, scrutinizing yet not dismissive. Wen Miao suddenly recalled the words that had reached her ears in her past life. It is not she who is disgraceful. She stood up. All right. As she passed Lu Jingming, she paused slightly. Young Master Lu, not winning this cup tonight is a good thing for you. Lu Jingming frowned. Wen Miao smiled slightly. Because you cannot hold on to it. During the auction's intermission, Wen Miao went to the restroom. When she exited, Wen Ruotang was standing in the corridor. Clearly having followed Lu Jingming, she wore a light-colored gown, her makeup exquisite, yet there was an undeniable fatigue in her eyes. Upon seeing Wen Miao, Wen Ruotang instinctively tightened her grip on her handbag. Sister. Wen Miao halted her steps. There are no spectators here, no need to call me so affectionately. Wen Ruotang's expression stiffened. Someone passed by at the end of the corridor, and she immediately reddened her eyes again. I know you hate me now, but can you not make things worse? Mama's been crying all day, and second brother is in a bad mood because of you, even almost losing focus before his surgery. Wen Miao looked at her. So if you have any conscience left, you should apologize at home. Wen Ruotang lowered her voice, her eyes finally revealing a hint of resentment. Do you think that by getting close to Zhou Wenjing you can oppose the Wen family? Wen Miao smiled. This was the real Wen Ruotang. No tears, no frailty, only the sharpness that emerged after being threatened in her position. What are you afraid of, Wen Ruotang? Wen Ruotang's pupils constricted. Afraid I will investigate grandma's things? Or are you afraid I will dig up the old accounts of the Lu family? Wen Ruotang's face turned pale instantly. At that moment, Lu Jingming came around the corner. Tang tang. Wen Ruotang immediately took half a step back, tears falling just right. Sister, I really didn't mean it. Lu Jingming frowned at Wen Miao. Are you bullying her again? Wen Miao couldn't even be bothered to explain. She took out her phone from her bag and pressed the pause button on the recording from earlier. Wen Ruotang's face changed completely. Wen Miao shook her phone. Using the same trick twice is not clever. Lu Jingming was also stunned. Wen Miao walked past them. Young Master Lu, keep a close watch on the one you like. She paused for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of cold amusement. Don't let it be the day she sells you while crying, and you're still counting the money for her. As she returned to the auction hall, lot 17 was just beginning its preview. Wen Miao sat down, her expression calm. Zhou Wenjing glanced at her. Trouble. A minor issue. Wen Miao opened the auction catalog. Evidence has been retained. Zhou Wenjing suddenly felt that his assessment of Miss Wen could be raised a notch. She was not suddenly bold. She had genuinely learned to obtain results in every conflict. Meanwhile, in the second floor box, Shang Du watched the scene below through one-way glass. The assistant whispered, General Shang, that is Wen Miao. Last night the Wen family's recognition banquet caused quite a stir. Shang Du replied with an mm. The assistant continued, I heard she just severed ties with the Wen family, and today she came with Zhou Wenjing. The Wen family probably won't be pleased. Shang Du's gaze fell upon Wen Miao. She sat among the crowd, her back straight, her profile cold. She did not resemble a fallen daughter just expelled from the aristocracy. Instead, she looked like someone who had finally left a cage. Shang Du said indifferently, whether the Wen family is pleased or not has nothing to do with me. The assistant fell silent. After a moment, Shang Du asked again, which item was she looking at earlier? Lot 17, of the Celadon cup. Shang Du's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest. Interesting. A true daughter returning to Jiang City, able to be personally brought into an auction by Zhou Wenjing, and focusing on that Celadon cup. Wen Miao. This name seemed far more intriguing than the rumors suggested. The private room was quiet. Unlike the bustling auction hall downstairs, there was only a warm wall lamp lit here, and the faint fragrance of tea lingered in the air, making one feel more alert. Shang-Du sat at the head of the table. His brow was high, his eye sockets deep, and beneath the dark suit his shoulders were broad, exuding a natural sense of pressure when he remained silent. He appeared younger and colder than when Jimiao had imagined. He was not the pretentiously aloof type, like Lu. When he raised his hand to flip through documents, his fingers moved without any excess motion, and when he placed the teacup back on the table, it made only the faintest sound, as if the rhythm of the entire room was held in his palm. I've heard much about you. When Jimiao took a seat. Mr. Shang, your remark about hearing much should have started from last night. A trace of a faint smile flickered in Shang-Du's eyes. Miss Wen is more straightforward than the rumors suggest. According to the rumors, I should be vicious, petty, and bullying the adopted daughter just after returning to a wealthy family. Rumors usually only reflect what the spreader wants others to believe. Shang-Du lifted his teacup. They do not necessarily indicate the truth. When Jimiao glanced at him, his words were steady. They did not sound like comfort, but rather like a judgment. Shang-Du placed an auction confirmation form on the table. Why did you advise Zhou Wenjing to give up on that celadone cup? When Jimiao did not answer immediately, Shang-Du did not rush her either. The teacup he offered stopped in front of her, steam gently rising from its rim. When Jimiao lowered her eyes, she knew why Shang-Du sought her out. Tonight she had not raised her paddle, yet she accurately predicted that the private room one would make a move and judge that Lu Jingming could not hold on to that cup. A person like Shang-Du would not take coincidences as mere coincidences, because that cup is not worth 7 million on the surface. On the surface, since Mr. Shang has bid for it, it should not be for the surface value. Shang-Du looked at her. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he smiled lightly. It was a subtle smile, yet it made the assistant nearby glance at Wen Jimiao. Very few could make Shang-Du smile, especially while discussing serious matters. Does Miss Wen know what is inside? It's a guess. Another intuition. When Jimiao lifted her teacup but did not drink. Mr. Shang invited me up here, isn't it also because of intuition? Shang-Du did not deny it. He took back the confirmation form. The celadone cup will be sent for appraisal tonight. If Miss Wen guesses correctly, I owe you a favor. No need. When Jimiao set her teacup down. I do not trade in favors from fallen people. Shang-Du raised an eyebrow. Then what do you want? A piece of information. Speak. 20 years ago, the first capital of the Lu family has Mr. Shang heard of it. Shang-Du's gaze finally turned serious. You are investigating the Lu family's old accounts. Yes. Does the Wen family know? When Jimiao smiled. They will know soon enough. Shang-Du lightly tapped the edge of the cup with his fingertips. The Lu family's funding sources in the early years were indeed not clean. The uncleanliness here refers to the complexity of the accounts, not illegal conclusions. Specific evidence needs to be investigated. He spoke cautiously. When Jimiao felt more at ease instead. Shang-Du was not someone who would make casual promises to please others. Can Mr. Shang find out? Yes. What are the conditions? Shang-Du looked at her. Once the appraisal results for the celadone cup come out, you tell me why you know it has issues. When Jimiao paused at his condition. It was more difficult than she had imagined. She could not say she was reborn. At least not now. But she could not come up with a too perfunctory reason. All right. She raised her eyes. But I will only tell you the part one can mention. Shang-Du seemed unsurprised. Deal. When leaving the private room, Zhou Wenjing was waiting for her at the door. What did Shang-Du say to you? He said he could help me investigate the Lu family's old accounts. Zhou Wenjing frowned. You dared to trade this on your first meeting with him. When Jimiao walked forward. Shang-Du is not Lu Jingming. He knows at least how to write the word transaction. Zhou Wenjing fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, your judgment of these people is uncommonly precise for someone just back in Jiangsu. When Jimiao stopped. Mr. Zhou, did you invite me here today, just to confirm this matter? Zhou Wenjing looked at her. When Jimiao gazed back at him. A silence lingered between them for a few seconds. Finally Zhou Wenjing chuckled. Your grandmother was right. When Zimiao's heart tightened. What did she say? She said that if one day you truly wake up, you would not ask anyone to take you in. Zhou Wenjing handed her an envelope. You will carve your own path. When Jimiao accepted the envelope. This time Zhou Wenjing did not stop her. Inside the envelope was not her grandmother's complete will, but a handwritten note. Miao Miao, the first thing is do not trust the Wen family. The second thing is retrieve the Haitang seal. The third thing is find the Wenxi ledger. Haitang seal. When Zimiao's fingers tightened slightly. The seal was in her wooden box. But where was the Wenxi ledger? Zhou Wenjing noticed her confusion. The original ledger is not with me. Where is it? Your grandmother's old house. When Jimiao was about to speak, when her phone suddenly vibrated. Su Tang sent a series of screenshots. Bai Wei's post had backfired. Someone in the cafe had leaked audio clips and images of Bai Wei being photographed, and the comments began to turn. So the fake heiress claims she wants to crash. Bai Wei even tried to steer the narrative that the real heiress stole something. Hilarious, what did she steal? Her trashy fiancé. Is there a complete story? I now stand with the real heiress. Then another new message popped up. Su Tang. Meow meow, the Wen family is getting anxious. Bai Wei deleted her post, but I have screenshots of everything. Wen Zimio's lips curved slightly. The fishing line was starting to tighten. Zhou Wenjing watched her expression. It seems you also have progress on your side. Yes. Wen Zimiao put her phone away. This is not the last time when Ruotang will crash. She looked up at the window. The night was deep and the lights of Jiangcheng linked together. Those who had trapped her in her past life still thought she had merely won a game by luck. They did not know. The cards in her hand had just revealed the first one. Before leaving the private room, Shang Du suddenly called out to her. Miss One. She turned back. Shang Du placed a personal business card on the table. If the One family troubles you because of the old accounts, you can call this number. Wen Zimiao did not take it immediately. Mr. Shang is being so kind. Shang Du's expression remained unchanged. It is a heartfelt investment. This answer instead reassured Wen Zimiao. Unconditional kindness is the most precious. A clearly priced transaction is rather safe. She picked up the business card. Then Mr. Shang should confirm whether I am worth investing in. I am already in the process of confirming. The two locked eyes. Wen Zimiao suddenly felt that the biggest difference between Shang Du and the people of the Wen family was that he would not label her as either the real heiress, the fake heiress, or the abandoned daughter. He looked at the cards in her hand. He also observed how she played her cards. This was good. What she needed the least now was cheap sympathy. After walking out of the private room, Zhou Wenjing noticed the business card in her hand and furrowed his brow slightly. Did Shang Du give this to you? Yes. He is not an easily approachable person. I know. He is also not someone who can easily be used. Wen Zimiao looked at Zhou Wenjing. I do not plan to use him. She tucked the business card away. I am only confirming which people I can trade with and which ones must be settled. Zhou Wenjing fell silent for a moment. What about me? Wen Zimiao raised her eyes. The corridor's lights fell into her eyes, cool, yet not sharp. You are the test that my grandmother left for me. Zhou Wenjing was taken aback, then chuckled lightly. That statement is indeed fresh. Isn't it? Wen Zimiao said, you are probing me, and I am also probing you. Grandmother said you are trustworthy, but not entirely reliable. I will listen to her. Zhou Wenjing genuinely smiled this time. It seems the old lady left this sentence for you too. So Mr. Zhou, you better not disappoint me. Likewise. As the two exited the auction venue, the night wind blew towards them. On Wen Zimiao's phone, Su Tang's messages were still coming in. Public opinion began to turn. The screenshots of Bai Wei deleting her post were shared, and the audio clips from the cafe were circulated by passers-by. But Wen Zimiao knew this was just the first wave. Wen Ruotang would not sit idle. The Wen family would not allow her to continue causing trouble. The real trouble was the online insults, and what Wen Xingye would do once he realized the old accounts might be unearthed. She looked up at the night sky. In her past life, her first reaction every time she faced danger was to retreat to the Wen family. But the Wen family had never been a sanctuary. It was merely another kind of more glamorous abyss. In this life, standing outside, she could see more clearly. Suddenly her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Wen Zimiao answered. On the other end was Wen Chengye's voice, suppressed with anger. Wen Zimiao, you need to return to the Wen family immediately. Wen Zimiao glanced at Zhou Wenjing beside her, then looked at Shang Du, who had just gotten into a car not far away. She said calmly, Mr. When I already told you if you want to talk, send a lawyer. Don't force me. I am not forcing you. Wen Zimiao's tone was calm. I am merely retrieving what you do not want to return. After saying that, she hung up. Zhou Wenjing asked, was that Wen Xingye? Yes. He is anxious. Wen Zimiao put her phone back in her bag. Not enough yet. Her eyes were calm to the point of being sharp. Once I find the Wincy ledger, he will truly pay. Early the next morning, Wen Zimiao and Zhou Wenjing went to their grandmother's old house. The old house was located in an old alley on the south side of Jiang City. With its gray tiles and green bricks, two begonia trees at the entrance had already passed their blooming season, leaving only their branches and leaves gently swaying in the wind. The door lock was a bit old. Wen Zimiao took out the key from the wooden box, and as she inserted it into the keyhole, her fingers tightened slightly. With a click, the lock turned. The door opened. The yard was covered with dry leaves, and a thin layer of dust had accumulated on the stone table. It was evident that no one had lived here for a long time, yet it had not fallen into complete disrepair. Zhou Wenjing mentioned that he had someone come to clean the outside every month, but the inside had remained untouched. Your grandmother instructed that only you could touch the things inside. Wen Zimiao walked into the main room. A faint scent of wood lingered in the air. On the wall hung a photo of her grandmother from her youth. In the picture, the elderly woman wore a simple qipao, her expression gentle, yet with a certain tenacity that refused to bow to anyone. Wen Jimiao stood in front of the photo and softly called out Grandma. There was no response. But in a part of her heart that had felt empty for so long, it was as if a warm hand had finally pressed down gently. In her past life, she had never come here before her death. In this life, she had returned. Zhou Wenjing did not rush her. After a while, Wen Jimiao collected her emotions and took out the begonia seal. Is the ledger clue related to this seal? Your grandmother only said that the begonia seal can open the places that need to be opened. Wen Jimiao looked around. The room was small with not much furniture. A bookshelf, a tea table, an old-fashioned Luohan bed, and a dusty screen. She walked to the bookshelf. In her past life, an old caregiver had once casually said the thing the old lady treasures the most is not hidden in a safe, but in a place she can see every day. Every day she could see it. When Zimio's gaze fell on the book Begonia Blossom Chronicles in the center of the bookshelf, she pulled out the book. The pages in the middle had been hollowed out, revealing a small copper box inside. The copper box had a begonia-shaped indentation. Zhou Wenjing's eyes shifted slightly. Wen Jimiao pressed the seal into it. After a soft sound, the copper box opened. Inside there was no thick ledger, only a USB drive, a bank card, and a letter. Wen Jimiao picked up the letter first. Her grandmother's handwriting was still clear. Meow meow, if you are reading this letter, it means you no longer see the Wen family as your home. Your grandmother is very happy, but also very pained. The ledger is on the USB drive, documenting all the financial transactions of Wincy Investment in its early years. The Wen family and the Lu family took not only money but also the choices that should have belonged to you. The money in the bank card is not much, just enough for you to start anew. Do not be afraid of having little. Of fear comes when a person has not woken up yet and has already given themselves away. Zhou Wenjing can be trusted, but do not trust fully. The one who can truly protect you is always yourself. When Jimiao looked at the last sentence, her eyes suddenly feeling warm. It was as if her grandmother had anticipated everything. She did not let her rely on Zhou Wenjing or beg anyone. She only gave her a key, a piece of evidence, and a starting capital. In one sentence, protect yourself. Zhou Wenjing turned around, leaving her a moment of silence. When Jimiao refolded the letter, can the ledger inside be used directly? Zhou Wenjing took the USB drive, but did not immediately plug it into the computer. We need to create a mirror and verify it first to confirm there is no damage and to avoid questioning whether the original file has been tampered with. Then we will find a professional auditor and lawyer. When Jimiao nodded, I will contact a lawyer. Do you have someone suitable? Grandma should have arranged it. When Jimiao picked up the envelope, and there was indeed a business card inside. Gu Mingzhong Law Firm. In her past life, she had heard this name. Gu Mingzhong had once won a lawsuit for an orphan girl whose assets were swallowed by a wealthy family. He was steady in his methods and sharp in his words. Excellent. This was exactly the kind of person she needed. As the two left the old house, Wen Jimiao received a call from Wen Qingye. This time she answered. On the other end, Wen Qingye's voice was very low. Did you go to your grandmother's old house? Wen Jimiao glanced at Zhou Wenjing. The news from the Wen family was faster than she had imagined. Did Mr. Wen send someone to follow me? Wen Qingye was silent for a moment. That house is related to the Wen family, who do not touch anything inside. Wen Jimiao smiled. When has my grandmother's house ever been related to the Wen family? Wen Qingye's voice grew serious. Wen Jimiao, do not let outsiders provoke you. Your grandmother had many misunderstandings with the Wen family back then. Those old accounts are not something a junior like you should touch. Old accounts. Indeed. The Wen family was not afraid of her leaving home, nor of her tearing up the paternity. They were afraid she would touch the old accounts. If it was just a misunderstanding, why is Mr. Wen so nervous? The other end of the call fell silent. When Zimio's tone was light. Or was the money from the Lu family 20 years ago not completely clean for the Wen family? When Chengye's voice suddenly rose. When Jimiao. Zhou Wenjing looked at her. When Jimiao only lowered her gaze at the begonia seal in her palm. Don't rush, she said. I will investigate slowly. Before Wen Qingye could say anything else, she hung up. Almost simultaneously, a message from Su Tang popped up. It's exploded. Bai Wei deleted her post, and the cafe recording is trending. Now the comments section is asking for the full recording. When Ruotang's fans still want to watch it, but the bystanders are not buying it. Then came another message. Someone even dug up Lu Jingming's failed auction bid last night, saying he was a rich kid pretending to understand money. It's hilarious. When Jimiao read through it, a hint of a smile rising in her eyes. The public opinion card of Wen Ruotang began to lose its effectiveness. Lu Jingming's facade also began to crack, and the ledger that the Wen family truly feared had already fallen into her hands. Zhou Wenjing asked, what's the next step? When Jimiao put away her phone. First find Gu Mingzhong. And then, she raised her head, looking towards the direction of the Wen family. Then invite the Wen family to the negotiation table. Zhou Wenjing raised an eyebrow. They may not be willing to come. They will come. When Zimio's tone was firm. Because I will let them know that if they do not come to negotiate, they should be ready to receive a lawyer's letter. She glanced down at the bank card left by her grandmother. She did not yet know how much balance was in the card, but that was not important. What mattered was that from this day forward, she was no longer empty-handed. What the Wen family owed her, what the Liu family owed her grandmother. She would reclaim it all one by one. Meanwhile, in the Wen family's villa, Wen Xingye gripped the phone. He had hung up, his face dark with anger. Lin Wan looked at him anxiously. What exactly did Jimiao get? Wen Xingye did not answer. At the stairway, when Ruotang heard this question, and her heart sank. She suddenly realized that the thing she had always feared might actually be happening. Wen Jimiao had not become smarter. She had come back to collect debts. Wen Shengye's unease came faster than Wen Jimiao had anticipated. Within half an hour of her and Zhou Wenjing leaving the old house, a black business vehicle stopped at the alley entrance. A man in a suit got out of the car, his attitude polite, but his words not so. Miss, when President Wen requests you to return. Wen Jimiao glanced at his work badge. He was from the president's office of the Wen Group. In her past life, she had seen this man. Whenever the Wen family was inconvenient to handle her matters, it was always these people who came to invite her. Though they called it an invitation, there was really no room to refuse. Back then she had been too afraid of making Wen Xingye angry, and had always obediently followed along. This time, however, she stood at the old house's entrance holding the letter left by her grandmother, and did not move her feet. What if I don't go? The man's smile froze slightly. Miss Wen, after all, you are the daughter of the Wen family. Making a scene would not be good for anyone. Zhou Wenjing stepped forward. She has already refused to acknowledge kinship. The man looked at Zhou Wenjing, lowering his tone. Mr. Zhou, this is a family matter for the Wen family. Zhou Wenjing said lightly, involving Wensi investment and the inheritance of the deceased is no longer a family matter for the Wen family. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Wen Jiniao raised her hand to stop Zhou Wenjing. She looked at the man, took out her phone, and pressed record. You just said President Wen requests me to return. The man's expression changed slightly. Wen Jimiao continued, is the way of invitation to block me at my grandmother's old house. Miss, when you misunderstood, then please step aside. The man gritted his teeth, but did not dare to actually make a move. The online sentiment was just beginning to turn, and Wen Jimiao was clearly recording. If there was a scene of forcibly taking her away, the Wen group would also be dragged under. In the end, he stepped aside. As Wen Jimiao walked past him, she paused. Go back and tell Wen Xingye. In the past, he could decide my whereabouts with a single word because I was willing to believe he was my father. Now he is only the head of the Wen group in my eyes. If we are to negotiate accounts, we should do it according to the rules of negotiation. The man's face was ugly, but he dared not refute her. After the car left the old alley, Zhou Wenjing looked at Wen Jimiao. You are more adept at leaving evidence than I imagined. I have suffered losses before. Wen Jimiao said lightly. In her past life, she had suffered too many losses without evidence. She was slandered by Wen Ruotang, defamed by Bai Wei, diagnosed by Wen Shubai, and had her engagement broken by Lu Jingming. Each time she rushed to explain, but every time she lost because no one was willing to listen. In this life, she would not explain empty words. She would only leave evidence. Upon arriving at Wensi Investment, Zhou Wenjing immediately arranged for someone to create a mirror image of the USB drive. During the half hour of waiting for results, Wen Jimiao sat in the meeting room looking at her grandmother's letter. The balance of the bank card had also been found out. 5 million. To a wealthy family like the Wen family, 5 million might just be the cost of a banquet. But to Wen Jimiao, this was the first foundation her grandmother had left for her. Not a charity, but a sense of security. Zhou Wenjing placed the inspection report in front of her. The USB drive is undamaged. There are 3 encrypted files inside, one for financial transactions, one for project directories, and one for personal memos. Can it be opened? It needs a password. Wen Jimiao lowered her gaze, her eyes falling on the last sentence of the letter. Do not be afraid of having little. Of fear comes when a person has not woken up yet and has already given themselves away. Suddenly she thought of something. Try my birthday. Zhou Wenjing inputted it. Incorrect. Grandma's birthday. Incorrect. Wen Jimiao fell silent for a moment, picking up the begonia seal. The bottom of the seal was engraved with 4 small characters. Jimiao does not cross. This was what her grandmother had said when she named her. Jimiao does not cross. A one does not need to wait for others to cross. When Jimiao softly said try, Jimiao does not cross. Zhou Wenjing inputted the pinyin. The file opened. The meeting room fell silent. The screen displayed a dense array of financial records. Indeed, the initial capital from 20 years ago between the Wen and Liu families was among them. Not just one entry. There were also amounts that the Wen family borrowed from her grandmother's fund and had delayed returning, as well as several instances of asset transfers disguised as investment failures. When Jimiao looked at those numbers, her expression gradually turning colder. In her past life, she had endured countless grievances in the Wen family, always feeling it was her fault for not being good enough. But it turned out that the Wen family had owed her since long ago. They owed her grandmother. They owed her the life she should have had. Zhou Wenjing's voice also turned serious. If these things are verified, both the Wen and Lu families will be in big trouble. Wen Jimiao did not speak immediately. She looked at the screen and suddenly asked, when can I meet Gu Mingzhang? I can schedule the earliest for tonight. Schedule it. She closed her grandmother's letter. Tell lawyer Gu that what I want is not just money. What do you want then? Zhou Wenjing looked at her. Wen Jimiao raised her eyes, her voice clear. I want them to publicly acknowledge that what they took over the years did not originally belong to them. At the same time, in the Wen family villa, Wen Xingye had already received a reply from the president's office. Wen Jimiao refused to return. She even recorded it. He slammed his phone down on the table. Lin Wan jumped in surprise. Xingye, what happened? When Shengye's face, she went to the old house. What is in the old house? Wen Xingye did not answer. At the stairway, when Ruotang stood in the shadows, her fingertips icy. When she heard the words old house, the last bit of hope in her heart finally shattered. Wen Jimiao had, if she obtained the ledger, if she knew that the truth about the mistaken identity from years ago was not just an accident. When Ruotang dared not think further, she turned back to her room, closed the door, and immediately dialed a number. When the call connected, her voice trembled. Help me investigate Wen Jimiao. And also check what she has obtained. The sky outside grew darker. Wen Jimiao stood in the Wincy investment conference room, seeing for the first time the debt web that had been hidden by the Wen family for 20 years. On the other end of the web, all the debtors began to panic. Gu Mingzhang's office is located next to the old courthouse in Jiang City. It is not the tallest building, nor does it have an ostentatiously luxurious front desk. At the entrance hangs a dark wooden sign engraved with the words Mingzhang Law Firm. Upon pushing the door open, one finds old-fashioned filing cabinets in the corridor, a desk lamp glowing with a warm yellow light, and neatly stacked substantial case files. As when Jimiao walked in, the receptionist was quietly on the phone. Hearing footsteps, the other party looked up at her, their gaze lingering on her face for a moment. Miss Wen. Wen Jimiao nodded. Lawyer Gu is waiting for you. This statement stirred something in Wen Jimiao's heart. Waiting for her. It had been so many years since her grandmother passed away, yet someone was still waiting for her. The conference room door opened. A man in his 50s sat inside, his hair peppered with gray, wearing metal-framed glasses, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his forearms, a worn fountain pen resting beside him. He was of a lean build, his features not fierce, even somewhat gentle, yet when he looked up, there was a sharpness that made one hesitant to be careless. Miss Wen. Gu Mingzhang stood up. You arrived later than I expected, yet also earlier than I anticipated. Wen Jimiao understood the meaning behind these words. Later, because in her past life, she hadn't come until her death. Earlier, because in this life, she had just left the Wen family and found her way here. She sat down, placing her grandmother's letter, a crabapple seal, a USB drive with the mirrored report, and a preliminary directory compiled by Zhou Wenjing on the table. Lawyer Gu, I want to reclaim what belongs to me. Gu Mingzhang did not rush to flip through the documents. He looked at Wen Jimiao. Just reclaiming things. Wen Jimiao raised her eyes. And seeking justice. Only then did Gu Mingzhang smile slightly. Just like your grandmother. Upon hearing her grandmother's name, Wen Jimiao's fingertips curled slightly. Gu Mingzhang opened the documents and began to read through them page by page. The conference room was very quiet. Zhou Wenjing sat beside her, not interrupting. Su Tang had originally wanted to come along, but was held back by Wen Jimiao to continue watching by Wei and the online trends. Before leaving, she had sent a dozen messages, the core message being, if anyone bullies you, record it, take screenshots, send them to me, and I will curse them out. Wen Jimiao couldn't help but laugh for a long time when she saw it. Half an hour later, Gu Mingzhang closed the documents. The chain of evidence is not yet complete, but it's enough to send the first lawyer's letter. What effect can it achieve? Wen Jimiao asked. First, to let the Wen family know that you are not leaving out of anger, but are formally initiating a recovery process. Second, to let the Lu family know that someone has taken over the old debts, and that they should not foolishly think they can use emotional ties to pressure you. Third, to force them to make a choice. Gu Mingzhang set down his pen. Either sit down and negotiate, or wait for us to continue our investigation. Zhou Wenjing added, continuing the investigation will reveal more than just financial issues. Wen Jimiao understood. What the Wen and Lu families feared most was not repaying debts. They feared their facade of dignity being torn apart. The so-called dignity of the wealthy often resembled a silk cloth draped over old debts. As long as no one lifts it, it will remain pristine forever. But now she intended to tear that layer away with her own hands. Gu Mingzhang looked at her. Miss Wen, I must clarify in advance. Pursuing compensation and litigation are not matters that can be won with a single phrase like in a light novel. The other party will delay pressure, use familial ties for coercion, and will publicly accuse you of being unfilial, greedy, and ungrateful. Wen Jimiao nodded. I understand. What if Madame Wen begs you in tears? That's her issue. What if your brothers come one by one to persuade you? Let them line up. Gu Mingzhang finally showed a hint of satisfaction. What if the Lu family brings up the marriage contract? Wen Jimiao lowered her eyes, her tone very calm. The marriage contract is cancelled. The debts must be repaid. There was a moment of silence in the conference room. Gu Mingzhang suddenly laughed. Good. He pulled out a blank delegation agreement. Then I will take it. When Wen Jimiao signed her name, there was not a trace of hesitation. The pen tip glided across the paper, leaving behind 3 clear characters. Wen Jimiao. Not the daughter of the Wen family. Not the fiancée of Lu Jingming. Just Wen Jimiao. An hour later, the first lawyer's letter was sent out from Mingzhang Law Firm. Recipient Wen Group Lu Group. CC Wen Qingya, current chairman of the Lu family, Lu Qinian. The content of the lawyer's letter was very restrained. There were no accusations, no insults, only a list of suspicious financial transactions, a preliminary evidence directory, negotiation deadlines, and a statement reserving the right to pursue further compensation in litigation. The more restrained it was, the more it resembled a knife. That evening at the Wen family villa, the dining table was already set with food, the chandelier casting a warm yellow light, and the servants quietly withdrew to the side. When Wen Qingya saw the lawyer's letter, his face immediately darkened. Lin Weiner sat beside him, her eyes still red. She had been extremely unsettled these past few days. The online uproar regarding Wen Ruotang's audio recording had not yet completely subsided, and now Wen Jimiao had moved out. She had initially thought that after a few days of cooling off, she could personally go pick her up and the mother-daughter relationship would naturally ease over time. But she did not expect what she received was not Wen Jimiao softening. It was the lawyer's letter. How could she do this? Lin Weiner's voice trembled. We are her biological parents. How could she have a lawyer send a letter to the family? Wen Qingya did not speak, only turned the lawyer's letter to the last page. Gu Mingzhang's signature was clear. He certainly knew this person. Gu Mingzhang had been notorious for being difficult in his youth, most adept at asset recovery and inheritance disputes. For any case he took on, unless the evidence was insufficient, he would never easily relent. That Wen Jimiao could find him. No. It should be said that the old lady had long prepared a backup for Wen Jimiao. A terrible darkness loomed in Wen Chengye's eyes. Wen Shubai was also in the living room. He had just returned from the hospital, still in his white coat. Upon hearing the words lawyer's letter, his first reaction was to frown. Was she instigated by Zhou Wenjing? Wen Qingya coldly said, what do you think Gu Mingzhang is? Without evidence he won't take the case. Wen Shubai was taken aback. Lin Weiner suddenly looked up. Evidence? What evidence? Wen Qingya fell silent. There were some old matters he never clearly explained to Lin Weiner. Back when the Wen family was under financial strain, they had indeed used money from Wen Shi. Later the accounts circulated through several hands. Some debts were not repaid, and some explanations were not made. At that time he thought, we are all family, why split so clearly? Moreover, Wen Jimiao was still a child of the Wen family. But now that child no longer wanted the Wen family. She had begun to settle the accounts. At the staircase, Wen Ruotang stood there, her face pale to the point of being almost transparent. When she heard Gu Mingzhang's name, her heart began to race. Gu Mingzhang. Grandmother. The ledger. How much had Wen Jimiao actually obtained? Lin Weiner saw her and hurriedly waved. Tang Tang, why are you down? You're not well, go back to your room to rest. Wen Ruotang forced a smile. Mom, I'm fine. I'm just worried about my sister. Wen Zubai's brow twitched slightly. In the past, he would have thought Wen Ruotang kind and sensible. But this time a segment of the audio recording that had leaked from the cafe suddenly flashed through his mind. If I collapsed right now, who do you think they would believe, you or me? His gaze lingered on Wen Ruotang's face for a moment. Wen Ruotang sensed it and tightened her heart. Second brother. Wen Shubai withdrew his gaze. It's nothing. But that brief pause felt like a needle piercing through Wen Ruotang's heart. She knew a crack. Wen Jimiao was not merely handling the ledger. She was also gradually dismantling the trust the Wen family had in her. Wen Qingya slammed the lawyer's letter onto the table. Call Wen Jimiao. Lin Weiner quickly picked up her phone. The call rang for a long time before it was answered. Jimiao. Madam Wen. On the other end of the line, Wen Jimiao's voice was very calm. Lin Weiner felt tears welling up. Why are you doing this? What can't be said at home? Why did you have a lawyer send a letter to the family? What are you trying to force your dad and me to do? The other end of the line was silent for 2 seconds. Then Wen Jimiao gently replied, Madam, when I no longer have a home to return to. Lin Weiner's face turned pale. How can you say that? Because this is what you taught me. Wen Jimiao did not raise her voice. When I was slandered, you made me apologize. When I presented evidence, you told me not to make a fuss. When I wanted an explanation, you told me to be understanding. Now I understand. So I don't cry, don't make a scene, and don't ask you to love me. I only want the accounts. The living room fell into an oppressive silence. Wen Shubai raised his head. Wen Ruotang's fingertips dug deeply into her palm. Lin Weiner opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. Wen Qingya took the phone, his voice cold. Wen Jimiao, do you really want to make things irreversible? Mr. Wen Jimiao's tone remained steady. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon at Mingzhang Law Firm. You may bring your lawyer. If you don't come, lawyer Gu will proceed with the next steps. Wen Qingya laughed angrily. Are you threatening me? This is not a threat. On the other end of the line, Wen Jimiao paused for a moment. This is a notification. After saying this, she hung up the phone. In the living room, everyone's faces turned ashen. When Ruotang stood at the staircase, truly feeling fear for the first time. The previous Wen Jimiao was most afraid of being abandoned by the Wen family. So when Ruotang only needed to cry softly to make her yield. But now when Jimiao no longer wanted the Wen family. A person with no demands is the hardest to control. What was even more terrifying was that she had the ledger, the lawyer, and Zhou Wenjing in her hands. When Ruotang turned and went upstairs, and after closing the door immediately dialed Bai Wei's number. Wei. Her voice was tight. Help me with something. Bai Wei, overwhelmed by the online backlash, was not. What's wrong again? When Ruotang bit her lip. We can't let Wen Jimiao continue investigating. What do you want to do? When Ruotang looked out the window, her gaze gradually turning cold. Isn't she most concerned about her grandmother? Then let everyone know that she's suing her biological parents for the. Bai Wei fell silent for 2 seconds. Are you still going to send it? When Ruotang closed her eyes. It's not me sending it. Find someone else to send it. Meanwhile, at Mingzhong law firm. When Jimiao placed her phone on the table, Gu Mingzhong glanced at her. Have you softened your heart? No. When Jimiao lowered her head, looking at the delegation agreement on the table. I just suddenly feel that my past self was pitiful. Gu Mingzhong did not ask what past life meant. He simply pushed a new document in front of her. Then don't. When Jimiao raised her eyes. The document's title was clearly written: Application Plan for Asset Recovery and Evidence Preservation. She picked up the pen. Outside, the night deepened. And the Wen family's villa, still lit, finally came to the realization for the first time. That daughter who once allowed them to dictate her life truly would not look back. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Su Tang's phone woke Wen Jimiao. Meow, something has happened. On the other end of the line, Su Tang's voice was low, but it couldn't hide the anger. Wen Jimiao opened her eyes. The sky outside was just brightening, and the apartment was very quiet. She had only slept for less than 4 hours after returning from Mingzhong law firm last night. Tell me. Suddenly a bunch of articles popped up online saying you are suing your biological parents for your grandmother's inheritance. Su Tang took a deep breath. The headlines are all disgusting. The phone quickly popped up several screenshots. The true heiress sues her biological parents right after returning to the wealthy family just to fight for her grandmother's inheritance. Adopted daughter. When Ruotang pushed to the brink, the Wen family's affection is outmatched by money. Is the severing of ties real? Is the money grab real? The aftermath of the wealthy family's recognition banquet has arrived. Each headline precisely hits the emotional points. Inheriting wealth. Suing parents. Pushing the adopted daughter. When Jimiao finished reading, her expression unchanged. Su Tang, however, was furious. Do we even need to ask? It must be Wen Ruotang and Bai Wei's doing. The lawyer's letter just arrived yesterday, and today they start playing the victim. Do they really think the whole internet is their fish pond? When Jimiao sat up and saved the screenshots one by one. Who published it first? An emotional gossip account called Jiangxing Night Talks. I checked, and it often reposts Bai Wei's socialite circle dynamics, and the tone is very much like that of her circle. Su Tang paused and added, but this time it's learned its lesson. It didn't directly mention Bai Wei, nor did it say when Ruotang asked it to post. Normal. When Jimiao got out of bed and poured a cup of warm water. Bai Wei suffered a loss at the cafe this time. They won't dare to stand in front of the camera themselves. So what should we do? Just release the recording. Or should I start cursing? No need for either. When Jimiao put down her cup. This time they are playing the angle of I sued my biological parents for the inheritance, so we need to clarify the situation. Su Tang quieted down. When Jimiao opened her computer. Gu Mingzhong had already sent her the first draft of the lawyer's statement for confirmation last night, and the content was very restrained, stating that when Jimiao, as a legitimate rights holder, entrusted the lawyer to pursue compensation and verification regarding her grandmother's financial transactions, asking related rumor-mongering accounts to stop spreading false information. At the time she thought she could wait a little longer. Now it seems there's no need to wait. She dialed Gu Mingzhang's number. Gu Mingzhong seemed to have anticipated this call. Did you see it? I saw it. Do you want to issue a statement? Yes. Sounds of documents flipping came from Gu Mingzhang's end. I suggest we issue 2 statements. The first on behalf of the law firm addressing the rumor-mongering accounts, demanding deletion and apology, and retaining the right to pursue responsibility. The second in your name, simply explaining that the target of the compensation is the financial transactions under your grandmother's name, not about inheriting wealth, and certainly not about suing your parents. When Jimiao asked, should I write the second one myself? You write the emotions, and I'll refine the boundaries. When Jimiao smiled a little. This lawyer Gu spoke steadily and understood communication well. She opened a blank document. Su Tang quietly asked on the other end of the phone, Meow, how are you going to write it? When Jimiao thought for a moment and said, I'll write for those willing to see the facts, not for those who curse at me. She typed the first line. I have not robbed anyone's inheritance. The second line. What I am investigating is the issue of my grandmother's funds being misappropriated, transferred, and not returned for a long time 20 years ago. The third line. Affection is not an eraser for accounts. Su Tang was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone. Then she said, "This line is good." Wen Zhimiao continued writing. If someone thinks that being harmed by biological parents and still having to remain silent is called filial piety, if someone thinks that a daughter who has been found should only continue to endure and be arranged, then she is worthy of recognition. Then I can only say I will no longer be that kind of person. I do not rob what does not belong to me. But what belongs to my grandmother, what belongs to me, I will no longer allow to be taken away. After finishing, she sent it to Gu Mingzhang. 5 minutes later, Gu Mingzhang replied with a revised version. He removed several words that could be easily misinterpreted while retaining the most critical sentences. Wen Zhimiao opened the social media platform's editing page. The evidence screenshots were already prepared. The summary of her grandmother's financial transactions with key information processed by Gu Mingzhang, which did not affect the proof's validity, but did not expose third-party identities. She pasted the text into the release box and checked the order of the images again. The cursor hovered over the publish button. Her finger hovered just above the screen, the fingertip less than half a centimeter from the glass. In the black editing box, she saw her blurred reflection. Her eyes slightly reddened from staying up late, her lips pressed into a line. She hadn't hesitated when writing those 3 lines, but at the moment she was about to press send, her finger felt as if it was gently held by something. It was not fear. It was solemnity. She clearly understood that once these lines of text and images appeared on the timeline, the door of the Wen family would be completely closed. All the words her grandmother left in her memory, she would express in her own way. Once she stepped out on this road, there would be no turning back. She took a deep breath and pressed down with determination. Her finger lightly pressed down with resolve. The tip of her finger touched the cool surface of the glass. The screen briefly darkened, and when it lit up again, it displayed sent. Sent successfully. She placed her phone on the table, screen up, without looking again. At 10 o'clock sharp, Mingzhang law firm released the statement. At the same time, Su Tang retweeted with her own account, adding, "Do not use affection as a fig leaf. It is only right to repay debts." She did not insult anyone. But this sentence was more cutting than curses. When Zhimiao watched the number of retweets gradually rise on the screen, her expression very calm. Not long after, the first rumor-mongering account began deleting comments. Soon after, someone dug up screenshots of Jiangxing night talks from years ago interacting with Bai Wei. The direction of the comments began to change. So it's about inheriting wealth by investigating grandmother's money. Affection is not an eraser for accounts. This line is a bit harsh. If there really is no problem, why doesn't the Wen family publicly disclose the accounts? Last time the fake Heiress recording wasn't clarified, and now they start playing the victim again. Su Tang excitedly sent a voice message. Meow meow. They are starting to investigate. Someone traced Bai Wei's alternate account through that gossip account. Before Wen Zhimiao could reply, Gu Mingzhang's call came in first. Miss, when the first batch of evidence preservation has been completed, including the earliest published accounts, retweet chains, deletion records, comment guidance, as well as 3 suspected sock puppet accounts. Next, do you want to just issue a warning or continue the pursuit? Wen Zhimiao looked at the screen with the title "Suing Parents for Inheritance" and felt her gaze grow colder. In her past life, she had been suffocated by such dirty water. In this life, she would not let anyone use rumors to condemn her. Continue the pursuit, she said. I want to know who was the first to spread this statement. On the other end of the phone, Gu Mingzhang chuckled. Good. Then I'll let them know that the lawyer's letter is not just for show. Meanwhile, in the Wen family's villa on the 2nd floor, when Ruotang sat in front of the bedroom floor-to-ceiling window, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtain, casting soft patches of light on the carpet. On the low table sat half a cup of flower tea and a mobile phone. She had just returned from the beauty salon, her mood originally quite good. Bai Wei had messaged saying the online sentiment was still under control. She casually refreshed her feed. The phone screen lit up. When Zhimiao's account had posted a new update. 3 lines of text. For screenshots. When Ruotang glanced over it, at first not thinking much of it. After reading the 2nd line, the corners of her brows slightly lifted. Upon reading the 3rd line, affection is not an eraser for accounts, her whole hand began to tremble. She continued scrolling down. Each word Wen Zhimiao wrote felt like nails driving deeper into the most vulnerable corners of her heart. She does not rob what does not belong to her. But what belongs to her grandmother, what belongs to her, she will no longer allow to be taken. When Ruotang suddenly stood up, her knee hit the edge of the low table, spilling the flower tea in the cup, soaking the white tablecloth. She did not reach for the cup. The phone slipped from her hand onto the sofa, screen up, those lines still glowing. Her eyelashes trembled fiercely. This was not the tone with which Wen Zhimiao would be easily subdued. This was the tone a person would use after deciding not to endure any longer. She bit her lip, dialing Bai Wei's number. No one answered. She dialed again. Still no one answered. The window was open, the wind blew in, and the sheer curtains swayed gently. When Ruotang stood still holding her phone, her knuckles turning white. She had originally thought Wen Jimiao would only issue a cold lawyer's statement and wait for the outcome properly. But she did not. She released the evidence. Not all of it, but enough for those who saw it to no longer pretend they hadn't seen. The phone began to vibrate. The first message. The second. The third. Caller ID mother. When Ruotang closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then pressed the answer key. Sunlight poured in from the window. Wen Jimiao closed her computer and stood up to change her clothes. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, Wen Xingye would go to Mingzhong law firm. Before that, she needed to make the Wen family see something clearly. The knife of public opinion can be wielded by Wen Ruotang. She can also find the person holding the knife through the hand. Bai Wei nearly spilled her coffee when she saw the lawyer's statement. She was sitting in the lounge of a beauty salon, having just completed a treatment with a layer of exquisite makeup still on her face. The statement on her phone screen felt like a slap hitting her hard. Mingzhong law firm entrusted by Ms. Wen Jimiao has preserved evidence regarding certain online accounts disseminating false information and maliciously guiding public opinion. If the relevant accounts do not promptly delete the false content, publicly clarify, and cease infringement, we will pursue legal responsibility according to the law. Bai Wei's expression instantly darkened. She instinctively clicked on several of her commonly used accounts. Delete posts. Delete comments. Cancel reshares. Once she completed the series of actions, she felt a slight sense of relief. But the next second, Su Tang's account updated. Some people delete quickly, but sorry, I screenshot faster. The post included a grid of 9 images. The earliest publication time, the res hair chain mutual follow records between several accounts, the original file watermark of the same picture, and screenshots of Bai Wei's small account previously sharing her main account's dynamics. Bai Wei's finger froze. She clicked into the comment section. Isn't this Bai Wei's small account? She previously flaunted the same bag. Laughing to death last time at the cafe, she was the one who secretly filmed with her phone, and this time it was her again. Deleting posts shows guilt, right? Why are the people around Wen Ruotang always so coincidental? Bai Wei's face felt hot. She immediately called Wen Ruotang. The first time no one answered. The second time still no answer. Bai Wei angrily sent a voice message. Wen Ruotang, what do you mean? Didn't you say you just wanted someone to spark some public discussion? A lawyer's letter has already arrived. Su Tang has dug up my small account. Shortly after sending the message, Wen Ruotang returned the call. Her voice was soft, tinged with exhaustion. Wei, I was taking medicine, just now didn't hear. Bai Wei sneered. Don't give me that. I know your health isn't good, but mine is even worse right now. The internet is digging up dirt on me. What do you plan to do? Wen Ruotang paused for a moment. Those accounts aren't yours, right? Bai Wei was taken aback. What do you mean? If they're not yours, just say you saw the information online and shared it casually. Wen Ruotang said gently. Wei, don't panic. When Jimiao wants to create chaos for us, she has no evidence proving you instigated it. Bai Wei felt a chill at these words. We sounded nice. When trouble truly arises, will Wen Ruotang's first reaction be to distance herself from Bai Wei or to save herself? Wen Ruotang, Bai Wei's voice deepened. This matter was something you asked me to help with. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Wen Ruotang's voice became even softer. Wei, I just told you I'm very upset. You care about me, so you'll speak for me. I never asked you to slander my sister. Bai Wei tightened her grip on her phone. This phrase was too familiar. In the past, she thought Wen Ruotang was smart and knew how to speak without leaving traces. But when this cleverness was aimed at herself, she realized how cold it could be. So now I'm the one acting on my own accord. That's not what I meant. Wen Ruotang quickly explained, I just mean we can't admit to it now. As long as we insist it's a misunderstanding by netizens, Wen Jimiao can't do anything to us. Bai Wei wanted to say something else, but suddenly the voice of the salon manager came from outside. Miss Bai, there are 2 people from Mingzhong law firm outside saying they want to deliver documents to you. Bai Wei's face paled. Wen Ruotang on the other end also heard. Her tone tightened. They came to find. Bai Wei gritted her teeth. What do you think? She hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and forced herself to walk outside. 2 young men in suits stood there. One of them handed over a document bag with an attitude so polite that it was beyond reproach. Miss Bai, we are commissioned by Mingzhong law firm to deliver a lawyer's letter and evidence preservation notice regarding the dissemination of false information by accounts associated with you. Several surrounding guests have already looked over. Bai Wei's face flushed. On what grounds do you say those accounts are related to me? The young lawyer's assistant smiled slightly. Specific evidence will be submitted in the subsequent procedure. This is just to notify you, please do not continue to delete, modify, or transfer related content and account data, as it may affect subsequent responsibility determination. Bai Wei's fingertips trembled. She had just deleted everything. The other party seemed to sense her panic and added, of course, we have also completed preliminary notarization for the deleted content. With that statement, the color drained from Bai Wei's face completely. She took the document bag, feeling as if those few sheets of paper were horrifyingly heavy. Meanwhile, Su Tang was sitting on the couch in Wen Zimio's apartment munching on an apple while looking through the comment section. She received the lawyer's letter. Su Tang's eyes crinkled with delight. Many people in the salon saw it, and someone has already anonymously leaked the news. Although there are no photos, the comment section is asking if it's Bai Wei. Wen Zimiao sat at the table reviewing the list of evidence sent by Gu Mingzhang. Don't spread the anonymous leak. I know. Su Tang raised her hand immediately. No spreading unverified content, no causing trouble for Lawyer Gu. After saying that, she couldn't help but mutter, but it feels really good. Wen Zimiao smiled slightly. Bai Wei won't admit it so quickly. Then let's continue to pursue. Su Tang tossed the apple core into the trash can. She used to badmouth you and Wen Ruotang in the circle. This is just the first blow. Wen Zimiao flipped to the last page of the evidence list. There was the name of an account. Tang Tang should be happy this account did not directly post the original press release, but led the narrative at key points. Every sentence it retweeted was quite cleverly timed. If it's truly grievances, why not go home and talk about it? Parents nurturing grace is greater than the sky, discussing money is really disheartening. Tang Tang has already been pitiful enough, can we stop pushing her further? When Zimiao looked at this account, her expression slightly cold. This tone did not resemble Bai Wei. Too familiar. Like when Ruotang. Su Tang leaned over and saw it too. Could this be when Ruotang's small account? We can't say that for now, but we can investigate. Su Tang's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. Leave it to the professionals. When Zimiao sent the account screenshot to Gu Mingzhang. Soon Gu Mingzhang replied. Received. First, preserve the evidence, do not publicly name it. When Zimiao replied with a good. She knew very well that it was not yet time to expose Wen Ruotang's small account. Bai Wei was just the first layer. The true mastermind still hid behind the tears. What she had to do was not rush to tear away that layer of tears. It was to layer the evidence properly. Layer it until even if Wen Ruotang cried again, no one would dare to easily believe her. In the evening, Bai Wei finally posted an update. Regarding today's online controversy, I am merely expressing my personal opinion based on publicly available information, and there is no malicious slander. There was no apology. No admission. The wording was all about clearing herself. Su Tang sneered directly upon seeing it. She really knows how to play Tai Chi. Wen Zimiao, however, was not surprised. She isn't writing this for us to see. Then who is it for? It's for Wen Ruotang to see. Su Tang paused for a moment, then quickly realized. Bai Wei was reminding Wen Ruotang, I haven't thrown you under the bus, but don't think you can push me out alone. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Wen Ruotang's call came through to Bai Wei. This time Bai Wei looked at the caller ID and hesitated to pick up. She suddenly realized that the relationship between her and Wen Ruotang was no longer that intimate sisterhood of the past. They were now more like two people standing in the same leaky boat. Whoever gets their ankles wet first might push the other down. Bai Wei gritted her teeth and ultimately answered the call. When Ruotang's weak voice came through. Wei, don't be mad at me. I was just too scared. Bai Wei looked at the lawyer's letter on the table and suddenly asked Tang Tang, please be honest with me. What will the account book in Wen Zimio's hands reveal? On the other end of the line, when Ruotang's breath paused for a moment. This time Bai Wei heard it. At 2:55 in the afternoon, Wen Xingye arrived at the Mingzhang law firm. He was not alone. Accompanying him were the head of the legal department of the Wen Group and an external lawyer. Lin Weiner also arrived, her eyes slightly red, her complexion haggard. When Bai stayed by her side, his brows furrowed. Wen Zimiao was not surprised. In an occasion where they truly needed to negotiate and review evidence, when Ruotang's tears would be of no use. Of course she would not come. When the conference room door opened, Wen Xingye first saw Gu Mingzhang. Gu Mingzhang sat next to the main seat, several documents spread before him with that old fountain pen still at hand. He raised his eyes, his expression calm. President Wen. Wen Xingye's face was grim. Lawyer Gu, long time no see. Indeed, it has been a long time. Gu Mingzhang said the last time I saw President Wen was when Madame Shun was still alive. Madame Shun. Wen Zimio's grandmother. As soon as this title was uttered, Wen Xingye's expression became somewhat unnatural. Lin Weiner was momentarily taken aback. She seldom heard anyone mention Wen Zimio's grandmother. In the past years of the Wen family, that old woman had always been downplayed by Wen Xingye as stubborn in character, difficult to get along with, and having misunderstandings about the Wen family. But when Gu Mingzhang mentioned her, there was not a hint of disdain in his tone. Wen Zimiao sat to the right of Gu Mingzhang with only a notebook and a pen before her. She did not stand up, nor did she call for her parents. Wen Xingye noticed this, and his expression grew even darker. Lin Weiner couldn't help but speak first. Zimiao, we are not here to argue with you today. Then let's discuss serious matters. Wen Zimio's voice was very calm. Lin Weiner was left speechless, her eyes turning red again. Wen Xingye placed the file bag on the table. Lawyer Gu, it doesn't look good for the Wen family's affairs to escalate to the level of lawyers, does it? Gu Mingzhang opened the documents. President Wen, if this were merely a family matter, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Wen Xingye frowned. Gu Mingzhang pushed a directory over. This is not about personal grudges or mother-daughter quarrels. This concerns the funds under Madame Shun that were repeatedly allocated and transferred to accounts related to the Wen family 20 years ago, and the issue of asset recovery flowing through intermediary companies to the Liu family. He paused, raising his eyes. Family ties are not a clause for exemption. The conference room fell silent for a moment. The head of Wen's legal department's expression changed slightly as he lowered his head to look at the directory. Lin Weiner stared at Wen Qingye in astonishment. What funds? Wen Qingye did not answer. Wen Shubai also looked at his father. When he heard the words evidence last night, he had already felt something was off. But until Gu Mingzhang made it so clear, he had not realized that this matter might not be simply Wen Jimiao being stirred up by outsiders. Gu Mingzhang continued, "We are currently only presenting the preliminary directory. The original data has been electronically collected and backed up and will undergo an audit subsequently. The reason we invited President Wen today is to hope that the Wen family can provide a reasonable explanation for these financial transactions before the formal lawsuit." Wen Qingye replied coldly, "The accounts from 20 years ago are mostly incomplete. You think you can force the Wen family to acknowledge the accounts with a directory of unclear origins?" Gu Mingzhang chuckled. President Wen has misunderstood. He pushed the second document forward. "It is to give you a chance to explain before you acknowledge the accounts." Wen Qingye opened the document, and his expression gradually changed. It was not a complete account book, but it listed the dates, amounts, responsible persons, and names of related companies. He recognized a few entries. Not because they were the largest amounts, but because that money had saved the Wen family during a particularly tough cash flow period. At that time, he had indeed considered repaying it later. But the Wen family had recovered, the Liu family had risen, and when old Madame Shun passed away, Wen Jimiao was left to fend for herself. This account had been tacitly buried by everyone. Over the years, the Wen family has not neglected Jimiao. Wen Qingye closed the document, his tone growing heavier. She is the daughter of the Wen family, and everything from the Wen family will naturally have a share for her. Now she has been incited by outsiders, and as soon as she returns, she brings up old accounts. Don't you think, Lawyer Gu, that this is too hasty? When Jimiao finally raised her eyes. Mr. Wen. Her voice was very soft. Whether or not I will have a share in the Wen family's future is just empty words you use to placate me. The fact that my grandmother's money was taken by someone is a matter that has already occurred in the accounts. She looked at Wen Qingye. Empty words cannot outweigh old accounts. Lin Weiner turned pale. Jimiao, must you speak to your father this way? Wen Jimiao turned to look at her. How should I say it then? Lin Weiner was stumped. When Jimiao asked, should I say that Dad has worked hard? Should I say that the Wen family is in trouble? Should I say we are all family and shouldn't hold grudges? Each sentence seemed to preemptively stifle what Lin Weiner had wanted to say. When Jimiao continued, Ms. Lin, if it were when Ruotang's grandmother's money being used back then, and 20 years later when Ruotang came back to claim it, would you also tell her not to hold grudges? Lin Weiner's lips moved, but she could not answer. When Shubai suddenly looked at his mother, he realized that he too could not answer. Gu Mingzhang did not allow the emotions to continue to spread. He tapped the table. Today we will discuss 3 matters. First, does the Wen family acknowledge the financial transactions with Madame Shen 20 years ago? Secondly, is the Wen family willing to cooperate with the audit? Thirdly, is the Wen family willing to cease any defamation and public opinion manipulation against Ms. Wen Jimiao during the audit period? The Wen legal team frowned. The third point has no direct relation to asset recovery. Gu Mingzhang looked at him. It does. He pushed over a new document. This morning, regarding the false information about Ms. Wen stealing inheritance to sue her parents, has completed evidence preservation. Some accounts show a high correlation with the Wen family and Ms. Wen Ruotang's social circle. If it continues to spread, we will treat it as evidence of interference with asset recovery and malicious damage to the party's reputation. The conference room fell silent once more. Lin Weiner instinctively said Tang Tang wouldn't do such a thing. When Jimiao did not look at her. When Shubai, however, raised his eyes. In his mind, that recording echoed again. If I fall now, who do you think they will believe, you or me? His fingertips tightened slightly. Wen Qingye clearly did not want to discuss Wen Ruotang here. I need time to verify. Gu Mingzhang nodded. That's fine. How long? 3 days. The Wen legal team immediately said 3 days is too short. Gu Mingzhang calmly looked at him. 20 years is long enough. With this statement, even Wen Chengye's expression darkened significantly. When Jimiao lowered her gaze, gently twirling the pen in her hand. In her past life, she had looked down countless times under the gazes of the Wen family. This time she sat here watching them face the account books for the first time. It turned out that not crying or making a scene did not mean lacking strength. The sound of evidence being placed on the table was far louder than tears. Before the meeting concluded, Lin Weiner finally couldn't hold back. Jimiao. When Jimiao looked at her, Lin Weiner had tears in her eyes. Are you really unwilling to give the family a little time? When Jimiao paused for a few seconds. Then she said, I have given it. Lin Weiner was stunned. In my past life. Wen Zhimiao paused, swallowing those two words, before I had given you all many chances. Each time you made me understand. Now it's your turn to understand. Lin Weiner's face turned pale. Wen Xingye stood up. Let's go. Wen Shubai supported Lin Weiner, looking back at Wen Zhimiao before leaving. In that glance for the first time, there was not just reproach. There was also a hint of unexplainable confusion. Wen Zhimiao did not avoid it. She knew that the rift had begun, but it was still not enough. The Wen family was merely shaken, not regretting. And what she wanted was never their regret. What she wanted was accountability. After the conference room door closed, Gu Mingzhang closed the documents. Well done. Wen Zhimiao asked, will Wen Xingye cooperate? Not so quickly. Gu Mingzhang capped the pen. But he will investigate. Once he finds that old accounts indeed exist, he will take the second step. What? Gu Mingzhang looked out the window. To find the Liu family to share the pressure. Wen Zhimiao understood. The first net had already been cast. Next, wait for the fish to come crashing in. Wen Zhimiao arrived at Mingzhang law firm 20 minutes earlier than scheduled. She paused in front of the glass door in the lobby, feeling nervous as she spotted someone who shouldn't be there at this time. Shang Du stepped out of the elevator, his suit jacket draped over his arm, quietly discussing something with the person behind him. He noticed her, his gaze resting on her face for less than a second, and he nodded slightly, without stopping his stride. Wen Zhimiao nodded back and stepped aside to let him pass. In those brief seconds of their encounter, neither spoke. However, the reflection in the glass door showed that Shang Du's pace slowed just a beat as he walked away. Wen Zhimiao did not turn back. She pressed the elevator button, thinking lightly. So he was meeting a lawyer at this time as well. After leaving Mingzhang law firm, Lin Weiner had remained silent the entire way. The car was oppressively quiet. Wen Xingye sat in the back seat, his expression dark, still clutching the financial list given to him by Gu Mingzhang. Wen Shubai sat in the front passenger seat, glancing at his father several times through the rearview mirror, but ultimately remained silent. It was not until the car drove into the One family's villa area that Lin Weiner softly asked, Xingye, is that money real? Wen Xingye's fingers paused. What do you mean, real or not? Lawyer Gu said that 20 years ago the Wen family used money under my mother's name. Why didn't I know about this? Lin Weiner's voice trembled. Wen Xingye frowned. The matter back then was very complicated. Complicated enough that you've never mentioned it to me. Lin Weiner looked at him. She wasn't completely ignorant about the company's affairs. However, over the years, Wen Xingye had always told her that her grandmother had a poor relationship with the Wen family due to her strong personality and controlling nature, unwilling to accept the Wen family's arrangements. Lin Weiner believed him. Therefore, she rarely mentioned her grandmother in front of Wen Zhimiao. But today the list presented by Gu Mingzhang was like a key, suddenly opening a door she had never seen before. It turned out that it wasn't a misunderstanding on her grandmother's part regarding the Wen family. Rather, the Wen family had indeed failed to clarify certain matters. Wen Xingye rubbed his temples. Wan back, then the Wen family's financial chain had problems, and your mother did indeed help. But that was a transaction between two families, not what outsiders call an encroachment. So it hasn't been returned. The car fell silent again, and Lin Weiner's face gradually paled. She had already heard the answer from the silence. Wen Shubai also turned his head. That it hasn't been returned. Wen Chengye's expression darkened. What do you understand? Company accounts are not as simple as 1 + 1. Many of the funds back then were investments and collaborations, not loans. Then why did Gu Mingzhang dare to send a lawyer's letter? Wen Shubai asked. Wen Xingye shot him a cold look. Are you questioning me now? Wen Shubai fell silent. He was not on Wen Zhimiao's side. At least not at this moment. Yet the doctor's professional habit made him particularly sensitive to the term evidence. If Gu Mingzhang didn't have confidence, he wouldn't sit in that conference room and say those things. Nor would he give the Wen family 3 days to verify. The car stopped. Lin Weiner got out first. Wen Ruotang was already waiting in the living room. She was wearing a light-colored home dress, her face pale, eyes slightly red, and holding a cup of hot water. Mom. She hurriedly approached. How did it go? Did my sister make things difficult for you? Lin Weiner, if it were before hearing this, would have made her think that Tang Tang was sensible, concerned about the family at the first. But today, perhaps because of Gu Mingzhang's remark that family ties are not a waiver clause, she suddenly felt, Tang Tang, you should go rest in your room first. Wen Ruotang was taken aback. Mom. Lin Weiner rubbed her temples. I'm a bit tired. Wen Ruotang's eyes flickered with a hint of unease. She looked at Wen Shubai. Second brother, did my sister say something again? Wen Shubai did not immediately comfort her as he usually would. He merely stared at her. Tang Tang. Wen Ruotang's heart tightened. What is it? Wen Shubai asked, is that recording from the cafe really fake? The air in the living room instantly froze. Wen Ruotang's cup trembled, almost spilling the hot water. Lin Weiner snapped her gaze towards Wen Shubai. Shubai, why are you suddenly asking this? Wen Shubai did not answer his mother. He continued to look at Wen Ruotang. I'm only asking you, is it fake? Wen Ruotang's eyes immediately reddened. Second brother, do you not believe me anymore? She had said this many times before, and each time it was effective. But this time when Shubai did not immediately relent, the phrase from the recording echoed repeatedly in his mind. If I fall now, who do you think they'll believe, you or me? As a doctor, he was too familiar with the state of mind reflected in that voice. It was not confusion born from desperation. It was certainty, a certainty that everyone would believe her. What I'm asking about is the recording when Zubai's voice lowered, not whether I believe you or not. When Ruatang's, I don't know. I was feeling terrible that day when my sister suddenly came back and everyone was watching us. I was afraid she would hate me, and I was also afraid that you wouldn't want me. She sniffed. I might have said the wrong thing, but I really didn't mean to harm my sister. Saying the wrong thing. Those 3 words were quite clever. She neither acknowledged that the recording was real nor insisted that it was fake. When Shubai picked up on it, Lin Weiner did too. She stared blankly at Wen Ruatang for the first time, unsure of what to say. When Ruatang sensed something was off in the atmosphere, her face growing even paler. She set down her cup and suddenly pressed her hand against her chest. Mom, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Lin Weiner instinctively moved to support her. But when Shubai spoke first, where do you feel unwell? When Ruatang stiffened. When Zubai's tone was that of a doctor inquiring about a patient. Calm professional lacking the previous frantic concern. I feel pressure in my chest, when Ruatang said softly. What's your heart rate? Do you feel dizzy? Is there any difficulty in breathing? When Ruatang couldn't answer, she could only shed tears more urgently. Second brother, do you doubt that I'm unwell too? When Shubai fell silent. In the past, when Ruatang said she felt unwell, he would immediately stand by her side. Because she was in poor health, because she had been sheltered her whole life, because everyone said Tang Tang could not be stimulated. But today he suddenly recalled the question Wen Jimiao had asked at the recognition banquet. Just because she was physically weak, did that mean everything she said was true? At that time he felt Wen Jimiao was aggressive. Now reflecting on it, he found it impossible to refute. Lin Weiner helped Wen Ruatang sit down, her heart still aching, but now mixed with an indescribable confusion. Wen Xingye entered from the door, and upon seeing this scene his expression darkened further. That's enough. He threw the file bag onto the coffee table. This is not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. Trivial matters. Wen Ruatang sighed in relief internally. However, when Shubai frowned, Dad, the recording is not a trivial matter. Wen Xingye shot him a cold glance. What do you want? Do you want the whole family to continue infighting over a recording? Currently, Wen Jimiao was pressing them against the wall with the account book and the lawyer's letter, while the Liu family was also inquiring about the situation. Do you still have the energy to get caught up in who tripped? Lin Weiner turned even paler. The Liu family knows too. The lawyer's letter was copied to Liu Qinian. Wen Xingye suppressed his anger. He just called me asking what Wen Jimiao has obtained. When Ruatang's fingers tightened suddenly, the Liu family had been dragged into this as well. Would Liu Jingming blame her? Wen Xingye glanced at her. Tang Tang. When Ruatang immediately sat up straight. Dad, for the next few days do not post anything online, and do not let Bai Wei speak recklessly. When Ruatang's face went pale. I didn't. Wen Xingye interrupted her. Whether you did or not, stop it. This statement made Wen Ruatang feel even more anxious than any reprimand.
苏晨没有参与，打开购物网站，开始消费起来。今天激活系统获得了1000万的巨款，还没有消费过。
But her hands resting on her knees, she couldn't stop. When Jimiao had the account book, the lawyer, and Zhou Wenjing. If she did nothing, she would only be gradually pushed into a corner. That night when Ruatang returned to her room, Bai Wei had sent her a dozen messages, the last one containing just a single sentence: if you don't tell the truth, soon I'll find a way myself. When Ruatang stared at that line for a long time. If it were before, she would have replied to Bai Wei to keep her calm, then use a secondary account to post a suggestive message to guide public opinion. But today she did not. She opened another chat window on her phone, when Zubai's. She deleted the typed message 3 times, ultimately sending second brother today. Dad, said the Liu family also received the lawyer's letter. How much does Jingming brother know about sister inviting Gu Mingzhang? Can you help me ask? I'm not trying to meddle, just afraid sister might be used by the Liu family. She did not ask Wen Shubai whether he believed her. What she wanted was for him to trust her. After asking, when Zubai's focus would shift from is Tang Tang lying to what is the Liu family's attitude towards Wen Jimiao. First, let the fire burn towards others so that the temperature on her side could cool down. After sending the message, she deleted the chat history with Wen Shubai, and then replied to Bai Wei, wait for me 2 more days. I'll tell you what to post then. Then she turned off her phone and sat in the dark for a long time without turning on the light. The street light outside shone in, falling on the back of her clenched hand. When Ruatang felt as if she was standing on the edge of a massive chessboard, when Jimiao on the other side having already lost 3 pieces. Yet she had few pieces in hand, and each one had to land in the right spot. She closed her eyes. Not a single piece could be wasted. She opened her eyes, reopened her contacts, and found a number she hadn't contacted in a long time. The note had only 2 characters: journalist. When Ruatang closed her eyes briefly and dialed the number, Once the call connected, her voice was so soft it seemed like it could shatter. Hello, I have a story about the true daughter of the Wen family, but I cannot go public. The night outside was deep. When Ruotang looked at her pale face reflected on the glass, and for the first time felt as if she was standing on a path that was narrowing increasingly. But she could no longer turn back. She could not afford to lose. Wen Zhimiao could forsake the Wen family. She could not. The next morning, Bai Wei did not wait for Wen Ruotang to respond. She sat at home flipping through the documents sent by Mingzhang law firm over and over again, growing increasingly anxious. The language in the lawyer's letter was not overly aggressive, yet every word was precise. Related accounts, false information, evidence preservation, legal responsibilities. These words pierced through Bai Wei like fine needles, making her restless. Usually she spoke freely in the socialite circle, having said quite a bit for Wen Ruotang. In the past, no one had ever pursued her for those words, as they had dissipated like fog once spoken. But this time was different. Wen Zhimiao did not retaliate online. Wen Zhimiao had hired a lawyer. This made Bai Wei realize for the first time that the words she had spoken were no longer mere gossip within the circle. They could become evidence. She opened the chat box with Wen Ruotang. The message from yesterday, if you don't speak the truth, I will find a way, myself, still lingered there. Wen Ruotang had not replied. Bai Wei let out a cold laugh. In the past, when Wen Ruotang needed her a simple way only you understand me would push her to the forefront. Now that trouble had struck, Wen Ruotang had gone quiet. After some thought, she sent a direct message. Tang, I can say it was a misunderstanding, but you need to help me prove that I did not intend to slander. This time Wen Ruotang replied quickly. Wei, of course I will help you. Bai Wei read this message yet felt not an ounce of reassurance. She asked, how will you help? Wen Ruotang was in the Wen family's room. Light pink wallpaper, a few plush dolls piled on the bedside, and the dressing table meticulously arranged with various bottles and jars, the entire room exquisite like a sample room. She looked at Bai Wei's message, her fingertips paused for a long time. How to help? She certainly could not publicly acknowledge that those articles were related to her. Nor could she admit that Bai Wei was speaking on her behalf. She could already sense Wen Zubai's suspicions and when Xingye had advised her not to act recklessly. If she stood up now to support Bai Wei, it would be equivalent to presenting herself to Wen Zhimiao. Wen Ruotang slowly typed, I will talk to my mother, making her believe that you are not malicious. The situation online should be handled carefully. Do not respond any further. Bai Wei read this and nearly laughed in anger. Believe she is not malicious. What use is that? Would Mingzhang law firm retract the lawyer's letter simply because Lin Wan believed she was not malicious? Unable to hold back, Bai Wei replied, what I want is a solution, not for your mother to believe me. After sending this message, Wen Ruotang did not reply again. Bai Wei threw her phone onto the sofa. She finally understood that Wen Ruotang was not without options. It was that she did not want to involve herself. Meanwhile, Su Tang sent a screenshot of Bai Wei's if there are any inappropriate expressions post to Wen Zhimiao. She backed down, but not completely. Wen Zhimiao was looking at the evidence preservation list sent by Gu Mingzhang. She replied normal. Su Tang, aren't you angry? Wen Zhimiao, the longer she avoids apologizing now, the more it will hurt later. Su Tang sent a clapping emoji. I now understand you really aren't in a hurry. Wen Zhimiao smiled at this message. It's not that I'm not in a hurry. It's that I was overly anxious in my past life. In her past life, every time she was slandered, she was eager to explain, to prove, to make others believe her. But the more anxious she became, the more it appeared like she was guilty. In this life, she learned to wait. To wait for the other party to say one more word, to make one more mistake, to leave behind a little more evidence. At noon, when Xu Bai returned to the Wen family to pick up documents from the hospital. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Wen Ruotang sitting on the sofa, her face pale, with a box of medicine beside her. Lin Wan was accompanying her, her eyes filled with concern. What's wrong now? Wen Xu Bai asked. Wen Ruotang looked up, her eyes reddened. It's nothing, maybe I just didn't sleep well last night. Lin Wan sighed. There's been too much going on these past few days. Tang's health has always been weak. When Xu Bai approached and glanced at the medicine box, it contained ordinary vitamins and sleep aids. He asked, where do you feel uncomfortable? When Ruotang stiffened slightly. In the past, her second brother wouldn't ask like this. He would first say, I'll take you to the hospital, or don't worry, your second brother is here. But now he seemed to be inquiring about her condition. Just a bit of chest tightness. Last night, it was also chest tightness. When Ruotang's tears surged up instantly. Second brother, do you think I'm pretending? Lin Wan immediately frowned. Xu Bai, how can you ask like that? When Xu Bai remained silent for 2 seconds. In the past, he would have immediately apologized. But today, he simply put down the medicine box. I didn't say you're pretending. I'm a doctor. You say you feel unwell. I need to know the specific symptoms. Tears hung on when Ruotang's eyelashes stuck between falling and not falling. She suddenly realized that her tears didn't seem to work as well as they used to. Lin Wan watched this scene, her heart also in turmoil. She wanted to protect Wen Ruotang. But the documents from the Gu Mingzhang meeting And when Zimeo's words, when using my grandmother's money, we were family, why am I an outsider, when retrieving me, kept swirling in her mind. For the first time, she didn't immediately blame Wen Shubai. When Ruotang observed everything and felt her heart sinking little by little, she could no longer wait. Wen Xingye returned before lunch. When he entered, Lin Wan had already gone upstairs to rest, leaving only Wen Ruotang alone on the sofa. She heard footsteps and immediately looked up, her eyes welling up at the right moment. Eldest brother. Wen Xingye glanced at her. Just a glance. Then he turned away, not the previous kind of helpless avoidance, not slowly shifting his gaze to give her time to remedy the situation. His face turned directly to the other side, as if looking at something outside the window, yet also seeming to look at nothing at all. Tears still clung to Wen Ruotang's eyelashes. She was stunned. In the past, even if her eldest brother was impatient, he would at least sigh first, say don't cry, and let his gaze linger for at least a second. But this time he didn't even give her that second. Her expression changed. A mix of grievance and anger surged up, leaving her standing there in confusion, as if the firm ground beneath her feet had been pulled away. Wen Xingye never turned back. He simply said lightly, it's time for lunch. Then he walked directly toward the dining room, without looking at her again. Wen Ruotang sat on the sofa as her tears gradually dried. She reached up to touch her face, feeling for the first time that those tears had become unfamiliar. In the afternoon, a new explosive report appeared on the local forum. The title was even harsher than before. Insider reveals the true daughter of the Wen family forces the adopted daughter to move out after returning and claims compensation from her biological parents using her grandmother's inheritance, causing Wen's mother to be hospitalized from heartbreak. The accompanying image was a blurry, candid shot. In the photo, Lin Wan sat on the living room sofa, bowing her head to wipe her tears. The angle was cleverly captured, making her appear particularly haggard. Su Tang nearly crushed her phone in anger upon seeing this. How dare they? Wen Jimao's gaze turned cold as she stared at the photo. This photo was not something outsiders could capture. It was the Wen family's living room. Lin Wan was crying. This angle could only have leaked from within the Wen family. Su Tang quickly realized. Did Wen Ruotang send this? Not necessarily sent by her personally. Wen Jimao zoomed in on the photo and noticed the faint light pink dress in the bottom right corner. It was very subtle, but sufficient. But the photo must have originated from her. Su Tang immediately asked, should we post it? Not yet. Wen Jimao saved the screenshot. This time we won't let her mess up online. Su Tang was stunned. Then where do we let her mess up? Wen Jimao raised her eyes. In front of the Wen family. At 8 o'clock that evening, Wen Shubai received an anonymous email. The email contained only 3 images. The first was a screenshot of the forum report. The second was an enlarged image of the light pink dress in the bottom right corner of the report. The third was a photo of Wen Ruotang wearing the same dress in the living room the night before. There were no words. No accusations. Yet it was more glaring than any accusation. Wen Shubai's expression changed gradually as he looked at the screen. He looked up, glancing toward Wen Ruotang's room upstairs. The faint light of the light pink lamp seeped from under the door. It seemed the person inside had not yet slept. Wen Shubai held his phone for the first time, not immediately seeking a reason for her. Meanwhile, in the room, Wen Ruotang was still unaware that the explosive report she had someone send out had circled around and returned to the Wen family's hands. Lu Jingming's expression was not pleasant when his father called him back to the Lu family's old residence. In the past few days, he had hardly slept well. First, there was the public break with Wen Jimiao at the recognition banquet, followed by the recording incident at the cafe, and then the embarrassment at the auction. Now even his father summoned him home because of a lawyer's letter. The Lu family's old residence was quieter than the Wen family. The dark wooden doors stood heavily, and at the end of the long corridor hung several old paintings, their frames glimmering with a cold, dark golden light. As Lu Jingming's shoes treaded on the carpet, there was no sound, which made him acutely aware of his own increasingly short breaths. Lu Qinian sat in the study, a photocopy of a letter from Mingzhong law firm placed before him. He was already over 50, his hair unnaturally black with eyebrows and eyes somewhat resembling Lu Jingming, though his presence was heavier. The attire of the old-fashioned wealthy man was meticulous. His cufflinks glinted coldly under the light. When Lu Jingming entered, he did not look up. Have you been getting too close to Wen Ruotang recently? Lu Jingming was taken aback. Dad, Tang Tang is just. I asked you, is it true? Lu Jingming fell silent for a moment. Yes. Only then did Lu Qinian lift his gaze. Do you know what Wen Jimiao has in her hands now? Lu Jingming frowned. She was simply provoked by Zhou Wenjing using some old grievances to frighten people. Lu Qinian threw the documents in front of him, the metallic cufflinks reflecting a blinding light. Frightened, the pages scattered. Lu Jingming lowered his head and saw several lines of amounts and dates, his expression changing slightly. These are troubles left over from your grandfather's generation. Lu Qinian said coldly, they should have been buried in the old accounts long ago. Now that Wen Jimiao has brought Gu Mingzhong back into the picture, things are not so simple. Lu Jingming clenched the documents. The Wen family will handle it. If the Wen family could handle it, they wouldn't have sent the lawyer's letter here. Lu Qinian looked at him, his gaze cold enough to chill. Jingming, I arranged for you to marry the Wen family for profit, not to have you act as Wen Ruotang's flower protector. Lu Jingming's face darkened. Tang Tang is not that kind of person. Lu Qinian let out a short laugh devoid of warmth. You still defend her at this point? Dad, I've listened to that recording from the recognition banquet. Lu Qinian interrupted him. Someone who can plan a fall before a banquet can surely design grievances in front of you. Lu Jingming's face turned pale. This statement felt like a needle piercing the part of him he had been unwilling to face for the past few days. Of course he had heard the recording, and he certainly knew what Wen Ruotang had said in that recording. Yet he had grown accustomed to believing in Wen Ruotang. He had been used to seeing her as that fragile, kind-hearted, and needing protection person. To acknowledge that she could scheme would mean admitting that he might have been misjudging people all these years. Lu Jingming was unwilling to accept it. Lu Qinian, however, did not care whether he was willing or not. From today onward, stay out of the Wen family's private matters. What about the marriage contract? Lu Jingming blurted out. Lu Qinian looked at him. Wen Jimiao has already publicly canceled the marriage contract. She was just throwing a tantrum. Do you think it's still the time when she was begging the Wen family and the Lu family? Lu Qinian's voice deepened. She has the account books, Gu Mingzhang Zhou Wenjing, and now she has connection. Can't you see whether she's throwing a tantrum or not? The mention of Shang Du made Lu Jingming's face turn even worse. On the day of the auction, Shang Du's people had invited Wen Jimiao upstairs for tea. This matter was like a thorn piercing into his heart. He was unwilling to admit that after leaving the Wen family, Wen Jimiao had not been as embarrassing as he had imagined. Instead, she stood in a place he could not reach. Lu Qinian pushed another document over. Mingzhang law firm rejected our private communication this morning. Lu Jingming was taken aback. You already sent someone. Of course. Lu Qinian said coldly, but Gu Mingzhang only accepts formal written negotiations, not private settlements. Lu Jingming frowned. What do they want? First, confirm the existence of the old debts. Second, cooperate with the audit. Third, stop the rumors. Lu Qinian's gaze fell on Lu Jingming's face as he mentioned the third point. For this third point, you'd better go back and ask Wen Ruotang. Lu Jingming's expression darkened slightly. She won. Don't tell me she won again. Lu Qinian finally showed some anger. What you need to do now is to clarify how much evidence Wen Jimiao actually has. Lu Jingming closed his eyes. He'll go find her. Who are you looking for? Wen Jimiao. Lu Qinian stared at him. Remember, you are going to negotiate. If you still think she will bend down just because of your words, you might as well not go. Lu Jingming did not respond. He picked up the documents and turned to leave the study. As he reached the door, Lu Qinian suddenly spoke up. Also, keep your distance from Wen Ruotang. Lu Jingming paused. Lu Qinian's voice was indifferent. The Lu family can marry into the Wen family, but cannot be dragged down by a foster daughter. This statement was heavy. Lu Jingming tightened his grip on the doorknob, but ultimately did not refute it. After leaving the Lu family's old residence, he sat in the car and called Wen Ruotang. The call connected quickly. Brother Jingming. Wen Ruotang's voice was still soft, but carried a hint of caution. Hearing her address made Lu Jingming feel suddenly estranged. Tang Tang. He asked, do those online messages about Wen Jimiao seizing the inheritance have anything to do with you? There was silence on the other end. It was so brief it was almost negligible. But Lu Jingming heard it. Wen Ruotang's voice was soft, as she said, Brother Jingming, do you doubt me too? If it had been before, upon hearing this, Lu Jingming would have immediately softened his heart. But today he recalled his father's words. He also remembered Wen Jimiao swaying her phone in the corridor at the auction, saying using the same trick twice is not clever. He remained silent for a while. I just want to hear you tell the truth. Wen Ruotang held the phone, her fingertips turning white. Another one. Even Lu Jingming was starting to demand the truth from her. She lowered her eyes, her voice choked. I didn't. I was just too upset and might have complained a bit to my friends. They felt sorry for me and spoke for me. Still this set of reasoning. Lu Jingming suddenly felt exhausted. Tong Tong, don't let others spread this anymore. A barely perceptible panic flashed in Wen Ruotang's eyes. I really didn't. My dad already knows about the lawyer's letter. Lu Jingming interrupted her. The Lu family will not waste time with your Wen family over these public opinions. This statement was like a bucket of cold water poured over her. Wen Ruotang's face instantly turned pale. Brother Jingming, what do you mean by that? It means don't provoke Wen Jimiao anymore. After finishing, Lu Jingming hung up the phone. The car fell silent. He looked out the window, his throat rolling. His fingertips tapped the steering wheel twice before stopping, his back pressed against the seat, a layer of cold sweat clinging to his shirt. Meanwhile, on the other end, Wen Ruotang stared at the hung-up call, feeling cold all over. Lu Jingming was also retreating. Bai Wei was also retreating. When Shubai began to doubt her, Lin Weiner fell silent, and when Xinya started to warn her. All the people who once surrounded her seemed to be gradually pried apart by Wen Jimiao. She could not wait. She picked up her phone and dialed the journalist number from last night. No need to send the article. The other party was taken aback. Miss Wen. When Ruotang bit her lip. Shane, don't write about Wen Jimiao suing her parents. Write that she has someone backing her. The journalist asked who. When Ruotang closed her eyes. Images from that night at the auction flashed in her mind where Shang Du had invited Wen Jimiao upstairs. She softly said Shang Du. There was silence on the other end for a full 3 seconds. The news about Mr. Shang is not something to easily touch. When Ruotang's voice lowered. Then don't write it too clearly. Just write that after she left the Wen family, she quickly climbed up to a new support. Let people guess for themselves. After hanging up the phone when Ruotang leaned against the edge of the bed, her face pale. She knew this step was very dangerous. But she had no other way. Wen Jimiao had account books, lawyers, and Zhou Wenjing. If even Shang Du stood on her side, Wen Ruotang would truly have nothing left. She had to drag Wen Jimiao back into the mud before everyone completely sided with her. Even if this time she had to confront Shang Du. She looked down at her fingers, remaining silent. She slightly tilted her head, and the light outside the window cast upon her face. Her fingers gently tapped twice on the edge of the table, as if counting time. When Wen Jimiao received the call from Shang Du, she was examining the evidence catalog at Mingzhang law firm. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. She answered. The voice on the other end was deep and steady. Miss Wen. Wen Jimiao paused, her fingertips hovering. Mr. Shang. Gu Mingzhang glanced at her, and Zhou Wenjing also stopped flipping through the documents. Shang Du skipped the pleasantries. The appraisal results for the Qingci Cup have come out. Wen Jimiao stood up and walked to the window. Is there something? Yes, Shang Du said. There is an old contract fragment in the compartment concerning the early ownership of an old piece of land in the northern district of Jiangxing. The full value needs to be verified, but your judgment that day was correct. Wen Jimiao was not surprised. She had heard this result in her past life. But in this life, having it in Shang Du's hands was far safer than in Lu Jingming's. Congratulations, Mr. Shang. You should congratulate yourself as well, Shang Du replied. I owe you a favor. Wen Jimiao lowered her gaze. A favor from Mr. Shang should not come cheap. A soft chuckle came from the other end of the phone. Let's see how you use it. Wen Jimiao did not respond immediately. If she asked Shang Du to suppress the Wen family for her, he might not refuse. But that would be too wasteful. It would also seem too much like borrowing power. What she needed now was not someone to fight for her, but something that could integrate into the chain of evidence. I want to exchange for some information. Go ahead. Was there a specific handler for the initial funding of the Lu family 20 years ago? There was a brief silence on the line. Shang Du said, You are more adept at using favors than I imagined. You're too kind, Mr. Shang. Indeed, there is someone. Who? The Lu family's financial advisor from back in the day, named Jiang Wenchang. He is now retired and lives in the western suburbs of Jiangxing. Jiang Wenchang is the name to remember. He was responsible for the accounting before the Lu family's first round of financing and also participated in several transfers involving the Wen family's associated companies. If you want to investigate the old accounts, you cannot bypass him. Wen Jimiao held her phone tightly, not probing further into the source of this lead. She could almost envision how Shang Du accomplished it. Sitting in his office, he made a call. At most 3 sentences. The first stated the need, the second confirmed the name, and the third obtained the address. There would not be a 4th sentence of unnecessary chatter. That was Shang Du's style. He did not personally go through the archives, nor did he send an assistant to run errands, nor did he perform any superfluous actions. He simply made a phone call, mobilizing a web of favors invisible to her. She did not know who was on the other end of that chain, nor did she need to. The only thing she could confirm was that the person owed Shang Du a favor or was under his intimidation enough to unhesitatingly provide the address of a retired handler of old accounts from 20 years ago. When Jimiao lowered her eyes, suddenly feeling that the choices of this life were correct. Not because she found a backing, but because someone like Shang Du never let his allies guess his next move. He would only show you the results, not the process, and certainly not the number he dialed behind the scenes. As for whose favors he used, and how deep that person's indebtedness was, those were not within the scope of the transaction. She did not ask. He tacitly did not bring it up either. Some boundaries do not need to be drawn, it is enough for both parties to understand. Does he have evidence? Uncertain, Shang Du replied cautiously. But such people usually leave themselves an escape route. When Jimiao understood, those who have dealt with critical accounts would not retire completely empty-handed. Especially when it involves the old accounts of the prominent Wen and Lu families. If Jiang Wenchang is smart enough, he must keep something that can save his life. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Shang Du's tone grew somewhat distant. There is one more thing. What? Someone is preparing to use me as a topic. Wen Zimiao's brow slightly furrowed. Is it Wen Ruotang? The source hasn't been traced yet, Shang Du said, but several local media outlets are inquiring about your relationship with me, keyword being backing. Wen Zimiao's expression turned cold. Wen Ruotang's actions were more urgent than she had imagined. Just as the public outcry over the inheritance issue against their parents was suppressed, she changed direction and dragged Shangdu into it. I'm sorry, Wen Jimiao said. This matter arose because of me. Shangdu's tone remained calm. Miss Wen, I am not afraid of others writing about me. He paused. But I do not like others fabricating stories in my name. Wen Jimiao understood. Shangdu was not afraid of being implicated. He would not allow anyone to use his name to set up a scheme. I will handle it, she said. No need to rush, Shangdu replied. Since they want to write, let them put pen to paper first. Wen Jimiao raised an eyebrow slightly. This line of thought aligned with her own. Mr. Shang enjoys fishing too. I like to see where the fishing line comes from. Wen Jimiao smiled slightly. Then our goals are aligned. After hanging up, she turned around. Zhou Wenjing was watching her. Shangdu. Yes. Did the Qingci cup yield results? There is an old contract in the compartment. Zhou Wenjing's expression finally changed. He had previously believed in Wen Zimiao's judgment, but it still carried an element of testing. Yet the matter of the Qingci cup was a solid validation. If she said there was a problem, then there was indeed a problem. If she said to raise the bid for box no. 1, then it proved to be the right call. Zhou Wenjing fell silent for a moment. Miss Wen. Wen Jimiao looked at him. You have passed the first test left by your grandmother. Gu Mingzhang also raised his eyes. So, Zhou Wenjing took out a much older envelope from his folder. The envelope still bore her grandmother's handwriting. Miao Miao's second letter. Wen Jimiao took a breath, feeling momentarily lighter. Zhou Wenjing pushed the letter toward her. I didn't give it to you earlier because the old lady said that you could only see it when you proved that you weren't here to find a backing, but to make decisions. Wen Zimiao's fingertip rested on the envelope. She did not open it immediately. In her past life, she had missed too many things. In this life, every letter from her grandmother felt like a belated embrace. Yet she knew that now was not the time for emotions. She put the letter away. Let's investigate Jiang Wenchang first. Gu Mingzhang asked who. The Lu family's financial advisor from back in the day. The name Shangdu provided. Gu Mingzhang's eyes lit up. If this person is still alive and has materials from back, then the Lu family will be more anxious than the Wen family. Wen Jimiao nodded. So we need to be quick. Zhou Wenjing had already taken out his phone to arrange for someone to check. 10 minutes later the news came back. Jiang Wenchang was indeed still in Jiangqing. He lived in an old neighborhood in the western suburbs. Retired for many years, living alone with a son living out of town. Gu Mingzhang immediately said, do not rush to visit. We need to confirm whether he is willing to cooperate, and we must prevent the Lu family from getting ahead. Wen Jimiao looked at the information and suddenly recalled Lu Jingming's proud yet dull face. The Lu family already knows about the lawyer's letter being copied. Lu Qinian will not wait idly. They will look for Jiang Wenchang. Zhou Wenjing asked, how do you know? Because this matter is more important than Wen Ruotang. Wen Zimiao's voice was calm. Lu Qinian is not Lu Jingming. He will not delay the Lu family's interests for anyone's tears. Gu Mingzhang closed the document. Then we will go tonight. Wen Jimiao glanced at the time. It was 4 in the afternoon. It would take an hour to get to the western suburbs. She picked up her coat. Let's go. Meanwhile, at the Lu family's old residence, Lu Qinian had also received a piece of information. The cover of the document bore the same name, Jiang Wenchang. Lu Qinian's expression darkened as he looked at those 3 characters. Jingming. Lu Jingming stood in front of the desk. Go meet him. Now Lu Qinian's tone was cold and hard. Remember, no matter what he has, do not let Wen Jimiao get to it first. Lu Jingming tightened his grip on the information. He suddenly had a premonition. This time he would not be facing the Wen Jimiao who used to get readied over his words, but rather someone who had long seen through the chessboard. He turned and left. Outside, the sky darkened. 2 cars, one in front and one behind, drove towards the western suburbs from different directions in Jiangqing. The old neighborhood in the western suburbs is even older than Wen Jimiao imagined. The gray walls of the buildings are mottled, and a few electric scooters are parked downstairs with a faded notice posted at the entrance. The evening breeze blew through the alley, carrying a hint of damp chill. When Wen Jimiao got out of the car, Gu Mingzhang's assistant was already waiting. Lawyer Gu is on the way. Let's first confirm if Jiang Wenchang is at home. Zhou Wenjing glanced upstairs. Unit 305th floor, no elevator. Wen Jimiao nodded. Let's go. The corridor was dimly lit with various small advertisements plastered on the walls. When she reached the 5th floor, she faintly heard the sound of a television inside. Gu Mingzhang's assistant knocked on the door. After a long while, the door opened a crack. An elderly man with graying hair stood behind the door, watching them warily. Who are you looking for? The assistant handed over a business card. Hello, Mr. Jiang. We are from Mingzhang Law Firm. We would like to understand some financial transactions between the Wen family and the Lu family from 20 years ago. The old man's expression changed instantly. With a loud bang, the door began to close. Zhou Wenjing was quick to react and blocked it. Mr. Jiang, we are not here to pressure you. I don't know anything. Jiang Wenchang's voice tightened. You've got the wrong person. Wen Jimiao stood behind, watching the old man's trembling hands. He wasn't unaware. He was all too aware. Mr. Jiang, Wen Jimiao spoke up. Jiang Wenchang looked at her. My name is Wen Jimiao. The old man's pupils slightly constricted. Wen Jimiao caught it. My grandmother's surname is Shun. The elderly man in the crack of the door seemed frozen by this statement. After a few seconds his voice became hoarse. Shun? Shin, old lattice granddaughter. Yes. The corridor fell silent. Jiang Wenchang looked at Wen Jimiao, his expression complex, filled with surprise, fear, and a hint of unexplainable guilt. He finally released the doorknob. Come in. The room was small and the furniture was old. On the coffee table sat half a cup of cold tea and several medical prescriptions. The television was tuned to a financial channel, the volume turned very low. Jiang Wenchang closed the door, and the first thing he said was, I want to testify. Gu Mingzhang's assistant did not rush to speak, only turning on the recording pin, first seeking his consent. Jiang Wenchang waved his hand. No recording. I've said it, I want to testify. Don't ask me anything. Wen Jimiao sat opposite him. Are you afraid of the Liu family? Jiang Wenchang's expression changed. I'm just a retired old man, what do I have to fear from the Liu family? Then are you afraid of the Wen family? Jiang Wenchang fell silent. Wen Jimiao watched him. 20 years ago you were involved in the financial arrangement that transferred funds from a one-associated company to the Liu family's preparatory account. The source of that money was a fund under my grandmother's name. Jiang Wenchang suddenly raised his head. How do you know? As the words escaped he realized he had misspoken and his expression grew even worse. Wen Jimiao did not press him. I know more than just this one transaction. She placed a printed list of funds on the coffee table, exposing only a few lines. Jiang Wenchang glanced at it, and his fingers immediately began to tremble. Where did you get this? That's not important. Wen Jimiao said, what matters is that these things will eventually be verified. When that time comes, will you voluntarily explain the situation, or will you wait for the Wen and Liu families to push all the responsibility onto you? Jiang Wenchang's lips moved. Zhou Wenjing, sitting next to him, appropriately spoke up. Mr. Jiang, the Liu family already knows about the lawyer's letter. Do you think they will come looking for you? Jiang Wenchang's face turned pale. He certainly knew they would. For years he had lived a low-profile life, fearing that one day old accounts would resurface. He thought that with time no one would investigate again. But unexpectedly Shin, old lattice granddaughter, had come. I didn't take any money, Jiang Wenchang suddenly said. I was just doing the accounting. I was only organizing materials as they requested. Who are they? Wen Jimiao asked. Jiang Wenchang shut his mouth. Just then footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the door. They were hurried. Then came the knocking at the door. Uncle Jiang, it's me, Liu Jingming. Everyone inside the room fell silent simultaneously. Jiang Wenchang's expression changed completely. He instinctively looked at Wen Jimiao. There was no surprise in Wen Jimiao's eyes. She had guessed right. The Liu family had really come. Gu Mingzhang's assistant immediately lowered his voice. Lawyer Gu will arrive in 5 minutes. Wen Jimiao stood up. Open the door. Jiang Wenchang panicked. You can't let him see you here. Wen Jimiao looked at him. If you know nothing, why are you afraid of him seeing? Jiang Wenchang was left speechless by her question. Knocking at the door sounded again. Uncle Jiang, I know you're home. We're just having a chat, it won't take too long. Liu Jingming's voice sounded polite enough. But behind that politeness loomed the shadow of the Liu family. Jiang Wenchang began to sweat coldly. Wen Jimiao walked to the door and opened it herself. Outside the door, the moment Liu Jingming saw her, his expression changed. Wen Jimiao said lightly. Young Master Liu arrives rather quickly. Liu Jingming's gaze crossed over her, seeing Zhou Wenjing and the lawyer's assistant in the room. His expression darkened completely. Are you following the Liu family? Wen Jimiao seemed to hear a joke. This is Mr. Jiang's home, not the Liu family's. However, young Master Liu, are you in such a hurry to see a retired financial consultant because you are afraid he might have something he shouldn't? Liu Jingming was momentarily at a loss for words. Before coming today, Liu Qinian had only instructed him to see Jiang Wenchang as soon as possible and confirm whether he had any old materials. He hadn't anticipated that Wen Jimiao would arrive first. Even more unexpectedly, she had brought Gu Mingzhang's people with her. Wen Jimiao, don't overthink it. Liu Jingming spoke in a low voice. I'm just here to check on an old friend for my father. That's just right. Wen Jimiao stepped aside slightly. We are also here to see an old friend. Liu Jingming looked at Jiang Wenchang. Uncle Jiang. Jiang Wenchang didn't dare look at him. Liu Jingming's heart sank. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Gu Mingzhang arrived. He walked up the stairs with his briefcase, his demeanor calm as he saw the people at the door, showing no surprise. Young Master Liu is also here. Liu Jingming's face darkened. Lawyer Gu. Gu Mingzhang turned to Jiang Wenchang. Mr. Jiang, I have already applied for remote testimony with the notary office before coming here. If you are willing to explain the situation, we can legally preserve evidence. If you are unwilling, no one can force you. Jiang Wenchang was taken aback. Preserving evidence. Yes. Gu Mingzhang's tone was gentle. This is also protection for you. Every word you say will be recorded in a legal process. In the future, neither the Wen family nor the Lu family will be able to casually shift the responsibility onto you. Jiang Wenchang's eyes finally showed movement. What he feared was exactly this. He was afraid that the Wen and Lu families would push all the old accounts onto him, the one who handled them. Lu Jingming immediately said, Uncle Jiang, you're getting old. It's not suitable for you to get involved in these matters. My father's meaning is that if there is any misunderstanding, our Lu family can help you handle it. Gu Mingzhang smiled. Young Master Lu, this statement will also be recorded. Lu Jingming's expression stiffened. Wen Jimiao stood quietly beside him watching. She did not press Jiang Wenchang, because she knew that what truly prompts someone to speak is not threats. It's about making him understand that silence can no longer protect him. Jiang Wenchang sat back on the sofa, as if he had aged several years in an instant. After a long time, he finally spoke. I can speak. Lu Jingming abruptly looked up. Uncle Jiang. Jiang Wenchang closed his eyes briefly. But I must clarify first. The money back then was not taken by me. I was just doing the accounting. Gu Mingzhang opened his folder. Please start from the transfer from the Wen Associated Company 20 years ago. Jiang Wenchang's fingers trembled as he slowly began to speak. That money was officially a collaboration fund between the Wen and Lu families. But the real source was a fund under the name of Grandma Shun. I saw a copy of the agreement back then. Wen Zimio's heart tightened. Where is the copy? Jiang Wenchang glanced at her. I didn't dare keep the original, but I kept a photocopy. Lu Jingming's face turned pale instantly. Outside the window, the sky had completely darkened, and that old account, which the Wen and Lu families thought had long been buried, finally revealed its first bone. The light in the room illuminated the table, and everything was very quiet. He looked at her and did not ask further. Silence lay like a sheet of paper between the two, neither of them folding it. As Jiang Wenchang dragged an iron box from under the sofa, Lu Jingming's face had already turned grim. The iron box, rusty and worn, made a piercing sound as it opened. Inside was a stack of yellowed papers bound with a rubber band, the edges already frayed. This is a photocopy of that agreement's duplicate. Jiang Wenchang's voice was dry. The original was taken away 20 years ago. I dared only to keep this one. Wen Jimiao did not reach out. Gu Mingzhang took the papers, put on his glasses, and flipped through them page by page. Lu Jingming stood at the door, his fingers clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. Uncle Jiang, do you know what the consequences of this are? Jiang Wenchang did not look at him, only stared at the half cup of cold tea on the coffee table. I know, he replied. But I know even better that once your Lu family feels I'm a nuisance, they won't let me rest easy in my coffin. Lu Jingming choked on his words. Wen Jimiao glanced at him. Young Master Lu, just sit and wait, her voice steady. Once Lawyer Gu has verified everything, you'll know what you should be concerned about. Of course, Lu Jingming would not sit. He turned to leave. Young Master Lu. Gu Mingzhang did not look up. Since this material has already entered the evidence preservation procedure, you may leave now, but please cooperate with the subsequent court summons. Lu Jingming paused. Are you threatening me? No, I'm informing you. Gu Mingzhang smiled slightly, though his tone held no hint of jest. The lawyer's letter clearly states that Miss Wen is seeking property compensation and reputation clarification, not criminal charges. But if you attempt to obstruct the witness testimony, seize, or destroy evidence today, the nature of the situation will change. Lu Jingming's temple throbbed. He looked towards Wen Jimiao. She was looking at her phone as if everything happening had nothing to do with her. Yet he knew she was the core of it all. Wen Jimiao, he pressed his voice. Do you think that obtaining a photocopy can turn the tides? She finally looked up. No. She spoke softly. But it means your Lu family can no longer pretend to be unaware. Lu Jingming's throat bobbed, ultimately saying nothing as he slammed the door and left. The door slammed against the frame, causing a small piece of plaster to fall off the wall. Jiang Wenchang jumped in fright. Zhou Wenjing walked over and closed the door properly. He went back to call for reinforcements. I know. Wen Jimiao stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the night view of the old neighborhood in the western suburbs with dim streetlights and swaying tree shadows. Lu Jingming's car did not turn on its headlights, but the engine roared urgently like a beast whose tail had been stepped on. Gu Mingzhang photographed the photocopy page by page and asked Jiang Wenchang to sign a few key pages for confirmation. Mr. Jiang, I will take these materials back for notarization. Every word you just said has been recorded. If you change your mind, you can contact Mingzhang at any time. Jiang Wenchang smiled bitterly. What can I change my mind about now? You've taken everything and the words have already been spoken. You can. Wen Jimiao turned to look at him. You can choose to remain silent and deny everything. But I must remind you, Lu Jingming was here today, and Lu Qinian will know tomorrow. They won't think you said nothing, but rather that you've already chosen a side. Jiang Wenchang's lips trembled. You? How can you, a young girl, be so ruthless? Wen Zimio's gaze remained steady. It's not me who's ruthless, she said. It's you who has been keeping accounts for them for 20 years only to realize now that those people never intended to let the handler end well. Jiang Wenchang lowered his head, his shoulders slumping. After a long while he slowly nodded. You are right. I will cooperate with you. Exiting Jiang Wenchang's home, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Gu Mingzhang asked his assistant to take him back to the law firm to file a record for safekeeping while he shared a car with Zhou Wenjing and Wen Jimiao. In the car, Gu Mingzhang flipped through the photos on his phone and suddenly said, there is a name in the agreement that is very important. Who's a? Wen's venture capital. Gu Mingzhang turned the screen towards her. 20 years ago that sum of money did not come directly from the Liu family, but first transferred from Mrs. Shun's fund to Wen's venture capital and then entered the Liu family preparation account under the pretense of project cooperation funds. Wen Jimiao took the phone. The company's name on the screen was familiar to her. Wen's venture capital. The company established by her father Wen Xingye. So when Xingye was not in the know, her voice was cold. He was a participant, and likely one of the leaders. Gu Mingzhang said, this also means that Lin Weiner might have been kept in the dark all along. Wen Xingye could say family investment externally, while internally, he could claim business needs. Zhou Wenjing drove, glancing at Wen Jimiao in the rearview mirror. Do you want to hold off on this news for a bit? I can't hold it back. When Jimiao returned the phone, Lu Jingming has already seen it. After he goes back, the first thing Lu Qinian will do is to inform Wen Xingye. The Wen and Lu families will push the blame onto each other, but they will also join forces to point the finger at Jiang Wenchang first. Then what do we do? Be faster than them. Wen Jimiao took out her phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Meow meow. Su Tang's voice was filled with urgency. I was just looking for you. That green tea by way deleted the screenshots and played dead. I've just organized the second wave of evidence. What about you? I obtained a photocopy of an old agreement. There was silence for a second on the line, then Su Tang burst out with a curse. Are you serious? That old accountant really kept something. He did. That's great. Su Tang's voice turned sharp with excitement. I knew the Liu family wasn't clean. Meow meow, tell me what to do. Wen Jimiao looked out the window at the passing streetlights. Don't act on your side yet. Byway deleting posts is just the end of waiting for Wen Ruotang to give her further instructions. Keep an eye on her and those marketing accounts' interactions and maintain a timeline. Understood. Additionally, help me with one thing. What is it? Send Lu Jingming an anonymous message. Wen Jimiao said calmly, just say, Wen Ruotang has known all along that Jiang Wenchang is still alive. Su Tang was momentarily stunned, then laughed. You want them to turn on each other? Not exactly turning on each other, Wen Jimiao said. It's about making Lu Jingming start to doubt how much the woman he desires knows and how much she is hiding while he charges ahead. Clever. Su Tang clicked her tongue twice. They'll go take care of it right away. After hanging up, Zhou Wenjing raised an eyebrow. You intentionally dragged Wen Ruotang into the Liu family's affairs. It wasn't intentional, Wen Jimiao said. She was already involved. She remembered that Wen Ruotang could manipulate events in the mental hospital, and it wasn't solely reliant on the few older brothers of the Wen family. Lu Jingming's engagement by Weiss Mouth and the public opinion in high society were all her weapons. In this life, Wen Zimio's goal was to take back those weapons one by one. As they drove into the city, Wen Zimio's phone rang. It was Gu Mingzhang's assistant. Miss Wen Lu Qinian personally called the law firm. What did he say? He wants to arrange a meeting with you and lawyer Gu tomorrow morning with the location of your choosing. Moreover, the assistant paused. He said he only wants to discuss the matter, not emotions. Wen Jimiao chuckled lightly. Tell him a meeting is fine. But the location must be in Lawyer Gus' conference room with both sides bringing a legal advisor and the entire conversation recorded. If he disagrees, then wait for the court summons. The assistant acknowledged and hung up. Gu Mingzhang looked at her, his gaze filled with a mix of admiration and emotion. Your way of negotiating doesn't feel like negotiation, or it feels like you're issuing an ultimatum. Because it essentially is an ultimatum, Wen Jimiao said, Lu Qinian can still sit still because he doesn't know how much Jiang Wenchang holds. Once he knows, he'll be the one pleading. When do you plan to let him know? Tomorrow. Wen Jimiao gazed at the dazzling night view of Jiangxing, her voice light, yet firm. Tomorrow I will lay the first old account before him and Wen Xingye. Meanwhile, at the old Liu family residence, Lu Jingming drove into the courtyard, nearly slamming the door as he exited. Lu Qinian stood in front of the study window, facing away from him. Did you see her? I did. Lu Jingming gritted his teeth. Wen Jimiao was there too. She also brought Gu Mingzhang and Zhou Wenjing. Lu Qinian turned around. Did Jiang Wenchang hand over the materials? A photocopy. He said it was the duplicate of the agreement. Lu Qinian's expression finally changed. He walked to the desk, picked up a teacup, but did not drink, merely gripping it in his hand. Wen Jimiao. He repeated the name softly as if trying to crush it. Dad, what do we do now? Lu Qinian did not answer immediately. He remained silent for a long time before saying, I will talk to her tomorrow. You are going in person? If I don't go, she will dare to directly hand the materials to the court. Lu Qinian set down the teacup, the porcelain clinking against the wooden table, producing a crisp sound. She is not merely collecting a debt, she is forcing the Lu family to bow down. Lu Jingming clenched his fists. Then I must ensure she does not succeed. Jingming, Lu Qinian suddenly looked at him, his gaze colder than ever. Do you still not understand? What Wen Jimiao wants is not a marriage contract, an apology, or money at all. Lu Qinian enunciated each word. She wants us to acknowledge that the money from 20 years ago was taken from her grandmother's hands. Lu Jingming stood frozen in place. His phone vibrated suddenly. He looked down to see an anonymous message. When Ruotang has known all along that Jiang Wenchang is still alive. Lu Jingming's pupils constricted. He abruptly looked up at the tightly closed door of Jiang Wenchang's house, then looked down at the message again. When Ruotang has known all along. Since she knew Jiang Wenchang was alive, why had she never mentioned it? Was she afraid he would seek evidence, or was she afraid he would find evidence? At this moment in the Wen family study, when Ruotang was sitting beside Lin Weiner, speaking in a low voice, her eyes red. Mom, even if my sister hates me, she shouldn't drag the Wen family into this. Lin Weiner rubbed her temples wearily, her voice hoarse. Ruotang, I truly didn't know what your father did back then. Dad was also doing it for the Wen family. When Ruotang held Lin Weiner's hand, but my sister doesn't understand. Lin Weiner looked at her, suddenly feeling momentarily dazed. This daughter she had cherished for 20 years, every word seemed so heartfelt, every tear so well-timed. But why did she suddenly feel that these tears were all rehearsed in advance? When Ruotang noticed Lin Weiner's oddity, and immediately lowered her head, her tears falling more urgently. Mom, did I do something wrong? Lin Weiner withdrew her hand, and slowly stood up. No, she said, you should go to sleep. I want to be alone for a while. When Ruotang bit her lip and obediently walked out. The moment the door closed, the weakness on her face disappeared completely. She took out her phone and sent Bai Wei a message. Continue deleting. Before tomorrow, do not let any Weibo post regarding Jiang Wenchang survive. Bai Wei replied in seconds. Sister Wei Wei, it seems Lu Jingming received an anonymous message. He is questioning me whether I knew about Jiang Wenchang. When Ruotang's eyes turned cold. Who sent it? I don't know. When Ruotang tightened her grip on her phone. It must be Wen Jimiao. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Don't panic. Deny everything he asks. Delete the screenshots and format the records on your phone. Bai Wei replied with a okay, but when Ruotang could tell that this okay was no longer as firm as before, Bai Wei was starting to fear. When Ruotang walked to the window, looking at the dim lights of the Wen family's courtyard below, she knew she could not delay any longer. Tomorrow, when Lu Qinian and Wen Jimiao meet, regardless of the outcome, she must first clear herself. And the best way to clear herself was to make everyone believe that Wen Jimiao was the one who would stop at nothing, solely intent on destroying the Wen family. She opened her contacts and dialed a number. When the call connected, her voice returned to that soft, harmless tone. Editor Wang. This is Ruotang. I have an exclusive piece of news regarding tomorrow's negotiation that you will definitely be interested in. She paused, a very slight curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. My sister, in order to force the Wen family and the Lu family to acknowledge the old account from 20 years ago, seems willing to hand over the evidence left by our grandmother to outsiders. Outside, the night in Jiangsheng was heavy and dark. The chessboard of the three parties, after the rusty iron box in the western suburbs was opened, was finally laid bare. Gu Mingzhang's conference room is on the 18th floor of the law firm. A whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows faces the central business district of Jiangsheng, and the morning light filters through the glass, splitting the long table into light and shadow. Wen Jimiao sits on the side with the light behind her, with 3 documents, a voice recorder, and a glass of untouched water in front of her. Gu Mingzhang sits to her right, while Zhou Wenjing occupies a position slightly behind her left, responsible for recording and providing supplementary materials at any moment. At exactly 9 o'clock, the conference room door is pushed open. Lu Qinian walks in at the front. He is a man over 50 with unnaturally black hair, a well-maintained physique, and a demeanor that shares some resemblance to Lu Jingming, yet his presence is far more composed. An old-fashioned wealthy man, cufflinks tie-clip, meticulous in appearance. Following him is Lu Jingming with a sullen expression, and the legal advisor of the Lu family, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The last to enter is Wen Xingye. He is alone, without a lawyer or assistant. Wen Jimiao glances at him, then looks down again. Gu Mingzhang stands up, his tone polite, yet distant. Director Lu, General Manager Wen, please take a seat. Lu Qinian sits down, his gaze directly fixed on Wen Jimiao's face. Miss Wen, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Chairman Lu, Wen Jimiao nods slightly. I hope it won't be the last time. Lu Qinian narrows his eyes. Wen Xingye, however, does not look at her, focusing instead on the table, as if afraid to meet his daughter's gaze. Gu Mingzhang opens the folder. The purpose of today's meeting is to have a preliminary discussion regarding the historical financial transactions involving the fund under the name of Grandma Shun Wenshi Chuangtou and the Liu family's preparatory account. If both parties can reach a consensus, it could avoid unnecessary litigation costs moving forward. Lu Qinian says indifferently, lawyer who need not beat around the bush. I'm here today to hear what Miss Wen truly wants. When Jimiao does not answer immediately, she pulls out a piece of paper from the folder and gently pushes it to the center of the table. This is a copy of the fund transfer record from 20 years ago. The source is the agreement provided by Mr. Jiang Wenchang, the handler at that time. Lu Qinian remains still. Wencheng's fingers tremble slightly. When Jimiao continues, the record shows that the fund under Grandma Shen's name was transferred to the Wenshi Chuangtou account in 2 installments totaling 47 million. 3 months later, Wenshi Chuangtou transferred the same funds to the Liu family's preparatory account under the guise of Liu Shi Technology Industrial Park Cooperation Funds. During the same period, Wenshi Chuangtou recorded this fund as investment risk reserve without returning any profits to Grandma Shen's fund. The conference room falls silent. Lu Jingming's expression grows increasingly grim. The legal advisor lowers his head to look at the documents, sweat beading on his forehead. Wen Xingye finally raises his head to look at Wen Jimiao. Jimiao, this money. General manager when Jimiao interrupts him, please call me Miss Wen. Wen Shengye's face turns pale. Lu Qinian suddenly smiles, but the smile does not reach his eyes. Miss Wen, you are quite interesting, he says. That you could trace this step shows that you are not an empty-handed wolf. But you should also know that a copy from 20 years ago cannot be defined by just one document. I know, Wen Jimiao replies. So I am not here to define, I am here to negotiate terms. What terms? 3. Wen Jimiao states calmly. First, both Wenshi Chuangtou and the Liu family's preparatory account must provide written explanations and seals confirming the facts of the fund transfers that occurred at that time. Second, the Liu family must issue a clarification statement in 3 mainstream local media outlets and 2 financial platforms explaining the true source of that fund and retracting all recent defamatory articles regarding Miss Wen Jimiao. Third, both Wen and Liu families must immediately cease all obstructive actions regarding Grandma Shen's estate, including, but not limited to, document forgery, spreading rumors, and threatening witnesses. Lu Qinian listens, but does not immediately express his stance. He looks at Wen Xingye. General manager, when your daughter is more business-minded than you. Wen Shengye's face turns a shade of iron, and he does not respond. Lu Jingming, however, cannot hold back any longer. Wen Jimiao, on what grounds should we accept this? A single copy could be fake or altered. That old man Jiang Wenchang might have taken your money. Young Master Lu Gu Mingzhang interjects. If you doubt the authenticity of the evidence, you can apply for judicial appraisal. But until the appraisal results are out, this material already constitutes preliminary evidence in the eyes of the law. Additionally, he pauses, looking at Lu Jingming. Mr. Jiang Wenchang has already notarized his testimony last night and signed a statement of rights and obligations for witnesses. He clearly stated that he is willing to appear in court to testify at any necessary time. Lu Jingming is momentarily stunned. Lu Qinian raises his hand, stopping him. Miss Wen, none of your 3 conditions can be accepted by the Liu family. Wen Jimiao looks at him, neither disappointed nor angry. I anticipated that. Then why do you still want to negotiate? Because I want Chairman Liu to understand one thing. Wen Jimiao stands up, her hands resting on the table, her body slightly leaning forward. The reason you can still sit here and say not acceptable is because you think that the Wen and Liu families can suppress me together. But you are mistaken. Jiang Wenchang is not the only handler. The shell you used for the transfer back then is still intact. Who does Wenshi Chuangtou belong to now? It belongs to General Manager Wen. Does Madame Wen Lin Wan know about this account? To my knowledge, she only found out yesterday. Wen Xingye suddenly looks up. How do you know? Wen Jimiao replies flatly, because my mother called Lawyer Gu last night. She asked if the Wen family really owed Grandma money. Wen Shengye's face changes completely. Lu Qinian also realizes that things are beginning to spiral out of control. If Lin Wan knows the Wen family is no longer united. Wen Xingye wants to suppress Wen Jimiao with family interests, but Lin Wan is first a daughter and only then a madam of the Wen family. Wen Jimiao sits back down, habitually adjusting her cuffs. I will give Chairman Liu time to consider. But time is limited. How long? 3 days. Wen Jimiao says, within 3 days, if I do not see a written response from the Wen and Liu families, I will apply to the court for property preservation and submit this material to the Economic Investigation and Tax Departments. Lu Qinian's expression grows cold. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat, Wen Jimiao replies, it's a notification. The air in the conference room grows tense. Lu Qinian stares at her for a long time. He has seen many young people, ambitious, capable, and with backgrounds. But very few can make people feel suffocated like Wen Jimiao, who is clearly at a disadvantage. She finally makes him realize that this is not a storm that can be easily settled. Miss Wen, Lu Qinian speaks slowly, I can agree to some of your terms. However, the clarification statement and withdrawal of articles will require time for coordination. 3 days. When Jimiao repeats. Lu Qinian falls silent for a moment and nods. Good. Lu Jingming looks at his father in disbelief. Dad. Shut up, Lu Qinian says coldly. Well, Wen Xingye stands up looking at Wen Jimiao, his voice hoarse. Jimiao. Miss Wen, what you are doing is not beneficial to yourself. Wen Jimiao looks at him. This man who had sent her to a mental hospital in her past life now stands before her looking at her with a weary and confused gaze. General Manager, when she says whether or not I benefit is not your concern. You only need to understand one thing. I am not here to take things that belong to the Wen family. I am here to take back one by one the things that do not belong to you. Wen Xingye opens his mouth, but ultimately says nothing and turns to leave. As Lu Qinian reaches the door, he suddenly stops. He turns back to look at Wen Jimiao. Miss Wen, forcing me to bow my head today means tomorrow you will know that the Lu family's concession is very costly. Wen Jimiao smiles slightly. Then I will wait. The door closes. Gu Mingzhang takes a sip from his cup and lets out a long breath. Miss Wen, your move just now did not seem like that of a girl who just left home. What does it resemble? Like a chess player. Zhou Wenjing also rarely smiles. If Grandma saw, she would be pleased. Wen Jimiao does not smile. She looks out the window, her voice very soft. This is just the first old account. What they owe Grandma, what they owe me is still a lot. Her phone vibrates. It's a message from Su Tang. By way back down. She deleted all those marketing screenshots, and now her Weibo is full of people accusing her of feeling guilty. Meow meow, you are amazing. Wen Jimiao does not reply. She knows that Bai Wei's deletion is not the end, but a prelude to Wen Ruotang's next move. That woman excels at striking back when you think you've won against her. Lawyer Gu, Wen Jimiao stands up, help me with something. What do you need? Please organize a copy of today's conference room recording and make 3 backups. 1 to keep at the law firm, 1 to give to Zhou Wenjing, and 1 she pauses. Mail it to my mother. Gu Mingzhang is taken aback. Madame Lin Wan. The more she knows, the less Wen Xingye will dare to act recklessly, Wen Jimiao says. The Wen family is not a united front. What I want to do is to make this iron plate begin to crack from the inside. Zhou Wenjing nods. I will arrange it. Wen Jimiao picks up her coat and walks out. As she reaches the elevator, her phone rings again. This time it's an unfamiliar number. She answers. Miss Wen. It's Shang Du. General Shang. I heard you pressured Lu Qinian in the conference room today. Wen Jimiao steps into the elevator. General Shang is very well informed. It's not that I'm well informed, Shang Du says. It's just that Lu Qinian's expression was too grim when he came out, it's hard not to notice. Wen Jimiao smiles slightly. Did General Shang call just to praise me? No. Shang Du pauses. I'm here to remind you. Someone like Lu Qinian won't lose openly again. In the next 3 days, he will either soften or overturn the table. You need to be cautious. As the elevator doors close, light and shadow flicker across Wen Jimiao's face. I know. If you need anything, Shang Du says that favor is still available. Wen Jimiao looks at her reflection on the elevator door. I will return it. No rush, Shang Du replies casually. I'll wait until you need it the most. The caller. Zhou Wenjing looks at her. Shang Du. Yes. He's trying to befriend you. No. Wen Jimiao puts away her phone. He's investing. Investing in someone worth betting on. The elevator doors open, sunlight pouring in. Wen Jimiao steps out of the law firm building, looking up at the sky. Lin Weiner received the express delivery at 9 o'clock in the morning. It was an unremarkable brown paper envelope with Mingzhang Law Firm written in the senders section. Her fingers trembled as she opened it. Wen Xingye had already gone to the company. Wen Shubai had been on duty last night and returned to the hospital without having breakfast. Wen Ruotang said she was not feeling well and hadn't come downstairs yet. Only Lin Weiner was in the living room along with that envelope. She opened the seal and inside was just a CD and a note. The handwriting on the note was neat and tidy, unlike Wen Jimiao's, but rather like Gu Mingzhang's. Ms. Lin, this is the complete audio recording from yesterday's meeting. Miss Wen said you should listen to it yourself. Lin Weiner stared at those words for a long time. She was 47 this year and had been a good wife her whole life. Everyone said she was gentle, well-educated, and managed the household well. But she suddenly realized that her goodness might have been due to never thinking too much, not thinking about her husband's company, not thinking about the awkwardness between her mother and the Wen family. Not thinking about the daughter who had just returned, yet was causing so much chaos. She feared that overthinking would disrupt the peace at home. But it turned out that the peace had long been gone. Lin Weiner inserted the CD into the player. Gu Mingzhang's voice was the first to resonate. I invited both of you here today to have a preliminary discussion regarding the historical financial transactions of the fund under the name of Miss Wen's grandmother, Old Lady Shun, Wen's venture capital, and Lu's preparatory account. Then came Wen Chengye's voice. Jimiao, this money. Mr. When Jimiao interrupted him, please call me Miss Wen. Lin Weiner's heart. She had never heard Wen Jimiao speak to Wen Xingye in such a tone. It was as if she were addressing a stranger. The recording continued to play. Wen Jimiao spoke of the 47 million. She talked about how Wen's venture capital had recorded her grandmother's money as investment risk reserve. She mentioned a 3-day deadline, economic investigation, and taxes. Lynn Weiner's fingers clenched the armrest of the sofa tightly. She recalled the year her mother passed away. Her mother lay in bed holding her hand and said, "Weiner, your grandmother left something for Meow Meow. In the future, you should take care of her." At that time she thought it was just her mother's ramblings before passing. After all, Wen Zhimiao hadn't been found yet. After all, everyone in the Wen family said the old lady was temperamental and suspicious in her later years. She even thought at that time that her mother might have misunderstood Xingye. But the Wen Xingye in the recording did not deny it. He said, "Zhimiao, Miss Wen, what you are doing is not beneficial for yourself either." This statement is more brutal than any denial. Because he was seeking peace. A person only says this is not good for everyone when they cannot argue. Lynn Weiner turned off the player. The living room was very quiet. She sat there, tears falling drop by drop. Not for Wen Xingye, but for her mother. Her mother had known everything so early on and had arranged everything, yet she knew. She did not know how long had passed when footsteps were heard coming from upstairs. When Ruotang came down, she was wearing a nightgown, her face pale, holding onto the handrail, as if she might collapse at any moment. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lynn Weiner looked up at her. This daughter she had cared for 20 years suddenly felt a bit. Was it because when Zhimiao had returned that she felt strange? Or was it that she had always been there, just that she had never looked at her seriously before? "It's nothing." Lynn Weiner wiped her eyes. "I didn't sleep well last night." When Ruotang walked over, sat beside her, and held her hand. Her hand was very cold. "Mom, are you still thinking about sister?" Lynn Weiner did not answer. When Ruotang sighed softly, "Sister was just too anxious. She just returned and doesn't know how to get along with everyone, which is why she reacted so strongly." "Tang Tang." Lynn Weiner suddenly spoke up. When Ruotang paused, "Mom wants to ask you something." "You ask. Did your dad's company really use your grandmother's money back then?" When Ruotang's expression changed instantly. She did not expect Lynn Weiner to ask this. Even more unexpected was that Lynn Weiner's tone held no accusation, only a kind of exhaustion that caught her off guard. I don't know." When Ruotang lowered her head, "I was still young then. How would I know about my dad's company?" She answered very naturally. But Lynn Weiner looked at her lowered eyelashes and suddenly remembered a photo. 3 years ago when Ruotang had been to the company, once came back very happy, saying her dad had shown her the accounts. Lynn Weiner still remembered her expression when she said that. But now she said, "How would I know?" Lynn Weiner did. She simply withdrew her hand from when Ruotang's grip and stood up. "You go eat first, Mom is going out for a bit." When Ruotang quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Lynn Weiner picked up her coat and bag. "To see your sister." When Ruotang was stunned. Lynn Weiner had not actively said she wanted to see Wen Zhimiao for a long time. Every time they met, it was either Wen Zhimiao causing trouble at the Wen family, or her going to plead with Wen Zhimiao to let the family go. But now she said she wanted to see Wen Zhimiao. "Mom will go with you." When Ruotang immediately stood up. "No need." Lynn Weiner did not turn back. "You're not feeling well, stay home and rest." This phrase had been said often before. When Ruotang used to think it was concern. But today it suddenly tasted as if she was being dismissed. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but Lynn Weiner had already gone out. When Ruotang stood in the living room, her expression gradually darkening. She walked to the coffee table and saw the opened envelope and the half-exposed note inside. Mingzhong, recording of the meeting. Wen Zhimiao. When Ruotang's fingertips clenched the hem of her nightgown. She understood. Wen Zhimiao was not settling scores with Wen Xingye. She was gradually pulling Lynn Weiner away from the Wen family. When Ruotang hurried back to her room, closed the door, and dialed by Weiss' number. Wei, that article online about Wen Zhimiao colluding with outsiders, send it out early. On the other end of the phone by Weiss' tone was not as compliant as before. "Ruotang, the lawyer's letter issue is not over yet. If I send it now, isn't that running into the line of fire? You don't need to sign your name." When Ruotang lowered her voice higher, a marketing account to create the momentum. Bai Wei was silent for 2 seconds. "Ruotang, are you hiding something from me?" When Ruotang closed her eyes. "I'm not hiding anything from you. I just can't wait any longer. Once Wen Zhimiao pulls my mom over, I will have nothing left." There was another period of silence on the other end of the phone. Finally, Bai Wei said, "I'll think about it." When Ruotang hung up the phone, her chest heaving violently. Even Bai Wei was starting to hesitate. She walked to the window and watched Lynn Weiner's car drive out of the Wen family's courtyard. The sun was shining brightly, yet she felt a chill all over. She could not let Lynn Weiner go see Wen Zhimiao. At the very least, she could not let them talk privately. But now it was too late. When Ruotang picked up her phone again and dialed another number. Editor Wang, this is Ruotang. The last article can be published early. Yes, make the title more dramatic. Breaking. When family's true daughter suspected of colluding with external capital, forcing her biological parents to submit. She paused, her voice light as a feather. Let the readers guess who was behind her. After hanging up the phone, she sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers tightly hugging her knees. She knew this article would not immediately crush Wen Zhimiao. But she needed time. She needed to stir the waters before Wen Qingye Lu Qingyan, and even by Wei had completely turned to Wen Jimiao. As long as public opinion began to doubt, every step Wen Jimiao took would be discussed behind her back. And when Ruotang was best at hiding herself amidst the chaos. She stood by the window watching the shadows of the street move below. The light at the end of the corridor was on. She withdrew her gaze and turned off the light. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again her gaze fell on the calendar on the corner of the table. When Lin Wan arrived at Wen Zimiao's apartment, Wen Jimiao was brewing tea. The apartment was modest but impeccably tidy. A few potted plants adorned the windowsill and sunlight streamed in, casting a bright glow over the tea table. Compared to the exquisitely decorated living room of the Wan family, this place felt simple yet tranquil. Lin Wan stood at the entrance, suddenly at a loss for words. The last time she came it was to beg Wen Jimiao to spare the Wan family. The time before that she came on Wen Chengye's behalf to persuade Wen Jimiao to be sensible. Never once had she come simply because she wanted to hear her own daughter speak. Wen Jimiao glanced at her, "Please have a seat." Lin Wan changed her shoes, walked into the living room, and sat down on the sofa. Wen Jimiao placed a cup of tea before her. "Da Hong Pao. It's what grandmother used to enjoy." Lin Wan's eyes welled up. She took the teacup, lowered her head, and took a sip, her hand trembling slightly as she held the cup. The tea was rich and mellow, carrying a familiar roasted fragrance. "Your grandmother." This was her favorite. Wen Jimiao sat across from her, not responding. She knew Lin Wan hadn't come today, just for a cup of tea. Lin Wan set down the teacup and finally lifted her head. "Miao Miao, tell me the truth. About what happened with your father's company back then. Did you already know?" Wen Jimiao looked at her. "It wasn't that I knew long ago. I found out at most 3 years ago." Lin Wan was taken aback. 3 years? "Do you remember the sandalwood box grandmother left for you before she returned to the Wen family?" Of course, Lin. After her mother passed away, the lawyer handed her a sandalwood box, saying it contained some personal effects left for her granddaughter Wen Jimiao. Since Wen Jimiao hadn't been found, yet it was temporarily kept by the Wen family. Grandmother entrusted that box solely to Lawyer Gu before she passed, Wen Jimiao said. Lawyer Gu waited until I came. Lin Wan's breath caught. "Gu Mingzhong was your grandmother's person?" "Yes," Wen Jimiao nodded. More precisely, he was a legal contingency grandmother had prepared many years ago. Grandmother didn't trust the Wen family nor the Lu family, so she left a trust deed and a supplementary will with Lawyer Gu. Lin Wan felt a buzzing in her head. When her mother was alive, she always thought she was stubborn, difficult, and full of hostility toward the Wen family. But now she understood, it wasn't hostility, it was vigilance. It was the defense of an old woman who had long foreseen what her son-in-law and granddaughter would face, and who used her last strength to lay down that protection. "Why didn't I know?" Lin Wan's voice trembled. "Why didn't I know anything?" Wen Jimiao lowered her eyes. "Because grandmother tried to tell you, but you didn't believe her." Lin Wan's face turned pale. She recalled many years ago her mother had indeed told her that Changye's company accounts were problematic and urged her to be cautious. How had she responded back then? She had said, "Mom, Changye is your son-in-law, he wouldn't harm us." Her mother never— "I'm not blaming you," Wen Jimiao said. "Grandmother didn't blame you either. She made it very clear in the trust documents. The first successor as supervisor of the family trust is Lin Wan." Lin Wan was stunned. "What? Supervisor?" Wen Jimiao repeated. "It means the assets and trust left by grandmother are under your supervision. Wen Qingye can't use them, Wen Ruotang can't touch them, and the Lu family certainly can't get their hands on them." Lin Wan's lips quivered. She really wrote that? Really?" Wen Jimiao picked up a document from beside her and pushed it across the table. "This is a copy of the supplementary will. Lawyer Gu can verify the original in court." Lin Wan took the document, her hands trembling so much she could barely hold it. The paper bore her mother's handwriting. She recognized it. The characters were written neatly, not hastily, as if her mother had thought through every word long ago. Trust Supervisor Lin Wan. Her duty is to protect the legitimate rights and interests of granddaughter Wen Jimiao until she reaches the age of 30 or voluntarily relinquishes the role. No member of the Wan or Lu families may, on grounds of family kinship, marriage, or otherwise, demand that the supervisor cede this right. Lin Wan's tears finally fell. She wept quietly, the long-delayed sorrow finally finding its outlet. So her mother hadn't been disappointed in her. Her mother had been using her final act to pull her back from the identity of Mrs. Went into being simply Lin Wan, to give her the right and the qualification to protect her own daughter. "Mom." Wen Jimiao called her that for the first time. Not Miss Lin, but Mom. Lin Wan looked up sharply. "You don't have to decide right now whether to help me." Wen Jimiao said, "You only need to know that grandmother left you this key, not to make you oppose the Wen family, but to give you the right to say no when I want to." Lin Wan clutched the document, silent for a long time. A knock came at the door. When Jimiao got up to answer it, it was Gu Mingzhong and Zhou Wenjing. Gu Mingzhong carried an old leather suitcase, worn but well maintained. "Miss Wen, Miss Lin." He nodded slightly. The elderly lady left some old files. They can be officially handed over today. Lin Wan stood up. What old files? Gu Mingzhang placed the suitcase on the tea table and opened it. Inside were a stack of yellowed documents, several old account books, and a small sandalwood box. The elderly lady deposited these with my firm in 3 separate batches. She said that if Miss Wen ever came looking for them herself, I was to give them all to her. Wen Zimio's breath hitched as she looked at the small sandalwood box. She had seen this box before. In her past life in the psychiatric ward, she had glimpsed it once in the hands of the old nurse Chen Guilin. Back then Chen Guilin was already confused, but she clutched the box, tightly mumbling, "Give it back to Miao Miao. Give it back to Miao Miao." Later the box vanished. Wen Zimiao had never known what was inside. This box. She reached out her fingertips, touching the sandalwood surface. Did grandmother say what was in it? Gu Mingzhang shook his head. The elderly lady only said that you alone could open it. The safe combination is your birthday. When Zimio's fingers paused, she recalled her past life when her birthdays at the Wen family home were never truly celebrated by anyone except her grandmother. Lin Wan watched her eyes filled with a heavy emotion. Miao Miao, open it and see. When Zimiao entered a set of numbers. With a click the box opened. Inside lay a single jade bracelet. The jade was warm and smooth, exquisitely carved with fine gold threads winding around it to form a crabapple blossom. Lin Wan gasped. This is my mother's dowry bracelet. When Zimiao picked up the jade bracelet, it felt warm to the touch. On the inside of the bracelet were engraved 2 small characters, Miao Miao. When Zimiao took it, and the fine silver chain on her left wrist glinted softly under the light. Another gift from her grandmother. Grandmother said this was the dowry she prepared for you, Gu Mingzhang said. If you ever left the Wen family with no support, this bracelet could be sold for enough to secure your livelihood. When Zimio's eyes grew warm. In her past life, she had lost everything. But in this life, this bracelet remained. Her grandmother's arrangements remained. She stroked the crabapple blossom and said softly, I won't sell it. This is what my grandmother left for me. No one can take it away. Lin Wan looked at her and suddenly felt that her daughter was different from the sharp, almost cold girl at the family recognition banquet. She hadn't softened. It was just that she finally had a little space to let down her guard. Gu Mingzhang continued organizing the files nearby. Miss Wen, these old files also include the original vouchers for fund transfers from 20 years ago. With them, the completeness of Jiang Wenchang's copies will be much higher. Additionally, he looked at Lin Wan. As the trust supervisor, Miss Lin needs to sign the supervisor authorization letter. This will allow many of our subsequent legal actions to proceed more smoothly. Lin Wan fell silent. She knew what signing this document meant. It meant choosing to stand against Wen Xingye. It meant acknowledging that the Wen family had wronged her mother and Miao Miao. It meant she could no longer gloss over everything with the word family. Wen Zimiao didn't rush her. She simply put the jade bracelet away and said calmly, you can take the authorization letter home to read. Lawyer Gu isn't in a hurry. Lin Wan smiled bitterly. Miao Miao, you're more patient than I am. Those who have been through urgency know that being urgent is useless. Wen Zimiao said. Lin Wan caught the meaning in her words. Her heart ached again. She remembered that when Wen Zimiao first returned to the Wen family, she had tried to get close to her. She had bought her a scarf. She had accompanied her shopping once. On her birthday, she had personally cooked a bowl of longevity noodles. But how had she responded? She had said the scarf's color was too plain, that shopping was too tiring, that the noodles weren't as good as Tang Tang's. At the time, she thought she was being considerate of Tang Tang's feelings. Only now did she realize that every time she cared for Tang Tang, she was pushing her own daughter further away. Miao Miao. Lin Wan's voice was hoarse. Mom is sorry. Wen Zimiao looked up at her. After a long pause, she said, Mom, you don't have to say sorry now. You can say it when you're truly willing to help me. Lin Wan tightened her grip on the authorization letter. She knew her daughter hadn't forgiven her yet, but for the first time she felt there was still a chance. Meanwhile, at the Wen family's old mansion, when Ruotang stood by the second-floor window watching Lin Wan's car stop beneath Wen Zimio's apartment building. She had been standing there for a long time. Her phone screen was lit with a message from editor-in-chief Wang. The article has been published. Over 100,000 reads in 3 hours. When Ruotang felt no joy. She knew this kind of article couldn't strike at the core of Wen Zimio's position, but it could at least muddy the waters. She was about to put away her phone when she heard footsteps behind her. Tang Tang. It was Wen Shubai. He had just returned from the hospital still in his white coat. Second brother. When Ruotang quickly composed her expression, turning around with a weak smile. Why are you back? When Shubai looked at her. Did you not sleep well last night? A little. When Shubai walked to the window and followed her gaze downward. What are you looking at? When Ruotang's heart tightened, but her face remained composed. Just looking at the view. When Shubai didn't press further. He only said, did Mom go to see Miao Miao? When Ruotang's fingers clenched. She should go. When Shubai said. When Ruotang looked up sharply. Second brother. When Shubai gazed out the window, his brows slightly furrowed. Some things. Someone needs to hear the truth. He finished speaking and turned away. When Ruotang stood there, her face slowly paling. Another one. Was she going to lose another one? She looked down at the headline of the opinion piece on her phone screen. Shocking. The Wen family's true heiress allegedly colludes with external capital to coerce her biological parents. When Ruotang curled her lips into a cold smile, it didn't matter. The waters were already murky. Next, she would make sure everyone saw that every person standing behind Wen Jimiao would become evidence of her ruthlessness. Wen Xingye waited for 17 minutes at the entrance of the Lu group. He had made an appointment in advance. It was the secretary of Lu Qinian who said that the chairman had an urgent meeting asking him to wait. 17 minutes passed, and Wen Xingye checked his watch 3 times. On the third check, when he lowered his hand, the metal clasp of the watch band lightly clinked against the edge of the table. He suppressed his frustration in his chest, the knot of his tie tightening around his neck. But Wen Xingye endured it, because he had to see Lu Qinian now. After Lin Wan returned from Wen Zimio's place yesterday, she seemed off. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She simply quietly placed a document into the study drawer. Wen Xingye thought it was just an ordinary law firm document, and didn't ask further. Until the morning, when he accidentally saw the document's header. Authorization letter for Family Trust Supervisor. Lin Wan's name was written in the supervisor column. The assets to be supervised, shockingly, were the funds from his mother-in-law that he had always believed were already under Wen's venture capital. For the first time, Wen Xingye realized that Wen Zimio's intention was not just to collect debts. She was pulling Lin Wan away from him. The door opened. Lu Qinian's secretary walked out with a proper smile. Mr. When the chairman requests your presence. Wen Xingye stood up, adjusted his tie, and walked into the conference room. Lu Qinian sat at the end of the long table, several documents spread out in front of him, without looking up. Xingye, sit. Wen Xingye took a seat. He was 2 years older than Lu Qinian. The two had navigated the business world in Jiangxing together in their youth, and although they had both started families later, their relationship had maintained a superficial politeness. Until today, that politeness was about to break. Qinian, about the matter with Zimiao, we can no longer let her lead us around like this. Lu Qinian finally raised his eyes. Then how do you propose we proceed? She only has a copy and a record in her hands. Wen Xingye said, if it goes to court, it's uncertain whether a case can even be filed. If our two families join forces to suppress public opinion and have a few people come forward to say it was a normal investment, what storm can a woman like her stir? Lu Qinian looked at him, his gaze akin to that of someone watching a player making a wrong move without realizing it. Xingye, your daughter is not some ordinary woman. What do you mean? She has Gu Mingzhang. Gu Mingzhang possesses the trust and supplementary will that your mother-in-law left behind 20 years ago. Lu Qinian slowly said, do you think I didn't know? Wen Xingye's face turned pale. You. How did you know? Jiangxing is that small. Lu Qinian said lightly, if there's any movement in the lawyer circle, it spreads quickly. He put down his pen and leaned slightly forward. Let me tell you why you can't suppress her. Because she holds the moral high ground. Your mother-in-law's money did indeed enter Wen's venture capital. Wen's venture capital indeed transferred money to the Lu family. No matter how you wash this account, it originally came from your Wen family. You want me to publicly say that this was a normal investment? Fine. Lu Qinian smiled, but the premise is that you must first take the blame for that part of Wen's venture capital. The Lu family can only cooperate as the invested party to explain. Wen Xingye suddenly stood up. Lu Qinian, what do you mean by this? The literal meaning. Lu Qinian said leisurely, if you want my help, you can't expect the Lu family to also get their hands dirty, can you? Wen Xingye clenched his fists. He finally understood. Lu Qinian was not here to help him. Lu Qinian was here to make him the scapegoat. Are you planning to let me bear this alone? I'm not making you bear it alone. Lu Qinian said calmly, it's asking you to lead the explanation of that investment decision from back then. You lead and the Lu family cooperates. Then this case can transform from misappropriation to investment failure. The charges will be lighter and compensation can be negotiated. But this way, Wen's venture capital becomes the direct responsible party for misappropriation of funds. It was originally your company. Lu Qinian said nonchalantly. Wen Xingye felt a tightness in his throat. He looked at Lu Qinian's face and suddenly felt it was very unfamiliar. In their youth, they took out their first loan from the bank together, drank the cheapest liquor together, and swore to establish themselves in Jiangxing. Later, each became prosperous, still calling each other brothers. But when it came to the matter at hand, the first thing Lu Qinian thought of was to push the responsibility onto him. Qinian, when Xingye lowered his voice, that money back then was requested by the Lu family to be transferred through Wen's venture capital. You said you wanted to do a big project and asked me to help with the turnover. Now you want me to take the blame alone. Lu Qinian raised an eyebrow. Xingye, you need to speak with evidence. Was it you who brought it up first, or did the Lu family ask you? Wen Xingye choked. How could there be evidence for their verbal agreement back then? Lu Qinian smiled, stood up, and walked to the window. Xingye, times have changed. Your daughter is now riding on your head. If I don't take the opportunity to clear the Lu family, I would be the fool. He'll give you 3 days to think. Either you step up to lead the explanation and take responsibility for Wen's venture capital, and the Liu family will help you suppress Wen Zimiao, or he turned around, his gaze cold. At worst, it will be a mutual destruction. The materials Wen Zimiao has are enough to cause Wen's group's stock price to drop by 30%. The Liu family will only suffer a minor injury, but Wen's will be severely hurt. Wen Qingye stood in the middle of the conference room, feeling cold all over. He had lost before. When his company nearly went bankrupt in his youth, he gritted his teeth and survived. But this time the one forcing him into a corner was his own daughter, and a brother he thought would stand by him through thick and thin for decades. He didn't know how he walked out of the Liu group. When he got into the car, the driver asked him if he was going back to the company or home. Wen Qingye remained silent for a long time before saying home. He needed to find a little breathing space with Wen Ruotang. When Wen Ruotang heard about Wen Chengye's meeting with Liu Qingyan, she immediately went downstairs bringing a cup of ginseng tea. Wen Ruotang lowered her eyes. I know. She also signed the authorization letter for the trust supervisor. Wen Ruotang's fingers tightened. What? The trust left by your grandmother. Wen Qingye rubbed his brow. The supervisor is your mother. It means that without her consent the Wen family cannot touch that money. Wen Ruotang's expression changed. She understood something. Once Lin Wan became the supervisor, she was no longer just Wen Qingye's wife. She now had legal power and could side with Wen Zimiao. This was the worst news for Wen Ruotang. Dad, what do you— Wen Qingye smiled wryly. Liu Qingyan wants me to take on the responsibility of Wen's venture capital. This way the Liu family can escape. Wen Ruotang immediately said you can't agree to that. If you don't agree, Wen's will be attacked from both sides by Wen Zimiao and the Liu family. If you agree, you will be the direct responsible person for misappropriating your grandmother's funds. Wen Ruotang looked at him at that time. Not only can my sister seek compensation, but she can also send you into the judicial process. Wen Qingye was well aware of this. He looked at the worried face of his adopted daughter and felt a slight warmth in his heart. At least Tang Tang was still on his side. What are your thoughts? He asked. Wen Ruotang lowered her eyes as if she was seriously contemplating. Dad, we can't let my sister and the Liu family pressure us from both sides. What do you mean? Can you make my sister and the Liu family fight first? Wen Ruotang said softly, what Liu Qingyan fears the most now is whether she still has more evidence against the Liu family in her hands. If Liu Qingyan thinks she still has leverage, he will take the initiative to seek your cooperation rather than forcing you to bear it alone. Wen Qingye squinted his eyes. How do you plan to do that? Wen Ruotang whispered, I've already had someone publish an article hinting that my sister has external capital backing her. As long as Liu Qingyan becomes suspicious and thinks my sister is being used to target the Liu family, he will shift the focus to that external capital. External capital? Wen Qingye frowned. Are you talking about Xanadu? Wen Ruotang did not deny it. At the auction, someone from Xanadu invited my sister upstairs for tea. Now the entire Jiangsheng is speculating about their relationship. A person like Liu Qingyan would rather believe in the existence of something than its absence. Wen Qingye pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. It might be feasible. He reached out and ruffled Wen Ruotang's hair. You are still the most considerate. Wen Ruotang smiled, looking obedient. But Wen Qingye didn't see that when she lowered her head, a calculating light flashed in her eyes. She was not helping Wen Qingye. She was buying herself time. As long as both Wen Qingye and Liu Qingyan were held up by Wen Zimiao, she would have the opportunity to pull Lin Wan back to her side. After all, Lin Wan was the daughter she had cared for 20 years. Not Wen Zimiao. Meanwhile, at the top of the Liu group, Liu Qingyan stood by the window watching Wen Chengye's car drive out of the parking lot. The door behind him opened. Liu Jingming walked in. Dad, did Uncle Wen agree? No. Liu Qingyan said lightly. He is still hesitating. Then what about Wen Zimiao? There's no need to worry about Wen Zimiao. Liu Qingyan turned around. She has her mother holding her back on the Wen family side, and the Liu family can't let her have it too easy. What do you plan to do? Liu Qingyan walked to his desk and pulled out a resume. Wensi Investment Executive Manager Liu Cheng. Liu Jingming was taken aback. Liu Cheng, someone from Zhou Wenjing's company. Liu Qingyan pushed the resume in front of Liu Jingming. He reportedly has some discontent with Zhou Wenjing, feeling that he has deeper qualifications. Such people are the easiest to approach. Liu Jingming picked up the resume and glanced at it. Are you planning to? It's not about taking down Wen Zimiao. Liu Qingyan said it's to keep her busy, so she doesn't have time to monitor the Liu family. When her backyard catches fire, Wen Qingye will be more eager to find me for cooperation. Time is the Liu family's bargaining chip. Liu Jingming put down the resume, but felt a little uneasy. He suddenly remembered that day in the old neighborhood in the western suburbs, when Wen Zimiao looked at him with that calm gaze. He should have known then that she was not someone who could be easily held back by small tricks. But now it was already impossible to persuade Liu Qingyan to stop. On the other side, at Wen Zimiao's apartment, Su Tang rushed in with a bag of fruit and threw her phone in front of Wen Zimiao. Meow meow, something happened. Wen Zimiao glanced at the screen. She had actually seen that article already. The title was sensational, the accompanying image blurry, and the entire article was filled with suspected reportedly, and netizens claimed. A standard smear piece. Was it sent by editor Wang? How did you know? Su Tang's eyes widened. When Ruotang contacted him last night. Wen Zimiao said. Su Tang was stunned. How do you know all this? Wen Zimiao did not explain. She simply returned the phone to Su Tang. Let the article circulate for a while. Circulate for a while. Su Tang panicked. It has already surpassed 100,000 views. Just 100,000. Wen Zimiao said indifferently, wait until it reaches 1 million, then I'll reel it in. Su Tang looked at her, and after a moment suddenly smiled. Meow meow, you are becoming more and more like a chess player now. Wen Zimiao walked to the window watching the bustling traffic below. I'm not a chess player. I've just been hurt by the game too many times and have finally learned to make the first move. Bai Wei arranged to meet Wen Ruotang at a private cafe in the southern part of the city. They used to come here often. It was secluded, quiet, and the waitstaff recognized them, helping to block unnecessary interruptions. Today Bai Wei arrived very early. She sat at a window seat, her coffee untouched before her. In her hand, she clutched the lawyer's letter, its edges crumpled from her grip. When Ruotang entered, she wore a wide-brimmed hat that obscured her face and a mask. This disguise made Bai Wei sneer inwardly. In the past, when Ruotang loved being seen in places like this. The socialite circle knew of their close relationship, and she reveled in the feeling of being surrounded. Now she knew to hide. Wei, I'm sorry I'm late. When Ruotang said as she sat down, removing her mask to reveal a pale and haggard face. Bai Wei looked at her. This was a face she had seen for many years. Fragile, innocent, always in need of protection. Once she thought this was the most endearing quality of Wen Ruotang. Now all she felt was exhaustion. Ruotang, I'll be direct, Bai Wei stated, pushing the lawyer's letter to the center of the table. You need to give me an explanation about this matter. When Ruotang froze. What explanation? The marketing account was your suggestion and you set the direction of the article. Now the lawyer's letter is in my hands, and Gu Mingzhang's people told me that the evidence has been preserved. Bai Wei lowered her voice. Tell me, what should I do? When Ruotang's eyes immediately turned red. Wei, I didn't know it would end up like this. You didn't know? Bai Wei scoffed. You say that every time. The last time there was a cafe scandal you said you didn't know it would escalate. This time with the marketing account you say you didn't know you would be sued. When Ruotang, do you think I am a fool? In the cafe they were the only table with customers, yet Bai Wei instinctively lowered her voice. In the socialite circle, what people feared most was having their conflicts exposed. Tears fell from Wen Ruotang's, eyes pooling on her chin. Wei, you really misunderstood me. Those marketing accounts were not my doing, it was editor Wang who initiated it. I was too upset and complained a bit to him. Complained a bit? Yes, Wen Ruotang nodded. I told him that I felt miserable at home after my sister returned. Editor Wang then said he would stand up for me. I had no other way. Bai Wei stared at her. She realized that Wen Ruotang was quite skilled in her speech. Not a single falsehood, yet she omitted the most crucial parts. Editor Wang offered help, and she simply did not stop him. She hadn't anticipated it would escalate. She was just too aggrieved. Ruotang, Bai Wei leaned forward. I have received the lawyer's letter. Mingzhang Law Firm clearly states that my account was involved in spreading false information. If this goes to court, do you think I would stand by you? When Ruotang looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. Wei, you wouldn't betray me, right? This question was light as a feather. But Bai Wei sensed the underlying threat. Of course, she would not betray Wen Ruotang. It was because of their feelings she was also involved. Once Wen Ruotang fell, she would not fare much better. But Wen Ruotang should not be using her leverage as a shield at this moment. I need a statement. Bai Wei took out a sheet of A4 paper from her bag. You clearly write that the articles from those marketing accounts were authorized by you through editor Wang. I merely helped you forward them. Wen Ruotang's expression changed. Wei, are you pushing me out? I am protecting myself, Bai Wei replied. Gu Mingzhang is suing me. If you write this statement, I can use it to negotiate with Wen Zimiao and shift the responsibility back onto you. This way we can both escape. Shift it onto me. Wen Ruotang's voice trembled. Wei, do you realize what this means? My parents already don't fully trust me. If this statement gets out and finished in the Wen family, then I will be finished in the socialite circle. Bai Wei refused to back down. The two women locked gazes. The warmth of their plastic sisterhood finally dropped to freezing point. After a long pause, Wen Ruotang slowly spoke. Wei, do you really want to treat me this way? You started it first, Bai Wei replied. When Ruotang lowered her head, her fingers clutching the coffee cup. What if I don't agree? Bai Wei's expression turned cold. Then we will each rely on our own abilities. You have records of me speaking up for you, and I have records of you asking me to do things. If this escalates, neither of us will be well off. When Ruotang suddenly looked up. Are you threatening me? I am negotiating with you. Bai Wei stood up. Think it over. Give me a response within 3 days, or I will go find Wen Zimiao first. After saying this, she picked up her bag and left. When Ruotang sat alone in the cafe, the softness on her face gradually fading. She watched Bai Wei's departing figure, her expression as cold as a poisoned needle. Bai Wei, this subordinate who had fought battles for her for so many years, was the first to realize that she could betray her. When Ruotang suddenly felt absurd. She had exerted so much effort to pull Wen Jimiao down from the position of the true heiress, elevating Bai Wei as her mouthpiece. Yet in the end, Bai Wei also wanted to stand above her. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Editor Wang, that article about Wen Jimiao colluding with external capital adds some fuel to the fire. How to add? Release a few blurry images, when Ruotang said. The car of Shang Du and the silhouette of Wen Jimiao entering a high-end club. They don't need to be clear, they just need to suggest something. If this gets investigated, it won't reach you, when Ruotang replied calmly. The images are edited and the sources are anonymous submissions. Editor Wang hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. After hanging up, when Ruotang put her phone away, she knew Bai Wei was unreliable now. Since she couldn't rely on her, she would let Bai Wei become a discarded piece. What she needed to do was thoroughly ruin Wen Jimiao's reputation before Bai Wei went to find her. By the time, even if Bai Wei wanted to jump ship, there would be no ship to jump onto. Outside the cafe, Su Tang sat in a white sports car, a camera resting on the steering wheel. She had just captured the entire scene of Bai Wei storming out angrily, while Wen Ruotang sat alone by the window. Although she couldn't hear what they were saying, their expressions already spoke volumes. Su Tang sent the photo to Wen Jimiao, attaching a message, sisterly bond, plastic rupture. Wen Jimiao replied, quickly, sales opportunity. Can't see the lip movements. No, this cafe has excellent sound insulation. That's enough. Just having the photos is sufficient. Su Tang smiled. She understood Wen Jimiao's meaning. In the socialite and wealthy circles, the photo itself carried more impact than the content. As long as people knew Bai Wei, and when Ruotang had fallen out, public opinion would grow on its own. After all, Bai Wei was Wen Ruotang's closest friend. If even she was not on Wen Ruotang's side, how credible could Wen Ruotang's words be? Su Tang started the car, preparing to leave. But in the rearview mirror, she saw Bai Wei coming out from another direction, getting into a taxi. She thought for a moment and messaged Wen Jimiao, Bai Wei seems to be heading towards your apartment. A while later, Wen Jimiao replied, let her come. Su Tang raised an eyebrow. You want to see her? Not really. But I want her to know that I can see her. Su Tang didn't quite understand. But she understood one thing: Wen Jimiao was fishing again. And when Wen Jimiao replied that message, she had indeed already guessed Bai Wei's intentions. The moment the lawyer's letter reached Bai Wei's hands, the person in the socialite circle most concerned about face must have been more eager than anyone else to find a way out. And the only clean way out for her was to betray Wen Ruotang. The problem was Bai Wei still thought she had the right to negotiate. Wen Jimiao needed to make her understand that she did not. Bai Wei indeed went to the bottom of Wen Jimiao's apartment. She sat in the car for 40 minutes before daring to get out. She had thought out her excuse. She would say she was there to apologize, that she had been used by Wen Ruotang, and was willing to provide evidence of Wen Ruotang's alternate account, just asking for Wen Jimiao to withdraw the lawyer's letter. This excuse should be sincere enough. She arrived at the apartment door and pressed the doorbell. When the door opened, she saw a young assistant's face. Hello, who are you looking for? Bai Wei was taken aback. I'm looking for Wen Jimiao. Miss Wen has gone out. The assistant smiled politely. She asked me to tell you that if you want to discuss matters regarding Wen Ruotang, you can make an appointment at Mingzhang Law Firm. Miss Wen said that for evidence-related issues, she only follows lawyer Gus arrangements. Bai Wei's face turned pale. Wen Jimiao knew she would come. Not only did she know, but she also arranged for someone to block her outside in advance. This suddenly made her realize that in this game, she even needed the other party to grant her the qualification to negotiate. She turned to leave, her high heels clattering noisily on the ground. The assistant closed the door and sent a message. Miss Wen, she has left. Her expression is quite bad. A while later, Wen Jimiao replied, got it. Thank you. She actually hadn't gone out. She was sitting on the living room sofa, holding an old ledger left by her grandmother. The earlier scene was deliberately arranged by her. People like Bai Wei only understand their position after truly hitting a wall. Wen Jimiao was not in a hurry. She wanted to wait until Bai Wei became even more desperate. Until Bai Wei had more chips to play with. At that time, she would let Bai Wei personally peel off Wen Ruotang's mask layer by layer. When Wen Jimiao saw Shang Du, he was sitting in a car beneath the Wincy investment building. A black Bentley was parked by the roadside with the window rolled down halfway. Shang Du was dressed in a dark suit without a tie, the top button of his shirt undone, exuding a more relaxed aura than at the auction, yet still emanating a sense of pressure. Wen Jimiao walked over, but did not get into the car immediately. Mr. Shang, standing here beneath my company, aren't you afraid of another scandal tomorrow? Shang Du raised his eyes to look at her. Miss Wen will get in the car, only then will there be a chance for the scandal to become true. Wen Jimiao smiled slightly, opened the car door, and sat inside. His gaze fell on her face as if reading an incomplete report. high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and the lines of her profile clearly defined under the streetlight. The interior of the car was spacious, with a sandalwood box placed in the middle of the back seat, very similar to the one she had opened at home, but larger in size. "What is this?" "A celadon cup," Shangdu said, the original document of the old contract in the inner layer. Wen Jimiao paused slightly. "Are you giving this to me?" "Not a gift," Shangdu tapped on the box lid with his long fingers. "It's for you to see. After you look at it, if you find it valuable, we can discuss how to share it." Wen Jimiao looked at him. This man had never regarded her as a sheltered little girl, but as someone who could sit down and conduct business. This made her feel comfortable. She opened the box. Inside was a celadon porcelain cup, the bottom hiding a yellowed old contract. The edges of the paper had already become brittle, but the writing and seal on it were still somewhat legible. "North District of Jiangqing, the former site of the Shun weaving factory." Shangdu said, "The old contract from the Republican era confirms that this land originally belonged to your grandmother's family. After several transfers, the ownership has become ambiguous. However, now it has legal controversy value. Regarding the land, next month there will be a piece of land in the North District going on sale." Shangdu handed her a document from the side. "Land plot number North District 09, located less than 2 kilometers southwest of the former weaving factory site. If the old contract is made public, the ownership dispute of this land will emerge." Wen Jimiao took the document and quickly skimmed through it. In her past life, she knew that Shangdu had acquired the celadon cup, but she did not know how he planned to use it. It turned out to be for this. "What does Mr. Shang want me to do?" she asked. "It's not about what I want you to do," Shangdu looked at her. "It's about what you want me to do. If we take this land together, I can develop it. If you take it, then you develop it. If neither of us wants it, we can let it rot in our hands, preventing anyone from the Liu family or the Wen family from taking it easily." Wen Jimiao said. "Once the investment is familiar with it," Shangdu said lightly. "Zhou Wenjing has a team." Wen Jimiao lowered her eyes. Shangdu was right. What her grandmother left her was not just that sum of money and a lawyer, but also a formed investment team. If this team couldn't even handle a piece of land, her subsequent business layout would be impossible to discuss. "I will talk to Zhou Wenjing," she said. "That's fine," Shangdu nodded. "But there is one thing I need to remind you first." "What?" "Your Wensi investment is not clean inside." Wen Zimiao's fingers paused. "Who is Mr. Shang referring to?" "Liu Cheng." Shangdu named a person. "Executive manager, has been with Zhou Wenjing for 5 years, always feels he should be promoted to deputy general manager. Recently, he has been close to people from Dingxing capital." Wen Zimiao's expression did not change much. Liu Cheng. She had heard this name too many times in her past life. Malicious acquisitions, internal leaks, Zhou Wenjing being forced to leave Jiangqing, each of these words was related to him. She just didn't expect that Shangdu's investigation speed was 3 months faster than she had anticipated. "Why did Mr. Shang tell me this?" "Because you trade favors for information." Shangdu's tone was calm. "Once the information is exchanged, the favor remains. But it can't be owed for too long." "Oh, I don't like that." Wen Jimiao smiled. "Is Mr. Shang planning to clear the favor today?" "Whether to clear it or not depends on you," Shangdu said. "I can lend you a few people to keep an eye on Liu Cheng, or I can do nothing and wait for you to deal with it yourself." Wen Jimiao returned the copy of the old contract to the box. "I won't take Mr. Shang's people for now." "Reason?" "Liu Cheng is an internal issue of Wensi," Wen Jimiao said. "If I can't even handle my internal people, then in the future Mr. Shang won't be at ease working with me." Shangdu looked at her, his gaze containing both scrutiny and appreciation. "Is Miss Wen planning to fish for herself?" "The fish is already near the bait," Wen Jimiao said. "I just need someone to help me watch it so it doesn't run away." Shangdu did not respond immediately. He looked at her, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. More than a simple business conversation. Though not obvious, the silence in the enclosed car was enough for one to notice. Wen Jimiao did not engage in that gaze, lowering her eyes and folding the top of the document back. "I will remember this favor." Shangdu curved his lips slightly. "Then I will note one too. You owe me twice." Mr. Shang keeps accounts very clearly. And business accounts must be clear. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Wen Jimiao pushed open the car door. "Regarding the land, I will give you a response within 3 days. I will wait." After Wen Jimiao got out of the car, the Bentley did not leave immediately. Shangdu looked at her through the window as she walked into the Wensi investment building, his expression deep. The driver in the front seat asked softly, "Mr. Shang back to the company?" The car started and Shangdu withdrew his gaze. He recalled Wen Zimiao's expression when she heard the name Liu Cheng. It wasn't surprise. It was understanding, as if she had already known that person would cause trouble. This made him even more curious about Wen Jimiao. Wensi investment, 18th floor. Zhou Wenjing was in the conference room reviewing project reports. Wen Jimiao pushed the door open and placed the materials for land plot North District 09 in front of him. Manager Zhou, take a look at this. Zhou Wenjing looked up and saw the lingering light in her eyes. Given by Shang Du. Zhou Wenjing picked up the materials and flipped through them, frowning deeper the more he read. The land in the North District will go on sale next month, and the bottom price is not low. So it's not all about competing. When Jimiao sat down, Shang Du means cooperation. He acquires the land, and we provide the team an operational plan sharing the profits. Zhou Wenjing was silent. Miss Wen, do you trust him? Not completely, Wen Jimiao said, but I trust in profit. Shang Du will not engage in unprofitable business, and I want either. Zhou Wenjing looked at her. In the second letter left by my grandmother, she mentioned two things. Wen Jimiao raised her eyes. First, the old lady hoped that you would not refuse all cooperation out of hatred for the Wen family, Zhou Wenjing said. Second, she hoped you would have someone by your side who could hold you back when you were impulsive. Wen Jimiao lowered her eyes. Do you think Shang Du is that person? I don't know, Zhou Wenjing said, but I know that he is at least not here to take advantage of you. Someone who takes advantage wouldn't show you the original of the old contract. Wen Jimiao smiled lightly. Manager Zhou, are you speaking up for him? I am guarding against the old lady. Zhou Wenjing pushed a document over. This is the current project structure and personnel situation of Wenxi Investment. If you want to investigate the mole, start from here. Wen Jimiao took the document. She flipped to the page for the executive manager. Lu Cheng's photo and resume were right there. The resume looked impressive. Master's degree in finance, 5 years of experience, led 3 medium-sized merger cases. But Wen Jimiao knew this was just the surface. In her past life, after Lu Cheng betrayed Wenxi, he went to Dingxing Capital, and later during a massive layoff, he became a scapegoat and was schemed against to be kicked out. In this life, Wen Jimiao would not give him that opportunity. Lu Cheng has recently contacted an organization called Dingxing Capital, Wen Jimiao said. Zhou Wenjing was taken aback. How do you know? I guessed, Wen Jimiao said. Manager Zhou can check his emails, call records, and external meetings. If nothing is found, it means I was wrong. Zhou Wenjing looked at her, his gaze gradually deepening. He recalled the words his grandmother wrote in the will. This child, though she seems quiet, knows what she is doing. Do not make decisions for her, give her evidence, and she will choose the right path herself. Now it seemed that the old lady understood her granddaughter better than anyone. I will arrange it, Zhou Wenjing said. Do not alert the snake in the grass, Wen Jimiao warned. Lu Cheng thinks it's his scheme, so let him think it is. What do you want to do? Wen Jimiao thought for a moment. Release a false project intention letter. Let him think Wenxi is going to invest in a big project, and that there is a lot of financial pressure. If Dingxing Capital takes the bait, they will take the opportunity to lowball the acquisition or poach. By that time, the evidence will naturally appear. Zhou Wenjing pondered. This move carries risks. All chess moves carry risks, Wen Jimiao said. But when the player knows how the opponent will move next, risk becomes profit. Zhou Wenjing looked at her and suddenly smiled. Miss Wen, you are becoming less like the person who first entered the room. What did I look like then? Like a bird just chased out of its nest, flying very cautiously. Wen Jimiao replied flatly, what about now? Now you look like an eagle. Wen Jimiao did not respond. She simply picked up the document and stood up. Manager Zhou, let's advance both the land issue and the Lu Cheng matter simultaneously. By the way, I just remembered something. In the second letter from my grandmother, did it mention a person? Zhou Wenjing was taken aback. How do you know? I guessed, Wen Jimiao said. The old lady wouldn't just leave me a will and money. She must have left me someone too. Zhou Wenjing was silent for a moment, then took out the second letter from the drawer. He pushed the letter to Wen Jimiao. The person mentioned by the old lady is named Chen Guilon. Wen Jimiao's pupils constricted slightly. Chen Guilon, the insane old nurse from the mental hospital in her past life. The one who told her about the Lu family startup funds, Zhou Wenjing, and the clues to the account books. It turned out her grandmother had known about her long ago. Where is she? Wen Jimiao asked. Currently uncertain, Zhou Wenjing said. The old lady only said that this person knows what will happen after she leaves. If you ever want to find out the true cause of your grandmother's death, go find her. Wen Jimiao clenched the letter tightly. The true cause of her grandmother's death. In her past life, she had never been able to uncover this matter until her death. In this life, she finally had the chance. Manager Zhou, she raised her head, her voice light yet firm. Help me find Xin Guilon. At any cost. When Wen Shubai received the copy of the medical record, his hands trembled. He wasn't unprepared psychologically. That day on the bus in the western suburbs, Wen Jimiao's gaze towards Lu Jingming reminded him of many things. Later, he repeatedly listened to the recording from the cafe, and finally had to admit that perhaps the entire family owed this younger sister something. But he still underestimated the weight of the words, oh, until he saw this medical record. The first page of the record had a line printed on it, patient Wen Jimiao. Admission date, 3 years ago. Discharge date, not registered. Reason for transfer, transferred to a long-term care facility. This phrase sounded dignified, but when Shubai knew all too well what it meant. In the context of psychiatry, the so-called long-term care facility often meant a lifetime. He flipped to the third page. There were records of treatment and medication. Further on there was a section for diagnostic opinions. In the column for the attending physician's signature, there was a name he recognized. Chen Jiqiang. When Shubai stared at this name for a long time. Chen Jiqiang was his peer from school who later went to a private psychiatric hospital, and they did not work in the same institution. Their relationship was neither close nor distant. They had occasionally met at industry conferences. However, this was not the focus. The focus was that at the very bottom of the diagnostic opinion section, there was a handwritten note followed by a signature. He recognized that signature. He recognized it all too well. Because it was his own handwriting. At least to the naked eye it looked almost identical. When Shubai felt as though his throat was being held tight. 3 years ago when Jimiao was sent to the psychiatric hospital, had he actually signed something? How could he not remember? He recalled carefully. That year he was working on a very difficult project, practically living in the hospital. But on several occasions his family had called him saying that Tang Tang was unwell and asked him to come home. He returned. Each time he went back he was so exhausted that he fell asleep on the study sofa. After waking up Lin Wan, or when Ruotang would bring him a glass of water saying he was too tired and needed to rest. Could it be? When Shubai dared not think further, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello Xiaochen, this is Wen Shubai. Please help me check on a person Chen Jiqiang, who worked at Kongda Private Psychiatric Hospital 3 years ago. Yes, the entire resume. And, he paused, his voice a bit dry. Please check if I signed any consultation or referral documents at Kongda Hospital 3 years ago. Doctor, when don't you remember your own signature? I don't remember, Wen Shubai said. That's why I need to check. After hanging up he locked the copy of the medical record in his drawer. This matter must not be known by anyone, especially Wen Ruotang. But just as he stood up there was a knock on the office door. Second brother. Wen Ruotang peeked her head in carrying a bag of fruit. What brings you here? Wen Shubai quickly reined in his emotions. Mom said you haven't come home for several days to eat, so I brought you some fish soup. Wen Ruotang walked in and placed the thermos on the table. I cooked it all morning. Wen Shubai looked at her. Wen Ruotang had light makeup on today, her complexion still a bit pale, but when she smiled, she looked as harmless as usual. If it weren't for that recording, if it weren't for that medical record, he might still believe that this younger sister was the kindest person in the family. Tang Tang, he suddenly spoke. Do you remember how many times I went home 3 years ago? When Ruotang's hand pouring the soup paused. 3 years ago. Yes. You were unwell, and Mom asked me to come back. When Ruotang thought for a moment and nodded. I remember. At that time second brother was busy with his project and would fall asleep on the sofa every time he came back. Where were you when I was asleep? When Ruotang's actions completely froze. She looked up at Wen Shubai, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. Second brother, why are you suddenly asking this? Just asking casually. Wen Shubai said. When Ruotang forced a smile. I was right beside you. You slept so deeply that I even covered you with a blanket. Wen Shubai did not smile. Do you know Wen Jimiao? When Ruotang's expression changed. Wen Jimiao. 3 years ago was she sent to a psychiatric hospital. When Shubai asked each word clearly, did I sign my consent? The air in the office froze for a few seconds. When Ruotang's eyes slowly turned red. Second brother, you are still doubting me, aren't you? I am not doubting you, Wen Shubai said. I am asking you about the fact. The fact is I don't know. When Ruotang raised her voice a bit. At that time I had just learned that I was not the biological daughter of the Wen family. I was completely devastated. Who would know where Wen Jimiao was? Who knew what had happened to you? When Shubai looked at her. When Ruotang's tears fell landing on the table. You all blame me. Sister blames me, Mom blames me, and now even second brother you blame me. But I didn't mean it. I just wanted to keep this family. She cried, her shoulders shaking. In the past, when Shubai saw her like this, he would definitely feel soft-hearted. He would walk over, pat her back, and say not to cry, that second brother didn't mean it. But today he simply sat in his chair and watched her cry. Tang Tang, he said. When Ruotang raised her head, her eyes blurry with tears. That medical record has my signature on it. When Ruotang's cries suddenly stopped. But I have no memory. When Shubai continued, moreover that medical record is from 3 years ago. This means that the time when Jimiao was sent away coincided with the time you were unwell, and I was frequently coming home. Second brother, what do you mean by this? I mean nothing. When Shubai stood up and walked to the window. I just want to clarify whether I did this or not. When Ruotang clenched the edge of the table. Maybe you're too tired to remember. Maybe, when Shubai turned around. But Chen Jiqiang's signature is real. He indeed worked at that hospital 3 years ago. If I had signed, he would definitely remember. When Ruotang's face turned completely pale. She then realized that Wen Shubai was not merely asking her casually. He was investigating. He actually started to look into things from 3 years ago. Second brother. She stood up, her voice trembling. Please don't investigate anymore. Let the past remain in the past. Sister has already left the Wen family, as she won't come back to pursue these matters. How do you know she won't pursue it? Wen Shubai asked. Wen Ruotang was taken aback. Isn't she always pursuing Dad's old debts? For someone like her, just give her enough money, why drag the whole family into it? Wen Shubai suddenly felt very tired. He was not listening to Wen Ruotang. He was observing a person using every means to completely push away the responsibility of others. Tang Tang, he said, I'm tired. Put the soup down and go home early. Wen Ruotang stood in place, not moving. Second brother, you won't stand on sister's side, right? Wen Shubai did not answer. He simply repeated, go home early. Wen Ruotang finally turned and left. The moment the door closed, the frailty on her face was wiped clean. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes, her nails scraping against her skin, leaving a short red mark, her jaw clenched tightly. Wen Shubai was also investigating. Another one. The few supports she had in this world were disappearing one by one. She could wait no longer. Wen Ruotang hurriedly walked out of the hospital, got into her car, and dialed Editor Wang's number. Editor Wang changed the direction of tomorrow's article. What direction? Wen Shubai, Wen Ruotang said, the second young master of the Wen family is recently being influenced by his younger sister, who just returned. Write about how he started to doubt the sister who raised him for 20 years due to a segment of unknown origin recording. Wouldn't this be too targeted at the Wen family? You just write that he is deceived under academic pressure and the sibling relationship is growing distant. Wen Ruotang said coldly, make the readers sympathize with him and also let him know that investigating Wen Jimiao will yield no good results. Editor Wang was silent for a moment before agreeing. After hanging up, Wen Ruotang leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. She knew this move was very risky. Once Wen Shubai discovered that the article was written by someone she found, she would truly be finished. But she could not afford to not gamble. Because if she continued to investigate, everything from 3 years ago would surface. And Wen Ruotang absolutely could not let that matter be unearthed. Meanwhile, Wen Shubai sat in his office, reopening the drawer and looking at that medical record again. In the lower right corner of the medical record, that handwritten signature resembled an old scar. He suddenly remembered Wen Jimiao when she was little. He had actually seen her once. Back then she was very small, being led by their grandmother buying candied hawthorns, and he glanced at her from afar and thought that the little girl's eyes were very bright, like little stars. Later, when their grandmother passed away, he went to check again, only to find out that the little girl was already missing. Later, Wen Jimiao was found and brought back. But it seemed he had never seriously looked into her eyes. Now he realized that the light in those eyes might have been extinguished 3 years ago, and he might have been one of those who handed over the knife. Wen Shubai picked up his phone, scrolling to Wen Zimio's number. His finger hovered over the dial button, but he did not press it for a long time. He did not know how to start. Nor did he know whether Wen Jimiao would be willing to listen. But he knew he had to do something. Not for the Wen family, but for the I'm sorry that should have been asked long ago in his heart. On the day the 3-day deadline arrived, Wen Jimiao rose early. She wore a white blouse paired with light gray tailored trousers, her legs long and waist slender, presenting an overall look that was clean, yet not overly formal. When Su Tang saw her, he let out a whistle. Meow meow, you're increasingly taking on the air of a big boss. The corporate lawyer is coming, you I can't dress too casually. Wen Jimiao said as she fastened her tie. The Lu family might overturn the table today, so we need to be prepared. Su Tang followed her downstairs, muttering under his breath. That old fox Lu Qinian. Will he have no shame at all? What he wants is face, Wen Jimiao said. But now he must choose between face and the Lu family's interests. When they arrived at Mingzhang law firm, Gu Mingzhang was already waiting in the conference room. Before him lay 3 file folders, their colors subdued. Miss, when the Lu family made a move this morning. Speak. Lu Qinian used a health-related public account to release an article about you and Shangdu. Gu Mingzhang slid a tablet over. The headline reads, shocking after severing ties, the true heiress of the Wen family clings to Shangdu, possibly orchestrating a financial scheme to coerce her parents into submission. Wen Jimiao glanced down at it. The article was lengthy, filled with phrases like according to sources, information suggests, possibly, and worthy of attention. Accompanying it was a blurry photo that seemed to show Shangdu's car with a silhouette resembling a woman beside it. This photo, Su Tang fumed, it's clearly photoshopped. The car is Shangdu's, but who knows who that silhouette is? They don't need people to know who the silhouette is, Wen Jimiao said. They just need people to speculate. Gu Mingzhang nodded. This article spread quickly with over 1 million views in half an hour. The Lu family's resources are far beyond Wen Ruotang's petty tricks. So Lu Qinian isn't planning to back down today. Wen Jimiao returned the tablet. He's testing my limits. What are your limits? Su Tang asked. Wen Jimiao glanced at the time. He thinks I only have Jiang Wenchang's copy. Gu Mingzhang smiled slightly, picking up the middle folder from the table. Then that means he's about to lose spectacularly. Wen Jimiao took the folder without opening it. She simply grabbed Su Tang and sat down with him. As she sat, Wen Jimiao habitually straightened her cuffs. Just wait and see. At 10 in the morning, the Lu family's call came in. It was Lu Kinian's secretary. Lawyer Gu Chairman Lu would like to meet Miss Wen in your firm's conference room this afternoon. He says he has matters to discuss regarding the events of 3 days ago. Gu Mingzhong looked at Wen Jimiao. She coolly replied to Chairman Lu 3 o'clock this afternoon in your firm's conference room. We'll talk business, only not feelings. After the secretary conveyed the message, Lu Qinian quickly responded agreed. Su Tang hastily asked, are you really going to negotiate with him? Of course. Wen Jimiao said. But I didn't make him come. What do you mean? He came on his own initiative. Wen Jimiao smiled. He thinks he's won, so he came. At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Qinian arrived punctually. This time he brought no lawyer, only Lu Jingming. The moment the conference room door closed, Lu Qinian suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a trap long set. Wen Jimiao sat at the head of the table, with floor-to-ceiling windows behind her. The sunlight streamed in, casting her expression into shadow. Chairman Lu, please have a seat. Lu Qinian sat down with Lu Jingming standing behind him. Miss Wen, you've chosen your venue well, Lu Qinian said. Lawyer Gu's conference room is fair to everyone. Wen Jimiao replied. Chairman Lu, what would you like to discuss today? Lu Qinian unhurriedly took a document from his briefcase. This is a draft statement voluntarily submitted by Wen Qingye. He claims that the funds from 20 years ago were his initiative to contact the Lu family, constituting a normal investment failure by Wen's venture capital. The Lu family was merely the recipient. He slid the draft to the center of the table. Miss Wen, is this explanation to your satisfaction? Wen Jimiao didn't even glance at the draft. No. A hint of smugness appeared on Lu Qinian's face. Why not? Because Wen Qingye wouldn't voluntarily submit this. Wen Jimiao said calmly. He's a man of pride. He wouldn't hand the ammunition to someone else before reaching the point of utter desperation. Lu Qinian's expression stiffened. Wen Jimiao took the middle folder from Gu Mingzhong, opened it, and slid it across to Lu Qinian. This is an excerpt from Mr. Jiang Wenchang's notarized deposition. There are a few passages I believe Chairman Lu will find interesting. Lu Qinian looked down. Page 1 question. How much do you know about the flow of those funds back then? Answer. The transfer from old Madam Shen's foundation to Wen's venture capital was personally arranged by Wen Qingye. He said the money was for a major project and asked me to handle the accounting. Lu Qinian's fingers tightened slightly. Page 2 question. What role did the Lu family play in these funds? Answer. Lu Qinian personally approached Wen Qingye, saying the Lu family needed startup capital for a tech industrial park. They agreed then that after the project went public, Wen's venture capital would receive equity shares. But the equity was never delivered. Lu Qinian's face darkened completely. Lu Jingming couldn't see the document's contents from behind, but he could sense his father's change and grew tense as well. Wen Zimiao's voice continued. Chairman Lu, this deposition has been notarized with a complete audio recording. If I submit it to the court, the Lu family status will shift from recipient to co-conspirator. Then it's not a matter of compensation, but of benefit transfer and embezzlement. Lu Qinian remained silent. He now understood why Wen Jimiao had waited 3 days. She wasn't waiting for him to reduce resistance. She was waiting for him to apply pressure, so she could crush him into the mud all at once. What do you want? Lu Qinian asked. I don't ask for much, Wen Jimiao said. First, regarding the funds from 20 years ago, both the Lu family and Wen's venture capital will each provide a written statement. I'm not asking for a confession, just a written confirmation of the facts. Second, regarding the Lu family's role in the cooperation between the two companies, the Lu family will proactively explain it in response to press inquiries. Third, retract today's article. Lu Qinian suddenly laughed, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Miss Wen, you're saving the Lu family's reputation. I'm saving my own reputation. Wen Jimiao said. Destroying the Lu family's image does me no good. But I'd rather you understand, Chairman Lu, that what you're winning now is just time, not the outcome. Lu Qinian's smile gradually faded. He looked at the young woman before him and was suddenly reminded of his younger days. Back then he and Wen Qingye had dominated the Jiangxing business world, stopping at nothing. They had exploited the naivety of many young competitors, squeezing them out of the market. But this woman before him, though also very young, was as deep and mellow as a jar of wine aged 20 years. I agree, he said. Lu Jingming stared at his father in disbelief. Dad, shut up. Lu Qinian didn't turn around. Wait for me outside. Lu Jingming clenched his fists and walked out of the conference room. As the door closed, he saw Wen Jimiao sitting there bathed in the sunlight behind her. She didn't look at him, but he felt that she had already completely forgotten he existed. Inside the conference room, Lu Qinian sat back down. I can have the legal department handle the first 2 conditions. But the third, Chairman Lu must handle the third, Wen Jimiao said. Because you released that article, not Wen Ruotang, nor some subordinate of the Lu family. A muscle twitched at the corner of Lu Qinian's mouth. You even know that. Wen Ruotang doesn't have such resources, Wen Jimiao said. But the Lu family does. After a long silence, Lu Qinian finally said, I'll have the article retracted. Within 2 hours. Miss Wen, don't push your luck. Chairman Lu, you agreed 3 days ago. Wen Jimiao said. Every minute you delay now will give this deposition a little more time to circulate online. Lucinian stared hard at her. Then he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Retract the article. Now. Immediately. When Jimiao watched him, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Lucinian had finally bowed his head. He had bowed to the facts. For the first time, he was forced into a corner with no way out by a young woman. After the meeting concluded, when Jimiao didn't return directly to her apartment, she asked Su Tang to go back first, and she walked alone by the river for a long time. The river wind was strong, pressing her blouse against her body. She watched the boats on the river, breathing in long, deep breaths. In her past life, she had also died by a river, just not in Jiangqing. Back then she had walked very slowly, feeling as if she might fall at any moment. And then she did fall. But in this life, she stood by the river in Jiangqing with solid ground beneath her feet. She was still alive. And she had won a small victory. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Wen Shubai. A long text written slowly, very carefully. Miao Miao, it's your second brother. I saw a medical record with my signature on it, but I don't remember signing it. If you have time, could we meet? When Jimiao stared at the message, her eyes growing moist. She didn't reply immediately. She put her phone in her pocket and looked up at the sky. The sunlight was beautiful today, so beautiful, it almost brought tears to her eyes. She knew that Wen Shubai was beginning to distrust Wen Ruotang. But trust or distrust didn't matter. What mattered was that in this family someone was finally willing to say I'm sorry to her for what happened 3 years ago. She had been waiting for those words for 2 lifetimes. When Baiwei visited Wen Zimio's apartment for the second time, she felt quite dejected. Last time she had come as a victim, intending to sell out Wen Ruotang for her own protection. This time, she came as a pleader, hoping that Wen Jimiao could lend her a helping hand. The doorbell rang 3 times, and the door opened. It was still the same assistant wearing a polite smile. Miss Wen is at home. Please come in. Baiwei had built up her courage for a long time, but in this moment it seemed all in vain. She followed the assistant inside, and found Wen Jimiao sitting on the sofa in the living room with 2 cups of tea in front of her. It seemed she had known all along that Baiwei would come. Miss Bai, please take a seat. When Baiwei sat down, her shoulders were tense. She had never faced Wen Jimiao with such nervousness. In the past, in the socialite circle, Wen Jimiao was seen as an unremarkable pangolin, while she was a friend of Wen Ruotang, naturally above her. Now sitting here, their positions had completely reversed. Miss Wen, I won't beat around the bush, Baiwei said directly. I have something of Wen Ruotang's, and I want to use it to exchange for you to retract the lawyer's letter. Wen Jimiao did not respond immediately. She simply lifted her teacup and took a sip. Miss Bai, please drink some tea first. This is floral oolong, it's not bitter, and it can soothe the mind. Baiwei was at a loss for words. Miss Wen, I really don't have the mood to drink tea right now. Even if you don't have the mood, you still need to drink, Wen Jimiao said calmly. You came to me, which means you have no other options left. Someone who has no other way to go needs to calm down first. Baiwei looked at her, and suddenly felt that this woman before her was completely different from the Wen Jimiao she knew. No longer was she the person who would tear up at a single sentence. She was no longer the one who could be toyed with by others in the Wen family. She seemed like a chess player, while Baiwei was merely a pawn on the board. Baiwei picked up her teacup and took a sip. The tea was fragrant yet bitter. She set down the cup and took out a USB drive from her bag. Inside here are the back-end login records, operational timestamps, and device information of the posts published by Wen Ruotang's alternate account. Tang Tang wants to be happy. I helped her log in a few times before so I could access these records. Wen Jimiao took the USB drive, but did not open it immediately. Why did you help her log in? She said her account was not safe to use, as it could be traced back to her IP. I thought she was just sending a few Weibo posts. I didn't expect her to do something so big. Are you having second thoughts now? I'm scared now, Baiwei said honestly. The lawyer's letter has my name on it. Wen Ruotang has pushed all the responsibility onto me, and I can't let her do that. Wen Jimiao glanced at the USB drive again, and then looked at Baiwei. Do you know what these records can prove? They can prove that the alternate account Tang Tang wants to be happy was operated by her. It could be her, or it could be posted after you hacked her account, Wen Jimiao said. Miss Bai, your evidence is not strong. Baiwei's face turned pale. But I really didn't do that. I know you didn't, Wen Jimiao said, but the court doesn't know. We need something stronger. What kind of thing? Your chat records with her, Wen Jimiao said. Not the conversations where you helped her post, but the chats regarding your collaboration. She must have mentioned some things to you, like her identity, her concerns, her plans. These are the things she can't clear away. Baiwei fell silent. Of course she had them. The chats between her and Wen Ruotang were far more than Wen Jimiao could imagine. In those chats, Wen Ruotang had confessed her fears about not being a biological child of the Wen family, her jealousy towards Wen Jimiao, and her wish for everything to remain unchanged. Each message was like water in the field, settling and moistening, unable to be purified into simple evidence. Yet at the same time, each was something Wen Ruotang had said herself. I can give them to you, Baiwei said, but I have one condition. Go ahead. You must retract all the lawyer's letters in one go, including the ones against me, against Chief Editor Wang, and against those marketing accounts. Wen Jimiao smiled slightly. Miss Bai, you don't have the right to negotiate conditions right now. Bai Wei's expression changed. You have to give me the chat records first. If the evidence is strong enough, I will consider giving you a lighter treatment in the lawsuit. If the evidence is not strong enough, then your lawyer's letter might still teach you a thing or two. Bai Wei gripped the USB drive tightly, her knuckles turning white. She realized that Wen Jimiao was not negotiating with her. Wen Jimiao was giving her a choice: either betray Wen Ruotang to survive or be buried together. Okay, Bai Wei said softly, I will give you the chat records. But you have to promise me that when this is all over you won't let Wen Ruotang know I was the one who betrayed her. Wen Jimiao looked at her. Miss Bai, do you think I need to tell her? Bai Wei was taken aback. Then for the first time she truly felt that Wen Jimiao was far more terrifying than Wen Ruotang. Because at least Wen Ruotang would still put on a show in front of you. Wen Jimiao would not. She would only let you choose sides. After their conversation, Bai Wei left with much lighter steps than when she entered. She felt as if she had shed a layer of skin. Yet at the same time she felt she could finally breathe. After sending Bai Wei off, Wen Jimiao returned to the living room and opened the USB drive. The materials inside were richer than she had imagined. Bai Wei had indeed started to keep her cards close to her chest early on. The USB drive contained not only operational records, but also several screenshots of chats as backups. Wen Jimiao flipped through the pages, and the colder her gaze became. In one conversation, Wen Ruotang said, Wei Wei, if one day Wen Jimiao leaves the Wen family, will only have me as a daughter. I don't ask for much, I just wish to continue being the daughter of the Wen family in peace. Bai Wei replied, I know Ruotang, you've had it tough. Wen Jimiao looked at these lines and felt her heart racing. Wen Ruotang's not asking for much was essentially asking for Wen Jimiao's life. And Bai Wei's you've had it tough was the accomplice of the accomplice. She pulled the USB drive out and called Gu Mingzhang. Lawyer Gu, I have new evidence. Please help me with something. First, preserve the materials provided by Bai Wei. Second, prepare a new lawyer's letter, but do not send it to Bai Wei, send it to Wen Ruotang. Gu Mingzhang paused. Send it to Wen Ruotang. Yes, Wen Jimiao said. Just say she is suspected of defamation, infringement, and unfair competition, and ask her to explain within 3 days. This will alert her. That's exactly what I want, Wen Jimiao said. Wen Ruotang doesn't know what Bai Wei has given me, nor does she know how much I have. Once the lawyer's letter arrives, she will panic. Panicking will make her make mistakes. Gu Mingzhang chuckled lightly on the other end of the line. Miss, when you are treating people like chess pieces now. I'm just putting everyone in their rightful places, Wen Jimiao said. Bai Wei belongs at the witness stand, and Wen Ruotang belongs in the pit, she dug herself. After hanging up the phone, Wen Jimiao sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the USB drive. Su Tang returned from outside with shopping, and upon seeing her like this, let out a cry. Meow meow, you're not feeling sorry for Bai Wei, are you? No, Wen Jimiao said. I'm thinking about what Wen Ruotang is doing. What can she do? She's been pushed to a dead end by you. It's precisely because she's close to a dead end that she's the most dangerous, Wen Jimiao said. When a person has nothing left, they can do anything. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was Zhou Wenjing. Miss, Wen Lucheng has made a move. Wen Jimiao stood up immediately. What is it? He met with someone from Dingxing Capital this afternoon to discuss a new project that Wen Shi is about. What project? The old city renovation fund in the city center. Wen Jimiao's eyes lit up. The old city renovation in the city center was precisely the area where the Bay District 09 plot was located. Lu Cheng is on Dingsheng's side, taking Wen Zai's fake project intentions as real. What did he get? A project proposal. Zhou Wenjing said, the one we prepared. He was very satisfied and believes that Wen Shi will soon have a large capital pressure. He can't wait. Wen Jimiao said. What do you mean? Lu Cheng can't wait to sell Wen Shi to Dingsheng. He will act in advance. Wen Jimiao said, manager Zhou, starting tomorrow, tighten the access rights to the company's important materials, especially those related to financing. All transactions over 5 million must be confirmed by either you or me. Understood. And when Jimiao paused, do not alert the snake. If he thinks he is in the shadows, let him keep thinking so. Understood. After hanging up, Wen Jimiao looked out the window. The night had fallen, and the city lights were bright. She knew that from this moment on she would have to bear several battles at once: the Lu family, the Wen family, the internal struggles of Wen Shi Bai Wei, and Wen Ruotang. She couldn't afford to lose any of them. Losing meant everything would be in vain, and she would never allow herself. Lu Cheng felt that his luck had been exceptionally good recently. First, the young lady from the Wen family who had just returned took charge of Wenxi Investment, acting like an amateur directing professionals. Then news suddenly spread within the company about an investment in the Urban Renewal Fund for the city center, making a commotion that was far from the typical steady style of Zhou Wenjing. Having spent 5 years at Wenxi, Lu Cheng knew what this meant. It meant that Zhou Wenjing was prepared to take a significant risk to please the new boss. It also meant that Wenxi's financial chain would be stretched thin. Lu Cheng sat in his office, staring at the project proposal on his computer screen. Project number: Urban Renewal Fund, Phase 1 for the city center. Proposed investment amount: 300 million. Funding sources 120 million from cell phone funds, 180 million raised externally. Repayment period estimated 36 months. He scoffed. A 3-year repayment period was nearly equivalent to pushing the cash flow to its limits for a medium-sized investment company. Zhou Wenjing understood he was enchanted by that when Jimiao. His phone rang. It was General Zhao from Dingxing Capital. Manager Liu, I have reviewed the project proposal. 300 million is not a small amount. Can your Wensi handle it? We have to handle it, even if we can't. Lu Cheng lowered his voice. The young lady wants to make her mark, and Zhou Wenjing can only cooperate. Laughter came from the other end of the line. Then your risk is not small. The risk belongs to Wensi. Oh, what does it have to do with me? Lu Cheng said. General, Zhao, how have you considered the matter I mentioned to you about coming to Dingxing? You mean coming to Dingxing? Exactly. We can talk, General Zhao said. But what we want is not just you, we also need the client list from Wensi that you hold. Lu Cheng's fingers paused. The client list is the lifeblood of an investment company. Dingxing was trying to cut the root. General Zhao, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? Manager Liu, if you want the position of vice president, you must show some sincerity. General Zhao's tone was casual. If Wensi goes under, what meaning is there in you being a mere figurehead? Lu Cheng fell silent. He knew that General Zhao was right. Betraying Wensi was already a gamble. If he succeeded, he would become vice president at Dingxing with a doubled salary. If he failed, the whole industry would know he was a traitor. I want Dingxing to give me an offer first, Lu Cheng said. Only with an offer can I give you the list. No, General Zhao readily agreed. See you at the usual place tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Lu Cheng let out a long breath. He felt as if he was already standing on the edge of a cliff. But across the cliff was a better view. On the other side, in the Wensi investment conference room, when Jimiao and Zhou Wenjing sat face to face with a laptop placed between them. On the screen was an internal email that had just been intercepted. Sender Lu Cheng. Recipient unknown Dingxing. Attachment name client contact summary. He has made his move. Zhou Wenjing's voice was low, filled with suppressed anger. Wen Jimiao, however, remained calm. Faster than we anticipated. Did you know he would take the bait? He couldn't wait to take the bait, Wen Jimiao said. People like Lu Cheng are more anxious about their future than they are loyal to the company. The more opportunities you give him, the more likely he is to act ahead of time. Zhou Wenjing fell silent. He remembered what his grandmother had said in her will. Wenjing Miao Miao understands the dark corners of human nature better than you. What you need to do is provide her with all the tools she can use. Looking at it now, the old lady had known this day would come long ago. What should we do now? Zhou Wenjing asked. Let him finish sending, Wen Jimiao said. What? The core clients on the client list, I've already given a heads up in advance. Wen Jimiao said, the names in the attachment are either replaceable or bait we deliberately released. Let Lu Cheng think he has obtained the lifeblood, but in reality he has only received a worthless piece of paper. Zhou Wenjing looked at her with a complex expression. Miss Wen, if some of the older members inside Wensi find out about your approach, they will feel disheartened. Disheartened is better than being betrayed, Wen Jimiao replied. Lu Cheng feels that the company has let him down, but hasn't the company also been let down by him? He wants to become vice president, he can compete. But he chose to stab the company in the back. This kind of person is not about whether I feel disheartened, he simply should not remain. Zhou Wenjing nodded. What about tomorrow's meeting? Arrange for 2 trustworthy people to follow recording audio and video, Wen Jimiao said, but do not catch them in the act. What I want is the complete evidence of Dingxing Capital bribing Wensi executives, not just a simple job offer. You want to hit Dingxing as well? Do you know who is behind Dingxing? Dingxing Capital. Zhou Wenjing thought for a moment. I heard there are some connections with the Lu family. Not just some, Wen Jimiao said. The largest LP of Dingxing is the wife of Lu Qinian. Zhou Wenjing's expression changed. Lu Qinian. So this is not just a simple poaching situation. Wen Jimiao stood up and walked to the window. Lu Qinian appears to have backed down publicly, but secretly he is still trying to trip me up. He doesn't directly target me, he targets the people around me. But he doesn't know that Wensi is already the most important part of my circle. Since he has made a move, I no longer want to be polite. Zhou Wenjing stood up as well. Miss Wen, what do you plan to do? Wen Jimiao turned around. The second phase plan will be initiated in advance. The Urban Renewal Fund for the city center will turn from a fake project into a real project. A glint of light shone in Wen Jimiao's eyes. Lu Cheng thinks he has sold Wensi to Dingxing. I want Dingxing to think they have bought a ticket to hell. In the Lu Group's office, Lu Qinian slammed a report heavily onto the table. Did you meet with Wen Jimiao? Lu Jingming stood before him, looking very unsettled. Dad, I just want to know what she really wants. What does she want? Lu Qinian sneered. She wants the Lu family to concede. Do you want to help her make the Lu family concede? I don't mean that. Then why did you meet with her? Lu Jingming was momentarily speechless. When I got out of the car, she said something to me. What? She said that the Lu family should not play word games in their public written statement. Lu Qinian's expression darkened further. She is warning us. I know. Then why did you still meet with her? Because I think she is right. Lu Jingming raised his head. Dad, this matter is originally unjust for the Lu family. If we continue to deceive, we will only sink deeper. Lu Qinian suddenly stood up. Lu Jingming, are you a member of the Lu family, or are you with that one Jimiao? Lu Jingming's expression changed. Dad, how can you say that? I'm just trying my best to keep the Lu family from going down the wrong path. You are doing your best. Lu Qinian sneered. You were caught in such an embarrassing photo in an old community in the western suburbs, and you still dare to tell me you are doing your best. Lu Jingming fell silent. How would you know? I am your father, Lu Qinian said. Do you think anything that happens in Jiangcheng can be hidden from me? Lu Jingming's hands clenched into fists. Those photos were not taken by me voluntarily. They were deliberately taken by one Jimiao. Deliberately what? Deliberately letting you pursue her. Deliberately letting you be seen. Lu Qinian's voice was quieter than before, but even more terrifying. Lu Jingming, don't think I don't know what you were thinking about her. I tell you, you must not have those thoughts again. Lu Jingming's lips trembled. Dad, do you think everyone is like you, calculating everything with interests? People who cannot be calculated with interests do not deserve to sit in the position of the Lu family, Lu Qinian said. If you meet Wen Jimiao again, you won't have to care about the Lu family's affairs anymore. Lu Jingming looked at his father. They had never quarreled so seriously before. Previously, Lu Qinian was the model father in his eyes, smart, steady, and capable. Now for the first time he felt that he did not understand this man. I understand, he said softly. He turned and left the office, his back very stiff. Lu Qinian watched the direction he left, his expression complex. He knew his son was speaking up for himself, but he also knew that at this moment the Lu family absolutely could not retreat. Retreating just meant a bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, at the Wen family's old residence, when Ruotang trembled as she received a lawyer's letter from Gu Mingzhang's law firm. The letter clearly stated, regarding your suspected dissemination of false information through online platforms, infringing on Wen Zimiao's right to reputation, please provide a written response and reasonable explanation within 3 days, otherwise further legal measures will be taken. Attached were several copies of chat screenshots. When Ruotang glanced at them and immediately knew that Bai Wei had betrayed her, she suddenly stood up, crumpled the lawyer's letter into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. Bai Wei, she gritted her teeth as she uttered that name. You actually dared to push me out. The living room was very quiet. When Ruotang paced in her room, her mind racing. She now had several options. First, admit that those posts were made by her, and then seek reconciliation with Wen Jimiao. Second, deny it, but suppress Wen Jimiao, with even harsher public opinion making her afraid to pursue further. Third, shift the blame onto Bai Wei, claiming that those alternate accounts were all operated by Bai Wei, and she was just being used. The third option was the safest, but also the most dangerous. Because Bai Wei must have more evidence in her hands. When Ruotang stopped and looked out at the moonlight, the moon was full, casting a silver glow in the courtyard. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a fine rain fell over Jiang City. The raindrops fell against the car window, resembling a thin veil of mist that blurred the lights in front of the Wen family's old residence. Lin Weiner sat in the car, clutching a document in her hand. The cover of the document bore a few lines of text. Confirmation letter for the attendance of the supervisor of the Wincy Investment Family Trust. She stared at those lines for a long time until the driver gently reminded her, Madam, we have arrived home. Only then did Lin Weiner come back to her senses. She opened the car door and was met by the rain. A servant approached with an umbrella, speaking more cautiously than before. Madam, both the sir and the young lady are waiting for you in the dining room. Lin Weiner paused. Young lady. The servant hesitated briefly but quickly reacted, lowering their voice. Miss Ruotang. This title had never been a problem before. When Ruotang had been with the Wen family for 20 years, and everyone called her Miss with a natural and affectionate tone. But today, when Lin Weiner heard that title, her heart felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. The true Miss had not sat at this dining table for a stable meal in a long time. She tightened her grip on the document, wearing a deep purple coat, and walked into the old residence. Inside the dining room, the light was warm and the round table was filled with dishes. Steamed mandarin fish, 8 treasured duck crab, meat lion's head, osmanthus glutinous rice, lotus root, and a plate of mooncakes sliced neatly. Each dish was a staple for the Wen family's Mid-Autumn Festival. Yet this year no one at the table was smiling. Wen Qingye sat at the head of the table, his face darkened. When Xu Bai sat to his left, untouched tea in front of him. When Ruotang wore a light apricot knitted sweater, her complexion paler than usual. A cup of warm water rested by her side, making her appear frail and quiet. She tilted her head slightly, dimples faintly visible on her cheeks. Upon seeing Lin Weiner enter, she immediately stood up. Mom, you're back. Lin Weiner glanced at her. When Ruotang's smile faltered for a moment. In the past, whenever Lin Weiner walked in, all she had to do was call out Mom, and Lin Weiner would always ask if she was cold, tired, or unwell that day. When Ruotang's smile faltered for a moment. In the past, whenever Lin Weiner walked in, all she had to do was call out Mom, and Lin Weiner would always ask if she was cold tired. When Qingye noticed the document in Lin Weiner's hand, his brows furrowing. Where did you go today? Lin Weiner placed the document on the edge of the table. To Wincy Investment. The dining room fell silent for a moment. When Chengye's chopsticks were heavily placed on the edge of the bowl. On Mid-Autumn Festival, why did you go to Wincy Investment? In my capacity as the supervisor of the family trust, I attended an internal meeting. Lin Weiner spoke calmly. But as soon as these words were spoken, when Chengye's expression changed immediately. Who authorized you to go? After the authorization letter became effective, I had this right. Lin Weiner. Wen Qingye lowered his voice, but could not suppress his anger. Do you even realize what you are doing? Wincy Investment is now standing with Wen Jimiao. How do you think people outside will perceive the Wen family when you attend a meeting as a supervisor? Lin Weiner raised her eyes to look at him. Is how people outside perceive the Wen family more important than clarifying what happened to the money my mother left behind? Wen Qingye was momentarily speechless. When Ruotang immediately spoke softly, Mom, Dad doesn't mean it that way. He's just worried that you might be used by sister is currently very close to Zhou Wenjing and Chengdu. Many things may not be genuinely for Grandma. They could also be someone else using her hands. Ruotang. Lin Weiner interrupted her. Her tone was not heavy, but it froze when Ruotang in place. Lin Weiner looked at her eyes weary, yet also carrying a scrutiny that Wen Ruotang had never seen before. Your sister is not being unreasonable. The color drained from Wen Ruotang's face bit by bit. This statement weighed heavier than any reprimand. Because Lin Weiner did not say Jimiao. She said, your sister? Wen Qingye caught on to his expression growing even darker. Lin Weiner, are you here to have a reunion dinner today, or to support Wen Jimiao? Lin Weiner remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed on the dishes on the table. Next to the osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root, an empty seat remained. That was the position the Wen family had previously reserved for Wen Ruotang. It was also the position that Wen Jimiao had briefly occupied after returning. But Wen Jimiao had never truly been treated as family in that chair. She had been placed there as proof that the Wen family had found their biological daughter. Proof that the Wen family was respectable. Proof that they had not wronged anyone. But the truth was the one they had wronged was the person who deserved compensation the most. Lin Weiner felt a dryness in her throat. I went to Wincy today not to support anyone. She spoke slowly. I went to see who took my mother's belongings and who has used them. Wen Qingye suddenly stood up. Enough. The dishes rattled. When Ruotang flinched, instinctively clutched. Dad. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of breathlessness. In the past, whenever she spoke like this, Lin Weiner would immediately become anxious. Sure enough, Wen Qingye turned to her first. Tong, what's wrong with you? When Ruotang shook her head, her eyes reddening. It's nothing, I might just be a bit stuffy. Please, Dad and Mom, stop arguing. It's Mid-Autumn Festival. Oh, I don't want everyone to be unhappy because of me. As she spoke, tears began to fall. Wen Chengye's anger immediately shifted to Lin Weiner. Look at you. The child is in poor health, and you still have to say these things today. Lin Weiner looked at Wen Ruotang. She used to feel heartache. She would panic. She would immediately ask the servants to get medicine, call the family doctor, and even shift all the blame onto Wen Jimiao to ease Wen Ruotang's worries. But today a flurry of images suddenly flashed through her mind. Wen Jimiao stood pale at the recognition banquet. Wen Jimiao had been asked by her to donate blood for Wen Ruotang in the hospital corridor. Wen Jimiao stood at the door, asking her, what if I hurt too? How had she answered back then? She had said, Tang is in poor health. You are the elder sister. You must be understanding. Lin Weiner closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she did not stand up or call for a doctor. She simply said to the servant, please close the window a bit more and pour Ruotang another cup of warm water. When Ruotang was stunned. Wen Qingye was also stunned. When Shubai finally raised his head and glanced at Lin Weiner. In that glance there was shock and a hint of relief. Lin Weiner did not look at them. She continued, if you really feel unwell, let the doctor come check on you later. This meal can be eaten slowly. But some words cannot be left unsaid any longer. When Ruotang's fingers dug deep into her palm under the table. For the first time she realized that the card of being unwell did not immediately work in front of Lin Weiner. That was more frightening than a lawyer's letter. When Chengye's voice was heavy. What exactly do you want to say? Lin Weiner took a page out of the document bag and placed it on the table. Today at the Wincy investment meeting, Zhou Wenjing showed me 2 documents. The first is the supplementary explanation when my mother transferred the money to Wen's venture capital back then. The second is part of the funding directions for Wen's venture capital's external investments over the years. When Chengye's expression changed. You looked at them. I did. Who allowed you to look? I am the supervisor. Lin Weiner looked at him, each word pronounced clearly, and I am also my mother's daughter. The dining room fell silent, leaving only the sound of rain. When Zubai's fingers slowly tightened. When Ruotang lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling violently. She knew Lin Weiner was beginning to change. It wasn't the kind of change that had been coaxed away by Wen Jimiao. Rather, it was a change that came from her stepping out after witnessing the evidence with her own eyes. Such a transformation was the most terrifying, because pleading was useless, acting spoiled was useless, and pretending to be sick was also useless. When Xingye stared at Lin Weiner, his voice low. Are you now standing with Wen Jimiao against me? I am not standing with anyone, Lin Weiner replied. I stand with the truth. Wen Xingye scoffed. The truth? Lin Weiner, you have been my wife for over 20 years, and now you talk about the truth for a daughter who just returned not long ago. She is not just a daughter who returned not long ago. Lin Weiner's voice finally trembled a little. She raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eye. She is my daughter born to me, who we lost for 20 years. This statement was like a hand that violently lifted the layer of respectable tablecloth off the dining table. Everything rotten, evasive, and pretending not to see was laid bare. Wen Xingye fell silent. Wen Shubai also did not speak. Wen Ruotang's complexion was as pale as paper. What she feared most was not Lin Weiner blaming her. What she feared most was Lin Weiner beginning to acknowledge that Wen Jimiao was the one owed the most. Mom. Her voice trembled. What about me? Lin Weiner looked at her. Wen Ruotang's eyes were brimming with tears as if she had suffered a great injustice. I have been by your side for 20 years. Was it all a lie? You cared for me, loved me, and protected me. Was that also a lie? For a moment Lin Weiner's gaze softened. Of course 20 years of feelings were not a lie. She had personally raised Wen Ruotang, accompanied her through illnesses, supported her in school, and celebrated every birthday with her. None of those were lies. But just because they were not lies, it did not mean they could negate another child's pain. Lin Weiner said softly, Ruotang, I never said those were lies. When Ruotang was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she heard Lin Weiner continue, but you cannot dismiss the grievances your sister has suffered as lies. When Ruotang stood frozen in place. When Shubai lowered his eyes as if stung by this statement. But when Xingye had completely lost his patience. Enough. There's no need to continue this meal. He turned to leave. Lin Weiner called after him, Xingye. When Xingye paused, Lin Weiner looked at his back. The Wincy investment side will continue to investigate the funding directions of Wen's venture capital. As the supervisor, I will continue to attend. When Xingye suddenly turned around. You dare. I dare. Lin Weiner spoke lightly. Yet those two words froze the anger on Wen Chengye's face. For over 20 years Lin Weiner had rarely spoken to him like this. She was gentle, dignified, and considerate of the bigger picture. She would leave him enough face in front of outsiders, maintain family harmony in front of the children, and always ask first how to suppress the matter in every storm. But now she said she dared. Wen Xingye suddenly realized that what Wen Jimiao had taken away was not just evidence. She had also pulled Lin Weiner one step away from her position as Madam Wen. Just one step. But it was enough to start shaking this family. The sound of rain in the dining room grew clearer. At that moment when Zubai's phone vibrated. He looked down at it. It was a message from a colleague at the hospital. The referral process for the psychiatric department you asked me to check 3 years ago has some issues. The scanned signature sheet was a supplementary filing after the original medical record. When Zubai's pupils shrank. Supplementary filing. Those 4 words pierced deep into his heart. He raised his head to look at Wen Ruotang. Wen Ruotang was wiping her tears with her head lowered, as if she knew nothing. But for the first time Wen Shubai did not immediately believe her. He placed his phone on the table, his voice hoarse. Dad, Mom, I have matters at the hospital. I'll be leaving first. Wen Xingye frowned. It's Mid-Autumn Festival, where are you going? Wen Shubai stood up. To investigate something that should have been clarified a long time ago. After speaking he picked up his coat and left. Wen Ruotang suddenly raised her head. Brother. Wen Shubai did not look back. The sound of rain at the door surged into the dining room as the door opened and closed. Wen Ruotang sat there feeling for the first time that the round table of the Wen family had grown very large. So large that even though she was sitting next to Lin Weiner it felt like she was drifting further away from everyone. On the other side Wen Jimiao sat in the car looking at the address sent by Zhou Wenjing. Suburb Qingshan Nursing Home. Chen Guilan is there right now. Su Tang sat in the passenger seat looking back at her. Miao Miao, are you really going tonight? It's Mid-Autumn Festival. Wen Jimiao gazed out at the rain. The streetlights receded one by one like the dim lights in the corridor of the mental hospital from her past life. She remembered Chen Guilan. The old caregiver who always held an old enamel cup, repeatedly murmuring, the old lady is not confused. She has left you a path. She has left you a path. In her past life, she had not understood. Only before dying did she realize that those mad ramblings concealed the truth. In this life, she would not miss it again. Let's go. Wen Jimiao put away her phone. Mid-Autumn Festival is a day for reunion. She looked out at the deepening rain night, her voice very soft. I'm going to pick up someone who has been driven away from the truth. The car drove out of the city heading towards Qingshan Nursing Home. The rain grew heavier. Meanwhile, the round table at Wen's old residence was already cold, filled with dishes that had long since lost their warmth. The Qingshan Nursing Home is located in the outskirts of Jiangqing. As the car drove off the main road, the surrounding lights grew sparse, and the windshield wipers swept across the glass, slicing the night into blurred fragments. Su Tang sat in the passenger seat, her chatter quieting down as they approached their destination. She pulled her legs up onto the seat, her entire demeanor resembling that of a vigilant cat. She glanced back at Wen Jimiao. Meow meow, are you okay? The white building of the nursing home was concealed behind trees, with a few windows glowing with dim yellow light. That kind of light reminded her of the hallways of the mental hospital in her past life. It was just as dim and damp, evoking a suffocating feeling, as if something were eternally lurking in the corners, watching humans slowly wither away. I'm fine, she replied. Su Tang frowned. Every time you say you're fine, I feel like things aren't okay. Zhou Wenjing sat on the other side, holding the newly retrieved documents. Chen Guilin, 72 years old. Transferred from Jiangshan Kongning Nursing Home 3 years ago. The admission records indicate cognitive decline, occasional auditory hallucinations, and memory confusion, but no aggressive behavior. Wen Jimiao raised her eyes. Kongning Nursing Home. Zhou Wenjing nodded. The mental hospital you were in during your past life was originally Kongning Nursing Center, later expanded and renamed Kongning Mental Health Center. The cabin fell silent. Su Tang's expression suddenly changed. So, does that mean she really has something to do with the place from your past life? Wen Jimiao did not answer immediately. She simply tightened her grip on the begonia seal in her hand. A small stamp, the edges worn smooth from her grandmother's many years of use. When held in her palm, it felt slightly cool, yet substantial. Before her death in her past life, Chen Guilin had been holding an old enamel cup, standing at the door of the ward, mumbling to herself. The old lady is not a confused person, she left a path for you. At that time, when Jimiao lay in the hospital bed, too weak to even lift her hand, feeling that the old woman was speaking incoherently. It was only after her rebirth that she understood the so-called crazy talk is often the truth that no one wants to hear. The car stopped at the entrance of the nursing home. The elderly man in the guard booth leaned out, and upon seeing the appointment information Zhou Wenjing handed over, he slowly pressed the button to open the electric gate. Water had pooled in the courtyard, and the tires made a soft splash as they rolled through. The on-duty caregiver was already waiting in the lobby. She was a woman in her 40s, surnamed He, dressed in light blue work clothes, her tone polite, but her gaze slightly guarded. Mr. Zhou, right? Our director has already been informed. Chen Guilin just took her medication tonight, and is not very stable, so it's best not to ask her any triggering questions. When Jimiao asked, is she often lucid? Caregiver, he sighed. Not very often. Sometimes she can recognize people, other times she doesn't even know where she is. She keeps muttering about the old lady begonia meow meow. None of us understand. Su Tang instinctively glanced at Wen Jimiao. Wen Jimiao's expression was calm. Yet the hand gripping the begonia seal turned slightly pale. Zhou Wenjing asked, does she have any family members visiting? Caregiver, he shook her head. There have been almost none in recent years. When she was first brought here, there was a person handling the paperwork who said they were acting on someone else's behalf. Afterwards, the fees were sent regularly each year, but the person never appeared again. On whose behalf? Caregiver, he hesitated for a moment. That depends on the registration records, I'm not quite sure. Wen Jimiao raised her eyes. We would like to see the registration records later. Caregiver, he glanced at her. Perhaps Zhou Wenjing had informed her in advance, as she did not immediately refuse, only saying, let's meet the person first. If the elderly woman's mood is off tonight, you will need to leave immediately. Chen Guilin lived at the end of the second floor. The hallway was dimly lit, and the air carried a mix of disinfectant and damp bedding. The further they walked in, the slower Wen Jimiao's steps became. It wasn't out of fear. It was that suffocating feeling of being ensnared by old dreams resurfacing little by little. In her past life, she had also endured her last 3 years in such an atmosphere. The difference was that at that time, she was alone, without Su Tang, Zhou Wenjing, or the begonia seal left by her grandmother. Back then, she truly believed that she had been abandoned by the entire world. When the door opened, only a bedside lamp was lit inside. Chen Guilin sat at the edge of the bed, draped in an old sweater, holding a chipped enamel cup. Her hair was graying, her face thin, and her gaze murky. Upon hearing the sound, she did not immediately look up, just stared out at the rain. Caregiver, he lowered her voice. Grandma Chen, someone has come to see you. Chen Guilin did not respond. Caregiver, he called out again, Chen Guilin. Only then did the old woman slowly turn her head. Her gaze slid past Caregiver, his face, then landed on Zhou Wenjing, pausing for a moment, her lips moving. 1. The child of the Wen family. Zhou Wenjing was taken aback. He stepped forward. Grandma Chen, I am Zhou Wenjing. Chen Guilin frowned, as if she were straining to recognize him. Zhou, not one. She suddenly shook her head. No, the Wen family doesn't have a child as old as you. The old lady said that when she is from the Wen family, who hears the sound of water. Wen Jimiao's heart jolted. This sentence had never been written in her grandmother's letter. Why, when she was named Wen, she had only guessed it was related to her grandmother. But Chen Guilin actually knew. Zhou Wenjing's expression also changed. Caregiver, he spoke softly. Sometimes she does this, speaking half-truths, and then getting confused. When Jimiao stepped forward and squatted beside the bed. Grandma Chen. Chen Guilin's gaze fell on her face. At first it was blank. Then her murky eyes seemed to be gently pried open, revealing a hint of dull clarity. She stared at Wen Jimiao for a long time, then suddenly shivered. Like. Su Tang held her breath. Wen Zimiao's voice was very soft. Like who? Chen Guilin's hands began to tremble, the enamel cup in her arms making a faint clinking sound. Like the old lady when she was young. She mumbled. The brows and eyes are alike, and the temper is alike. Unwilling to bow down. Wen Zimiao's eyes suddenly felt warm. In her past life, the most frequent comment she heard in the Wen family was that she didn't resemble the Wen family. Not like Lin Weiner gentle, not like Wen Qingye dignified, not like Wen Ruotang, who was charming. But now an elderly woman who was sometimes lucid and sometimes confused looked at her and said she resembled her grandmother. This sentence weighed more than all the delayed recognition from the Wen family. She opened her palm and handed the begonia seal to Chen Guilin. Grandma Chen, do you recognize this? Chen Guilin's gaze landed on the stamp. In the next second, she suddenly reached out, almost snatching the seal with urgency. Caregiver, he was startled. Grandma Chen. Wen Jimiao raised her hand to stop her. It's okay. Chen Guilin pressed the begonia seal against her chest, her entire body trembling. This is the old lattice. This is the old lattice. She suddenly looked up, staring intently at Wen Jimiao. You are Miao Miao. Wen Zimiao's throat tightened. I am. You came back. Yes. Why did you return so late? Chen Guilin's tears rolled down in an instant. She cried like a child, yet held tightly onto the begonia seal, as if grasping a piece of the past that had not been entirely erased. The old lady has been waiting for you for a long time. She said Miao Miao would return. She said her little granddaughter was stolen away on the road. Wen Zimiao's fingers tightened slowly. Su Tang's eyes were red. Zhou Wenjing stood beside her, his expression grim. Wen Jimiao asked, Grandma, Chen, did Grandma ever tell you to bring me any messages? Chen Guilin suddenly looked up. Messages? It seemed that this word had triggered something in her, and her expression became frantic. Yes, there are messages. The old lady said that Miao Miao cannot return to the Wen family, cannot trust them, cannot. At this point she suddenly clutched her head. No, I cannot say. Someone will hear it, as someone will take the letter away. Wen Jimiao immediately softened her voice. No one will take it away. Grandma Chen, I am here. They took it away. Chen Guilin suddenly shouted. They took it away. The letter was taken away, the child was taken away. The old lady was so angry she spat blood. It was not simply a case of being switched. The room fell into a terrifying silence. Caregiver, he turned pale. Grandma Chen, please don't get worked up. But Chen Guilin seemed to be completely oblivious. She gripped Wen Zimiao's hand tightly, her nails almost digging into her skin. Miao Miao, you must not return. There are ghosts at the Wen family's door, smiling ghosts, crying ghosts, all of whom eat people. Su Tang couldn't help but curse under her breath. They are the real ghosts. Wen Jimiao did not move. She allowed Chen Guilin to grip her, her voice. Chen Guilin's lips trembled. It is not a natural disaster. What is it? It is. The old woman suddenly seemed to be choked, her face turning pale, her breathing quickening. Caregiver, he rushed forward. No, we can't ask anymore. Her emotions are escalating. She needs medication. Wen Jimiao immediately released her hand. All right, I won't ask anymore. But Chen Guilin still clutched the begonia seal tightly, unwilling to let go. Her gaze was vacant, her lips repeatedly murmuring. It is both a natural disaster and not a natural disaster. Wen Jimiao watched her, and the thread that had been broken in her past life suddenly began to connect again. In her past life, she thought being switched at birth was just a cruel joke of fate. She thought all her pain stemmed from an accident. But what if it was not an accident? What if someone had interfered from the moment she was born, switched, and taken away from the Wen family, to Wen Ruotang being raised in the Wen family for 20 years? How much did Wen Ruotang know? Who else in the Wen family knew? Caregiver, he fed Chen Guilin her medication, soothing her for a while, until the elderly woman gradually calmed down. She leaned against the head of the bed, her eyes half closed, still holding the begonia seal tightly. Wen Jimiao did not forcibly take it back. She simply asked Caregiver, has she been like this for the past few years? Caregiver, he sighed. When she first arrived, it was more severe than now, as she would shout all night about the old lady, saying someone was stealing children and letters. Later her medication stabilized her somewhat, but whenever the Wen family letters or children were mentioned, she would react like this. Zhou Wenjing immediately caught the key point. Did she mention the Wen family? Caregiver, he nodded. Yes, she did. But she said it in a disordered way, so we didn't take it seriously. What did she say, Wen Jimiao asked. Caregiver, he thought for a moment. She said that the people from the Wen family wouldn't let her see the old lady, nor would they let the old lady see Miao Miao. She also mentioned a little girl who smiled sweetly, but had a cold heart. Su Tang immediately looked at Wen Jimiao. A little girl. Wen Zimio's expression was very calm. This little girl might not necessarily be Wen Ruetang. The timeline doesn't match. It could also be that Chun Gillen's memory was muddled, mixing Wen Ruetang with shadows of people from earlier times. But whoever it was, this statement indicated that Chen Guilin knew more than just the surface old grievances. Why did Grandma Chen transfer to Qingshan nursing home back then? When Jimiao asked. Caregiver, he hesitated. I really don't know about that. We only take in people. The paperwork is handled in the office. I want to see the registration records. Caregiver, he looked at Zhou Wenjing. Zhou Wenjing handed over the prepared authorization documents. We will only check her admission and transfer information not involving the privacy of other residents. Caregiver, he thought for a moment, then finally nodded. Follow me. The office was on the first floor. The on-duty staff member pulled out an old registration book from the filing cabinet and opened the computer system to check electronic records. Chen Gillen's information was not complicated. Name, age, medical history, transfer date, payment records. Wen Jimiao flipped through the pages. Until she saw the source of transfer column, her gaze halted. Original institution Jianchang Kongning, nursing home, transfer date October 17th, 3 years ago, handler authorized by Wen, family contact number 13XXXXXXXX. When Jimiao stared at those words, her fingers tightening little by little. 3 years ago. Precisely when she was sent to the mental hospital in her past life. This implies that before she was sent in the name of unstable mental state, by the Wen family, Chun Guilin had already been moved from Kongning. It was as if someone had preemptively removed a person who knew the old stories from her potential contacts. Yet in her past life, she still managed to see Chun Guilin later. This indicated that Chun Guilin had been transferred back to Kongning midway, or that someone had deliberately made her appear before her. When Jimiao looked up, I want a copy of this registration. The on-duty staff member seemed a bit troubled. Zhou Wenjing calmly said, according to regulations, guardians or interested parties can apply to retrieve associated records. We will have our lawyer supplement a formal letter tomorrow. For now, let's take some photos to keep as a record. The staff member glanced at Caregiver He. Caregiver He nodded. Go ahead, just take a picture of this page for Grandma Chun. When Jimiao took out her phone and snapped a photo of the registration page. When the camera focused on the words, authorized by Wen family, her hand was steady. Su Tang stood beside her, her voice very low. Meow meow, doesn't this indicate that the Wen family knew about her long ago? When Jimiao put her phone away. At least someone knew. Who could it be? When Jimiao did not answer. She recalled Wen Ruetang's pale face after the first recognition banquet. She remembered Wen Ruetang's repeated uncontrollable reactions upon hearing grandmother and old grievances. She also recalled when Chengye's words on the phone, your grandmother had many misunderstandings with the Wen family back then. Those old grievances are not something a young descendant like you should meddle in. Each of them seemed to know only a part. What she needed to do now was to piece these fragments back together one by one. When leaving the nursing home, the rain had lessened. When Jimiao stood at the door, glancing back at the window on the second floor where the light was still on. Chen Guilin was still inside. She did not take the begonia seal with her. It was not that she forgot. It was that she wanted Chun Guilin to hold it and sleep with it for one night. That seal was a key for her. For Chun Guilin, it might be the only evidence in her chaotic memories that affirmed she was not crazy. Zhou Wenjing walked over holding an umbrella. Tomorrow I will have Gu Mingzhang send a letter to formally retrieve Chen Gilin's transfer records. Wen Jimiao nodded. And that contact number. I will investigate. Su Tang gritted her teeth. If it turns out to be something the Wen family did, I will be the first to go and curse them at their door. Wen Jimiao finally smiled slightly. First, let's gather evidence. Su Tang immediately raised her hand. Gotta take screenshots first, then curse. The car lights lit up in the rainy night. When Jimiao got into the car, once again looking at the registration page on her phone. 3 years ago, October 17th. Authorized by the Wen family. These words were like a fine needle slowly stringing together the mental hospital of her past life, her grandmother's old stories, Wen Ruetang's fear, and the Wen family's concealment. Not enough. Far from enough. But she had finally grasped the first thread. Wen Jimiao turned off her phone. Returned to Wen Shi. Zhou Wenjing looked at her. Now. Her voice was soft yet clear. We can't rush on this line with Chen Guilin. Let her rest tonight first. But Lu Cheng won't wait for us. Zhou Wenjing's expression darkened. He understood her meaning. Tonight Qingshan nursing home had provided her with clues from the past. Meanwhile, on the Wen Shi investment side, there was a knife getting ready to stab from the present. The car turned around, driving into the depths of the rainy night. When Jimiao closed her eyes. In her past life, she had been trapped in a hospital bed, without even the right to know the truth. In this life, she would not wait for anyone to bestow answers. Whether it was the old letters hidden away by the Wen family, or the knife handed over by Lu Cheng, she would reclaim each piece one by one with her own hands. When Jimiao returned to Wenxi investment before dawn, the rain had stopped, leaving fine droplets clinging to the glass curtain wall. Only the conference room on the third floor was illuminated, resembling an unblinking eye in the dark of night. Zhou Wenjing had someone bring hot tea and projected the registration page from the Qingshan nursing home. Transfer date October 17th, 3 years ago. Agent entrusted by the Wen family. Contact number 13XXXXXXXX. A few lines of text were brief, yet they scraped at Wen Zimio's memories like a dull knife. October 17th, 3 years ago. In her past life, she was sent to the Kongning Mental Health Center on October 26th. Just 9 days apart. Chen Guilan was transferred first, and 9 days later she was admitted. If this is a coincidence, it is far too coincidental. Su Tang sat beside her with a cup of hot water, her eyes red from lack of sleep, yet she felt no drowsiness. After speaking, she slammed the mug onto the table, causing the brown liquid's surface to ripple. So someone took Chen Guilan away before you were admitted. When Jimiao stared at the screen. At least someone didn't want me to see her as soon as I entered. But didn't you see her in your past life? Su Tang frowned. Did she go back in between? Zhou Wenjing placed another document on the table. I just had someone check the publicly available transfer records from Kongning. Chen Guilan was indeed transferred out 3 years ago, but a year and a half later, she was briefly readmitted to the Kongning affiliated ward due to worsening cognitive impairment and insufficient care capacity at the original nursing home. In other words, that was during your last year at Kongning. He paused. In the last year of your past life at Kongning. The conference room fell silent. Wen Jimiao slowly closed her eyes. That crazy old nurse had been waiting for her all along. She had been moved away first, and when Wen Jimiao was at her most helpless, she was pushed back into her view, as if by fate. But it was too late then. She heard those words, yet had no strength to investigate. She saw the clues, but had no path to follow. Su Tang's hands trembled with anger. They moved everyone who could save you away. When Jimiao opened her eyes. So, I need to know who processed the... Zhou Wenjing clicked on the enlarged image on the right side of the screen. This number is key. The number was written sloppily in the registry, but still recognizable. Zhou Wenjing had already initiated a preliminary ownership inquiry. The number does not belong to Wen Qingye himself, nor is it the office number of the president of the Wen Group. It belongs to a supplementary card issued many years ago, registered under the Wen family's old house logistics account. Su Tang was puzzled. What does logistics account mean? It's common in wealthy families, Zhou Wenjing explained. Drivers, life assistants, housekeepers, florists, kitchens, sometimes a single logistics account is used for payments to make financial reimbursements easier. So this means it's not an outsider. Wen Jimiao looked at the number. Right? Yes, Zhou Wenjing replied. The person who could use this number must have had access to the internal affairs of the Wen family's old house. Su Tang immediately said Wen Qingye. Not necessarily, Wen Jimiao replied. Someone like Wen Qingye, if he truly wanted to deal with Chen Guilan, wouldn't leave a number traceable to the Wen family's logistics account. He would have his subordinates handle it more cleanly. Leaving behind such an inconspicuous yet identifiable number suggests that someone thought this matter wouldn't be uncovered, or that person at the time never believed that Chen Guilan would ever be found by her. Zhou Wenjing looked at her. Are you thinking of Wen Ruotang? Wen Jimiao did not deny it. But 3 years ago, Wen Ruotang might not have been able to directly mobilize the Wen family's logistics. She didn't need to mobilize directly. Zhou Wenjing said, as long as the people around her can make contact. Su Tang immediately sat up straight. The people around her. Zhou Wenjing pushed out another page of information. I checked the logistics list of the Wen family's old house from 3 years ago. During that time, Wen Ruotang had a life assistant named Zhao Yun. Wen Jimiao remembered this name. In her past life, Zhao Yun had been by Wen Ruotang's side for many years. She wasn't officially a servant of the Wen family, but more like Wen Ruotang's personal assistant. Wen Ruotang was in poor health, and Zhao Yun was responsible for accompanying her to the hospital, organizing medications, arranging drivers, and handling some inconvenient matters that she didn't want Lin Weiner to know. Later, after Wen Jimiao was sent to the psychiatric hospital, Zhao Yun quickly left the Wen family. At that time, she hadn't paid attention. Looking back now, it was too coincidental that someone who had been by Wen Ruotang's side for so long left at that time. Where is Zhao Yun now? Wen Jimiao asked. Zhou Wenjing shook his head. I haven't been able to find out for now. After leaving 3 years ago, she moved cities twice, and her last social security record is in a neighboring city of Jiangqing, after which it was cut off. Su Tang scoffed. Isn't that just running away because of guilt? It could also be that she was arranged to leave, Wen Jimiao said calmly. Wen Ruotang was not very old at that time, but she was best at using others to accomplish her goals. Bai Wei was like that, editor-in-chief Wang was like that, and Zhao Yun could also be like that. Su Tang gritted her teeth. So what do we do now? Directly check Zhao Yun. Yes, Wen Jimiao looked at Zhou Wenjing. But don't just check where she is. Investigate who gave her money after she left the Wen family, who helped her find a job, and who changed her number. A glimmer of approval flickered in Zhou Wenjing's eyes. Understood. Just then Wen Zimio's phone vibrated. It was a message from Gu Mingzhang. The formal transfer letter from the nursing home is ready. and will be sent out at 9 a.m. Additionally, retrieving the old files from Kongning requires more authorization. I will follow the procedures. Wen Jimiao replied, okay. She had just put down her phone when there was a knock on the conference room door. Zhou Wenjing's assistant pushed the door open. President Zhou Lucheng has an outing application at 9:30 a.m. today, claiming to meet a client. Zhou Wenjing looked up. Client's name. The information says it's a potential partner for the Urban Renewal Fund in the city center, the assistant said, but the license plate overlaps with the car belonging to General Zhao from Dingsheng that we were previously monitoring. Su Tang immediately perked up. This person is indeed eager to deliver ahead. Wen Jimiao stood up. Having not slept all night, her face was somewhat pale, yet her gaze was almost coldly alert. Let him go. Zhou Wenjing looked at her. Are you going to handle Lucheng now? The Chen Guilin lead has to wait for the formal files. Oh, we can't rush it. Wen Jimiao said Lucheng has already extended this knife. If we don't catch it now, it will stab into Wensi. Zhou Wenjing nodded. I will arrange for someone to follow him. Not just follow, Wen Jimiao said. All his outing approvals materials carried computer login records and conference room surveillance must be documented. Su Tang muttered beside her. I find you particularly handsome when you talk about preserving evidence now. Wen Jimiao shot her a glance. Su Tang immediately raised her hand. He'll shut up, he'll keep taking screenshots. The atmosphere in the conference room finally relaxed a bit. But Wen Jimiao knew very well that it wouldn't last long. The old number from Qingshan Nursing Home had already pried open a gap into the one family's past. Meanwhile, Lucheng's end was a new knife being handed over by Lu Qinian. Old debts and new situations pressed in simultaneously. At the same time at Jiangqing First Hospital, when Shubai stood in the archives room, holding a freshly printed back-end record. The duty colleague rubbed her eyes, looking puzzled. Dr. Why are you checking this? The psychiatric referral process from 3 years ago should have been archived long ago. When Shubai did not answer, his gaze was fixated on one line. Supplemental entry time October 17th, 3 years ago. Contact number of the person in charge 13XXXXXXXX. That number was exactly the same as the registration number Wen Jimiao had just captured from Qingshan Nursing Home. When Zubai's fingers tightened gradually. October 17th. The same day, the same number. Chen Guilin was transferred out of Kongning. And Wen Zimiao's previous psychiatric pre-examination file was supplemented on the same day and later stuffed into the official medical record as post-supplemented archiving. When Shubai suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He had always thought that sending Wen Jimiao to the psychiatric hospital in his past life was a result of later chaos. It was a wrong decision made by the one family after repeated arguments and collapses, but now the records told him that some preparations had begun much earlier, before Wen Jimiao was really sent in. When everyone still thought it was merely a family dispute, someone had already laid out that hospital bed for her. Seeing his strange expression, the colleague hesitated and said, Dr. When Shubai looked up, can this number trace back to the registered entity? The hospital can't check that, we can only see the contact number, the colleague replied. But such numbers are generally left by the patient's family. If you want to trace it, you'll need to go through the information department or the police process. When Zubai's throat tightened. Patient's family. He had once been one of those family members. But what exactly had he signed? Who had he been used by? He took out his phone and navigated to Wen Zimiao's number, his fingertip hovering over the dial key, yet he hesitated to press it. He understood. If someone had once pushed her into the abyss under the guise of being a doctor and a brother, now casually saying, I want to clarify, who would be willing to believe them? When Shubai slowly put down his phone, he could no longer rely on just an apology to seek her out. He needed evidence. He turned and walked outside. A colleague called out from behind, Dr. Wen, where are you going? Information department. When Zubai's voice was hoarse. Check how many times this number appeared in the hospital system 3 years ago, when family's old residence. When Ruotang had not slept a wink all night. After the mid-autumn dinner, when Shubai left, Lin Weiner went upstairs, and when Xingyao went to the study. No one cared for her anymore. This was more frightening than being scolded. She sat on the edge of the bed, holding her phone, the screen displaying a message from Editor Wang. Miss Wen, you can't send the manuscript like this anymore. Gu Mingzhang is keeping a close watch. Unless you have more substantial material. For example, evidence of Wen Jimiao forging documents or using a mentally ill elderly to fabricate stories. Mentally ill elderly. When Ruotang's fingertips trembled violently at these 4 words. Chen Guilin. When Jimiao had really gone to find Chen Guilin. She didn't know how much Chen Guilin remembered. Nor did she know if that old woman would speak of the events from back then. But she did know one thing. As long as Chen Guilin spoke up, Wen Jimiao would definitely follow the trail. It would lead to Zhao Yun. It would trace back to that phone call. Even the letter that Wen Jimiao shouldn't have seen. When Ruotang's breathing grew rapid, she lowered her head and typed quickly. Don't send the manuscript yet. Help me look up a person. Qingshan Nursing Home, Chen Guilin. After sending the message, she immediately deleted the chat history. But she didn't know that just a few streets away Bai Wei was sitting in her room staring at another backup phone. It was a synchronized login she had secretly set up a few days ago. Every message when Ruotang sent to editor Wang popped up on her screen. Bai Wei looked at the 3 characters, Chun Guilin, her expression changing repeatedly. She didn't know who Chun Guilin was. But she understood that the more when Ruotang feared a name, the more valuable that name became. She saved a screenshot of the screen and created a separate folder. The folder name was simple: Tang Tang's Survival Evidence. Bai Wei leaned back in her chair and suddenly laughed. In the past she thought she and Wen Ruotang were on the same boat. Now she realized when that boat started leaking, Wen Ruotang would definitely push her overboard first. Since that was the case, she had to prepare a piece of driftwood for herself. At 6:30 in the morning, Wenxi Investments. Wen Jimiao received 2 new documents handed over by Zhou Wenjing. The first was the preliminary ownership of the registration number from Qingshan Nursing Home. The second was a screenshot of the hospital backend sent anonymously by Wen Shubai. When Wen Jimiao saw that screenshot, her gaze froze. The same number. The same day. One side, transferring Chun Guilin out of Kongning. The other side pre-registered her psychiatric pre-examination file from her past life. Su Tang gasped. This can't be a coincidence anymore, right? Wen Jimiao remained silent. She stared at that string of numbers, her eyes gradually growing colder. Zhou Wenjing whispered, in the subsequent usage records of this number, there has been a name. Wen Jimiao looked up. Zhou Wenjing turned to the last page of the document. Zhao Yun. Wen Ruotang's life assistant, 3 years ago. Wen Jimiao gazed at that name. Many details from her past life that she had overlooked finally took shape at that moment. It turned out that some knives were not raised at the moment they fell. Long before she had tried to please the Wen family, the handle of the knife had already been held by someone else. She closed the document. Investigate Zhao Yun. Zhou Wenjing nodded. Wen Zimiao's voice was very soft. Also, Lu Cheng is meeting with President Zhao from Dingxing today. Tell our people not to lose track. She glanced at her phone. Shang Du sent a message 20 minutes ago. I've already made arrangements for retrieving the files from Kongning. You can request assistance directly. After reading the message, Wen Jimiao put her phone back on the table without replying. Su Tang passed by with a cup, glanced at the screen, and clicked her tongue. Wen Jimiao didn't look up. Have you finished taking the screenshots? Su Tang immediately shrank back into her seat. Outside the window, the sky was gradually brightening. A new day began in Jiangxing, and Wen Jimiao knew that on this day the old number hidden in the Wen family for 3 years and the new knife sent out internally by Wenxi would start to reveal their true masters. Lu Cheng left Wenxi Investment at 9:20 a.m. He walked steadily, at least on the surface. His suit jacket was impeccably pressed, his tie perfectly knotted, and he carried only a black briefcase. The receptionist saw him and as usual called out, Manager Lu. Lu Cheng nodded. I'm stepping out to meet a client. If President Zhou asks, tell him he'll be back before noon. As the elevator doors closed, the smile on Lu Cheng's face gradually faded. He lowered his head to glance at the briefcase. Inside was an encrypted USB drive. It did not contain the entire client list. He wasn't foolish enough to hand everything over at once. What he took out today was a filtered version. It included contacts from the companies Wenxi had engaged with over the past 2 years, along with preliminary intention documents for the Urban Renewal Fund project in the city center. It seemed heavy enough to make Dingxing Capital believe he was valuable. However, he still held onto the truly core long-term clients and investment drafts. This was his bargaining chip. Lu Cheng had been in the investment circle for many years and understood one principle: well, one must not lay all their cards on the table at once. Once laid bare, there would be nothing left but to be slaughtered. Dingxing wanted what he had, and he wanted the position of vice president at Dingxing. It was merely a transaction. No one was cleaner than the other. Yet thinking of Wen Jimiao, a hint of contempt flickered in Lu Cheng's eyes. A true heiress, just emerging from the one family parachuted into Wenxi by her grandmothers. Well, did she really think that having seen a few reports and spoken a few pretty words would enable her to run the company? Zhou Wenjing was also confused. After working at Wenxi for so many years, he had his share of contributions. Now a 20-something girl arrived, and Zhou Wenjing handed her so many powers. On what basis? The more Lu Cheng thought about it, the colder his heart became. Since Wenxi wouldn't give him a position, he would find one for himself. The elevator reached the underground parking. Lu Cheng walked towards his car. He did not notice that in the corner of the parking lot an inconspicuous gray sedan slowly turned on its headlights after he started his vehicle. On the 3rd floor of Wenxi Investment in the conference room, Wen Jimiao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window watching Lu Cheng's car drive out of the compound. Zhou Wenjing handed her a tablet. The USB drive he took has been marked. The client list inside is the version you had someone replace last night. Wen Jimiao took it. The screen displayed the USB access records. At 9:06 a.m. Lu Cheng logged into the internal system. At 9:08 a.m. he copied files. At 9:12 a.m. he deleted the local access traces. The actions weren't exactly clever, but they were enough to indicate that he hadn't acted on a whim. Su Tang, leaning nearby, glanced over and scoffed. Deleting traces so thoroughly, does he think he's quite clever? He doesn't just think so. When Jimiao replied, he has always believed it. Zhou Wanjing looked at her. When do you plan to net him? Not today. Su Tang was stunned. Not yet. He's already stealing data. When Jimiao set the tablet back on the table. Stealing data only proves Lu Cheng has issues. It doesn't prove who is behind Dingxing. What I want is not just Lu Cheng. What I want is Lu Qinian's hand reaching into Wenci. Zhou Wanjing's expression darkened slightly. The statement was light, yet it chilled the air in the conference room. Su Tang rubbed her arms. Miao Miao, you're starting to develop a certain villainous aura. When Jimiao looked at her, Su Tang quickly corrected. I mean like the protagonist in villainous stories, the kind that specializes in overcoming obstacles. When Jimiao was slightly amused, her lips curling up. But that hint of amusement quickly faded. Keep the followers at a distance. Don't alert Lu Cheng. Zhou Wanjing nodded. It's already arranged. The private room has also been set up in advance. Recordings and videos will leave evidence. When Jimiao turned to him, what about President Zhao? Zhao Hong, Vice President of Dingxing Capital, officially responsible for urban construction funds and mergers and acquisitions, but actually has deep ties with the Lu family. Zhou Wanjing flipped to the next page of the documents. One of Dingxing's largest limited partners is a family trust under Lu Qinian's wife. Su Tang frowned. Going around in circles, isn't it just the Lu family trying to steal things from Wenci? We can't say it like that in business. Zhou Wanjing said indifferently. But that's about the gist of it. When Zimiao's gaze lingered on the words Lu Qinian's wife, Lu Qinian was very cautious. He wouldn't act directly under the name of the Lu Group. Dingxing Capital was his glove. In his past life, Wenci Investment was maliciously acquired initially by Dingxing Capital, which later slowly revealed the shadows of the Wan and Lu families. At that time, she did not understand business, nor did she have the qualifications to touch Wenci's accounts. She only heard the old nurse in the psychiatric hospital intermittently say, they swallowed the old lattice company too. At that time she thought it was just madness. Now she knew it wasn't. Some people devour others without ever getting their hands dirty. They would only extend a clean glove. In the southern part of the city at Yunwan Club, when Lu Cheng arrived, Zhao Hong was already waiting in the private room. Yunwan Club was discreetly located with understated decor, frequented only by regulars. Lu Cheng had been there a few times before, but always accompanying Zhou Wanjing for social gatherings. This was his first time sitting in the private room as one of their own. Zhao Hong was in his 40s, slightly overweight, and smiled like a friendly businessman. Manager Lu, you've arrived. Lu Qing took a seat. President Zhao. The waiter served tea and quickly retreated. After the door closed, Zhao Hong's smile faded somewhat. Did you bring the items? Lu Qing did not immediately take it out. President Zhao, what about the offer? Zhao Hong smiled. Manager Lu is more cautious than I imagined. It's better to be cautious, Lu Qing said. I can't just jump ship empty-handed, nor can I hand over my future without any backup. Zhao Hong pulled out a letter of intent from his folder and pushed it in front of him. Assistant Vice President of Dingxing Capital and Project Director with an annual salary twice what you currently earn. After a 3-month probation, if the information you provide helps us successfully secure the Urban Renewal Fund in the city center, we can discuss the Vice President position. Lu Qing's eyes flickered with a hint of brightness. The possibility of a Vice President position was more enticing than a doubled salary. After 5 years at Wenci, Zhou Wanjing had never offered him such a promise. Zhao Hong noticed his reaction and leisurely picked up his teacup. Manager Lu, it's not shameful to seek higher ground. If you stay at Wenci, you'll just be an executing manager under Zhou Wanjing's command. Now that little girl from the Wen family has come, you wouldn't even be in line anymore. This statement struck Lu Cheng right in the chest. His expression darkened. Wenci will eventually be ruined in her hands. Zhao Hong smiled. So leaving now is wise. Lu Cheng finally opened his briefcase and placed the USB drive on the table. This contains part of Wenci's client list, as well as the project's letter of intent for the Urban Renewal Fund in the city center. Zhao Hong reached out to take it, but Lu Cheng pressed down on the USB drive. President Zhao, I need another guarantee. Zhao Hong raised his eyebrows. What guarantee? If Dingxing backs out after getting this data, what should I do? Zhao Hong seemed to find something interesting in Lu Cheng's words. Manager Lu, you're underestimating Dingxing. I'm just being cautious, I can't go back now. Lu Cheng looked at him. I need to know if the actual decision-maker behind Dingxing is sufficient to protect me. The room fell silent for a moment. Zhao Hong's smile faded somewhat. Who do you want to know about? The Lu family. Lu Cheng lowered his voice. President Zhao, we're not new to investment in Jiangxing. I've heard a bit about the relationship between Dingxing and the Lu family. If this is just Dingxing trying to poach people, I might not dare to act. But if the Lu family is interested too, then it's a different story. Zhao Hong didn't respond immediately. He stared at Lu Cheng for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Manager Lu, you have quite the appetite. I'm just trying to be stable. Stable. Zhao Hong leaned back in his chair, rest assured. Although President Liu cannot appear directly, the funds from Mrs. Liu are indeed in our fund. If Wenxi obstructs the urban renewal project, the Liu family will not stand idly by. Liu Cheng's eyes moved. So the Liu family is aware. Zhao Hong did not answer directly, but spoke slowly. Just provide us with the necessary data, and the path ahead will naturally be paved for you. In the adjacent private room, Zhao Hong's words came through clearly in the earpiece. Su Tang quickly covered her mouth to prevent herself from calling out. She mouthed to Wen Zhimiao, we recorded it. Wen Zhimiao sat on the sofa, a cup of untouched tea in front of her. Her expression was very calm. Zhou Wanjing watched the waveform on the monitoring device, but his gaze grew colder. The funds from Mrs. Liu, he said. Is that enough? Su Tang asked quietly, is that not enough? He mentioned the Liu family. He said Mrs. Liu's funds are in the fund, not that Liu Qinian instructed Dingsheng to buy Liu Cheng. Wen Zhimiao said this statement can prove a connection but not direct manipulation. Zhou Wanjing nodded. She's right. If we net now, we can only catch Liu Cheng and Zhao Hong. Liu Qinian could easily say, I was unaware of the business cooperation. Su Tang bit her teeth in frustration. Why are these people so good at circling around? Wen Zhimiao lowered her gaze. Because they've always lived this way. They circled around accounts, around companies, around relationships, around legal boundaries. They break down the dirty business into segments, each appearing not lethal enough. By the time ordinary people realize they've been swallowed, the evidence has already been scattered. In her past life, her grandmother's assets were swallowed piece by piece like this. Wenxi was the same. She would not allow them to win a second time with the same methods. In the private room, Liu Cheng finally relaxed his grip. Zhao Hong picked up the USB drive and plugged it into his laptop. After opening the files, he quickly skimmed through them. The client list is incomplete. Liu Cheng had anticipated this. President Zhao, for our first collaboration, I have to leave something behind. Zhao Hong looked at him. Liu Cheng said, I can provide the real core client list, but I need to see Dingsheng's sincerity. What sincerity? A formal offer signed and sealed. Also, I want to know what projects I would be specifically responsible for once I join. Zhao Hong's smile deepened. You want to manage Wenxi's original clients. I'm more familiar with them than anyone at Dingsheng. We can negotiate. Zhao Hong closed the laptop, but you also need to give us more. More of what? Liu Qing asked. Zhao Hong pushed a sheet of paper toward him. The true core client list and the detailed investment draft for the new energy materials line that Zhou Wanjing has. Liu Qing's expression changed slightly. That draft has a very high level of access, so I might not be able to obtain it. Zhao Hong said lightly. If you can't obtain it, it means your value at Wenxi isn't as high as you claim. Liu Qing clenched his fists. Zhao Hong's tone softened. Manager Liu, let me say something unpleasant. What you gave me today only proves your willingness to jump ship. If you want Dingsheng and the Liu family to pave the way for you, you need to prove you can take away what's truly valuable from Wenxi. Liu Cheng remained silent for a long time. Finally, he nodded. Give me 2 days. 2 days is too long, Zhao Hong said. Before noon tomorrow. Liu Cheng abruptly looked up. So urgent. The Liu family can't wait, Zhao Hong said, seeming to realize he had said too much, and quickly added. What I mean is the project window can't wait. In the adjacent private room, Zhou Wanjing's fingers paused on the table. Wen Zhimiao looked up. That statement was more useful than the previous mention of Mrs. Liu's funds. The Liu family can't wait. Zhao Hong's addition of project window made it seem even more suspicious. Su Tang's eyes lit up. Can this be used, eh? It can be used, Wen Zhimiao said, but it's still not the best time. Su Tang said. Unable to help herself, she whispered, Miao Miao, just how long do you plan to wait? Wen Zhimiao looked at Liu Cheng's face, which was beginning to waver on the one-way screen. Until he reaches out a second. The first time can be explained as bringing data when switching jobs. The second time, what he steals will be the core draft. Her voice was soft. At that time, he wouldn't just want to leave, he would want to sell Wenxi. In the private room, Liu Cheng finally put the materials into his briefcase. By noon tomorrow, I'll give you a response. Zhao Hong extended his hand. Pleasure working together. Liu Cheng looked at the hand, and after a few seconds shook it. On the adjacent screen, the two shook hands briefly. When Zhimiao watched the scene, her gaze calm. In her past life, Wenxi began to be hollowed out from such handshake. In this lifetime, she sat next door, hearing every word. She also saw every hand that reached out. After Zhao Hong and Liu Cheng left, Zhou Wanjing took off the headphones. How do you plan to handle this? Let's not move against Liu Cheng for now. Wen Zhimiao stood up. Let him think he has obtained Dingsheng's ticket. Tomorrow, to prove his worth, he will touch things he truly shouldn't. Zhou Wanjing said in a deep voice, the draft for the new energy materials line. Yes. That line is Wenxi's most important project for the next 3 years. So, I will swap out the real draft. Zhou Wanjing looked at her. Wen Zhimiao's tone was calm. Give him a fake draft that looks sufficiently real. Su Tang was stunned. Setting a bait again. Wen Jimiao looked out the window. At the entrance of Yunwan Club, Lu Cheng was getting into his car. He probably thought he had stepped out of the cage Wency had placed him in today. Su Tang behind him sprang up from her chair, hands pressed against the table edge like a hunting dog that couldn't help but pounce, but forced herself back. But little did he know, since he took that USB drive, every step he took was on the line Wen Jimiao had laid out in advance. Lu Cheng thinks he is selling Wency. Then let him sell. Sell it to the point where Dingsheng has no choice but to accept, and the Lu family must recognize it. Zhou Wanjing fell silent for a moment and suddenly laughed. Su Tang looked at him. What are you laughing at? Zhou Wanjing turned to Wen Jimiao. I was thinking if the old lady saw this scene, she would probably be very pleased. Wen Zimiao's eyelashes flickered. Zhou Wanjing said, she hated being treated like an old woman who could only hide behind her will. You are the same. Wen Jimiao said nothing. She simply exported the audio file and sent it to Gu Mingzhang. At the moment the file was successfully sent, she lowered her head and typed a line of text. The first fish has taken the bait. Soon Gu Mingzhang replied. Don't rush. Let it swallow deeper. Wen Jimiao looked at this sentence, her lips curling slightly. Sure enough, the people her grandmother left for her knew exactly how to net. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng's car entered the main road. He placed the letter of intent Zhao Hong had given him on the passenger seat, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. Vice President. A doubled annual salary. The path to Dingsheng and the Lu family. He no longer had to watch Zhou Wanjing's face at Wency, nor listen to a parachuted true heiress give orders. At that moment his phone vibrated. Zhao Hong sent a message. By noon tomorrow the core draft. Don't let me. Lu Cheng stared at the screen for a few seconds before finally replying. Rest assured. Little did he know at the same time in the internal system of Wency Investment his access log had already been marked in red. When Ruotang received the second message from Chief Editor Wang in the early morning. The curtains were not drawn tightly and daylight leaked through the gaps, landing on her face, which had not closed its eyes all night. The person in the mirror had dark circles under her eyes and pale lips, still bearing the frail appearance that the Wen family was most familiar with, yet the hand gripping the phone felt icy and stiff. There was indeed an elderly woman named Chun Guilan at the Qingshan nursing home. However, the nursing home was tight-lipped. Someone had made a call last night instructing that outsiders should not be allowed to make contact. Miss Wen, are you sure this person can be used? When Ruotang stared at the three characters, Chun Guilan feeling as if her throat was blocked by something. 3 years ago, Zhao Yun returned to tell her that Chun Guilan had been transferred. The paperwork was clean, and no one would hear about the Shun family's old stories from that mad old woman. At that time, when Ruotang had even breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that as long as Wen Jimiao knew nothing, and as long as the Wen family continued to hold her in their palms, some things would remain buried forever behind the damp wall of Kongning. But when Jimiao had unexpectedly found the Qingshan nursing home, she had unexpectedly taken away the registration page. When Ruotang closed her eyes for a moment, forcing herself to calm down. She could not panic. The more she panicked, the more it would raise suspicions from Wen Shubai and Lin Weiner. The phone buzzed again. Chief Editor Wang sent a message. If we are to create public opinion, it's best to frame it as Wen Jimiao, using an elderly woman with a mental disorder to fabricate a story. The public would not scrutinize the evidence. They would only believe headlines like rich daughter, seizing inheritance, driving elderly woman insane. When Ruotang looked at these words, and the fear in her heart slowly sank, turning into a familiar ruthlessness. Exactly. She did not need to prove that Chun Guilan had not said those words. She only needed everyone to feel that what Chun Guilan said was unreliable. She typed, "Do not send the formal draft yet. Please find out Chun Guilan's current condition, and it would be best to obtain a video of her taking medication, having episodes, or speaking incoherently." Before sending it out, she paused and added, "Wen Jimiao is very good at playing the victim now. We cannot let her continue to fabricate stories using a mad old woman." Mad old woman was just typed out when Ruotang herself was taken aback. She remembered many years ago when her grandmother, old lady Shun, was still alive. Chun Guilan had looked at her from a distance. That gaze was not fierce, yet it seemed capable of seeing through the candy wrappers and lies she hid in her sleeves. When Ruotang despised that kind of gaze, she hated even more the pity that came naturally from people when they looked at Wen Jimiao. Why should that be? Clearly she was the daughter who grew up in the Wen family. She had accompanied Lin Weiner through many birthdays, attended numerous banquets with Wen Xingye, and helped Wen Shubai through exams and internships. Was it really enough for Wen Zimiao's return to overturn her 20-year position just because of blood relation? Footsteps were heard outside the door. When Ruotang quickly deleted the chat history and placed her phone beside the pillow, Lin Weiner pushed the door open, carrying medicine and warm water. In the past few days, Lin Weiner had lost a lot of weight and fatigue was evident beneath her eyes. If it were before, when Ruotang would only need to cough for her to immediately soften. But today Lin Weiner merely placed the medicine on the bedside and spoke softly. "Have you taken your medicine?" When Ruotang raised her face, her eyes slightly red. "Mom, are you still blaming me? Lin Weiner paused. When Ruotang immediately grasped her hand, her voice trembling, I know my sister doesn't like me, and I know that whatever I say now sounds like an excuse. But at a place like Qingshan Nursing Home, the elderly people there have poor mental health. What if something happens if she provokes an elderly person to investigate old matters? Lin Weiner looked at her. If it were before, she would first feel sorry for Tang Tang for being too sensitive and too afraid to lose this family. But now her mind was filled with the shadow of Wen Jimiao leaving on the mid-autumn night, and when Zubai's words the same old number. She slowly withdrew her hand. How do you know Jimiao went to Qingshan Nursing Home? When Ruotang's heart skipped a beat. She bit her lip. Bai Wei heard it from people in the circle. Lin Weiner did not speak immediately. The short silence felt like a needle pricking when Ruotang's back cold. Just then, Wen Xingye passed by the door and stopped upon hearing the noise. What happened now? When Ruotang looked up as if she saw a lifeline. Dad, I heard Bai Wei say that my sister went to Qingshan Nursing Home and wants to use an elderly woman with a mental disorder as a witness. I fear she might be used by someone, and I am also afraid the Wen family will be dragged into public opinion again. Wen Chengye's expression darkened. Qingshan Nursing Home. When Ruotang nodded, her voice even lower, I do not know how much Chun Guilin still remembers. But if she speaks nonsense, my sister will definitely believe it. The moment those words left her mouth, the room suddenly fell silent. Lin Weiner raised her eyes. Wen Xingye also looked at her. When Ruotang then realized that she had said something wrong. She should not have said how much she still remembers. She should have said whether she will speak nonsense. In that frozen second, she could almost hear her heartbeat thudding against her eardrums. How much do you still remember? Lin Weiner repeated softly. When Ruotang's eyelashes trembled, and she immediately lowered her head, tears falling, I am just so scared. Mom, I really am so scared. Recently everyone in the family has been doubting me, and I don't even know how to say a single weak wrong submissive. This was her most familiar way. Wen Xingye frowned even deeper, but did not continue to question, only saying to Lin Weiner, do not follow them in their nonsense. The words of an elderly person in a nursing home cannot be taken seriously. Lin Weiner looked at him. How do you know they cannot be taken seriously? When Chengye's expression darkened Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner did not back down. Chengye, do you know about the transfer paperwork from 3 years ago, the old number, and the supplementary records of Zimio's previous medical history? When Ruotang's tears froze on her face. When Chengye's gaze suddenly turned cold. Lin Weiner noticed that his right thumb was unconsciously digging into his palm. That was his old habit when suppressing anger. She had never asked about it in 20 years, but at this moment it suddenly felt alarming. Who told you? This was not a denial. Lin Weiner's heart sank little by little. But when Ruotang was even more panicked. She then realized that when Jimiao not only found Chen Guilin, but also traced the old number back to the Wen family. There was no time to wait any longer. After Lin Weiner left, when Ruotang hid in the bathroom and reopened another encrypted chat box. Chen Guilin sighed, must be quick. Do not write that she knows old lady Shen Yu, just write that when Jimiao wants to seize her grandmother's inheritance and teaches a cognitively impaired elderly woman to speak nonsense. Her fingers paused for a moment before sending another message. Also help me find out where Zhao Yun is now. After sending the message, she deleted the records and leaned against the door, taking deep breaths. What she did not know was that Bai Wei was in her own room, watching every line of text that popped up on the synchronized screen. Check Zhao Yun. Bai Wei saved the recording, her face even paler than last night. She originally just wanted to leave herself a way out, but now she realized that when Ruotang was hiding much deeper things than she had imagined. Just as when Ruotang finally caught her breath, Chief Editor Wang's reply arrived. The caregiver from Qingshan said that Gu Mingzhang sent a formal transfer request at 9 in the morning to retrieve Chen Guilin's Kongning records from 3 years ago. When Ruotang's heart skipped a beat. The Kongning records from 3 years ago, when Jimiao wanted more than just a testimony, as she was looking for physical evidence. Her fingertips hovered for 2 seconds before she typed, can it be intercepted? Chief Editor Wang replied quickly, the management of Kangning's old files is loose. If we go through administrative storage under the family member's name before the formal case is established, Gu Mingzhang's side will have to wait at least 3 to 5 working days to get the unsealing approval. 3 to 5 days. That was enough. She opened her encrypted email and found an intermediary who had handled the Kongning transfer paperwork for her 3 years ago, the line left by Zhao Yun that she had never dared to use. She typed reapply for the sealing of Chen Guilin's Kongning file from 3 years ago under the family member's name. Is the old authorization document still available? 3 minutes later the other party replied yes. But what is the reason for sealing? When Ruotang thought for a few seconds and typed the patient's mental condition is unstable and the family requests to suspend all external file transfers. After sending that message, she deleted the email records. She leaned against the sink, breathing heavily, her heartbeat racing as if it would burst from her throat. She did not know how long this tactic could delay things, but she understood that the competition between them was originally a game of who could obtain complete evidence of Chun Guilin first. And just now that move had at least pushed the countdown back by 3 days. She put her phone back in her pocket, washed her face again, changed into a soft white knit sweater, and when she walked out of the room her face had resumed the pale, harmless look of a when family adopted daughter, one that could shatter at any moment. But she did not know that from the moment she asked how much do you still remember, the first life-saving statement she left for herself had already turned into the first recording in someone else's hands. And this recording would eventually return to Wen Jingyao. Lu Cheng reached out for the second time at 10:07 a.m. the next day. The office area of Wincy Investment remained as quiet as ever, with the sounds of keyboards, printers, and low discussions blending together. No one noticed as Lu Cheng rose from his workstation carrying a cup of coffee towards the data room. He was much more cautious than yesterday. He first made a detour to the tea room, chatting briefly with 2 employees about the progress of the Urban Redevelopment Fund, then used the excuse of preparing meeting materials for Zhou Wenjing to obtain a temporary access card. Along the way, he even smiled and patted a new employee's shoulder, appearing like a perfectly normal department man. Little did he know the moment the access light for the data room turned on, his name already flashed in red on the surveillance screen in the third-floor conference room. Su Tang stared at the screen so tense that her milk tea lost its flavor. She sat cross-legged on her swivel chair, occasionally tapping her toes on the ground to gently turn the chair. He went in. When Zimiu sat on the opposite side of the conference table, 2 documents spread before her. One was the actual investment draft for the new energy materials line, which had already been transferred to an offline encrypted storage by Zhou Wenjing. The other was the fake draft she had instructed her team to work on overnight. This fake document was crafted with great detail. The company name was real, the industry logic was genuine, and about 70% of the early research data was accurate. Only the most critical valuation model, core suppliers, and technical routes had been subtly altered in 3 places by Wen Zimiu. Outsiders wouldn't be able to spot the discrepancies. Those eager to take credit were even less likely to notice the issues. Zhou Wenjing flipped to the last page and looked up at her. If this document is taken by Dingxing for project approval, it will at least mislead them for a quarter. A quarter is enough, Wen Zimiu replied. It's sufficient for them to leave traces of internal decision-making and for the Lu family to extend their grip further. Su Tang felt a chill run through her scalp, yet couldn't help but be excited. So this isn't fake data, it's a fishing rod. When Zimiu glanced at her, it's a numbered fishing rod. Just as she finished speaking, a new system prompt appeared on the screen. User Lu Cheng accessed the new energy materials line folder. Insufficient permissions, requesting temporary authorization. Temporary authorization granted. Su Tang's eyes widened suddenly. Who granted him that? Zhou Wenjing replied nonchalantly, I did. Su Tang. She slowly raised her thumb. You investors are quite ruthless. When Zimiu did not smile. She watched the access log line by line, recording Lu Cheng's actions. At 1011, he downloaded the project overview. At 1013, he copied the valuation model. At 1015, he connected an external device. At 1016, the system automatically generated a watermark number. Each action felt like Lu Cheng was pressing a fingerprint onto the chain of evidence. Inside the data room, Lu Cheng stared at the progress bar, his palms slightly sweating. Everything was going too smoothly. So smoothly that it made him uneasy. But thinking it over, he found it reasonable. In the past few days, everyone's attention in the company had been focused on the Qingshan nursing home and the Wen family's old affairs, while Wen Zimiu was busy checking on her grandmother and Zhou Wenjing was occupied dealing with the Lu family. Who would have thought he would dare to make a move at this time? The most dangerous place is often the safest. He pulled out the USB drive, deleted the access records, and restored the folder on the desktop to its original state. Just as he stepped out of the data room, the administrative supervisor approached him. Manager Lu, President Zhou has notified that an internal security audit meeting will be held at 1030. Lu Cheng's heart tightened, but he maintained his composure. Security audit. It's said to be a routine check all department managers must attend. Lu Cheng smiled and said, got it. He returned to his workstation, hid the USB drive in the compartment of his briefcase, and grabbed his notebook to head to the conference room. At 1030, the core team of Wincy was fully seated in the conference room. When Zimiu did not sit in the audience. She sat to the left of Zhou Wenjing with a stack of printed audit lists in front of her. This seating arrangement caused several employees to exchange glances discreetly, and it made Lu Cheng feel somewhat uncomfortable. Why? How could she be in this position after only being at Wincy for such a short time? Zhou Wenjing's opening remarks were very brief. From today onwards, Wincy Investment will initiate an internal data security audit. The access records for documents related to the Urban Redevelopment Fund, new energy materials line, and medical mergers over the past 3 months will be uniformly reviewed. A low murmur arose in the conference room. Lu Cheng's fingers tightened under the table. When Zimiu continued, the audit is not meant to create panic. On the contrary, it is to protect those who are truly working. Her voice was not loud yet clear. Wensi has recently caught the attention of external capital, and someone is attempting to steal the company's core data through job-hopping, poaching, or profit promises. The projects in your hands are the result of your hard work and should not become materials for others to take credit for. As soon as this statement fell, several project team members changed their expressions. What they feared most was not the audit, but that their hard work would be stolen. When Zimiu pushed the first list, therefore from today, all core projects will require graded authorization. Non-project leaders are not allowed to download drafts. External devices must be automatically registered. All key models will have watermarks, and any information regarding resignations, job hopping, or external contacts must be reported. The company protects everyone's right to move normally, but does not accept exchanging business secrets for personal advancement. Lu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. This sentence felt like it was directed at him. Yet when Zimiu did not look at him, she didn't even mention anyone's name. The more it was like this, the more uneasy Lu Cheng felt. An employee raised their hand. Miss Wen, what will the company do if someone has already engaged with external capital? When Zimiu looked at the person, if they voluntarily disclose it and no substantial loss has occurred, the company can handle it internally. If there is concealment, transfer, or secondary leakage, legal proceedings will be initiated. The conference room fell silent. Zhou Wenjing added, "This is a suggestion notice." Lu Cheng's expression finally changed somewhat. Su Tang, sitting in the corner, appeared to be taking notes, but was actually capturing his expression clearly. After the meeting, Lu Cheng did not leave immediately. He stood in the hallway, overhearing a few young employees discussing quietly. Fortunately, the company reacted quickly, otherwise our team's new energy project would have been wasted for half a year if it had been stolen. I used to think when Zimiu was a parachute hire, but now I see she's quite steady. Yeah, when she said that protecting those who work is important, I was really somewhat convinced. Lu Cheng's face turned pale. When Zimiu had steadied the hearts of the people, she didn't scold the traitors, didn't create panic, but turned the security audit into a means to protect the team's achievements. This way, even if he was discovered later, the employees would only stand on the company's side. He returned to his office and immediately messaged Zhao Hong. Once he has initiated a security audit, the time has been moved up. I've obtained the core drafts, but they must be handed over quickly. Zhao Hong replied quickly, 8 p.m. tonight, same place. Lu Cheng stared at the screen, gritting his teeth. I need the official offer and stamped documents. Bring them. Lu Cheng put down his phone and let out a long breath. He had no way out now. In the conference room, when Zimiu received a synchronized screenshot, Zhao Hong had scheduled for 8 p.m. tonight. Su Tang was so excited she nearly slammed the table. He's really anxious. Zhou Wenjing looked at Wen Zimiu. Are we taking it tonight? Wen Zimiu paused for a moment. Tonight we are not only taking Lu Cheng. She sent the watermark number of the fake draft to Gu Mingzhang and also messaged Shangdu. Dingxing will receive a watermark draft of the new energy materials line tonight. You mentioned that the Shang family is also eyeing this industry chain. Could you help me confirm if Dingxing will report to external LPs immediately? A few minutes later, Shangdu replied. Sure. The next message quickly followed. But I only provide commercial signals and don't make emotional judgments for you. When Zimiu looked at this message, her lips moving slightly. This was Shangdu. He wouldn't suddenly make a heartfelt rescue and wouldn't unconditionally settle everything for her. What he provided was information resources and clearly defined cooperation boundaries. She replied, that's enough. The sunlight outside fell on the glass, illuminating the conference room brightly. When Zimiu closed her computer, Lu Cheng thinks tonight is his last bargaining chip before his job change. She raised her gaze, her voice calm. Then let him see that the real clearing starts from the moment he thinks he has won. When Shubai stayed in the information department for a full 3 hours, the records from 3 years ago had long been archived and many permissions needed to be reapplied. Normally, he only needed to show a hint of impatience for the staff below to speed up. But today he didn't urge them at all. He simply stood by waiting for his colleagues in the information department to retrieve the old records one by one. The same number kept flashing on the screen. October 17th, contact person for the transfer record of Kongning Sanatorium. October 17th, contact person for the psychiatric pre-examination file. October 20th, contact person for family risk communication remarks. October 26th, contact person for receiving supplementary materials before formal admission. Every time it appeared, when Zubai's face grew paler. A colleague couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Doctor Wen, what's wrong with this number? When Shubai stared at the screen, his throat tightening. It shouldn't appear this many times. It especially shouldn't show up in the admission process of Wen Zimiu's previous life. He remembered signing off on the final admission confirmation after Wen Zimiu had repeatedly lost control of her emotions, attacked family members, and paranoid delusions. The hospital had required the family to provide supplementary materials, and as a doctor and brother, he had signed that page out of what he thought was professional judgment. But now the records told him that before he signed, someone had already laid out a diagnostic direction for Wen Jimiao. Those descriptions he had considered evidence might have been artificially added from the very beginning. Can we trace the remarks corresponding to this number? Wen Shubai asked. His colleague typed a few keys. The system only shows family contacts remarks. Zhao. Wen Shubai suddenly looked up. Zhao. Yes, just one surname. The early system fields were incomplete, and sometimes the front desk filled in casually. However, the paper receipt from October 26th might still be in the storage room. If it hasn't been destroyed, we can see the signing handwriting. Wen Shubai immediately said, take me there. The old hospital storage room was on the basement level. The humidity was heavy and the iron cabinets were covered with yellowing labels. The administrator rummaged for more than 10 minutes before finding the document bag from before Kongning was merged within a box of old files. When Wen Shubai opened the seal, his fingers trembled slightly. Inside were several materials from Wen Zimiao's previous life before admission. Family statements, risk assessments, previous behavior records, and a thin receipt. In the column for the signer, 2 characters were written. Zhao Yun. A buzzing sound echoed in Wen Zubai's ears. He recognized this name. She was like a shadow following Wen Ruotang in and out of the hospital, the old house, and various private occasions. He had never connected Zhao Yun with Wen Zimiao's medical records before, because Zhao Yun was neither a doctor, nor a family member, nor even a formal servant of the Wen family. Yet her name was here. The colleague also saw it, and frowned, saying, is this person a family member of the patient? According to the process, supplementary materials generally cannot be delivered by unrelated personnel. Wen Shubai pressed his fingertips on the paper. She is not a family member. She belongs to Wen Ruotang. The moment this thought emerged, Wen Shubai felt as if his heart had been struck hard. If Zhao Yun had delivered materials, did Wen Ruotang know? If Wen Ruotang knew, what role did she play in this? More frighteningly, did he back then step by step push Wen Jimiao towards that conclusion because of Wen Ruotang's cries and the so-called records handed over by Zhao Yun? He took out his phone and photographed the receipt and the back-end records. This time he didn't hesitate and directly called Wen Ruotang. The phone rang for a long time before it connected. Wen Ruotang's voice was very soft. Second brother. This address used to soften his heart. Now, however, it felt like a fine needle piercing into the most unwilling part of him. Where is Zhao Yun? Wen Shubai asked. There was a brief silence on the other end. Wen Ruotang quickly reacted. Zhao Yun. Didn't she leave 3 years ago? Why are you suddenly asking about her? She delivered supplementary materials for Wen Jimiao to Kongning on October 26th, 3 years ago. Wen Ruotang's breath obviously faltered. I don't know. Wen Shubai closed his eyes. Tang, I haven't said what the materials are. The other end fell completely silent. The corridor lights were a cold white, illuminating Wen Zubai's face, which held no color. He heard his own voice, terrifyingly unfamiliar. You know Zhao Yun, Wen Kongning, right? When Wen Ruotang spoke again, her voice already carried a hint of crying. Second brother, why are you asking me this? I was unwell back then. Zhao Yun handled many things for me. How could I possibly know where she went every day? Now my sister is doubting me, my mother is doubting me, even you. In the past, Wen Shubai would have immediately apologized. He would have said he was just asking and not blaming her. But today he didn't. I'm asking for evidence, not emotions. Wen Ruotang seemed to choke on this statement. When Shubai continued, Zhao Yun used the One family's logistics number to handle the transfer for Chun Guilin, and also handled the supplementary materials for Zimiao's previous medical records. She has been by your side for many years. Tell me, do you really not know it all? The sound of suppressed sobs came from the other end. I really don't know. Second brother, are you now thinking that I plotted against my sister being sent to the hospital? I was scared back then, as she always hated me after coming home. I was afraid you wouldn't want me. Ooh, I just wanted to survive. She cried with practiced ease. Each sentence placed her back in the position of a victim. When Shubai held his phone, suddenly recalling how in his previous life, when Jimiao had been pushed into the ward looking at him with that same desperate gaze. She had said, second brother, I am not crazy. He had replied, Jimiao, cooperate with the treatment. Cooperate with the treatment. These 4 words felt like a delayed knife finally stabbing back into his own body. When Zubai's voice was hoarse. Tang, I will ask you one last time. Where is Zhao Yun now? When Ruotang sobbed, I don't know. All right. When Shubai hung up the phone. No comfort, no explanation. When Ruotang stared at the darkening screen, her whole body frozen at the edge of the bed. This was the first time. When Shubai hung up the phone, first while she was crying. In the hospital's basement, when Shubai put all the photocopies into a file bag. A colleague quietly asked, Doctor, when are you going to pursue legal action? When Shubai remained silent for a long time. First, seal the records. Anyone who comes to retrieve them must follow formal procedures, including the Wen family. When Shubai raised his eyes, including my father. When he walked out of the hospital, the sunlight was blinding. The phone contained Wen Zimiao's number. He finally pressed. After 3 rings the call connected. When Zimio's voice was very calm, "Is there something?" These 2 words held no warmth. Yet when Shubai felt he didn't even have the right to feel wronged. "I found Zhao Yun's paper receipt. He said she delivered your supplementary materials to Kongning on October 26th, 3 years ago." The old number appeared 4 times in the hospital system, not just once. There was no immediate response from the other end. When Zubai's throat tightened, "I will send the photocopies to Lawyer Gu. I had the original sealed by the hospital." "All right," when Jimiao said. "Just 1 word." When Shubai held the phone and suddenly spoke softly, "Jimiao, just send the evidence to Gu Mingzhang." She interrupted him, "No need to say anything else for now." The call ended. When Shubai stood at the hospital entrance motionless for a long time, he knew she didn't need his apology. At least not now. What she needed was evidence, the threads of the net that had pushed her into the abyss being unraveled one by one. And if he wanted to make amends, he could no longer seek forgiveness using the identity of brother. He could only stand on the side of the evidence. Even if the evidence ultimately pointed to his sister who had suffered for 20 years, it would still be his own fault. She closed the folder and turned off the light. Chen Guilin awoke for the 2nd time in the afternoon. The caregiver at the Qing Mountain Nursing Home spoke in a low voice. When calling Wen Jimiao Miss Wen Grandma, Chen seems to be in better spirits today than last night. She has been holding on to that begonia seal, saying she wants to see Miao Miao. By the time Wen Jimiao arrived, Gu Mingzhang and Zhou Wenjing were already there. This time she did not bring Su Tang into the ward. It wasn't that she didn't trust Su Tang, but Chen Guilin's emotions were too fragile. The fewer people in the room, the better. Gu Mingzhang was responsible for the legal witness Zhou Wenjing for recording, and she was there to listen. Chen Guilin sat by the window, still clutching the chipped enamel cup. The begonia seal was wrapped in a handkerchief placed on her lap, as if afraid of losing it, and she would occasionally touch it. Upon seeing Wen Jimiao, the murky light in her eyes brightened slightly. "Miao Miao." Wen Jimiao squatted down in front of her. "Grandma Chen, am here." Chen Guilin reached out to touch her face lightly. "You've grown up." This statement made Wen Zimio's heart ache. In her past life, and this life, she had heard too many evaluations from the Wen family. Stubborn, cold, inconsiderate, aggressive, lacking upbringing. Yet few looked at her like this, saying she had grown up. Gu Mingzhang turned on the recording, pen his tone gentle. "Miss Chen, I am Gu Mingzhang. We will record what you say today. If you feel uncomfortable, you can stop at any time." Chen Guilin looked at him for a long time before suddenly saying, "Lawyer Gu." Gu Mingzhang's gaze paused. "Do you remember me?" "The old lady mentioned you," Chen Guilin said slowly. Lawyer Gu is disciplined, tight-lipped, and steady. If a letter reaches Lawyer Gu, it won't get lost. The room fell silent. When Zimio's heart raced suddenly. A letter. This time, Chen Guilin mentioned the letter herself. She didn't press, only lowered her voice. "Grandma." "Chen did Grandma send a letter to you?" Chen Guilin's hands began to tremble. She looked down at the begonia seal, as if using that stamp to pull herself back from the chaotic memories. "She did send one." The 2 words dropped, and Zhou Wenjing's pen stopped for a moment. Gu Mingzhang also raised his eyes. Chen Guilin said intermittently the old lady was seriously ill. That night it rained. She wouldn't let the Wen family into the room, only asked me to take out the small box. Inside the box were account books, a seal, and a letter. "For me?" Chen Guilin nodded, then shook her head. "For Miao Miao, and for Lawyer Gu as well." The old lady said that if Miao Miao returned, the letter should be given to her. If Miao Miao didn't return, it should first be kept by Lawyer Gu. Gu Mingzhang's expression darkened. "I didn't receive it." Fear welled up in Chen Guilin's eyes. "It didn't get delivered." Her voice began to tremble. "I held the letter and stepped outside, and as I reached the 2nd floor study of the old house, I heard voices inside. They said the old lady couldn't see outsiders anymore, that Mio Mio's return would bring disaster, that the child was ill-fated and should stay outside." When Zimio's fingertips tightened gradually. "Who is it?" Chen Guilin frowned in pain. "A man's voice, a woman's voice. I can't remember. The door opened, someone came out, and I hid the letter in my clothes. Later someone stopped me and said the old lady wanted the items put in the study." She suddenly grasped Wen Zimio's hand. "I shouldn't have trusted them. I shouldn't have taken the letter out." Wen Jimiao immediately held her hand back. "Grandma Chen, it's not your fault." Chen Guilin seemed not to hear, tears falling down her wrinkles. "That little girl stood on the stairs smiling at me. She said, 'Grandma, it'll help you give it to Mom.'" She smiled sweetly, wearing a white dress with a red string on her wrist. A white dress. A red string. When Ruotang often wore a red string in her childhood because Lin Wan said she was weak and needed it for protection. Zhou Wenjing glanced at Wen Jimiao, his eyes slightly heavy. Wen Jimiao didn't jump to conclusions immediately. "Grandma Chen, are you sure it was Wen Ruotang?" Chen Guilin was stunned. She struggled to recall, beads of sweat forming at her temples. "Tang. Tang Tang." She suddenly shook her head. "A little girl. She looked like her, but also didn't. Later I saw her at the Wen family, grown up, her smile still the same. She asked me if the old lady had said anything to you. She gave me candy and said, 'Grandma, don't talk nonsense. Talking nonsense will harm Miao Miao.'" Gu Mingzhang asked solemnly, "When was this?" After the old lady passed away, Chen Guilin said not long after. After she came, I was taken away. When Jimiao felt a connection in her heart finally taking shape. Before her grandmother passed away, she wrote a letter. The letter was meant to be given to her, or Gu Mingzhang. Chen Guilin was intercepted outside the study on the second floor of the old house. When Ruotang had at least interacted with Chen Guilin and asked about what her grandmother had left behind. But this still couldn't prove that when Ruotang was the one who intercepted the letter initially. She was young at the time, and there must have been adults behind her. Where was the letter last? When Jimiao asked. Chen Guilin closed her eyes as if groping in the dark. In the study. Which study? The one on the second floor east side. Next to the chair where old lady Shen used to sit, there was an old cabinet. The letter was put inside. Later they changed the lock and I couldn't get in. Gu Mingzhang immediately probed, when was the lock changed? Chen Guilin shook her head, her breathing becoming rapid. Before the recognition of kinship. Someone said that the real young lady of the Wen family was returning, and all old items had to be put away so she wouldn't see them. When Jimiao felt a tight grip around her heart. A month before the recognition of kinship. In other words, before she officially returned to the Wen family, the study had already been cleared. Someone must have known in advance that she might search for her grandmother's old belongings after her return. Chen Guilin suddenly looked up again, staring at her intently. Miao Miao, there is a sentence in the letter. When Jimiao leaned in. What is it? Chen Guilin's lips trembled. The old lady told me to remember that if the letter went missing, I must tell you. All sounds in the room ceased. She said, don't believe the Wen family's claims of being mistaken. Chen Guilin pronounced each word slowly, as if digging out words etched in her bones. She said the child was not taken away by heaven. When Zimio's breath hitched. Gu Mingzhang immediately gestured for a pause, fearing the old lady would break down emotionally again. But Chen Guilin clung tightly to Wen Jimiao, unwilling to let go. There's more. But I forgot. She began to pound her own head. Wen Jimiao immediately hugged her hand. That's enough, Grandma Chen, that's enough for today. Not enough. Chen Guilin trembled as she cried, I lost the letter. The old lady couldn't wait for you, and I didn't protect you. Wen Jimiao felt her eyes heat up, but did not let the tears fall. She embraced the frail old woman, her voice steady. You protected me. Chen Guilin was taken aback. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known about the letter's existence, wouldn't have known about the study, wouldn't have known that Grandma was still leaving a path for me in the end. You didn't lose it. You kept the most important sentence for Grandma until today. The old lady finally began to calm down slowly. When leaving the ward, Gu Mingzhang's expression was more serious than ever. I will apply to secure this testimony, but her condition is unstable and must have physical evidence to support it. Old cabinet in the study lock, change records, surveillance, or repair documents from the Wen family's old house. And Kangning's transfer records. Gu Mingzhang took out his phone and glanced at it, frowning slightly. But the transfer application I sent this morning just received a response. Chen Guilin's old records at Kangning have been temporarily sealed. The reason is that the patient's family applied for administrative sealing on the grounds of unstable mental state, which requires additional approval. When Jimiao paused at her fingertips. Who applied? The document isn't signed and uses the Wen family's authorization letter system from back then, not when Ruotang's personal account, but the process handled by Zhao Yun 3 years ago, and the timing is exactly this morning. Less than 40 minutes after we sent the transfer application. Zhou Wenjing swore she reacted that fast. When Jimiao was silent for a few seconds, originally obtaining Kangning's records would have allowed her to pin Chen Guilin's testimony and physical evidence together. Now that Kangning is sealed, she only has Chen Guilin's statement without independent physical evidence for verification. Not fatal, but indeed a step behind. How long will it take to unseal? She asked. The normal process is 3 to 5 working days. Gu Mingzhang adjusted his glasses. A special application can shorten it to 2 days, but it requires going to Kangning's archiving center in person to sign documents. Not in Jiangxing, but in the neighboring city. Then let's go today. When Jimiao put her phone back in her pocket, she lowered her head and sent a backup of Chen Guilin's testimony to Lin Wan. No extra words. Just added one sentence. If you still admit you are the daughter of the Shen family, let the Wen family open the study on the second floor. Lu Qinian's first reaction after hearing Zhao Hong's report was not anger. He simply placed the teacup back on the table. The sound of the cup touching the surface was subtle, yet it instantly caused beads of sweat to form on Zhao Hong's forehead. Lu Qinian's cufflinks reflected a cold light under the lamp. He never spoke first, even in anger. Are you saying that Lu Cheng got the draft too easily? Zhao Hong stood in the study, his waist slightly bent. Yes. When she just initiated a security audit today, it's unusual for him to obtain the draft for the new energy materials line at this point. Since you know it's unusual, why did you still accept it? Lu Qinian looked up. Zhao Hong's throat tightened. Lu Cheng said the audit just started and the system permissions haven't been fully tightened yet. Moreover, that draft has a very complete logic and the watermark looks like a genuine internal document. Lu Qinian smiled slightly. That smile held no warmth. Just because it looks real doesn't mean it is real. The study fell silent. Lu Jingming sat nearby, his expression grim. Since when Zhijio's annulment disputes between him and his father had increased, he used to think that his father's decisiveness was the foundation for the Lu family's stability in Jiangxing. But now he was increasingly aware of the hidden unsavory means behind that so-called decisiveness. Dad, since it might be a trap, let's stop here. Lu Jingming spoke. Lu Qinian turned to him. Stop here. When she has already set their sights on Dingxing, and Lu Cheng is also not clean. Continuing will only drag the Lu family into it. Lu Qinian said coldly. Are you speaking for Wen Zhijiao, or making a judgment for the Lu family? I'm worried that the Lu family will make another mistake. Lu Jingming clenched his fists. Zhao Hong felt like wishing he could become deaf. Yet Lu Qinian showed no intention of avoiding him. Jingming, your biggest problem is treating business like a child's game. When Zhijiao set a trap, and when she lured Lu Cheng to steal information, are we just supposed to wait for the blows to come? Lu Cheng was originally in contact with Dingxing. Lu Jingming frowned. Where's the evidence? Lu Qinian countered. Lu Jingming was taken aback. Lu Qinian said leisurely. What can be presented is that Lu Cheng voluntarily changed jobs and proactively provided materials. Dingxing can claim it was just a normal recruitment, but when she had already replaced the drafts and arranged for recordings. As long as it is handled properly, this matter will not be seen as Dingxing's information theft, but as when she's setting a commercial trap, enticing employees to breach contracts, and then seizing the opportunity to suppress competitors. Zhao Hong's eyes brightened. He finally understood Lu Qinian's intention. Counterattack. Turn Lu Cheng into a lured employee who switched jobs, portrayed Dingxing as a company ensnared by Wen Shi, and shape Wen Zhijiao into a true heiress who would set traps to seize power. This narrative might not win a legal battle, but it could certainly muddle public opinion. Lu Jingming's face turned pale. Dad, you know it's not like that. Lu Qinian's tone was very calm. What the truth is not important. What can be proven, believed, and utilized is what matters. Those words felt like a bucket of cold water, chilling Lu Jingming to the bone. He suddenly recalled the look in Wen Zhijio's eyes on the day she called off the engagement. At that time, she probably already understood that the Lu family, like the Wen family, excelled at wrapping their mistakes in the guise of others' ignorance. Zhao Hong cautiously asked, Mr. Lu, how should we handle Lu Cheng? First, stabilize him, Lu Qinian said. Make him insist that he switched jobs voluntarily, and that someone within when she hinted at him to obtain materials for a better position. If necessary, give him some money. What if he doesn't listen? Lu Qinian looked up. He has already stolen commercial information. Whether he listens or not, he has to comply. Lu Jingming could no longer bear it. This is a threat. Lu Qinian didn't even glance at him. This is risk control. Outside the study, Mrs. Lu gently knocked on the door. Qinian, someone from the Shang family, is asking if Dingxing has recently been in contact with the new energy materials line. Lu Qinian's movements finally paused. Shang family. Yes, they are asking very subtly, but they are indeed probing. Zhao Hong's expression changed. The Shang family wouldn't ask this for no reason. If Shang Du already knows that Dingxing has obtained the draft, it indicates that when she has not only set up an internal trap, but has also leaked information to the external industry chain. Once Dingxing takes action based on the false draft, the Shang family will quickly catch onto the abnormality. Lu Qinian was silent for a few seconds before suddenly smiling. That smile froze at the corners of his mouth, failing to reach his eyes. His gray hair stood out sharply under the overhead light, and at over 50 the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes did not move as he smiled. Wen Zhijiao is indeed more capable of leveraging her strengths than I expected. Lu Jingming looked up. Lu Qinian turned to Zhao Hong. Do not rush to initiate the project tonight. Suppress the draft and first have someone investigate Qingshan Nursing Home. Zhao Hong paused for a moment. Qingshan Nursing Home. She is currently investigating an old nurse. If the commercial line is hard to grasp for now, then we'll target her source of evidence. An elderly person with cognitive impairment and a piece of old talk will be the best angle to strike. Lu Jingming's face changed dramatically. Are you going to involve the elderly? Lu Qinian looked at him coldly. I said investigate, not involve. Watch your wording. Lu Jingming stood up. Dad, Wen Zhijiao is investigating her grandmother's old matters. If you haven't done anything, why are you afraid of her investigation? The air in the study turned icy. Lu Qinian finally raised his head, his gaze pressing down so heavily that it was hard to breathe. Because what she is investigating involves the dignity of several families in Jiangxing. Is dignity more important than the truth? Lu Qinian did not answer. His silence was already the answer. Lu Jingming suddenly found it amusing. In both past and present lives, he had stood behind such silence, naturally enjoying the facade that the Lu family provided him, yet never considering whose bones were crushed beneath that facade. He turned and walked outside. Lu Qinian's voice came from behind. Where are you going? To the company. If you dare to tell Wen Jijiao what was said today, Lu Qinian's tone turned cold. You will no longer be the project leader of the Lu family. Lu Jingming paused for a moment. After a long while he whispered, maybe I shouldn't have been. The door closed. Xiao Hong didn't dare to breathe. Lu Qinian, however, regained his composure. Contact editor Wang about that line. Xiao Hong hesitated. The people on Wen Ruotang's side. She is even more afraid of Chen Guilin speaking up than we are. Lu Qinian said, those who are afraid will be more anxious than we are. When the call connected, Wen Ruotang's voice was soft and gentle. Uncle Lu. Tang Tang, to keep it short. Lu Qinian's tone was steady. The transfer letter that Gu Mingzhang sent today was intercepted by your people. But no more than 3 days. Wen Ruotang did not ask how he knew. She simply listened quietly and then said, I understand. I have already had the Can Ning file sealed under the name of a family member following administrative procedures. Lu Qinian raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't anticipated that Wen Ruotang would act so quickly, nor that she knew to use administrative sealing instead of a hard block. Very good. So what's the next step? Sealing Can Ning is just a delay. Wen Ruotang's voice was soft but clear. Wen Jijiao won't wait, as she will seek supplements from elsewhere. Uncle Lu, why not let Dingxing release a false message, saying that the draft she intercepted is a forgery and that it was set up by Wen Zai's own people? No need for solid evidence, but it's enough for people in the industry to be half convinced. Lu Qinian did not respond immediately. He switched the phone to the other hand and gently tapped the desktop twice with his fingertip. This woman whom he had yet to meet had already laid out the trap before him over the phone. He was silent for 2 seconds before saying, when did you learn all this? I was taught. Does your father know? No. Wen Ruotang's voice dropped a little lower, and he doesn't need to know. Lu Qinian did not ask further. I will arrange for Dingxing on my end. You keep holding onto the Qingshan line, don't let Chen Guilin meet Gu Mingzhang alone for a second time. The call ended. Lu Qinian put down his phone and glanced out the window. Wen Ruotang was smarter than he had imagined. She knew she couldn't be the main character in the legal battle, so she proactively stepped back to connect the Lu family and Dingxing, using internal information from the Wen family to help the Lu family correct their direction, and in exchange having them shield her from Wen Zizio's firepower on the front lines. This move was more stable than any step Wen Ruotang had taken before. Xiao Hong cautiously asked, Mr. Lu, what about editor Wang's side? Proceed normally. Lu Qinian said, 2 lines. On the surface, have editor Wang dig up dirt on Chen Guilin, while secretly letting Dingxing spread the rumor that the draft is a forgery. With Wen Ruotang leading the charge, we will light the fire from behind. If both lines burn together, even if Wen Jijiao has 3 heads and 6 arms, she won't be able to manage it all. At the same time, at Wen Zai's investment, when Shang Du's call came in, Wen Jijiao was reviewing the summary of testimony organized by Gu Mingzhang. Dingxing has not immediately initiated the project. Shang Du got straight to the point, but the Lu family has started investigating Qingshan nursing home. Wen Jijiao was not surprised. They want to undermine Chen Guilin's credibility. There's another possibility, Shang Du said. They want to force you to reveal the evidence early. Wen Jijiao looked out the window. Lu Qinian was much more troublesome than Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was greedy, Xiao Hong was anxious, and Wen Ruotang was flustered. Yet Lu Qinian knew exactly how to divide a dirty matter into several parts, and push each part onto others. I will not reveal it early, she said. A brief silence came from Shang Du's side, as if he had chuckled. Do you know why I'm making this call? To remind me not to get carried away by emotions. And also, Shang Du's voice was very calm. If they paint you as the one who set a commercial trap, you will need a third-party industry assessment to prove that the draft is merely bait in terms of commercial value and not an actual leak. Wen Jijiao paused for a moment. This was exactly what she needed. What's the condition? She asked. Shang Du's tone was steady. The follow-up information on the old contract of the North District land layer. Prioritize giving me a copy once you find it. Wen Zizio's lips moved slightly. A fair trade. Clear boundaries. This was more reassuring than any sudden favor. Deal. After the call ended, Wen Jijiao saw that the front desk had just sent a message, a document from the legal department of the Shang family group marked reference for industry compliance framework. Su Tang leaned over to take a look. Isn't this what Shang Du just mentioned on the phone? Yes. Wen Jijiao set the document aside, not rushing to open it. Zhou Wenjing looked at her. Is Lu Qinian starting to counterattack? Wen Jijiao nodded. He will claim that when she lured Lu Cheng to steal information. It's clearly them who are shameless. Su Tang slammed the table. So we need to make them continue being shameless. Wen Jijiao closed the data, so shameless that everyone can see it. She divided Chen Guilin's testimony, Lu Cheng's watermark draft, and Zhao Hong's recordings into 3 folders. The commercial line doesn't need to be rushed. The nursing home line doesn't need to be made public yet. Zhou Wenjing asked, then what's the next step? Wen Jijiao looked up. The Wen family study. Her voice was soft, yet it fell like a knife on the table. If Lu Qinian wants to eliminate Chun Guilan, then let the Wen family first prove whether the lock in the second-floor study that Chun Guilan mentioned has been tampered with. Lin Weiner spoke on the phone with a hoarse voice. Come to the old house this afternoon. Wei Zhimiao did not agree immediately. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, Lin Weiner added softly, the study on the second floor, I will have someone open it. This sentence was more effective than any delayed mother-daughter affection. At 3 in the afternoon, Wei Zhimiao arrived at the Wen family old house with Gu Mingzhang and Su Tang. She did not come alone. She also did not give the Wen family any chance to trap her with familial ties. When Su Tang got out of the car, she specifically made sure her phone was fully charged, saying softly, don't worry, if anyone tries to morally blackmail us today, I will record it and make sure they pay for it. Wei Zhimiao glanced at her. Just record the evidence, don't insult anyone. Su Tang immediately nodded. Understood, record first, then insult. As the old house's door opened, the maid saw them with a complex expression. When Wei Zhimiao used to live here, she always entered and exited through this door with caution. She was afraid her footsteps would be too heavy, afraid her words would be unappealing, afraid that she might inadvertently make Wen Ruotang cough, make Lin Weiner frown, or make Wen Qingya impatient. Now she stood at the door, her heart calm and unperturbed. This was not home. This was merely a potential site for evidence. Lin Weiner stood in the living room waiting for her. After a few days apart, she seemed drained of energy, her complexion pale, yet she was dressed very formally. Wen Qingya sat on the sofa, his face dark and the teacup in front of him untouched. Wen Ruotang was also there, draped in a light coat, her eyes red, looking as if she had been frightened by this sudden confrontation. The chandelier in the living room cast a cold white light, sharpening the outlines of everyone. Lin Weiner sat at the edge of a single sofa, her hands clasped on her knees, her knuckles white from the pressure. Wen Shubai stood by the stairs holding a file folder. Upon seeing Wei Zhimiao, he swallowed hard and finally said, the original from the hospital has been sealed and the copies are here. Wei Zhimiao took it. Thank you. The two words were polite, almost like addressing a stranger. Wen Shubai lowered his eyes and did not speak further. Wen Qingya coldly spoke. Wei Zhimiao, did you bring a lawyer to the Wen family to turn this place into a courtroom? Gu Mingzhang adjusted his glasses. Mister, when if you don't want this to become a courtroom, cooperating to secure evidence is the most straightforward way. When Changye's expression darkened even further, Lin Weiner looked at him. Qingye, it was I who asked Zhimiao to come. Do you know what you are doing? When Qingye lowered his voice, a few crazy words from a mentally unstable old person, and you want outsiders to browse through the Wen family study. Lin Weiner's finger trembled slightly, but she did not back down. That study was never originally the Wen family's. The living room suddenly fell silent. Lin Weiner raised her head, her eyes showing both exhaustion and a delayed clarity. That was my mother's study, often used by her in her lifetime. Many of the old cabinets, old books, and old items inside are from the Shin family. After she passed away, you said you were afraid I would be sad and locked the study. I believed you. She looked at Wen Qingye. But if that lock was to prevent Zhimiao from seeing the letter left to her by her grandmother, I cannot believe that anymore. Wen Qingye suddenly stood up, knocking over the documents next to him, papers scattering across the table with a few pages drifting to the ground. Lin Wan. When Ruotang trembled in fright, tears welling up immediately. Mom and Dad, please don't argue. If my sister wants to investigate, let her investigate. As long as I can prove that I never harmed her, I am willing to endure the grievances. She spoke weakly yet maturely. But Wei Zhimiao noticed that her hand was tightly clutching her sleeve, her knuckles turning white. She was afraid. It wasn't the fear of being wronged. It was the fear that something truly remained in that study. Lin Weiner did not look at her again and turned to the butler, saying the key. The butler hesitated and glanced at Wen Qingye. Lin Weiner's voice became cold. I said the key. This was the first time she had been so assertive in front of the servants of the Wen family. The butler finally lowered his head and handed over a set of keys. The study on the east side of the second floor had not been opened for a long time. However, the brass lock at the entrance was not old. Gu Mingzhang took a look and said, this is not the old lock used by Madame Shun in her lifetime. Lin Weiner's face turned pale. Wei Zhimiao crouched down, examining the edge of the lock cylinder. The lock's surface showed little wear, and its color was newer than the door handle. There were small scratches on the inside of the door frame, as if it had been replaced before. When was it changed? She asked. The butler was sweating on his forehead. I am not too sure. Wen Qingye coldly remarked, it's just a lock being changed at home, who would remember? Wei Zhimiao raised her eyes. Well, the maintenance records should remember. Wen Qingye was momentarily speechless. When Shubai suddenly spoke up, the old house's maintenance costs are recorded in the logistics account. A month before the recognition, the lock to the east side second floor study was changed. There should be reimbursement records. When Ruotang suddenly looked at him. Second brother. When Shubai did not look at her. I have already asked finance to retrieve it. Lin Weiner was taken aback. When Changye's face darkened, who allowed you to access the accounts at home? When Shubai looked up, his voice hoarse yet clear. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and rubbed his brow forcefully. That action was so reminiscent of Wen Qingye himself that the latter was momentarily left speechless. It was my mistake for not investigating before. Now I am checking whether anyone in my family has forged medical records or intercepted Grandma's letters. I do not need anyone's permission. This statement struck like a heavy hammer, rendering the Wen family's living room completely silent. When the key was inserted into the lock, it made a faint click. The door opened. The study was filled with the scent of aged wood and dust-covered paper. The curtains were half-drawn and the light was dim. A thin layer of dust covered the bookshelf against the wall, and an old rattan chair was in the corner with a faded shawl draped over the back. Seeing that shawl, Lin Weiner almost burst into tears. This is my mother's. Wei Zhimiao did not touch it. She looked at the old cabinet mentioned by Chen Guilin. The cabinet was next to the rattan chair, dark red in color, with a crabapple patterned brass handle on the drawer. However, the lock on the top had obviously been changed, with 2 faint new nail marks left on the old wood edge. Gu Mingzhang took photos for evidence. Su Tang also held up her phone, holding her breath and not daring to make a sound. Wei Zhimiao reached out and pulled the drawer. It was locked. The butler whispered, "The key for this cabinet seems to not be among this set." Lin Weiner turned to look at Wen Qingye. Wen Qingye's face was dark. "I don't know." Wei Zhimiao did not pursue the question. She only asked the butler, "Who did you contact to change the lock 3 years ago?" The butler's forehead was sweating even more. "It was arranged by the logistics department." "Which logistics department?" The butler's lips moved. When Ruotang suddenly started coughing, Lin Weiner instinctively looked over, but her feet did not move. When Ruotang coughed so hard that tears fell, "Mom, I can't catch my breath." In the past, this statement would have been enough to draw everyone over. But today Lin Weiner merely had the maid pour water. When Ruotang's complexion turned truly pale, the butler finally said softly, "At that time it was Miss Zhao Yun who brought the maintenance order, saying several locks near Miss Tang's room were old and needed to be replaced collectively, including this study." The butler nodded, not daring to look up. When Shubai handed over his phone, the screen displayed the recently received financial records. 3 years ago, on August 26th, the locks on the second floor of the old house were replaced. Applicant Zhao Yun. Note: East Side Study Guest Room Storage Room, second floor corridor cabinet. 1 month before the recognition. Chen Guilin was right. That lock had indeed been changed. Lin Weiner looked at the records, her whole being swaying slightly. Wen Qingye reached out to support her, but she avoided him. "Qingye." Her voice trembled. "Are you still going to say this is madness?" Wen Qingye's face turned as pale as death, yet he still insisted, "Zhao Yun is just an assistant. Her changing locks doesn't represent anything." Wei Zhimiao stood in front of the old cabinet, slowly turning around. "It doesn't represent anything." She looked at Wen Ruotang. "So, I only asked one question." When Ruotang bit her lip, tears on the verge of falling. Wei Zhimiao's voice was very soft. "What was originally placed in this cabinet?" When Ruotang's eyelashes trembled fiercely, she quickly lowered her head. "I don't know. I haven't even said which cabinet it is." Wei Zhimiao replied. The air once again became tense. The fragile color of blood on Wen Ruotang's face gradually faded. Su Tang almost couldn't help but cheer. Lin Weiner looked at Wen Ruotang, her gaze now holding not just concern, but also strangeness. Wei Zhimiao did not continue to press. She knew she only needed one final blow. This knife had to fall when Wen Ruotang thought she could still find a way out. Gu Mingzhang put away the camera. The lock records, cabinet photos, and financial reimbursement forms are already sufficient to prove that Chen Guilin's testimony about the lock change in the study is not baseless. Wen Qingye coldly said, "Proving the lock was changed does not prove there was a letter." Wei Zhimiao nodded. "Right." She looked at Wen Ruotang. "So tomorrow we will discuss that letter." Wen Ruotang's fingers dug deeply into her palm. She finally understood that Wei Zhimiao was not here to rummage through the cabinets today. She was here to let everyone see with their own eyes Chen Guilin was not insane. Every word she had spoken could potentially be true. Wen Ruotang did not sleep the entire night. She sat on the edge of the bed, repeatedly recalling every word spoken in the study during the day. The old lock, Zhao Yun, the maintenance order, Chen Guilin's testimony, and Wen Zhimiao's phrase, "Tomorrow we will discuss that letter." She had no idea how much Wen Zhimiao actually knew. The most terrifying part was that she did not know how many traces she had left back then. She was too young and afraid that Wen Zhimiao would return, afraid that Lin Wan would not want her, afraid that Wen Shubai would no longer protect her, afraid that Wen Qingye would look at her with the eyes of an outsider. She had only overheard a few adults talking, had only seen Zhao Yun come out of the study with that letter, and had only asked, what did the letter say? Things gradually escalated to this point, and she could not turn back. The phone screen lit up. Editor Wang sent the drafted title. The true heiress of a wealthy family suspected of using an elderly person with cognitive impairment to forge inheritance evidence. The old affairs of the Wen family stirred up another storm. If this title had been sent yesterday, it might have been useful. But today the record of the study's lock change had already been secured by Wen Jimiao. Chun Guilin was no longer just a crazy old woman, as she spoke of an actual study in old cabinet in the time the lock was changed. Further attacking her mental state would only allow Wen Jimiao to present more evidence. Wen Ruotang bit her lip and replied, "Let's hold off for now." Just as she finished sending the message, there was a knock on the door. Lin Wan stood at the door with neither medicine nor warm water in hand. "Tang Tang, come downstairs." Wen Ruotang's heart tightened. "Mom, I'm feeling a bit unwell." Lin Wan looked at her. "Lawyer Gu has arrived. Jimiao is also here." Wen Ruotang's face went completely pale. The atmosphere in the Wen family's living room was colder than yesterday. The light in the living room refracted through the crystal, casting shadows on each person's face as if their emotions had frozen into shape. Wen Qingye sat in the main seat with a cup of untouched tea before him. Lin Wan sat in a single sofa, diagonally opposite him, her hands clasped on her lap, knuckles white. Wen Shubai stood by the window, dark shadows under his eyes. Gu Mingzhang placed several documents on the table, while Wen Jimiao sat beside him, calm, as if they were not discussing her intercepted grandmother's letter, but an ordinary contract. Wen Ruotang descended the stairs, her voice very soft. "Sister, what else do you want to ask?" Wen Jimiao raised her eyes. "I want to ask you a few details." Wen Ruotang bit her lip. "I have already said I don't know about that letter." "All right," Wen Jimiao nodded. "Then let me rephrase. Do you know what color the envelope of grandmother's letter was?" Wen Ruotang froze. This question was too specific. She could not answer that she knew, nor could she respond too quickly that she did not. How could I possibly know? Wen Jimiao did not press further, only looking at Gu Mingzhang. Gu Mingzhang turned on the recorder, playing a segment of Chun Guilin's testimony from yesterday. The old woman's hoarse voice came from the device. "The old lady asked me to take out the small box. Inside the box were account books, a seal, and a letter. The letter was placed in the old cabinet of the study. Later the lock was changed and I could not get in." The recording stopped here. Wen Jimiao looked at Wen Ruotang. Chen Guilin did not mention the color of the envelope. Wen Ruotang's heart skipped a beat. Wen Jimiao continued, "So, if you didn't know, you wouldn't have prepared for this question in advance. You are leading me on, sister." I clearly said nothing. "Yes," Wen Jimiao said calmly, "this time you said nothing." This time cold sweat suddenly broke out on Wen Ruotang's back. Wen Jimiao placed her phone on the table. The playback was not Chen Guilin's recording, but a backup sent over by Wei. Wen Ruotang's own voice rang out clearly. "I don't know how much Chen Guilin actually remembers. Do not write that she knows Grandma Shun. Oh, just write that Wen Jimiao, in order to seize her grandmother's inheritance, taught an elderly person with cognitive impairment to speak nonsense." Wen Ruotang's face turned ashen. "This is fake." Wen Jimiao did not look at her, only pushed another written transcript in front of Lin Wan. "This recording only proves that you are afraid of Chun Guilin and attempted to smear her in advance. It does not prove that you have touched the letter." Lin Wan looked up, her eyes bearing a layer of ice. Wen Ruotang shook her head in tears. "Mom, I was just afraid that sister would be deceived. I really didn't." "Then answer the second question." Wen Jimiao interrupted her. She took out a photograph from the file bag. The photo was a close-up of the old cabinet in the study from yesterday. The dark red wooden cabinet, the copper pull handle in the shape of a begonia, the lock on the top drawer, had been replaced. Chen Guilin said in grandmother's letter there was a line, "Do not believe the Wen family's claim of a mistaken identity. The child was not taken away by heaven." Wen Jimiao paused for a moment. There was another line afterward, but she forgot. Wen Ruotang instinctively clenched her hands. Wen Jimiao looked at her. "What do you think the next part was?" "I don't know." These three words came out sharply, unlike Wen Ruotang's usual voice. Wen Qingye frowned. "Wen Jimiao, that's enough." She said she didn't know. "How much longer do you intend to press her?" "Dad." Wen Shubai suddenly spoke, "Let her finish asking." Wen Chengye's expression darkened. Wen Shubai did not back down. If Tang Tang didn't know, she wouldn't be afraid to finish asking. Wen Ruotang looked at him in disbelief. Wen Zubai's gaze was pained, yet he no longer stood before her as he had in the past. Wen Jimiao picked up another sheet of paper. Lawyer Gu discovered that grandmother had agreed on a secret code with him before she passed away. Important letters, if not delivered in person, would have a line related to begonia written at the end to prove that the letter had not been replaced. This matter is known only to me and Grandma Shun. Chen Guilin does not know, and the Wen family should not. Wen Ruotang's face drained of color little by little. Wen Jimiao said softly, "But you know." "I don't know. On the day of the family recognition banquet, I took out the begonia seal for the first time, and you said something." Wen Ruotang froze. Wen Jimiao looked at her and recited word for word, "You said, how could grandmother give the begonia to you?" The living room fell into a terrifying silence. Lin Wan was stunned. Wen Shubai suddenly looked up. That sentence at the time sounded like Wen Ruotang was jealous that Wen Jimiao had received grandmother's relics. But what if the secret code at the end of grandmother's letter was begonia? What if the letter contained a sentence like, "The begonia is all given to Jimiao"? How could Wen Ruotang say the begonia is all given to you on the day of the family recognition banquet when Wen Jimiao had just taken out the begonia seal? When Ruotang's lips trembled, I only said that casually after seeing the seal. Casually saying wouldn't say how could grandmother. When Jimiao replied the focus of your sentence was that you knew grandmother was originally going to give something to me. Lin Wan suddenly supported the armrest of the sofa. She remembered. On the day of the family recognition banquet when Ruotang indeed said something similar. At that time she was too busy comforting Tang Tang to think deeply. Looking back now that sentence seemed like a thread that had long been exposed, yet everyone chose not to see it. When Cheng Ye's expression finally changed. Tang Tang, when did you see that letter? As soon as this question came out when Ruotang swayed. She looked at Wen Xingye, tears streaming down her face. Dad, do you not believe me either? Wen Xingye did not answer. This was more frightening than reprimanding her. Wen Jimiao did not give her time to continue crying. I do not need you to acknowledge everything. She stood up and walked in front of Wen Ruotang. I will only tell you one thing. Chun Guilan remembers the letter in the study. Lawyer Gu recalls grandmother's commission when Shubai found that Zhao Yun had sent supplementary medical records, and financial records prove that Zhao Yun changed the study's lock before the family recognition. Bai Wei has the recording of you smearing Chen Guilan. With every word when Ruotang's face grew paler. You can continue to pretend not to know when Zimio's voice was soft, but starting today, for every time you pretend, one more person will want to know how much you actually know. When Ruotang's lips trembled, but she could not speak. She had not completely fallen apart. She could still cry, still deny, and push many things onto Zhao Yun, blame her young age back then, and the fear of losing the Wen family. But the way the Wen family looked at her could no longer return to the past. Lin Wan suddenly asked what else is in that. When Ruotang instinctively shook her head. I don't know. Wen Jimiao turned and walked out. You will know. She reached the door when her phone vibrated. It was a message from the caregiver at Qingshan Nursing Home. Miss Wen, Grandma Chen just woke up and has been repeating one sentence. She said the old lady mentioned that the mistaken identity was a calamity. When Jimiao halted her steps. Inside the house, Lin Wan was still staring at Wen Ruotang when Shubai closed his eyes for a moment and when Cheng Ye's face was terrifyingly dark. When Jimiao lowered her head and forwarded this message to Gu Mingzhang. Then she turned back and looked at every person in the one family living room. Chen Guilan remembered the next sentence. Her voice was not loud, but it made everyone's breath pause for a moment. Grandmother said the mistaken identity is not a calamity. It is a man-made disaster. When Ruotang's cup fell to the ground with a bang, the shattered porcelain splattered. It was like the facade that the Wen family had maintained for 20 years had finally cracked a first seam that could no longer be pretended not to see. 3 days after Chen Guilan uttered the words man-made disaster, when Jimiao ensured that this term did not appear before anyone. Not because she was uncertain, but because she was too certain. The more certain she became, the more she had to endure. That day when Gu Mingzhang left the nursing home, he said one last thing. Chun Guilan's testimony is currently unstable. Relying solely on her words, either side can dismiss it on the grounds of the elderly being confused. You need to find tangible evidence, establish a self-sufficient chain of proof. Wen Jimiao remembered looking at an old sycamore tree at the entrance of the nursing home, its bark wrinkled like the veins on an old man's hand, and she remained silent. She simply recalled her past life when she sat in a small room of a mental hospital staring at a tree, waiting for someone to tell her that it was all a misunderstanding. But no one came. In this life, she would not wait any longer. At 7:40 in the morning, in the conference room on the 6th floor of Wenxi Investment, Zhou Wenjing had laid out the materials on the table in advance. When Wen Jimiao pushed the door open, Su Tang was standing in front of the whiteboard, frowning at several printed screenshots of accounts, as if she had encountered an utterly incomprehensible question in an exam. She turned around to see Wen Jimiao had arrived, and immediately replaced her frown with a look of eager intent. Miao Miao, let me first say what I know. Zhao Yun was Wen Ruotang's personal assistant, and disappeared a month before the recognition ceremony 3 years ago, right? Correct. Wen Jimiao draped her coat over the back of a chair, and sat down. Continue. And then she just vanished. Su Tang sat back down, assertively stating, so I'm here to hear the report. Zhou Wenjing pushed a stack of documents forward without commenting on Su Tang's words, stating directly Zhao Yun, originally named Zhao Jianyun, 31 years old, a local from Jiangxing. She worked as a personal assistant for the Wen family for 4 years, specifically following Wen Ruotang. She resigned in September 3 years ago with normal resignation procedures and full compensation. But Wen Jimiao opened the first page. But afterward, she seemed to have evaporated from the world. Zhou Wenjing said after leaving the Wen family, she went to a rehabilitation institution called Yunjing in a neighboring city for administrative work. She worked there for half a year, applied for resignation. Her phone number was deregistered, social security payments were stopped, and there are no public records of her thereafter. Su Tang frowned. Can social security be interrupted? You can apply for a suspension or have it handled by a proxy company. Gu Mingzhang walked in from the door holding a craft paper folder, but all of this requires the individual's cooperation. In other words, Zhao Yun's disappearance was intentional and premeditated. Wen Jimiao paused to contemplate the phrase premeditated in her mind. An ordinary personal assistant after resignation can systematically erase her social traces. Either she had this awareness herself, or someone arranged everything for her. The last verifiable income. Where is it? Gu Mingzhang placed the folder on the table, extracting 2 printed pages. Qiming Consulting. Registered in Jiangxing Industrial Park, the legal representative has changed twice in 5 years, and the business scope is listed as corporate management consulting with no actual operating records and no employees. The account has only seen a few sporadic transactions. Zhou Wenjing clicked on the projector, and the equity penetration chart appeared on the whiteboard. The chart looked sparse with a few boxes and thin lines, but Su Tang frowned after just one glance. Isn't this a shell company? Does it have any real business? No. Zhou Wenjing replied, but it has made 3 payments to Zhao Yun concentrated between late July and late August 3 years ago, noted as labor service fee, living allowance, and transportation assistance. Wen Zimio's gaze settled on the 4 words transportation assistance. She did not speak immediately, but turned her face looking out the window. Outside, the morning rush hour traffic in Jiangxing was already jammed. A taxi horn honked for a long time, but the cars behind did not move. From late July to late August. The recognition ceremony was in early September. A month before the recognition ceremony, someone was using a shell company to pay Zhao Yun. The reason for the payments, the last entry noted, was transportation assistance. Who is the upstream payer of Qiming Consulting? I found one layer. Zhou Wenjing hovered the mouse over the top of the chart. The upstream account is registered under a company called Hengxing Trading, and the actual controller of Hengxing Trading has financial dealings with the former Secretary Office of the Wen family. Secretary Office. Wen Jimiao pronounced these 2 words slowly. Gu Mingzhang picked up the conversation. In other words, the payment chain is Wen family internal, shell company Qiming Consulting, Zhao Yun. There are 2 layers in between, but the starting point is from the Wen family's president office. Su Tang's eyes widened. Isn't this exactly what Wen Xingye does? Not directly enough. Wen Jimiao shook her head. The president's office, secretary office, does not equal Wen Xingye himself. It still depends on who is specifically manipulating the operations. So the specific signatory is Qin Rahai. Zhou Wenjing said, lowering his tone more than before. Wen Changye's former secretary with a good reputation in business was very meticulous in dealing with people. He completed all the residual handovers 2 months before the recognition ceremony, and then resigned citing family reasons. Gu Mingzhang added, at the right moment, his resignation compensation was twice the normal standard. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Wen Jimiao mentally reviewed those time notes. Grandmother passed away, estate unresolved. Preparing for the recognition banquet. The Shun family's old belongings needed to be disposed of. Zhao Yun received money responsible for transportation assistance. Qin Rahai received excessive compensation and quietly resigned. Zhao Yun's last phone location, where was it? This. Zhou Wenjing switched to another screenshot. The last base station location before the phone was deregistered was in the western suburbs of Jiangxing. He enlarged the map, marking a corner of an industrial storage area. There is an old warehouse there. The property belonged to Wen's Logistics Company 3 years ago. Later, Wen's Logistics downsized and changed hands several times, and now it nominally has no relation to the Wen family. Su Tang instantly straightened up. Was grandmother's stuff moved there? That is a possibility. Wen Jimiao said. Chen Gulan mentioned that grandmother's last letter was placed in the study. The lock on the study was changed before the recognition ceremony, and Zhao Yun received money for transportation only to appear near an old warehouse. She paused for a moment. If that camellia wood box was moved, the most likely route it took would be this one. Should we investigate now? Su Tang was already half standing up. First, check who currently manages the warehouse and apply to review the entry and exit records and maintenance files from that time. Wen Jimiao pushed the screenshot of the map back to Zhou Wenjing. Do not alert any potential related parties. At that moment, the conference room door was pushed open slightly. Wen Shubai stood outside the door holding an envelope, but hesitating to come in. Su Tang saw him and visibly cooled down, but did not speak. Wen Jimiao turned her head. Come in. Wen Shubai stepped inside, placed the envelope on the table, and did not sit down. This is a copy of the supplemental medical records from Kongning. His voice was very low. In the materials sent by Zhao Yun, there are a few pages of family behavior records. I compared the handwriting. It is neither my parents nor Zhao Yun's. I applied for the original document to be sealed at the hospital yesterday, and we can do handwriting identification later. Wen Jimiao glanced at him again, then looked at the envelope on the table, not taking it immediately. How do you determine it wasn't written by Zhao Yun? The handwriting is clearly trained in calligraphy. Zhao Yun is an assistant, and I have seen her writing habits. It is not this style. Wen Shubai said, moreover, there are several descriptions in the family behavior records that use professional clinical observation language, which does not resemble what an ordinary family member would write. Gu Mingzhang's brow twitched slightly as he took the envelope and skimmed through a few lines, looking up and saying, if this segment can undergo handwriting identification combined with the timeline of the records. It could prove that the medical records show signs of artificial supplementation. Wen Jimiao silently stared at those few pages. In her past life, she sometimes wondered in the mental hospital why every time she told the doctor, "I am not sick," they would record her words, as the patient shows obvious denial tendencies. She thought it was because she couldn't express herself clearly. It turned out that someone had clarified things for her. Put it with Lawyer Gu. She pushed the envelope towards Gu Mingzhang, her tone devoid of any fluctuations. Wen Shubai nodded and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he paused, lowering his voice even further. "I know that saying these things is not enough. I just will do everything I can without disturbing you." After the door closed, Su Tang held back for a while before whispering, "He is indeed quite miserable right now." When Jimiao lowered her eyes, not responding. Whether he was miserable or not was not what she needed to assess at this moment. She pushed together the 3 lines of materials on the table: the payment records from Qiming Consulting, Zhao Yun's phone location, and the supplementary medical records from Kongning. Today's focus is to investigate the warehouse. She looked at Zhou Wenjing. How deeply the Zhao Yun line can be traced depends on whether we can find tangible evidence in the warehouse. Zhou Wenjing nodded. "I have already contacted the current property holder. There is a window this afternoon to review the records." On the other side, Wen Jimiao looked at the projection of Lu Cheng's schedule for tonight. Lu Cheng will go to Yunwan Club tonight to meet Zhao Hong. Su Tang immediately perked up. "Should I keep an eye on it?" "Follow the people with Lawyer Gu. Do not appear in any surveillance footage. Just be responsible for confirming that the recording devices are working properly outside the private room." Su Tang listened carefully to the 5 words, "confirm recording devices," nodding vigorously. Wen Jimiao looked at the 3 lines on the whiteboard. Zhao Yun, the warehouse, Lu Cheng, for the first time all appearing on the same chart. She felt no joy nor even calm. What she felt was an extreme focus and clarity, like the last breath before diving, holding it, going deeper. Grandmother left Wensi for her, not to provide her with a shell to shield her from the storm. It was to give her a shovel, to dig out one by one the hands buried in the darkness from 3 years ago, 20 years ago, and lay them under the sun. The meeting is adjourned. Wen Jimiao stood up. "See you at the warehouse this afternoon." When Lu Cheng arrived at the entrance of Yunwan Club at 7:30 in the evening, he sat in the car for another 10 minutes. He was deliberately holding back, feeling a bit weak in the legs. He glanced down at his briefcase. Inside was a USB drive containing the draft of new energy material line he had downloaded from the intranet with temporary permissions yesterday afternoon at 4. The folder had a total of 9 subdirectories: technical pathways, valuation models, potential suppliers, exit plans, and a complete set. While downloading, he felt quite clever. Having spent 5 years in Wensi, he knew what was valuable and how to bypass general permission reviews. That draft was personally led by Zhou Wenjing, not available on the market. Dingxing desperately wanted it, their eyes turning green with desire. This was his bargaining chip. But now, sitting in the car, he suddenly wasn't so sure if this chip was enough. The security audit during the day had come too suddenly. Wen Jimiao did not name names, did not pause the meeting, and smiled as she read through the entire permission review plan, while the room fell silent, everyone looking at each other, no one daring to speak first. Lu Cheng was sitting in the 3rd row, feeling someone's gaze on him from behind. He turned around, but saw nothing. He told himself it was just paranoia. But sometimes paranoia is instinct. The private room was on the 3rd floor by the window with the curtains drawn, and the soundproofing was excellent. Zhao Hong was already waiting inside, impeccably dressed, his cup of tea untouched. Upon seeing Lu Cheng enter, he stood up with a smile and greeted manager Lu. "You arrived just in time, have a seat." Lu Cheng sat down, placing his briefcase on his lap, not moving immediately. "General Zhao, shall we take a look at the sincerity first?" Zhao Hong smiled and took a brown paper folder from the back of another chair, sliding it across. Lu Cheng opened it. Position: Project Director and Assistant Vice President. Annual salary: 820,000 before tax plus performance bonuses. Probation period: 3 months upon passing entering the core merger group. He read each line slowly, especially fixating on the 4 words core merger group for a while. This was not the vice presidency he desired, but it was already significantly higher than the limit Wensi had offered him. "Where's the stamp?" He closed the folder and pushed it back. "This is a draft offer letter, not an official document." Zhao Hong pushed the folder back. "Once the draft is approved, the stamp will be here. You can't expect me to stamp it before seeing the goods, can you?" "General Zhao, you said yesterday." "What I said yesterday was we can negotiate." Zhao Hong interrupted him leisurely. "To negotiate, we first need to see the materials. That's the rule." Lu Cheng was silent for a few seconds. Ultimately, he took the USB drive from his bag and placed it on the table. Zhao Hong's hand covered it, moving steadily, but not quickly. He plugged the USB drive into the prepared laptop beside him, clicked, and the folders opened up. The more Zhao Hong scrolled down, the more relaxed his expression became. New energy materials line. Technical direction, contact records of core suppliers, valuation range within 3 years, and exit path comparisons. This kind of information is incredibly valuable when exposed. He flipped to the fourth subdirectory and paused. Is there a watermark? Lu Cheng swallowed hard. Yes. It shows my account download time, but does not display the source of the content. With the personnel changes at Wincy, the internal audit hasn't reached that level yet, though it can't be uncovered in the short term. In the adjacent private room, Su Tang pressed her headphones a bit tighter. An open notebook lay on her lap, a pen wedged between the pages. She was going to record the time codes and sync. She sat on a two-person sofa next to Gu Mingzhang's assistant Xiao Ming, with a teapot on the table in front of them looking like ordinary guests. But Su Tang had a small recording device clipped to her waist, the headphones connected to the sounds from the adjacent room. He said it can't be uncovered in the short term. Su Tang leaned closer to Xiao Ming and whispered that means he knows it can be uncovered. Xiao Ming gestured with his eyes for her to be quiet. Su Tang closed her mouth and continued listening. In the next room, Zhao Hong closed the laptop and pushed the folder back to Lu Cheng. I need you to write another explanation. Lu Cheng's expression changed. What explanation? A written explanation of voluntary resignation. Zhao Hong pushed a sheet of paper forward. The content has already been drafted. Take a look, and if there are no issues, sign it. Lu Cheng lowered his head to read. Due to personal career development needs, I voluntarily contacted Dingshan Capital. The content provided by me is all my personal career accumulation. If Wincy claims commercial secret infringement, I admit it is a personal act unrelated to Dingshan Capital. He flipped the paper over. The back was blank. He slowly placed the paper back down. General Zhao, this explanation protects Dingshan, not me. It protects you. Zhao Hong's tone remained calm. If you clearly state it is a voluntary action, Wincy has no reason to sue you for unfair competition. The more complete the explanation, the safer you will be once you come in. But what if Wincy accuses me of leaking commercial secrets? That would be a labor dispute. It has nothing to do with Dingshan. What you mean, Lu Cheng said slowly, is that you want me to bear it alone. Zhao Hong no longer smiled, his gaze becoming direct. Lu Cheng, let me be honest. In this industry, people can bring resources when they switch jobs, but it can't be stated on paper. You understand this rule, and so do I. This explanation is a normal practice to protect both parties. You don't need to overthink it. Lu Cheng stared at him for a long time. He suddenly felt that this person spoke with a strange sense of reason. Each sentence was fine on its own, but together they told him the burden is on you, the benefits are with me, whether you sign is up to you. I need to see the stamped offer first. Zhao Hong narrowed his eyes. Are you negotiating terms with me? I thought we were already negotiating terms. Lu Cheng pushed the explanation back. General Zhao, if you truly want me, then stamp it, and I will sign the explanation. If the stamp is only given after I sign the explanation, then I won't accept this condition. The private room fell silent for nearly 10 seconds. Finally, Zhao Hong took another document from his wallet, flipped to the last page where the red stamp was prominently displayed. Okay. He pushed the folder over, but the explanation must also be signed. Lu Cheng took the offer and looked through it page by page. He felt a strange sense of calm inside, a solid numbness. He knew that taking this step meant there was no turning back. But what could he do? In Wincy, once when Jimiao came in, he was no longer in his original position. Zhou Wenjing bypassed him on all core decisions, telling others that he was suitable for his current position, but never mentioning any plans for advancement to him. 5 years. He had spent 5 years here. Lu Cheng picked up the pen and signed the explanation. He signed very slowly. Each stroke felt like he was preparing to bury himself. At the same time, when Jimiao was sitting in the chair near the door of the adjacent private room, the recording in her headphones clear and precise. She had no expression. Su Tang gently poked her, mouthing he signed. When Jimiao nodded, she understood. She also knew Lu Cheng's current feelings, being pushed to the edge of a cliff only to discover that there was actually nothing on the other side of the cliff. But she felt no sympathy, because Lu Cheng had 100 opportunities to avoid doing this before taking the USB drive. Each choice he made was conscious. She took off her headphones and said to Xiao Ming, extract that last segment. The part where Zhao Hong asked him to change the wording. Xiao Ming noted it down. Su Tang leaned in and asked, should we go arrest them now? No. When Jimiao stood up carrying her coat in hand. Let them go. Su Tang was taken aback. Just let them go. The draft Lu Cheng took is what I prepared, when Jimiao said softly. Su Tang opened her mouth and then closed it again. She thought for 3 seconds before realizing. That draft, the core suppliers and valuation models were all pieced together by Zhou Wenjing based on publicly available data. But it looks very much like the real thing. Then Dingshan will take the fake draft to contact the suppliers to undergo internal evaluations. When Jimiao slung her bag over her shoulder, every step is helping me gather evidence. Su Tang looked at her for several seconds before saying, meow meow, have you ever thought of being the bad guy? You're really— When Jimiao did not respond to this, pushing open the private room door. The corridor was dimly lit, and in the distance someone was talking, their voices indistinguishable from the music. She walked toward the elevator without looking back. Lu Cheng thought he had taken the lifeblood. Zhao Hong believed they had intercepted a good line. What she needed to do was wait for them to hold that fake draft tighter and tighter and then at their most relaxed moment reveal the recording from that night alongside the handwritten note stating unrelated to Dingxing Capital, placing it on Gu Mingzhang's desk. Bai Wei has always gone to bed early. No matter how late the gatherings of the socialite circle are, she will return home before 2, remove her makeup, apply a face mask, hang out her clothes for the next day, and then go to sleep. She has maintained this habit for 6 years unwavering. So when the phone call from editor Wang came in at 2:07 in the morning, her first reaction upon opening her eyes was to flip her phone over, glance at the caller ID, and then sit up from her bed. A phone call at 2 in the morning is never a good sign. Miss Bai. Editor Wang's voice was lower than usual, sounding as if he had found a quiet corner in a noisy place. You'd better clear your call logs and chats regarding the articles you collaborated on with the Wen family. Gu Mingzhang has been monitoring those lines recently, including the media aspect of it. You know what I mean. Bai Wei felt a heaviness in her heart, but her fingers had already quietly slid to the recording button. Clear them. She softened her voice, sounding like someone who had just woken up. Editor Wang, weren't those articles assigned to you by Tang Tang? What do you mean by asking me to clear them? Miss Bai, you can't say it like that. We have our own judgment when it comes to articles. With so many materials in the circle, we are just selecting them normally. Bai Wei turned the recording volume to the maximum and leaned closer to the phone. Then let me ask you something. Didn't Tang Tang ask you to look into the matter of Chun Guilin and that Zhao Yun preparing to publish another article? Are you planning to say that's normal selection of materials in the circle as well? The other end fell completely silent for 3 seconds. Then editor Wang's tone grew colder. Miss Bai, it's best if you don't say too much. I'm not saying too much. Bai Wei's voice trembled slightly, and that tremor was not feigned. I just want to know if Gu Mingzhang comes after me, can I handle it alone? As long as everyone speaks in unison, there's nothing you can't handle, editor Wang said. But if you bite back recklessly, no one will be able to protect you, do you understand? Bai Wei understood. Too well. The implication of no one can protect you was a clear message that she had no one to rely on. She hung up the phone and sat in the dark for a long time. The small night light on her bedside cast a warm glow, while the night wind from Jiangxing lifted a corner of the curtain and then let it fall. Bai Wei took out a small notebook from her drawer. This was a habit she had developed 2 years ago. Each time she helped Wen Ruotang with something, she would record the time content and what Wen Ruotang said, writing it down in this little notebook that only she knew the location of. She couldn't quite explain why she needed to keep these records. Perhaps it was animal instinct. Having been with Wen Ruotang for so long, she instinctively felt that one day these matters might need to be accounted for. She flipped to the most recent pages of the notebook. Last year she had helped Wen Ruotang find some marketing accounts, the key points of their phone conversations, and the articles they had discussed. She remembered clearly. She also had screenshots backed up in the cloud, secured with a password. Bai Wei picked up her phone again, exported the recording from editor Wang, and saved it in that cloud folder. She changed the name of the folder from Tang Tang's Matters to My Matters. The next morning, when Ruotang invited her to a cafe, it was the same cafe they often visited at the window side table with good light in the morning. Bai Wei used to love this place, feeling that sitting here drinking coffee and gossiping was a dignified and pleasant thing. When Ruotang arrived first, wearing a mask and a light gray knitted dress, her hair simply tied up, her complexion paler than usual. When she saw Bai Wei enter, her eyes immediately glistened with tears. Bai Wei had seen this look many times before. It was when she needed help that her eyes would turn red first. Wei Wei, you're the only one who can help me now. In the past, hearing this sentence would soften Bai Wei's heart, making her feel that she was the irreplaceable one in this friendship. Today, as she sat down and placed her bag on her lap, she merely looked at Wen Ruotang. How do you want me to help? Wen Ruotang covered her hand and lowered her voice. If anyone asks about those articles, just say you disapproved of Wen Zimeo's methods and found someone to publish them yourself, having nothing to do with me. I never asked you to do those things. Bai Wei looked at her hand. Tang Tang. She said the direction of those articles was given to me by you. Which one played the family card, and which one played the inheritance card, you told me, and that's when I went to find the accounts. When Ruotang's tears immediately fell. I just complained to you all, I didn't expect you to actually go publish them. Wei Wei, you are my best friend. Ooh, I would never harm you, but I am really struggling right now. Tang Tang. Bai Wei interrupted her tone not harsh, but it made Wen Ruotang unable to continue. You wouldn't harm me. Bai Wei said slowly. So asking me to take the blame, is that not harming me? If Gu Mingzhang really comes after me, if Wen Jimao exposes me, Bai Wei continued, will you come out to Wen Ruotang fell silent for 2 seconds, and then said, I will find a way. No, you won't. Bai Wei smiled slightly, her smile containing everything except warmth. You will say you are unwell, you will say you had no knowledge of it, you will say it was all a misunderstanding, and then everyone's eyes will be on you without anyone caring where I am. Wei Wei, how can you think of me like that? This sentence was too familiar. Upon hearing it, Bai Wei suddenly felt it was an exhaustion born of anger. They had known each other for 8 years, and Bai Wei had scolded people for her, stood up for her, and driven over at 3 in the morning, because when Ruotang had called crying sitting until dawn. But now at a moment when she truly needed to stand out when Ruotang's first question was, "Can you take the blame for Tang Tang?" Bai Wei stood up slinging her bag over her shoulder. "I used to think too little of you." When Ruotang grabbed her wrist. "Where are you going?" "Home." Bai Wei looked down at her. "I need to think about how I will handle this, not how you will handle it." She pulled her wrist away and left the window side table. As she walked out of the cafe, the sun was shining brightly and the street was bustling with people, none of whom knew what had just transpired at that window side table. Bai Wei stood at the door for a moment, removed her glasses, wiped the lenses with her clothing, and then put them back on. Then she got into her car, opened her phone, and registered a new email account, filling in no real information. She selected a segment of the recording from her cloud folder. It was when Ruotang speaking on the phone, her tone firm, clearly detailing which marketing accounts to find, what angle to take, and what title to use. Bai Wei attached the recording, entering Su Tang's public contact email as the recipient. This email address was posted on Su Tang's Weibo homepage, easily accessible to anyone. For the email title, she thought for a moment, and wrote, "If you don't want to take the blame for when Ruotang, just listen to this." Then she sent it. She locked her phone, leaned back in her seat, and closed her eyes. She didn't know if Su Tang would use it, nor did she know if Wen Jimao would respond. She didn't know whether this step forward was right or wrong. All she knew was that if she continued to do nothing and waited for Wen Ruotang to find a way, she would eventually be the first one thrown under the bus. Outside the car window, the sunlight stretched shadows long. Su Tang received that email at her desk at Wensi. She clicked it open, staring at the playback button for 3 seconds in shock, then put on her headphones and turned the volume up to the maximum. In less than 15 seconds, she took off her headphones, stood up, and strode towards Wen Zimeo's office inside. Meow meow, Bai Wei has flipped. Wen Jimao was looking at a list of suppliers, not even lifting her head. "Send it over." Su Tang shoved her phone beside her and sat down next to her, resting her elbow on the table and her chin on her hand, waiting to see what reaction Wen Jimao would have after listening. Wen Jimao listened to the recording from start to finish and then put her phone down. "It's not flipping." Su Tang was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean it's not flipping? Isn't this her selling out Wen Ruotang?" "Flipping means actively defecting." Wen Jimao pushed the phone back. "She sent this recording because last night editor Wang called her to take the blame, and today when Ruotang asked her to bear the blame again. She had nowhere else to retreat to, which is why she sent it out." "So what's the difference?" "The difference is," Wen Jimao turned her chair to face Su Tang, "she sent this email to help me and to protect herself." Su Tang thought for a moment, then, "That's quite useful, right?" "More useful than actively defecting," Wen Jimao said. "Those who actively defect may just be acting. Those who are driven to this point and still throw things out are the ones who really can't hold on anymore." She sent the recording file to Gu Mingzhang with a line of text attached. "Bai Wei can be contacted separately, terms negotiable, not to be disclosed for now." Su Tang saw her message and asked, "You still want to contact Bai Wei?" "Let Lawyer Gu give it a try," Wen Jimao said. "What Bai Wei has might not just be this segment." Su Tang nodded deep in thought, then said after a while, "Meow meow, do you think Bai Wei has recorded so much and stored so much? When did she start to distrust Tang Tang?" Wen Jimao did not answer immediately. She looked out the window. The sky in Jiangsheng was very blue today, a rare clarity. Probably from the first time she discovered that the benefits of what she did went to Tang Tang, but when something went wrong, all the responsibility fell on her. Lin Weiner had actually seen the list of old items from the Shun family 3 years ago. At that time, when Qingye placed a stack of documents in front of her and said, "I have arranged everything regarding your mother, the old items will be handled by Lawyer Gus' team." She glanced at it, nodded, and then went on to check what medicine Wen Ruotang had taken today, and if there was a follow-up appointment tomorrow. She didn't even ask which Lawyer Gu it was, how the inheritance would be handled, or what was written on the list of old items. She trusted Wen Qingye. She had trusted him for 20 years to the point of forgetting to ask the necessary questions. That afternoon, when Wen Jimiao said she wanted to check the list of old items, Lin Weiner did not stop her. She even went to fetch the box herself from the innermost part of the storage room, where dust had settled on the bottom layer, pulling out the cardboard box containing documents and placing it on the coffee table. Wen Qingye stood beside her, his face pale, and spoke. "Have you caused enough trouble?" Lin Weiner did not look at him and continued to open the cardboard box. Wen Jimiao sat diagonally opposite her with Gu Mingzhang beside her, and on the table lay another set of verification documents brought from the law firm. They checked together. Whenever there were discrepancies, Gu Mingzhang marked them on his copy. Wen Qingye spoke again. "What use is it to check these? These are old matters from 3 years ago. With so many accounts in the family, it's normal to misplace a few items. The Haidangwood box is not just a few items." Lin Weiner's voice was soft, but Wen Qingye fell silent. Lin Weiner turned to the 3rd page of the transfer list, using her finger to compare the lines from top to bottom. Old items of old Madame Shun archived in the 2nd floor study, 1 old bookshelf, 1 rattan chair, several old books, 1 shawl, several personal letters, 1 Haidangwood box. When she read about the Haidang wood box, she paused. Who received this box at that time? Gu Mingzhang replied, the signature on the receipt record belongs to someone within the Wen family. The specific handling was done by the secretary's office of the CEO's office. But we haven't found this box in the current inventory list. Wen Jimiao looked at Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner set down the list and closed her eyes for a moment. She had seen that box when she was a child. Her grandmother placed it beside the vanity. Every time she finished writing a letter, she would fold it neatly and place it in the box before closing the latch. The box was dark red with a relief pattern of Haitang flowers on the lid, and there was a shallow scratch on the corner caused when Lin Weiner knocked it over as a child. Her grandmother was not angry. She simply picked up the box, touched the scratch, and smiled, saying, "Keep it, you'll recognize it in the future." Lin Weiner remembered that sentence for over 30 years, never understanding what her grandmother meant. Now she understood a bit. Is this box missing? Her voice was very soft, as if she were speaking to herself. Gu Mingzhang said, according to the transfer list, it should be stored in the study, but there is no such item in the study now. Wen Xingye said coldly, with so many old items it's normal to lose a few while sorting. Don't attribute everything to conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories. Lin Weiner slowly chewed on those two words, looking up at him. Xingye, the lock on the study was changed a month before the recognition ceremony. Is that a conspiracy theory? Zhao Yun took the moving payment to the old warehouse a week before the recognition ceremony. Is that a conspiracy theory? Wen Xingye did not respond. Wen Jimiao beside her did not interrupt, merely continuing to flip through the verification documents in her hands. Su Tang sat on the corner sofa holding a teacup, her expression one of suppressing words unspoken, trying hard to appear transparent. She placed the teacup down and picked it up again, repeating this twice, ultimately remaining silent, only lightly scratching the cup's rim with her nails. Gu Mingzhang placed a form on the table, pointing to a middle row. Ms. Lin Weiner, this is the logistics flow from August 3 years ago, applied for under Zhao Yun's name and reviewed by the CEO's office. This entry, he tapped with his pen, is noted as old items package for transport amounting to 5,002 paid to a company called Qiming Consulting. Lin Weiner stared at that number. What kind of company is Qiming Consulting? A shell company, Zhou Wenjing interjected from the side, registered in the industrial park with no actual business, and the legal person has been deregistered. But this money stayed in its account for less than 3 hours before being transferred to another account, and if you trace it further up, it's one of Zhao Yun's receipt records. Lin Weiner shifted her gaze from that form to Wen Xingye. Do you know about this money? There are so many logistics applications every day in the CEO's office, I can't possibly review them one by one. Wen Xingye's voice hardened. If you want to investigate, go ahead. Even after you finish, it's just a moving fee and won't explain anything. Then check the specific signer. The housekeeper pulled out a printed page from the system, his voice getting lower until he finally uttered 3 words, Qin Rahai. Lin Weiner's finger gently tapped the table. Qin Rahai, Wen Xingye's most trusted secretary, had worked for the Wen family for nearly 10 years. He was the kind of person who always handled things one step ahead of you. When Wen Xingye was on a business trip, he would send the itinerary first. When important clients visited, he prepared their preferences and backgrounds better than they themselves knew. Lin Weiner had always thought he was a very respectable person. That year during the recognition banquet, he applied for resignation, citing family matters and the need for a change of environment. She still remembered Wen Xingye saying it was a pity that such an assistant was hard to find. Where is Qin Ruhai now? Gu Mingzhang replied. After resigning, he went south to work as a consultant in a consulting company. Upon leaving, the Wen family gave him compensation twice the standard amount. Additionally, he had a payment under his name sourced from a Liu family associate account dated 2 months after the recognition ceremony. As soon as that sentence fell, the living room fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Wen Jimiao set down the documents in her hands, and for the first time looked at Wen Xingye. Mr. Wen, how could the Liu family's money end up in your secretary's hands? Wen Xingye's expression darkened completely at that moment. He did not respond immediately, but took a deep breath, pressing his hand against the edge of the table as if trying to control something. This matter, he finally spoke, his voice lowered, is not what you think it is. Then what is it? Lin Weiner asked. Wen Xingye looked at her. After more than 20 years of marriage, he rarely saw Lin Weiner look at him like this. Direct, unyielding, with a calmness he was not familiar with. Some old accounts are complicated and cannot be explained in a few words, he said. Jimiao just came back. The family is already in disarray, and it is the right thing to properly store the old items first. Where were they stored? Lin Weiner asked. Were they stored with Qin Monli? Wen Xingye's eyes shot up suddenly. Lin Weiner took the photocopy of the old warehouse receipt from beside Gu Mingzhang and laid it flat on the table. The records from the old warehouse show that the recipient was Qin Monli. She said, her voice trembling but not stopping. Qin Monli is Liu Qinian's wife. She is not a member of the Wen family. You had Qin Rahai hand over my mother's belongings through a shell company, ultimately delivering them to the Liu family's wife, and then said this was proper storage. Wen Qingye did not speak. This silence lasted longer than any previous silence. It carried a weight unfamiliar to Wen Zhimiao, like the name of that woman she had yet to meet, which felt hotter than all the evidence laid out on the table. The jade bracelet on Lin Weiner's wrist lightly tapped the table as she placed the documents back on the table, producing a crisp sound. When Ruotang walked down from the stairs and stood at the edge of the living room, her face pale, she called out softly, "Mom." Lin Weiner did not turn around. "You go up first." "But Mom, go up first." When Ruotang was choked by those words, standing still for 2 seconds before finally retreating back up the stairs. When Zhimiao shifted her gaze from her back to Gu Mingzhong. "The whereabouts of the Haitangwood box need to be confirmed with Qin Rahai." Gu Mingzhong nodded. "We already have his current contact information and can formally send a letter. If Mr. Wen is willing to cooperate, it could shorten the confirmation period." Wen Qingye said coldly, "It's up to you." Gu Mingzhong closed the folder and stood up. Wen Zhimiao also got up and took off her coat. Lin Weiner remained seated at the table, looking down at the transfer list, one hand pressing on the words, Haitangwood box, the veins on her hand slightly bulging, as if she were trying to suppress something. Wen Zhimiao walked beside her and paused for a step. Lin Weiner did not look up, but upon hearing the footsteps stop, she said softly, "If I find it, I will hand it to you myself." Wen Zhimiao looked at her profile. There were too many delayed things on that face. "That is not something you gave me," Wen Zhimiao said flatly. "It originally belonged to my grandmother." She walked out the door, and the sunlight poured in, elongating her shadow. Lin Weiner sat in place, not pursuing her. She folded the list and tucked it into her pocket. Tomorrow she would ask Qin Rahai where he was. Not for Wen Qingye nor for this family, but for her mother, who had guarded her for 20 years and waited 20 years, ultimately not receiving the box. The internal project evaluation meeting of Dingxing Capital is scheduled for Wednesday at 10 in the morning. Zhao Hong made a backup of the USB drive brought by Lu Cheng in advance and distributed it to the 3 members of the core evaluation team. The conference room is small with 6 people seated around. On the whiteboard are the words "New Energy Materials" followed by a string of numbers. In the evaluation group, the project manager, Xiao Li, speaks first. The quality of this draft is very high, unlike what can be bought on the market. The technical path has specific contact records with suppliers rather than vague analyses. Among the suppliers, there are 2 I know who are indeed heavily invested in this area. Zhao Hong held his pen, remaining silent. Another manager took over the valuation model, is also solid. Considering the current premium in the secondary market for new energy materials, if Wensi is indeed in this position, we should still have time to enter. If it's true, Zhao Hong finally spoke. Xiao Li looked at him. "Mr. Zhao, are you saying, I mean, the quality of this draft is too high?" Zhao Hong closed the document and pushed it across the table, saying, "High enough to make me uneasy." The meeting room fell silent for a moment. On the other side, Xiao Li opened the document again, flipping to the page with the suppliers. "I can have someone verify it indirectly." "Verify it," Zhao Hong said, "but don't expose Dingsheng's name." After the meeting dispersed, Zhao Hong did not leave immediately and sat in his seat for a while longer. Before entering this field, he had spent 3 years in compliance at a certain capital firm, witnessing too many beautiful project proposals turn into landmines, as well as many shabby proposals become gold mines. His experience in distinguishing these 2 types told him a company that has truly deep investments in a certain direction won't let the draft leak out. The draft is the lifeblood, the connections, the accumulation of time's judgments. It cannot be easily taken away by an internal Lu Cheng unless they intentionally let it slip. Zhao Hong sat in his chair, spinning this possibility around in his mind, unable to completely dismiss it. But the pressure from Lu Qinian was also mounting. Lu Qinian had mentioned more than once that Wensi was useful to them, either by buying in with money, sending people in, or finding opportunities to swallow it whole. Dingxing is the pawn for sending people in. If they don't even use the draft brought by Lu Qinian, Zhao Hong finally decided to have Xiao Li verify the suppliers first. If there were no signs of contact with Wensi from the suppliers, then this draft would be fake, and he would push Lu Qing out. If there is, it would prove the draft is real, and he would then decide how to use it. Xiao Li found the 2 suppliers, and under the guise of friends inquiring about prices, chatted with them for a while. When he returned, his expression was somewhat strange. "What happened?" Zhao Hong asked. One of them said that indeed someone from an investment institution had contacted them inquiring about the specific production capacity data of this technical route. Xiao Li said, but the name of the institution they reported was a little consulting firm I hadn't heard of called Wensi. Zhao Hong's heart sank. What about the other one? The other one said they had been contacted by several institutions recently, and a Miss Wen had reached out stating she was doing preliminary research for an investment company. Miss Wen. Zhao Hong closed his eyes briefly. He understood what this implied. When Jin Yao had personally contacted the suppliers not under Wensi's name, but in the guise of research, This indicated she was leaving herself some leeway while also gathering evidence. And the detailed contact records with the suppliers in the draft brought by Lu Cheng were likely because she knew that as long as Dingxing took this draft to inquire with the suppliers, it would leave traces of Dingxing's contact. Dingxing had inquired. Evidence was left. Zhao Hong picked up the draft from the table, staring at it for a long time. That same afternoon when Jimiao received a call from Shangdu. Dingxing has not formally initiated a project, but they have already verified the suppliers. Shangdu's tone remained steady, as if discussing the whether they contacted too, and both left records. Wen Jimiao put down the pen in her hand. What's the time frame? This morning. She mentally pieced together this timeline. Lu Cheng submitted the draft last night, and this morning Dingxing sent someone to verify the suppliers, indicating they had moved, and once they moved there would be traces. With traces they could no longer claim, we have never had contact with this information. Thank you. You're welcome. Shangdu paused for a moment. You are maintaining a very steady pace now. This was when Jimiao could tell. It's not over yet, she said. I know, Shangdu replied, but you are heading in the right direction. After the call ended, Su Tang was just peeking in. What are you talking about? Shangdu said Dingxing has verified the suppliers. Su Tang's eyes brightened. That means they really accepted that draft and are using it. So next, when Jimiao opened the notification to freeze Lu Cheng's permissions and hit send, let them know how hot the thing they are holding is. 5 minutes later Lu Cheng called. His voice was filled with suppressed anger, asking why his permissions were frozen. Zhou Wenjing put the phone on speaker, and Wen Jimiao listened from the side. After Lu Cheng finished speaking, she calmly replied, Manager, Lu, do you normally need to take the draft to Yunwan Club to hand over to Zhao Hong? The other end fell completely silent. Su Tang covered her mouth beside her. Lu Cheng's voice changed. Are you monitoring me? Evidence of fixed commercial secret leakage from the company. Wen Jimiao said you could also understand it, as you have walked right under the surveillance. Lu Cheng finally panicked, blurting out that document is fake. Zhou Wenjing's expression changed. Wen Jimiao remained unfazed. Manager Lu, I haven't specified which document. The other end fell silent. This sentence was like the final lock sealing off all of Lu Cheng's retreat routes. He had mentioned that document himself, proving that he knew what he had taken away. Gu Mingzhang noted down the call time next to him. When Jimiao continued at 3 o'clock this afternoon, bring all the documents you signed with Dingxing to cooperate with the investigation at Wenxi. You may bring a lawyer. What if I don't go? Then we will report to the relevant authorities directly and send a lawyer's letter to Dingxing Capital. She paused. One more reminder, the offer that Dingxing gave you is a letter of intent, not a labor contract. If something goes wrong, it won't protect you. The call ended. Su Tang let out a long breath, leaning back in her chair, refreshing. When Jimiao did not comment on whether it was refreshing or not, glancing at the whiteboard on the table. On Dingxing's side, Zhao Hong had already approached the suppliers with that draft, leaving traces, and the evidence had come alive. On Lu Cheng's side, he had verbally stated that document solidifying his testimony. But that was not enough. Lu Chenian would not let Zhao Hong bear the burden alone, and Zhao Hong would not truly take the blame for Lu Cheng. The ultimate aim of this situation pointed to Lu's deliberate infiltration of Wenxi, and to prove this, relying solely on Lu Cheng and Dingxing's portion was insufficient. Wen Jimiao added a question mark next to Lu Chenian on the whiteboard. The hand behind it had yet to reveal itself. She put down the pen and looked at Zhou Wenjing. When can we get in touch with Qin Ruhai? Tomorrow. All right. Wen Jimiao said, I want to go in person. A document bag was transferred from the front desk sent by Shang Group, labeled Industry Assessment Reference. Shangdu. Su Tang helped her open it, and inside was a note. Attachment 4 contains the data comparison of those 3 suppliers. After reading it, Wen Jimiao placed the note back in the document and put it in the bag she would take tomorrow. Almost at the same time, in the study of the one family's old residence, when Chengya sat behind the redwood desk he had used for 20 years with a document spread out in front of him. When Shubai stood in front of the desk, hands hanging by his side, waiting quietly. This document was delivered by Wen Shubai that afternoon, a sorting of Wenxi's recent capital movements along with Wen Zimio's role in it. Wen Qingye did not immediately flip through it. He placed the document on the table and glanced at Wen Shubai. That glance was very light, revealing no discernible emotion, as if evaluating something he had yet to see clearly. Wen Shubai did not avoid his gaze, nor did he take the initiative to speak. The father and son were separated by the table and the document, and the silence lingered for a few moments. Wen Qingye ultimately lowered his gaze, nudging the document closer to himself, his tone as flat, as if discussing something trivial. Just leave it here. Wen Shubai did not ask further. He nodded and turned to leave, his footsteps gradually fading in the corridor. After the study door closed, Wen Chengye's attention returned to the document. He did not rush to open it, but gently tapped his finger on the cover twice, as if weighing the weight of something hot to the touch. Wen Jimiao. He silently repeated this name in his mind, then pulled the document closer, and finally opened the first page. That day when Ruotang fainted, and it was premeditated. She wouldn't admit it herself, but she had indeed calculated the timing. Lin Weiner had just finished checking the accounts that morning and was feeling unstable when Xu Bai was coming to the Wen family in the afternoon to collect some materials, when Jimiao had agreed to come by at 3 to pick up Gu Mingzhang's documents. These 3 people being present at the same time were the best audience she could gather at the moment. She stood at the stairway for a while experiencing genuine dizziness. She really hadn't slept well, had eaten little, and had things on her mind. These were true. She just used them at a carefully chosen moment. Then her legs went weak and she slid down the handrail, sitting on the last step of the stairs. A servant gasped, and Lin Weiner indeed stood up first. She sighed in relief in her heart. But then things went off course. Lin Weiner's footsteps stopped 3 steps away from her. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Wen Shubai reaching out to stop Lin Weiner. Mom called the family doctor first. The family doctor arrived, took her blood pressure, checked her heart rate, and calmly said a few words about temporary discomfort caused by emotional agitation, and just rest a bit. When Ruotang held back her tears. Second brother, I'm really not pretending. I didn't say you were pretending. When Shubai placed a document on the nearby coffee table, she turned her head and saw the cover, an old medical report with her name printed in the top left corner. I just want to clarify, he said, how much of the past few years claims about you not being able to donate blood, not being able to get excited, and not being able to do this, or that are medical conclusions, and how much are our own interpretations added in. When Ruotang's heart raced suddenly, Lin Weiner also stopped in her tracks, not approaching. She did not go to support when Ruotang, merely standing there, her hands hanging by her sides, watching her daughter. When Shubai opened the report and placed it on the coffee table, the original report only stated that the hemoglobin was low at that time, with a follow-up in 3 months, and did not indicate a long-term ban on donation, nor was there any medical advice against being stimulated. He looked up at Wen Ruotang, who told us to treat the gap in between as an absolute prohibition. When Ruotang cried, even harder, her voice trembling. Second brother, are you now doubting my illness? Am struggling so much and you don't help me, but come to question me. Am not doubting your illness. When Zubai's voice did not rise, which was what made Lin Weiner the most uneasy. He was not angry, he was discussing something he had thought about for a long time. What I doubt is us. He looked at Lin Weiner, then at the report. Have we turned your illness into a shield to use against Jimiao in those matters? Lin Weiner's finger trembled, tears fell without warning. Just then the door was pushed open. When Jimiao walked, she came to pick up some materials that Gu Mingzhang had left here, originally thinking she would just come in to grab something, but when she looked up and saw the scene in the living room, she stopped for a moment. When Ruotang saw her, and her cries immediately adjusted in tone. Sister, I really didn't know that the blood donation incident would make you feel so upset. I never thought. Of course you knew. When Zimio's voice was not heavy, but it silenced all other sounds. When Ruotang was taken aback. When Jimiao walked in, standing beside the coffee table, neither approaching her nor looking at the report. You sent me a message about the blood donation incident, she said. You said, sister, if you don't want to, it's fine. I won't blame you. Oh, I just know Mom will be very sad. Lin Weiner's face turned pale. When Ruotang's lips moved, I was just afraid Mom would worry. So you knew they would come looking for me. When Jimiao said, and you also knew that using Lin Weiner to pressure me was the most effective. The living room fell silent, like a piece of fabric being held tightly, and no one could let go. When Shubai lowered his head, pressing his fingertips hard against his knees. Lin Weiner slowly sat back in her chair, tears flowing silently, not even raising her hand to wipe them away. When Ruotang was still maintaining her crying posture, but the tears had run dry. Those tears were real, yet they were not enough. They could cope with questioning, with quarrels, with all occasions that required performance, but they were not enough to handle Wen Zimio's way of simply saying one line and then waiting in silence. When Jimiao took the materials from the coffee table, she turned to leave, and when Ruotang spoke up, her voice hoarse, sister, do you hate us so much? When Jimiao halted without looking back. I don't hate you. She said, I just don't trust you anymore. When Ruotang's cries completely ceased after Wen Jimiao closed the door. She sat by the stairs, hugging her knees like a deflated balloon. Lin Weiner watched her for a long time, finally speaking, her voice lacking the previous pity. Tong, during the blood donation incident, did you really not know that Jimiao had also just been ill? When Ruotang raised her eyes, Lin Weiner looked at her. Lin Weiner waited for more than 10 seconds. When Ruotang did not answer, Lin Weiner folded the old medical report neatly and put it into her bag. This was when Ruotang's report, her daughter's medical history, the child she had raised herself. But now she thought of one thing: had she ever saved anything for Wen Jimiao during those 20 years? Nothing at all. She hadn't even saved a single medical report for her. At 7:30 that evening, the Chamber of Commerce's annual banquet had just begun. When Chunye received the invitation, not bringing any family members, and went alone. When Ruotang learned this news later, she called a car to rush to the hotel and reported the one family's name at the sign-in desk. The attendant hesitated for a moment, but eventually let her in. Inside the hall, 3 massive crystal chandeliers fragmented the light into countless cold white specks, falling on everyone's shoulders like a thin frost. In the corner, a string quartet played an old waltz, the notes floating by the ceiling drowned under the crisp sounds of clinking glasses and the rising and falling of greetings. When Ruotang stood beside the champagne tower wearing a light purple knee-length dress, her makeup carefully done, she saw Wen Qingye standing by the window talking with several directors of the Chamber of Commerce from a distance. She did not go over immediately. She waited for a while until those people gradually dispersed, and when only Wen Qingye was left standing with a glass in hand, she walked over. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, the high heels making clear sounds on the marble floor. When she was about 3 steps away from him, she stopped. No staggering, no propping on the table, no waiting for others to come to her aid. This time she did not act unsteady. She stood straight, raised her head, and called out to him in front of the few directors who had not walked far away. "Dad." This call was not loud, but just enough for those nearby to hear. One of the chamber directors turned. When Ruotang did not look at them, she gazed at Wen Qingye, her eyes reddening, her voice restrained, each word feeling like it was pressed out. "I know you don't want to see me, but I am not here today to ask you to do anything for me." She paused for a moment, allowing the surroundings to quiet down. "I just want to know, does this family still want me?" The gazes of the nearby directors all focused on her. One director holding a glass was originally going to speak to Wen Qingye, but the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. Another person glanced at Wen Ruotang, and then at Wen Qingye, remaining silent. Wen Qingye's glass hovered in midair. The water droplets on the cup slid down his fingertip, and he did not wipe them away. 3 seconds later, he placed the glass on the windowsill, the bottom making a light sound. He looked at Wen Ruotang, his brow not furrowing, his gaze not lifting, just lingering on her face for a moment. "The path you chose, you walk it yourself." His voice was very soft. After Wen Qingye finished speaking, he shifted his gaze away, turning to walk towards the door. The few directors heard him. Some lowered their heads to sip their drinks, while others stepped aside to make way for him, and no one responded to Wen Ruotang. Wen Ruotang stood in place. She still held the champagne in her hand, not having drunk it. Her eyes were still red, but the tears had stopped at the corners of her eyes like props that had not yet been taken away after the show. Someone passed by her side, the sleeve of a down jacket brushing against her arm. "Sorry." The person did not stop. Another attendant came around with a tray, the edge of the tray brushing against her dress. She moved half a step to the side, but was quickly squeezed back into place by the crowd. These collisions were not heavy. Everyone politely apologized, nodding slightly, but no one stopped to help her. In the past, whenever she fainted, everyone would gather around. Not because she truly couldn't stand, but because they believed she needed to be protected. Now they no longer believed. So even if she truly couldn't stand, no one would reach out. She placed the glass on the passing attendant's tray. Turning around, she walked towards the main entrance. As soon as Wen Ruotang stepped out of the hotel, her phone vibrated. She glanced down. Wen Jimiao is going to the old warehouse in the western suburbs tomorrow morning. She stared at the 3 words, old warehouse, her footsteps halting. The night wind blew in from the steps at the hotel entrance, causing her skirt to flutter slightly. At 8 o'clock the next morning, when Jimiao arrived at the western suburbs industrial area, the smell of rust was overwhelming, mingling with the scent of damp wood and machine oil. Su Tang frowned as soon as he got out of the car. Zhou Wenjing had already walked to the gate, raising his hand to point at the old warehouse at the back. A new lock had been installed at the warehouse entrance. The lock face hadn't accumulated dust yet, and fresh scratches were visible on the silver lock core. A few metal shavings scattered beneath the door, and an old lock that had been cut was thrown by the wall, its broken end pale with signs that the nearby screws had been recently adjusted. When Jimiao squatted down and touched the metal shavings with her fingertip through a tissue. Someone tampered with the door last night. She didn't specify the exact time. Whether it had been recently changed still depended on the registration and handover records from the gate. Manager Jiang came out of the office, stopping a few meters away from the warehouse door. He saw the old lock, his expression changing slightly before he walked over. This lock might have been uniformly replaced by the property management. Uniformly replaced. Gu Mingzhang glanced at him. Since when? Who approved it? Manager Jiang opened his mouth, but couldn't provide an answer. Zhou Wenjing stepped up to the gate's desk and flipped open the duty log. The edges of the paper pages curled up, and the record from midnight had only a single line. 0147 Original Lessee Contact Temporary Entry to the Warehouse Area. There was no name, no ID number, nor any specific warehouse mentioned. When Jimiao looked at that line, then turned to the gate duty officer. Who registered this record? Old Zhao from the night shift, the duty officer said. He just finished his shift and hasn't gone far. Who is the original lessee contact? The duty officer looked down at the logbook, his finger pressing down on that page, remaining silent. Manager Jiang took over the conversation. The tenant from 3 years ago had many contacts, and all of them are in the system. When Jimiao turned to look at him. Then let's check the system. Manager Jiang had no choice but to lead them into the office. Once the computer started, he first entered the date from August 3 years ago, then the warehouse number. The page spun a few times and displayed a gray message. Data for this time period is under maintenance. Manager Jiang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The system was upgraded recently, and the old data transfer wasn't complete. If you want to check, you can wait until the maintenance is over. When Jimiao didn't respond to this, she pointed to the adjacent query bar. Check the same warehouse from last year. Manager Jiang complied. The records for the previous year's entries, exits, maintenance, and leasing quickly popped up. Checking the year before the page remained normal. Only the records from August 27th to 30th 3 years ago were missing, as if someone had removed a section from the middle. When was the upgrade? When Jimiao asked. I don't remember the exact date. What about the maintenance records? You'll have to ask headquarters. Who handled the data transfer? Manager Jiang's hand left the mouse, pressing his palm against the edge of the desk. I'm only responsible for the warehouse, not for the system. When Jimiao looked at the screen, not pressing him further about the computer. The target date was missing while other years were normal. The new lock had just been replaced, and someone had entered the warehouse area. At midnight, Manager Jiang repeatedly mentioned the system upgrade, but couldn't provide the upgrade time or maintenance records. This wasn't a mere coincidence with the system malfunctioning. Someone had tampered with the warehouse first, then altered the electronic records. Retrieve the original photos from August 3 years ago, she said. Manager Jiang opened the photo folder. The folder was still there, but the thumbnails inside had only a few blank spaces left. Opening one file, the page displayed that the file did not exist. Another file showed it was corrupted and unreadable. The original files are gone, Manager Jiang said. They might have been lost during the transfer. When Jimiao looked at him, all the photos from the target date are gone, yet last year's and the year before's are still here. Manager Jiang avoided her gaze. Gu Mingzhang placed the lawyer's letter on the table, keeping his voice steady. From now on, please stop deleting, moving, or rewriting relevant materials. We will apply for evidence preservation regarding the existing equipment, paper vouchers, and contacted personnel. Any legal consequences arising from further handling of disputed materials will be borne by the person in charge. Manager Jiang's throat moved slightly. When Jimiao did not allow Gu Mingzhang to continue questioning. With the electronic photos now unobtainable and the system access deleted, focusing on the computer would only give the other party more time to erase additional traces. She turned to look at the metal filing cabinet outside the warehouse. Where are the paper entry slips, exit receipts, gate logs, and monthly binding vouchers from back then? Manager Jiang was taken aback. Do you still keep these things, eh? The warehouse has to reconcile accounts daily. Paper vouchers must be kept for a period of time at the very least. When Jimiao said, just because the electronic system can't find them doesn't mean the paper ones don't exist. Manager Jiang stood still, hesitant to move. When Jimiao put her phone on the table, pressed the recording button, but didn't direct it at him. If the paper materials have already been handled, please explain the handling time and the person in charge now. If they still exist, then take us to see them. The two scenarios have different consequences. Manager Jiang glanced at Gu Mingzhang, then looked at the lawyer's letter, finally turning around. The old metal cabinet was at the back of the office, its door blocked by a stack of waste reports. Manager Jiang moved the reports aside, tried the key twice, before finally opening the cabinet. Inside there were no neatly organized file boxes, only stacks of old vouchers bundled with jute twine. The papers had been soaked with moisture, their edges yellowed, and they emitted a faint musty smell when stacked together. These are from 3 years ago, Manager Jiang said. I can't guarantee that every single one is here. Let's find them by date first, when Jimiao said. She didn't let anyone move the entire stack of papers. Instead, she flipped through them one by one according to the dates from August 27th to 30th. At the bottom, there was a piece of paper with blue carbon copy marks pressed into the edge. When Jimiao's hand paused. On the paper it read, August 28th, short-term entry, duration 3 days. Lessee Qiming Consulting. Contact person Zhao Yun. Entry contents 7 wooden boxes covered with moisture-proof cloth. Su Tang inhaled sharply. Zhao Yun. When Jimiao remained silent. Zhao Yun had been Wen Ruotang's personal assistant in the past. Many matters that the Wen family did not want Lin Wan to know were handled by her. 3 years ago, she was already the contact person for this warehouse, knowing Manager Jiang's phone number and which stack of papers could find the old records. She contacted Manager Jiang last night, indicating that she had prior knowledge of Wen Zimiao's inquiry into this warehouse. As for who tampered with the electronic records and the door lock, it still needed to be cross-verified with the gate logs, equipment records, and Manager Jiang's statements. Gu Mingzhang continued searching for the exit vouchers. A paper exit receipt was wedged behind a maintenance slip with a blue mark in the lower right corner that had been water damaged. The date was August 30th. All 7 items had been transferred out. The handover person was listed as Qin Monli. The delivery address was written as property management under Lu's real estate. When Jimiao looked at those 2 names, reaching out to flatten the paper. Qin Monli was not a warehouse staff member, yet her name appeared in the receipt column for these items. The delivery address was listed as property management under Lu's real estate. What is certain now is that the 7 wooden boxes left the Wen family and were sent to that address. The authorization relationship between Qin Monli and Lu's property still needed to be further verified. Take a picture of this, she said to Gu Mingzhang. Gu Mingzhang took a photo, recorded the exit receipt number in the evidence list, and then asked manager Jiang to have the original kept by the warehouse. This paper can serve as evidence for the current stage, but with the electronic original missing, its probative value will be affected. We will preserve it first, then verify the person in charge and the address. When Jimiao added in the photos, she pointed to a stack of papers at the very bottom of the metal cabinet. Manager Jiang pulled out a low-resolution print. The image was dark. 7 wooden boxes were piled against the wall, and the lid of the top box wasn't closed tightly, revealing a small patch of dark red with grain in the gap. When the photo was enlarged, the embossed patterns became a blur, but the outline of the begonia flower was still visible. When Zimiao's finger pressed against the edge of the photo. Who left this print? It should have been printed after the night shift took the photo back then. With the electronic files gone, the paper had remained tucked in with the vouchers. Lin Wan had said little since entering. Now she walked up to the photo, her fingers stopping on that patch of dark red wood grain. She didn't touch the photo but stared at the corner of the box for a long time. There's a chip there. Her voice was tense. When Jimiao pushed the photo a little closer to her, Lin Wan pointed at the light scratch on the corner of the box, her eyes not leaving it. I broke that when I was a child. She said only this, and then withdrew her hand. When Jimiao looked at her, Lin Wan pressed her lips together and after a moment said, I will help you get it back. That wasn't given to me by you. When Jimiao said, it was originally left to me by my grandmother. I know. Lin Wan nodded, so I will get it back. This time she didn't say what the Wen family would do, nor did she ask Wen Jimiao to forgive anyone. When Jimiao took a photo of the exit receipt, her gaze returning to Qin Manli's signature. The most important thing is to clarify why Qin Manli had the right to take that box. She instructed Gu Mingzhang to take photos of the paper entry slips, exit receipts, and low-resolution photos one by one, numbering them in the evidence list, and then have them sealed by the warehouse. First apply for evidence preservation, then investigate Qin Manli's authorization source from back then. The gate logs, delivery address, and contact personnel from the warehouse side also need to be secured together. Gu Mingzhang nodded. I will send a letter to the property management and relevant custodians now requesting to stop handling these materials. Zhou Wenjing had already walked to the door, taking out his phone to contact the gate and preserving the registration from midnight. Manager Jiang stood by the computer, his expression growing increasingly grim. When Jimiao looked at him, Zhao Yin contacted you last night. Manager Jiang did not respond immediately. She just asked about the warehouse's lock. What else did she ask? Nothing. Gu Mingzhang placed the document bag on the table. Manager Jiang, the system records, gate logs, and paper vouchers from earlier have now entered the preservation range. Please hand over the contact records with Zhao Yun from last night as well. Manager Jiang's hand reached into his pants pocket. The phone clenched tightly, making a slight sound. When Jimiao looked at that phone. When was the last time she contacted you? Manager Jiang raised his head, his hesitation pausing for just a second. After you entered the door. He handed over the phone. The top of the call log showed a recently ended incoming call. The contact had no notes, but the number was consistent with that of the contact person on the entry slip from 3 years ago. After the call ended, the other party sent a message. Did she find the paper slip? The message from the old warehouse lingered on Manager Jiang's phone. By the same afternoon, another line of the Lu family could no longer remain still. Lu Cheng did not go to Wenxi at 3 in the afternoon. He locked himself in his rented apartment. The stamped offer from Ding Sheng Capital spread out on the table. The position, annual salary, and start date were clearly outlined, finalized with Ding Sheng's red seal. Yet that piece of paper provided him no sense of security. When Jimiao had said that the offer could not guarantee him safety. This sentence had weighed on him since last night, pressing down so hard that he couldn't even drink water. When the doorbell rang, Lu Cheng was pacing by the window. He stopped, peering through the peephole. A strange man stood outside, dressed in a suit, briefcase in hand, his face devoid of expression. Manager Lu, President Zhao requests your presence. Lu Cheng did not open the door. I'm not feeling well today, I'll go another day. The man outside did not urge him, merely stating through the door, President Zhao said it's not safe for you to be alone right now. Lu Cheng's hand paused on the door lock. This statement was not a reminder, but a notification. He opened the door, grabbed his coat, and followed the man downstairs. A black sedan was parked at the entrance, the rear door already ajar. Zhao Hong sat in the conference room of Dingxing Capital. The curtains were drawn, and only a ceiling light illuminated the room. On the table lay 2 documents. One was the explanation from last night, while the other had just been printed, the edges still warm from the machine. Did Wenxi contact you? Zhao Hong asked. When Jimiao called personally, Lu Cheng replied as he sat across from him. She knows about the incident at Yunwan Club, and her authority has already been frozen by Wenxi. What time did she ask you to go? 3 in the afternoon. You didn't go. If I win, it would be tantamount to admitting that the information was taken out by me. Lu Qing looked at him. President Zhao, you're calling me here now not to arrange my employment. Zhao Hong did not respond, pushing the second document in front of him. First, sign this. Lu Qing lowered his gaze to the document. The first line read, Lu Qing voluntarily leaves his original position, accepting Dingsheng Capital's employment arrangement. The second line stated the involved materials were organized, preserved, and taken away by Lu Qing personally, unrelated to Dingsheng Capital. The third line read, Dingsheng Capital was unaware of the relevant actions, and any accountability arising from the materials would be borne solely by Lu Qing. The last page contained his name and signature line. Lu Qing pushed the document back. I already signed the one from last night. Why do I have to sign another? The wording of last night's document was not comprehensive enough. Zhao Hong said, the legal department has reorganized it to prevent anyone from using the wording against us later. Lu Qing stared at him. Are you referring to Wensi? Zhao Hong did not respond. Lu Qing flipped to the last page of the document and asked again, what about the formal employment contract? If I sign this, it counts as being one of Dingsheng's employees, right? The contract can only be signed after employment begins. Then I should be employed now. Zhao Hong looked at him. You have not completed your resignation procedures, nor have you finished the background check. What employment? But you already had me sign the voluntary resignation statement. That was to clarify the source of the materials. Zhao Hong's tone remained calm, and it's a separate matter from the employment relationship. Lu Qing understood. Dingsheng wanted him to appear as an individual who took the materials without permission on paper, yet they were unwilling to first provide him with a contract that could substantiate the employment relationship. If something went wrong, he would bear the responsibility, or once the matter was over, he would then qualify to discuss employment. He reached into his pocket, feeling the recording pen with his fingertip. Lu Qing had been secretly recording for over a month. Initially, he was merely worried that Zhao Hong would turn hostile, wanting to keep a few words to prove he wasn't acting on his own accord. It was only last night, when Zhao Hong forced him to rewrite the statement, that he truly realized Dingsheng intended to place all responsibility on him alone. Before leaving today, he had checked the battery, turned on the recording pen, and placed it in the inner pocket of his suit. The red indicator light flashed through the fabric for a moment before he pressed it down. I want to see the formal employment contract first, Lu Qing said, and only then will I sign. There is no contract. Then I won't sign. Zhao Hong leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Lu Qing's face. Lu Qing, if Wensi pursues accountability, you will bear a significant amount of pressure personally. Dingsheng can provide you resources after the matter concludes and can offer you a position, but right now they cannot assume responsibility on paper for you. So I'm shouldering this alone. You could interpret it that way. Lu Qing nodded. He picked up the pen on the table, flipped to the first page of the statement, and read those lines again. Voluntary resignation. Personal organization. Dingsheng is unaware. All consequences borne by him. He placed the pen tip on the signature line. The recording pen continued to capture the sounds around the table. President Zhao, if I sign this, what guarantee does Dingsheng provide me? After the matter concludes, you will be processed for employment according to the previously negotiated offer. What if the matter cannot be resolved, eh? Zhao Hong looked at him, not responding immediately. This pause was enough to indicate the answer. Lu Qing lowered his head and signed his name. As the last stroke fell, his finger hesitated for half a second, then he completed the name. Zhao Hong took the signed statement, placing it in the document bag behind him. As the bag seal was pressed down, Lu Qing saw his name at the top, without even a copy. We can discuss compensation now, Lu Qing said. Zhao Hong looked up. You still want compensation? I signed this document. Once I step out, I will bear responsibility alone. Since Dingsheng is unwilling to give me a contract up front, at least they should provide me with some money to leave Jiangcheng. Are you threatening me? I'm paving a way out for myself. I don't need much, just enough for me to change cities and start anew. If not, I will go to Wensi and tell Lawyer Gu everything about signing this statement today, along with what you just said. Zhao Hong's expression darkened. Do you think recording a few sentences can change anything? Lu Qing's heart tightened, but his face remained unchanged. He did not confirm whether Zhao Hong saw the recording pen, nor did he address that statement. He simply fixed his gaze on the already sealed document bag. At least it can prove that I am not voluntarily taking on all the responsibility. The conference room fell silent. Zhao Hong picked up his phone, walked to the window, and dialed, facing away from Lu Qing. The recording pen captured his voice along with the ambient noise of vehicles passing outside. Zhao Hong lowered his voice. Over there with Director Lu. Lu Qing is unstable. The rest of the conversation was cut off by a slamming door. Lu Qing only caught these few words. His first thought was of Lu Qinian. But this call was not on speaker, and he only heard the words Director Lu. He could not currently provide complete proof of who the other party was, or what was said. Zhao Hong hung up and returned to the table. Compensation can be discussed, but the statement must be kept. I understand, Lu Qing said. Also about today's events, please don't speak carelessly after you leave. Lu Cheng looked at the document bag behind him. Don't worry, President Zhao. Whatever I say now, no one will believe me. Zhao Hong did not catch the underlying meaning in his words, merely instructing his assistant to escort him out. Lu Cheng stepped out of the Dingsheng building and stood at the steps for a long time. When his phone powered on, over a dozen missed calls appeared simultaneously, some from Wenxi, some from unknown numbers, and others from Zhou Wenjing's assistant. He did not return Wenxi's call. Wenxi had already frozen his access. If he returned now, he would only face a table demanding an explanation. He called Zhou Wenjing back. Once connected, he simply said, I want to see Wen Jimiao. In the Wenxi conference room, Su Tang, having heard the recount, paused with the pen in midair. Is he going to turn against us? Wen Jimiao looked at Lu Cheng's name on the whiteboard. He is not here to admit his mistakes. He is looking for a way out for himself. Should we meet or not? Wen Jimiao did not respond immediately. Lu Cheng's absence from Wenxi indicated he was still weighing his options. His request for a meeting signified that Ding Sheng provided him no sense of security. He wanted to present a bargaining chip to exchange for a path to survival. As for what that chip was, it would only be known once he personally presented it. Meet, Wen Jimiao said, but not tonight and not empty-handed. Su Tang nodded. He'll have Zhou Wenjing get back to him and schedule a time. Inform him that Wenxi does not accept verbal surrender. She put down her pen. If you want to see me, bring something that proves your honesty. Zhou Wenjing relayed Wen Zimiao's conditions to Lu Cheng, but did not receive an immediate response. That afternoon, Gu Mingzhang dialed another person's number. When Qin Ruhai received the call, he was organizing documents at a small consulting firm in the south. His reaction was calm. He simply said, I knew this call would come. Then he asked when and where, and saw that lawyer Gu was present along with others. Gu Mingzhang truthfully informed him that Wen Jimiao would be there along with another witnessing lawyer. Qin Ruhai fell silent for a few seconds and replied, all right. Wen Jimiao, upon hearing the recount, did not speak immediately. The words I knew this long ago lingered in her mind for a moment. She had encountered all kinds of people. She had seen those who genuinely believed everything was fine, not knowing what they had done wrong. She had also seen those who knew they were at fault, but felt they had no other choice. She had even met those who understood the price from the very beginning, yet decided to take the gamble. Qin Ruhai was likely the second type. Such individuals are the hardest to deal with, because their guilt is genuine and their cooperation comes with conditions. They would decide how much to say and how much to withhold at certain points, not out of malice, but for self-preservation. Wen Jimiao had not yet gone to the Wen family. Before the evening, she first instructed Zhou Wenjing to close that line. Zhou Wenjing sent a screenshot of a form followed by a brief confirmation. Qin Ruhai's resignation compensation is linked to an account ultimately pointed to a trust under Qin Manli's name. Wen Jimiao read this record twice, mentally reviewing its boundaries. This line could only prove that Qin Ruhai received a sum of money associated with Qin Manli after his resignation. The source pointing to the upstream trust does not equate to the trust disbursing funds, let alone imply that someone instructed the disbursement. It cannot prove that this payment was indeed a hush money, nor can it substantiate that its purpose corresponds to any specific action of moving old items. Nor can this single transfer record prove that Qin Ruhai personally moved those 7 wooden boxes out of the Wen family. In other words, the internal approval of old items in the Wen family is one line, this warehouse release slip is a second line, the trust funds associated with Qin Ruhai after his resignation is a fourth line. Each of the 4 lines has its source and remains separate for now, with no segment welding them together. The evidence currently stops here. She locked her phone, tucked it into her pocket, called Gu Mingzhang, and headed to the Wen family. Wen Qingye was in the study. Upon seeing her enter, his expression darkened. What is it now? Wen Jimiao placed a copy of the old warehouse receipt in front of him without any pleasantries. The warehouse contact is Zhao Yun and the recipient of the release is Qin Manli. Qin Ruhai's name appeared in the Wen family's internal record of handling old items. Wen Qingye glanced down at it, but did not speak. Lin Weiner followed in and stood beside her. Today she did not check Wen Chengye's expression first to decide her stance. Her gaze was steadier than yesterday. Qingye, she said, why is Mr. Qin in this record of old item handling? Wen Qingye pushed the copy. He manages logistics, so it's normal for him to be involved in sorting old items. And Qin Manli. Lin Weiner continued, why did someone from the Liu family come to pick up my mother's things? Wen Qingye did not answer immediately. Lin Weiner continued, you say it's normal, I won't interrupt you. 3 years ago that batch of old items was coordinated by Zhao Yun, with Qiming Consulting interfacing with the warehouse and participating in the move. Mr. Qin signed the internal documents in his capacity as your secretary. Qin Manli was the recipient on that release slip. These 3 individuals and 3 events, when viewed separately yet together, indicate that you personally delivered the items to the Liu family. Wen Qingye raised his head and looked at Lin Weiner. The Liu family has helped the Wen family, and the old accounts between the Wen and Liu families have been pending. The matter concerning old Lady Shun cannot be made public all at once, but it needs time to handle. The old items being stored at the Liu family is a transitional arrangement agreed upon by both sides. A transitional arrangement. Lin Weiner repeated those 4 words. Then 3 years have passed. Are the items still with the Liu family? This. When Xingye hesitated, I will retrieve them. You won't be able to. When Jimiao interjected. When Xingye turned his head. When Mr. Qin resigned, he received a double compensation from the Wen family and a separate sum. When Jimiao said, the source of that sum points to a trust account under Qin Manli's name. She looked at Wen Xingye. I will not explain that money for Mr. Qin. When I see him tomorrow, I will let him speak for himself. Gu Mingzhong timely interjected, Mr. When if you could conveniently provide Mr. Qin's current contact information, it could save some procedural trouble. No need, when Jimiao replied. Everyone turned to her. We have already arranged to meet him tomorrow morning. When Cheng Ye's expression suddenly darkened. How did you find him? He went south after resigning. The address isn't hard to trace. When Jimiao looked at him, more importantly, Mr. When after receiving the call, Mr. Qin only said one thing: he knew this call would come long ago. As these words fell, a subtle crack appeared in Wen Chengye's expression. He turned his face away, no longer looking at. What did Mr. Qin tell you? He hasn't said anything yet. When Jimiao replied, we will only meet tomorrow. Then why are you here? To tell you, when Jimiao said, regardless of what Mr. Qin says tomorrow, I hope it aligns with what you just told. If the versions differ, I will only choose the one that matches the evidence. When Xingye fell silent, Lin Weiner stood up, walked in front of him, and placed the old warehouse receipt beside him. Xingye, she spoke softly. The items my mother left for Jimiao, regardless of the reason, should not be in the Liu family's possession. Tell me, what do you plan to do? When Xingye flipped the receipt over and placed it face down on the table. I will handle it. In what way will you handle it? Let me think. You've already thought about it for 3 years. After this statement, when Xingye fell silent and did not look at her again. He did not seek any more excuses nor push the matter onto the Liu family. He simply leaned back in his chair, looking at the flipped copy before him, as if rereading the few lines he signed 3 years ago in his mind. Lin Weiner stood still for a few seconds. Seeing he no longer spoke, she did not press further, refraining from offering him a way out. This hurdle she had already crossed. Whether to step down was his own matter. Lin Weiner said nothing more and turned to leave the study. Wen Jimiao turned back to glance at Wen Chengye as she passed the doorway. He remained seated, his hand resting on the flipped copy. In the corridor, Lin Weiner quickly wiped away a tear. He will contact Mr. Qin, Lin Weiner said. Wen Jimiao took out her phone to show Gu Mingzhong the time. So before entering the Wen family, I had already asked lawyer Gu to remind Mr. Qin to keep all calls and messages received tonight, and not to meet anyone privately. Lin Weiner turned her head to look at her. You came here to secure Cheng Ye's own version first. Yes, when Jimiao replied. He just admitted that the old items were sent to the Liu family. What Mr. Qin says tomorrow will be another testimony. The two sides must be separated. When Jimiao walked to the entrance and picked up her coat. She opened the door and the night breeze rushed in, carrying a hint of moisture. Zhou Wenjing's message still lingered on the lock screen as she did not look again and tucked her phone into her pocket. As the car pulled out of the Wen family's alley, Gu Mingzhang's phone chimed. When Jimiao asked him to pull over, Gu Mingzhang flipped his phone over and handed it to her. It was a message from Qin Rohai. There was only one line: when Xingye just called me. I did not answer. When Jimiao pressed for more, is there anything else? Gu Mingzhang typed a line in the chat. A few seconds later, Qin Rohai sent another message. Before our meeting tomorrow, I would like to discuss some things with you first. Qin Rohai handed over the contact records from last night to the present for Gu Mingzhang to verify. The records retained a missed call from Wen Xingye made last night. Qin Rohai did not return the call. He confirmed that he had not met Wen Xingye privately and had not coordinated with the Wen family, Liu family, or Qin Manli. Gu Mingzhang preserved the contact records and had Qin Rohai sign off on them. Qin Rohai arrived punctually at the agreed location. He was the most outsider-like person among everyone Wen Jimiao had met. Of medium height, dressed in a clean suit, his hair meticulously styled, holding a cup of black coffee, he sat down in the conference room, chair slightly nodded at Gu Mingzhang, and then fell silent for 2 seconds upon seeing Wen Jimiao, before saying, you are younger than I imagined. You are calmer than I imagined, Wen Jimiao replied. Qin Rohai smiled, lightly devoid of emotion, merely, I have thought about this matter for 3 years, pondering how this day would come and how to respond. It makes no difference whether it's early or late. Gu Mingzhang placed the old warehouse receipt in front of him. Zhao Yun contacted Qiming Consulting, coordinated with the warehouse, and participated in the moving. You signed the document for internal handling of old items in the Wen family as secretary of Wen Xingye, correct? Correct. The recipient on the outbound slip is written as Qin Manli. Correct. The response was crisp, without hesitation, and without saying I can't recall or I need to verify. When Jimiao looked at him. Who instructed you to arrange this matter? Qin Ruhai held the cup of coffee in his hands, glanced down, and then looked up. Mr. Wenqingye, he said, he asked me to handle the old items of Old Lady Shun, ensuring that certain things would not be found by Miss Wen Jimiao before the recognition banquet nor left in the Wen family to avoid future complications. Not to be found by me. Wen Jimiao repeated those words, her tone very flat. Yes. What items needed to be handled especially? The box made of begonia wood along with a few letters, Qin Ruhai said. Mr. Wenqingye said that the box contains letters from your grandmother and some account records, and if these items appear before the recognition banquet, it would be detrimental to the Wen family. Gu Mingzhong recorded beside him. Why was it handed to Qin Manli? Qin Ruhai paused for a moment, this being the first time he hesitated. Because Mr. Wenqingye said that those items were related to the old accounts of the Liu family, and it would be most convenient for the Liu family to handle them without easy traceability. He asked me to contact Miss Qin Manli and have the Liu family take over the custody. The Liu family gave you some money. It was a statement framed as a question. Qin Ruhai looked at Wen Jimiao and nodded. What was the money from the Liu family for? Consider it, he said, pausing himself, or rather to ensure that I wouldn't speak out after resigning. Gu Mingzhong looked up. Did you know at the time what the nature of this matter was? I knew, Qin Ruhai replied calmly. I knew this was to help Mr. Wenqingye prevent Miss Wen from reclaiming what belonged to her. At that time I judged that it was an internal matter of the Wen family, which had little to do with me. I was merely executing the arrangement. Yet the nature of this money was different. Wen Jimiao did not respond, waiting half a second. That is my interpretation. Qin Ruhai took the initiative to clarify this point, as my understanding of the use of that payment should not serve as your conclusion. Gu Mingzhong made a separate annotation for this section. The bank transfer records currently only show a single amount transferred from the trust account under Qin Manli to your account. Wen Jimiao said it can only prove the flow of funds. The flow of funds cannot prove the purpose of the payment, Gu Mingzhong interjected, nor can it solely establish who instructed the disbursement. Qin Ruhai nodded. What further verification is needed to characterize it? Qin Ruhai asked. Payment memo, disbursement instructions, agreements signed back then, or any document that can prove the purpose of the funds. Gu Mingzhong said at least one of these is required. Qin Ruhai did not pursue the matter further. What about now? Wen Jimiao asked. Now I know the relationship is quite significant, he said, so I came. Wen Jimiao did not push that conversation. Before leaving, she asked the final question. Did Qin Manli mention how that batch of items would be handled after? Qin Ruhai thought for a moment. She only said one thing. Don't worry, I know the weight of these items. Wen Jimiao noted down that sentence. I know the weight of these items. This statement has two meanings. The first is acknowledging the value of those items, thus they would be handled properly. The second meaning is being aware of the danger those items pose, hence the need for control. Both meanings lead to the same fact. Qin Manli was not unfamiliar with the contents of that box. The conversation lasted over an hour. Qin Ruhai shared most of what he knew. Some details were uncertain, and others were prefaced with I estimate, while Gu Mingzhong recorded everything, annotating the degree of certainty. That afternoon, when Jimiao compiled Qin Ruhai's statement, the warehouse receipt, and records of related compensation, laying them out on the whiteboard in the Wensi conference room. On the left was the Wen family's line. Zhao Yun contacted the warehouse, participated in the moving. Qin Ruhai signed the internal handling document, and the recipient on the outbound slip was Qin Manli. On the right was the Liu family's line. The recipient on the outbound slip was Qin Manli. The storage direction had connections with the Liu family, and the specific ownership needed further verification. The related amount received by Qin Ruhai upon leaving pointed to a trust account under Qin Manli's name. Connected in the middle by a red line were the two words box. Su Tang stood in front of the whiteboard, her back feeling cold, and after a long pause spoke. Meow meow, you said Qin Manli knows the weight of the box. Then what does she know the weight of? That's the next question. When Jimiao replied, the existing evidence pushes the flow of the box to the point of Qin Manli's receipt. However, the box contains letters from grandmother and account records. What value or threat do these items pose to the Liu family? She circled the word threat. This goes back 20 years. The conference room fell silent for a moment. At that moment, Shang Du's video call connected. In the screen, he was in the back seat of a car, the lighting not very good, but his expression was clear. That kind of focused calmness was the result of thinking about the conclusion of a matter rather than its beginning. I have already reviewed the summary sent by lawyer Gu regarding Qin Ruhai's statement. He said there's something you might not. When Jimiao looked at the screen. When Qin Manli was young, her family was very poor. Her family owed a lot of debts, and it was old lady Shun who helped her through that time. Shang Du said later she married Liu Qinyan, and the Liu family rose. Is she repaid old lady Shun in another way? How exactly she repaid, I'm still investigating. But it can be confirmed that she was not a stranger to your grandmother and owed her a favor. When Jimiao gently tapped her fingers on the edge of the table, remaining silent, Su Tang muttered beside her, owed a favor, and then turned around to take away someone else's things. People change, Zhang Du said, especially when that favor conflicts with her current interests. When Jimiao was silent for a few seconds before speaking, if there are letters left by grandmother in the box, those letters might mention the old matter of the Liu family borrowing money. If these written records do indeed exist, it poses a threat to the Liu family's commercial reputation. Not just reputation. Zhang Du said steadily, the startup funds of the Liu family back, then included a portion from private lending without complete reporting. If old lady Shen kept records regarding the amounts and timeframes under specific circumstances, it could serve as a basis for claims. Su Tang gasped. Gu Mingzhang made an annotation for this segment. But this is still a matter from 3 years ago. When Jimiao glanced over the timeline on the whiteboard, there's something more important. She paused and stated the last point. Zhang, do you mention that Qin Manli had entered and exited the private hospital where I was born 20 years ago? Yes. Can we still check what she went to the hospital for at that time? We are checking, Zhang Du said, but there's one line you can push forward. Chen Guilin knows Qin Manli. After meeting Qin Ruhai today, you can take her old photo and visit the nursing home. When Jimiao nodded, this was already her plan for today. In the courtyard of Qingshan nursing home, the sunlight was very shallow, as if even the sunlight of this season had retreated, a bit reluctant to shine down fully. Chen Guilin's condition today was a bit better than last time, sitting in a chair clutching an old handkerchief, her gaze occasionally clear and sometimes unfocused. When Jimiao sat down opposite her, not rushing to speak, just accompanying her for a while, occasionally responding to a few of her ramblings, Chen Guilin muttered, the begonia is blooming, and then repeated the old lattice letter hasn't been delivered, as if two melodies were playing simultaneously in her mind, sometimes overlapping and sometimes separating. When Jimiao waited for her breathing to stabilize before placing several photos on the small table beside her. Photos of old lady Shen when she was young, Lin Weiner when she was young, Wen Qingye when he was young, Lu Qinian when he was young, and finally the last photo. Qin Manli, probably in her 30s, with a gentle expression, standing outside a building with good lighting and a dignified smile. Chen Guilin's hand stopped. Her gaze fell on the last photo, frozen, unmoving, as if her entire being's breath had also paused for a moment. Then the hand clutching the handkerchief suddenly trembled, and the enamel cup rolled off the small table, producing a sharp metallic clanging sound. When Jimiao supported her. Aunt Chen, do you recognize her? The tremor of forgetting. She. Chen Guilin's lips moved. She held a child. The originally sporadic sounds in the courtyard seemed to be drawn away from beneath. Even the birds in the trees stopped chirping. When Jimiao felt her heart sink slowly and heavily. Which child? Chen Guilin clutched her head, beginning to sway, her breathing growing frantic. Crying. The child is crying. Not this one, not this one. The old lady said, it's not right, the child is not right. The caregiver hurried, and Gu Mingzhang pressed the recording to a stop, shaking his head gently. When Jimiao stood up, remaining in place for a long time. A thin line in her mind, faint yet present, was extending towards a direction she was not yet ready to confirm. As she left the nursing home, Su Tang followed closely beside her, silent, unusually quiet. Reaching the car, Su Tang finally spoke softly. Meow meow, she held a child. Does it mean that the matter of holding the wrong child is related to Qin Manli? It cannot be concluded, yet when Jimiao opened the car door, Chen Guilin's state is unstable. Her words need other evidence to support them. They cannot stand alone. Then now, what can be confirmed now, when Jimiao sat down, placing the photo of Qin Manli in the passenger seat, is that the second name has surfaced. She stared at the photo with a gentle smile for a long time. Qin Manli. The wife of the Liu family, the one whom old lady Shen had once helped, the person who had entered and exited the hospital where she was born 20 years ago, and the one who signed for her grandmother's box 3 years ago. A person appearing in so many intersections is no longer a coincidence. When Jimiao started the car, flipped the photo over and placed it in the glove compartment. Next, she said, we investigate why she appeared at that hospital. As the car drove out of the nursing home, sunlight streamed in through the rearview mirror, illuminating her profile, leaving half her face in shadow. The two lines had converged on the name Qin Manli. Upon returning to the city, Su Tang gathered the events of the afternoon and sent them to Wen Jimiao. She marked one matter at the top. Miao Miao, Lu Chen got back to me this afternoon. Wen Jimiao remained silent in the passenger seat, waiting. He said he is willing to meet you, Su Tang said. He said he is bringing something. What is it? He didn't say. Su Tang said only that the person who can make him speak is you. Wen Jimiao closed her eyes for a moment. You can come to see me. Su Tang meticulously noted Wen Jimiao's words and sent them out. But you must bring something that proves you are. Lu Cheng replied after a while with a single word, okay. Wen Jimiao leaned back against the seat, watching the streetlights retreat outside the car window. Rainwater splashed down from the edge of the awning at the entrance of Wincy Investment, creating a line of tiny droplets on the steps. Lu Cheng arrived 20 minutes earlier than scheduled. He stood at the bottom of the steps, the tips of his shoes already wet from the rain, while his right hand pressed down on the inner zipper pocket of his briefcase. His phone vibrated twice, but he did not take it out. The The glass door opened and closed again, and the receptionist glanced at him through the door, but he stepped aside, allowing someone else to enter. Inside his briefcase was an old voice recorder. It had a black shell, the edges worn white, and there were 2 intersecting scratches on the back. Lu Cheng had dug it out from the back of the cabinet last night, and had not slept a wink. He knew that once he handed over the voice recorder, the matter of providing internal information from Wincy to Dingsheng would also be laid bare. Zhao Hong would no longer tolerate him, and Wincy had no reason to forgive him. The rain had lessened a bit. Lu Cheng tightened his grip on the briefcase strap, pushed open the glass door, and walked into Wincy. In the conference room, Wen Jimiao and Su Tang had already arrived. Gu Mingzhang sat on the other side of the long table with a computer, empty sealed bags, and 2 documents beside him. One document had the cover titled Statement of Facts and was marked Draft in the upper right corner. The other document was an unfilled list for the handover of recorded materials. Upon entering, Lu Cheng first saw Gu Mingzhang. He paused in his steps, his throat tightening. "Manager Lu, please take a seat," Wen Jimiao said. Lu Cheng did not sit down. He opened the inner compartment of his briefcase, took out the old voice recorder, and placed it on the table. The body of the pen clattered against the wooden table, making a sound. "This is the original voice recorder," Lu Cheng said, his palm still pressing on the edge of the bag. "The recordings I made at Dingsheng are all stored here from the very beginning. You haven't changed the equipment." Gu Mingzhang did not reach out immediately. "Are you sure this voice recorder is the original recording medium?" "Yes, I confirm." "Have the files inside been edited, spliced, or deleted?" "I haven't touched it." Lu Cheng paused. "I also backed it up to the cloud and 2 USB drives, but that was my own doing." "You haven't verified it yet." Gu Mingzhang noted this in the handover list, indicating that Lu Cheng claimed there were additional backups, which were not included in the verified materials. "First, play the part you think is related to this matter." Lu Cheng sat down and pressed the play button. Noise rang for 2 seconds, and Zhao Hong's voice came from the recorder. "Lu Cheng, I've looked over your project proposal. Wincy's stuff is well done, but if the same plan is given to Dingsheng, the money you can get will be 3 times what you have now. You know how much you can earn from Zhou Wenjing in a year." Lu Cheng bowed his head, his hands clasped on his knees. In the recording, his voice sounded strained. "Director Zhao, I still need to think about it." "Think about what?" "It's only a matter of time before you jump ship. You don't need to take the whole project proposal from Wincy, just give me the core data, and I can build a set myself." Zhao Hong's voice rose slightly, the ending tone heavy. "Do you think the money I invest in your position every year is given for free?" In the next recording, Zhao Hong spoke even more directly. "Once you go to Wincy, make sure to get the core data from there. As soon as my people are in place, you can come back." The recording captured the sound of chair legs scraping against the floor, followed by Lu Cheng's short breaths. He sat in the conference room, his shoulders slightly hunched. The playback continued. "If Director Lu asks about it." "Director Zhao, regarding Director Lu." "You don't need to worry about Director Lu." Zhao Hong interrupted him. "I'll communicate with the Lu family. All you need to do is provide me with the key data from Wincy on time." After a few seconds, footsteps were heard in the recording, and the sound faded a bit. It seemed Zhao Hong was talking to someone. The first part was unclear, but the last line was complete. Director Lu said, "Okay, proceed with that approach." Lu Cheng pressed the pause button. In the conference room, only the low sound of the air conditioning remained. Wen Jimiao looked at Gu Mingzhang. "What can we confirm from this segment?" "For now, we can only confirm that Zhao Hong repeatedly issued orders in the recording under the names of the Lu family and Director Lu, and based on that requested Lu Cheng to obtain the core data from Wincy." Gu Mingzhang drew a horizontal line on the record. These statements are all Zhao Hong's paraphrasing. "Based solely on the existing recording, we cannot prove that Lu Qinian personally said these words, nor can we confirm that Director Lu, as mentioned by Zhao Hong, necessarily refers to Lu Qinian, much less conclude that the Lu family as a whole was involved." Su Tang asked, "How do we verify the latter part?" "Cross-reference the call records for the relevant time periods, check the ownership of the numbers, and find other recordings or individuals who can corroborate the conversation." Gu Mingzhang said, "Until these materials are complete, the boundary is here." Lu Cheng stared at the voice recorder on the table, his knuckles tightening little by little. When Jimiao asked him, "Have you provided internal information from Wincy to Dingsheng?" "Yes, I have." "What kind of—" Lu Cheng raised his head, the color drained from his face. "Internal data from the project proposal, as well as several business documents that have not been made public." He paused. "Whatever Zhao Hong wanted, I tried to provide. Some I couldn't get, some I did give. This information will be included in the statement of facts." Gu Mingzhang pushed the draft toward him. "By signing, you confirm the actions you have undertaken. Whether you need to bear responsibility, and what kind of responsibility, is not decided by General Wan or Wincy." Lu Cheng's hand stopped beside the paper without touching it. "If I submit these materials today, is it the same? Voluntary disclosure submission of original materials in cooperation with verification will be accurately recorded." Gu Mingzhang looked at him. "What Wincy can promise is not to conceal your cooperation, but we cannot guarantee the judicial outcome." Lu Cheng clenched his teeth, his breath escaping through his nose. Gu Mingzhang continued, "You have the right to read each page, and if you find any inaccuracies in the wording, you can correct them directly. You can also consult a lawyer first before deciding whether to sign. No one is asking you to make a decision right now. What if I don't sign? The handover of the voice recorder is your decision. Whether to sign the statement of facts is also your decision." Lu Cheng looked down for a long time. The rain outside had stopped, but water continued to drip from the eaves. Every few seconds, there was a light sound outside the glass. He picked up the draft and began reading from the first page. When he reached the part about providing Wenxi's information to Dingxing, his hand, holding the pen, trembled violently, leaving a black dot on the edge of the paper. He circled one overly broad statement and rewrote the categories of information he could confirm and corrected one date. Gu Mingzhang did not urge him at any point. Lu Cheng finished reading the last page and pressed his hand against his sore eyes. He did not defend himself, nor did he ask for the acknowledgement to be removed. What Wen Jimiao offered him was not absolution, but a chance to clarify the facts. After a moment, Lu Cheng pushed the revised pages back. "I have finished reading. Please issue a new copy based on my changes, and I will sign." Gu Mingzhang entered the modifications into the computer, and the printer quickly spat out the new document. Lu Cheng checked each page again. After confirming there were no errors, he signed his name on each page and noted the date beside it. When he reached the last page, his pen paused for 2 seconds, the knuckles white with tension, before he finished writing his name. Gu Mingzhang signed in the witness section, noting the date. After closing the statement of facts, he connected the voice recorder to the computer and made a copy of the original audio in front of Lu Cheng, Wen Jimiao, and Su Tang. The progress bar moved slowly forward. Lu Cheng kept his eyes on the screen until the copying was complete. Gu Mingzhang checked the file directory item by item, recording the number of audio files, the displayed time information, and the appearance of the voice recorder in the handover list, marking the voice recorder as the original recording medium, confirmed by Lu Cheng, stating that the original audio copying had been completed on site. He turned the list toward Lu Cheng. "Please verify the number of files, time information, and the appearance of the equipment again." Lu Cheng read through each line, checking the 2 scratches and the worn edges on the voice recorder, and nodded. "Correct. After the handover is complete, the original voice recorder will be kept by me. The results of subsequent verifications will be recorded separately." "Okay." Lu Cheng signed the handover list and noted the date. Gu Mingzhang then signed as well. The two checked again, confirming that the statement of facts and the handover list were filed separately and not mixed in the same document. Gu Mingzhang put on disposable gloves and placed the voice recorder into a sealed bag. After sealing it tightly, he signed at the seal before handing the pen to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng held the signing pen, the veins on the back of his hand standing out, and wrote his name on the other side of the seal. Gu Mingzhang flipped the sealed bag to the front, checked the 2 signatures and dates, then placed it in his materials box and locked it. The original voice recorder would ultimately be kept by lawyer Gu Mingzhang. As Lu Cheng stood up, his knee bumped against the edge of the table. He steadied himself against the corner of the table, waiting for the numbness to pass before picking up the significantly lighter briefcase. "General 1. Wen Jimiao looked at him. "I know that handing over these items does not mean you forgive me. Your cooperation will be recorded, and what you have done will not be erased." Lu Cheng nodded slightly. He walked out of the conference room without looking back. At first, his footsteps in the corridor were heavy, but they gradually faded as he turned the corner. After the door closed, the conference room returned to silence. Su Tang put away the blank note paper on the table and waited for Gu Mingzhang to leave with the sealed materials before handing the phone to Wen Jimiao. "Zhou Wenjing's side has confirmed. Zhao Hong has arranged a meeting with Lu Jingming at 2 o'clock this afternoon at the seafood restaurant in the center of Jiangxing." Wen Jimiao glanced at the time on the screen, but did not answer the phone. "Did Zhao Hong personally arrange it?" "Yes, he said it was just for a meal." Su Tang retrieved the phone. "Should we contact Lu Jingming in advance? Or have someone keep an eye on him?" "No need. Just wait like this. Lu Jingming is already at the age where he must make his own decisions." Wen Jimiao closed the statement of facts. "Don't contact him, and don't send anyone to intervene. Let him choose for himself." Su Tang looked at the time. It was not long until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wen Jimiao did not flip through the documents on the table again or send any messages to Lu Jingming. She knew Zhao Hong would be waiting for him at the restaurant, but she did not know what answer Lu Jingming would give once he sat at that table. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Hong and Lu Jingming would meet at the seafood restaurant in the center of Jiangxing. What Wen Jimiao awaited was the choice that Lu Jingming would make with his own hands. Zhao Hong slammed his phone down hard on the round table, causing the bone china teacup to rattle, slightly spilling 2 drops of tea over the rim. At 1:20 p.m., he had already settled into a private room at the seafood restaurant in the center of Jiang City. On the 3rd floor, facing the river, the floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the gleaming surface of the river after the rain. Zhao Hong arrived 40 minutes early, flipped through the menu 3 times, and asked the waiter to bring out a few dishes first. As the heat dissipated, the oil on the surface of the steamed fish began to congeal, and the pepper salt shrimp lost its aroma from when it was freshly cooked. He glanced at the clock on the wall before picking up his phone again. The first call was to the company's finance department. Have you aligned all the internal materials I asked you to check a few days ago? We are still verifying, and we can't find the original records for 2 data points. Find them before the end of the day. If any confirmation is missing, let the respective person provide it. The finance department wanted to explain further, but Zhao Hong had already hung up. The second call was to Lu Cheng. No one answered. After half a minute he dialed again, but the hold music played until the line was automatically disconnected. Zhao Hong stared at the call interface, his thumb hovering over the redial button, finally pressing the number off. Lu Cheng had disappeared without a trace. After leaving Dingsheng, he hadn't returned to the company, hadn't handed over anything, and refused to answer his calls. Zhao Hong knew that Lu Cheng might have materials in his possession, but he was uncertain who they had ended up with, and he had no idea what when she would do next. The third call was to Lu Qinyan. The phone was answered by a secretary. Mr. Zhao, Director Lu is currently in a meeting. I have an urgent matter. Please relay my message now. I will convey your message. Ask Director Lu to return my call. The secretary only replied, okay, and the call ended. Zhao Hong placed his phone on the table, but picked it up again after a few seconds. The screen did not light up. He pressed the side button firmly, and the missed calls still showed empty. Over the years, he had always believed that the Lu family was aware of what Dingsheng was doing. He had mentioned Director Lu on the phone, and the other side hadn't stopped him. He took that silence as tacit approval and counted every unrefuted probe as confidence given to him by the Lu family. But that was merely his judgment. Now that Lu Cheng was unreachable and he couldn't get through to Lu Qinyan, either Zhao Hong felt a tightness in his throat and took a sip of tea. The tea had long gone cold, its bitterness lodged at the back of his tongue, impossible to swallow or spit out. At 2:15 p.m. the door of the private room was finally pushed open. Lu Jingming was 15 minutes late. Mr. Zhao. After entering, he took off his suit jacket and draped it over the back of an empty chair. His cufflinks fastened neatly, he glanced at the table laden with cold dishes, but did not take up the chopsticks. Zhao Hong immediately stood up and personally pulled out the chair next to the main seat for him. Jingming is here, sit down. Was the traffic bad? I had them heat the dishes up. No need. Lu Jingming sat down, placing his phone beside him. Mr. Zhao called me. What's the matter? Nothing major, just a meal to chat. Zhao Hong poured himself a glass of white wine. Dingsheng and the Lu family have been cooperating for so many years. Our dealings have always been smooth. Recently there have been a few rumors making the rounds, and I'm worried someone might take advantage of the situation and disrupt the normal business between our two families. What rumors? Zhao Hong picked up a piece of fish. The fish meat had already gone cold. He poked it a couple of times in the plate before putting it back down. Since Lu Cheng left Dingsheng, he has been unreachable. He used to work at Wenxi and had access to some internal materials. Now someone is making a fuss about this, and if the word gets out it won't be good for anyone. Why can't you reach him? You should ask him. Of course I will look for him. Zhao Hong raised his wine glass. But right now what's more pressing is the attitude from outside. The cooperation between Dingsheng and the Lu family is evident. As long as the Lu family is willing to publicly state that our business dealings are normal, many of the rumors will naturally hold no ground. Lu Jingming raised his eyes. Do you want me to vouch for Dingsheng? Don't make it sound so heavy. Zhao Hong chuckled, yet didn't drink from his cup. It's just a normal statement. You can come forward yourself, or have someone from the Lu side say a word. No need for much, just let it be known that Dingsheng has not been abandoned by the Lu family. What Dingsheng has done should be explained by Dingsheng itself. Jingming, everyone in the circle knows the relationship between Dingsheng and the Lu family. At this moment, avoiding suspicion, what will people outside guess? How they guess depends on what Dingsheng presents next. Lu Jingming said. The Lu family won't explain Lu Cheng for you, nor will they prove that Dingsheng hasn't done anything wrong. Zhao Hong's smile faded. The sound of a service cart rolling by outside the private room reached his ears, the wheels creaking over the carpet, then gradually drifting away as it reached the door. Who do you represent with those words? Zhao Hong set down his wine glass, its bottom clanking against the glass turntable. Does your father know you came to see me today? He knows. Then it'll be easier. Call him now, or I'll speak to him personally. I've understood your request. Understanding doesn't equate to being in charge. Zhao Hong's voice rose above the sound of the air conditioning. Dingsheng and the Lu family have been cooperating for so many years, it's not up to you to just brush it off with a single word. Lu Jingming did not respond to this. He took a sip from his teacup and set it back down. Zhao Hong looked at him, his chest heaving a few times, and his tone softened again. Jingming, I've watched you grow up. All Dingsheng needs this time is a word. We don't need funds, nor do we need the Lu family to bear anything for me. Just go back and discuss it with your father. Publicly stating that our two families' cooperation is normal will put this matter to rest. Mr. Zhao, you want to use the Lu family's name to back Dingsheng. Lu Jingming looked at him. I can't agree to this. Zhao Hong pressed his palm against the table edge. Is this your decision or your father's? Lu Jingming's own phone rang. The screen displayed the name Lu Qinyan. He picked up the phone to answer without switching to speaker mode. Dad. A few words were exchanged on the other end of the line. Lu Jingming listened for about 10 seconds, only replying with, I understand, before ending the call. Zhao Hong leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the phone. What did Director Lu say? He said to handle Ding Sheng's matters myself. Zhao Hong's hand on the table froze. What do you mean? Lu Jingming picked up his jacket that was draped over the chair, standing up. It means I can give you a response now. Sit down and talk. Mr. Zhao, you want to use the Lu family's name to back Ding Sheng? I can't agree to this. Since my father let me handle it myself, this is my response. Zhao Hong abruptly pushed his chair back. The chair legs scraped against the floor, producing a harsh screech. Lu Jingming, do you know what you are doing? Very clear. Lu Jingming draped his coat over his arm, walked to the door, and paused for a moment. Ding Sheng has come this far. The bridge is one you built yourself. He finished speaking and pulled open the door, walking straight out. The door to the private room closed behind Zhao Hong. The pot of tea on the table had gone completely cold, and the table was filled with untouched seafood, the fish eyes staring blankly at the empty seat. Sunlight from the corridor streamed in through the window, casting a bright streak on the carpet. Lu Jingming stopped at the corner, took out his phone, opened the chat with Wen Jimiao, and typed just 6 words. Ding Sheng can move now. The message was sent successfully. He put away his phone, walked down the corridor without looking back. In the small meeting room of Wenxi Investment, Wen Jimiao's phone vibrated on the table. She had just placed the factual statement signed by Lu Cheng into a folder when the screen lit up. The sender was Lu Jingming. Ding Sheng can move now. After reading the message, Wen Jimiao paused for a few seconds before pushing the phone towards Su Tang. Su Tang read it and looked up to ask, is it done? Yes. How did he choose? He did not vouch for Ding Sheng. Su Tang looked at those 6 words again. Then shall we proceed as planned? Follow the original plan. When Jimiao took back her phone, did not ask what Lu Qinyan had said, nor did she expand Lu Jingming's decision into the Lu family's attitude. She only confirmed one thing: Lu Jingming had made his choice clear, and when she need not halt progress due to a possible public endorsement. In the private room of the seafood restaurant, Zhao Hong still stood by the table. A waiter knocked on the door from outside, asking if they needed the dishes heated. He did not respond. After the knocking ceased, the room was left with only the low hum of the air conditioning. Zhao Hong sat back down, first dialing Lu Cheng's number again. Still no answer. He then called Lu Qinyan's secretary, but the other party did not pick up. On the third call, he paused over a number in his contacts that had no notes, staring at it for a long time before finally pressing the call button. The phone rang several times before connecting. The other side did not speak first. Lu Jingming refused to vouch for Ding Sheng. Zhao Hong spoke rapidly. Director Lu told me to find him to handle it. I currently can't reach anyone else from the Lu family. Is there any way on your side? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Lu Jingming refused in person. Yes. Did Director Lu only say to let him handle it? Just that one sentence. Then chasing the Lu family for an explanation is of no use. Zhao Hong grabbed the wine glass on the table and downed it in one go. The white liquor burned down his throat, and he coughed, his fingers still gripping the rim of the glass tightly. What should I do? Don't pursue the Lu family for an explanation just yet. The voice on the other end was very low. Find out how much material Wen Jimiao has that you haven't seen. Lu Cheng isn't answering his phone. Then trace back from what you've handled. What materials passed through Lu Cheng's hands, what words might have been left behind, you know better than anyone else. After clarifying what then? Then decide whether to continue pursuing or to pull back while there's still time. The call ended. The busy tone pressed against Zhao Hong's ears one after another. Outside it was still the same afternoon. The river's surface was bleached by sunlight, and a cargo ship passed by the floor-to-ceiling windows, its deep horn penetrating the private room. Zhao Hong set down his phone, wrote down the 2 missing records mentioned by finance on the back of the menu, and jotted down Lu Cheng's name next to them. He had no idea what would happen the next day. At this moment, all he wanted was to clarify how much material Wen Jimiao still held before her next move. Pull back. Those 2 words were already beyond his reach. At 9:47 the next morning, a sealed envelope landed on the marble countertop of the reception. The intern lawyer delivering the package handed over the receipt. Gu Mingzhang Law Firm, please pass this to your legal affairs head and Mr. Zhao Hong. The receptionist verified the receipt information, wrote down the time in the signing column, and promptly notified the legal department. The envelope did not stay at the reception for long. 5 minutes later, it was taken into Zhao Hong's office by an administrative staff member. On Zhao Hong's desk lay a menu brought back yesterday afternoon. 2 lines of ink on the back were still wet, one stating missing records, and the other Lu Cheng. He had just found one instance of data flow when the head of legal affairs entered, placing the envelope in front of him. Sent by Wenxi. The seal was broken and 4 items were laid out on the table. The first item was the original lawyer's letter. Wenxi demanded that Dingxing provide a written explanation regarding the alleged improper acquisition and use of internal data from Wenxi within 7 working days, and reserved the right to take further legal action. The letter listed only the facts, materials, scope, and response deadline currently understood, without concluding any subsequent procedures. The second item was materials corresponding to access, export, and watermarking within Wenzai's internal system. Records showed that Lu Qing's account had downloaded the project overview, copied the valuation model, and accessed external devices during a specified period. This export automatically generated an independent watermark number, which corresponded with the number found in the draft later used by Dingxing. The materials could connect Lu Qing's account actions, the export version, and the version used by Dingxing. As for who instructed Lu Cheng and who decided to use it, further verification was still needed. Zhao Hong focused on that string of numbers, pausing for 2 seconds as the coffee cup approached his lips. He set down the cup, its bottom clinking against the tray, spilling brown liquid over the rim. The third item was a selected transcript of the original recording submitted by Lu Cheng, which included the corresponding page and materials list of the statement of facts at the back. In the transcript, Zhao Hong asked Lu Cheng to find a way to obtain Wenzai's core data. In another recording, he had also stated Director Lu said, "Yes, we can proceed along that line." Next to the materials was a separate note. This sentence could only prove that Zhao Hong had made the aforementioned paraphrase in the recording, and it could not solely rely on this recording to prove that Lu Qinian had said the original words, nor could it be used to conclude that the Lu family was involved as a whole. The fourth item was confirmation materials of contact with 2 suppliers. The morning after Dingxing received the draft, they verified it based on the supplier information within the draft. Both contacts left verifiable times and communication summaries occurring after Lu Cheng exported the false draft. This portion of materials could prove that Dingxing had contacted the 2 suppliers and also confirm that the contents of the draft had been actually used. What kind of responsibility the contact behavior should bear still needed further verification and legal procedural judgment. The 4 materials corroborated each other, making it increasingly difficult for Dingxing to explain Lu Cheng's disappearance as merely a common personnel dispute. Zhao Hong grabbed his phone and first dialed Lu Qinian's number. The line rang until it automatically hung up with no one answering. He immediately redialed, but the second time, there was still only the long waiting tone. "Call Director Lu's secretary." Zhao Hong tossed the phone to his assistant, saying, "Tell him that Dingxing has received Wenzai's lawyer's letter, and I need to see Director Lu right now." The assistant walked to the window to dial, and after a moment turned back. The secretary said, "Director Lu is in a meeting and the message will be conveyed." Again the same phrase. Zhao Hong snatched back the phone and turned to the head of legal affairs. "Can these things hold up?" The legal officer flipped through the 4 materials again, pausing his finger over the watermark number and supplier confirmation summary. The sources of the materials and the original carriers must be verified, and the final determination will also depend on subsequent procedures. But currently several items can correspond with each other, and the risk is very high. What I'm asking is whether we can suppress this. First, seal all documents, devices, and communication records that Lu Cheng has come into contact with. Relevant personnel should refrain from making public statements, and no materials can be rewritten or altered. When she has given 7 working days, we must first clarify the internal situation. Are you telling me to do nothing? I'm asking the company to stop creating new risks. Zhao Hong's jaw tightened. He reached for his coffee, but pulled his hand back after touching the cup's wall. He called Zhou Wenjing. "Zhou, it's Zhao Hong. When she sent a lawyer's letter today, and there are some misunderstandings in the materials. Let's find a place to talk and prevent the issue from escalating." Zhou Wenjing did not engage in his roundabout talk. "Zhao, you should check the public news first." "What public news?" "Look at it, and then decide who to talk to." The call ended. Zhao Hong opened the industry news. After the lawyer's letter from Wenxi was delivered, they released a procedural statement, not disclosing the recording statement of facts or attachment contents, only confirming that they had formally issued a letter requiring Dingxing to respond within a deadline. Industry media quickly reported the statement. The headline read, "Wenxi Investment has issued a letter to Dingxing Capital regarding alleged improper acquisition of internal data, requiring a deadline for explanation." Several inquiries from the industry had already appeared below the news. The heads of 2 partnering organizations contacted Dingxing one after another, requiring confirmation whether the incident would affect ongoing projects. There were also inquiries in the company management group about a unified response. Just as Zhao Hong was about to ask his assistant to draft a clarification, the head of legal affairs pressed down on the paper. "At this stage, we cannot deny contact with the draft." With the watermark number and confirmation materials from the 2 suppliers laid out, hastily issuing a statement would only leave new written contradictions. Zhao Hong's hand pressed on the blank sheet, his fingertip rubbing out a crease. He spent the entire morning trying to plug the holes before when Jimiao did. Now that the materials had landed on the table, first the inquiries from outside had already come in. The slower he checked, the narrower the space for Ding Sheng to explain became. At 12:16, Lu Qinian still had not returned the call. Zhao Hong walked to the door and then turned back. He pulled up the number for Gu Mingzhong law firm and dialed it himself. Once the call connected, he first stated his name. Lawyer Gu, I received the documents. Some of the contents listed by when she need to be verified by both parties. Continuing to issue statements from a distance is not beneficial for either company. Gu Mingzhong asked, what does President Zhao hope to do? Meet and talk. The time and place are negotiable. I will convey that. As soon as possible. Zhao Hong paused for a moment, still forcing his tone. Ding Sheng is willing to clarify the sources and usage of materials, but when she should also give us a formal opportunity for communication. The deadline for the written explanation of 7 working days remains unchanged. As for the meeting, I will first seek the client's opinion. Gu Mingzhong hung up the phone, organized Zhao Hong's words and the call time into a record, and then forwarded it to Su Tang. At 1:40 in the afternoon, Su Tang pushed open the door to Wen Zimio's office. She held a phone in her hand, speaking quickly, yet clearly. Lawyer Gu just confirmed that Zhao Hong personally called to request a meeting. He said he is willing to clarify the sources and usage of materials, and the time and place are negotiable, but he did not promise to accept specific conditions. Who has he contacted? Wen Zimiao put down the project book. Lu Qinian did not answer. Zhou Wenjing told him to check the public news. Ding Sheng's legal department has already requested to seal the materials, and the 2 partnering companies are also asking about the situation. How did Lawyer Gu respond? He just said to convey that the 7 working days deadline remains unchanged. When Zimiao stacked the lawyer's letter receipt materials list and Zhao Hong's request for a meeting together, pressing down on the corner of the page with her fingertip. Reply to him, we can talk. Su Tang waited for the latter part of the sentence. The conditions will be set by Wen Shi. Aren't you going to answer his call? Not now. When Zimiao raised her eyes, first let him submit the written explanation. The negotiation time will be arranged by Lawyer Gu, and all material preservation requirements must remain intact. Su Tang nodded and turned to contact Gu Mingzhong. 10 minutes later, Zhao Hong received a reply. They could talk with the conditions set by Wen Shi. The deadline for the written explanation of 7 working days remained unchanged, and Ding Sheng still needed to complete the relevant material preservation first. After reading, Zhao Hong pressed the phone against the table. The meeting he fought for did not return the initiative to Ding Sheng, but instead led to a negotiation table with conditions set by Wen Shi. At the same time, Lu Qinian's office was so quiet that only the sound of the air conditioning could be heard. The secretary completed reporting the situation regarding Ding Sheng receiving the lawyer's letter, Zhao Hong's repeated requests to meet, and the industry news standing in front of the desk awaiting instructions. Lu Qinian opened the project transaction directory of Ding Sheng over the past few years. Once Zhao Hong could not withstand the pressure, he was likely to expose all the old projects he had handled for self-preservation. Those projects were tied to earlier financial transactions, and any one of them could lead to scrutiny towards the Lu family. What did Zhao Hong say? He has already requested a meeting with Wen Shi. Wen Shi agreed to meet, but the conditions will be set by them. Lu Qinian closed the directory. Do not respond to him today. The secretary exited the office and the door locked behind her. Lu Qinian picked up his personal phone and dialed Wen Xingye. Once the call connected, Wen Chengye's voice was cautious. Qinian. Xingye, let's meet tonight. Same place. For Ding Sheng. Lu Qinian glanced at the project directory on the for your daughter. He did not explain further, only setting the meeting place at the oldest private club in Jiangqing. At the end of the narrow alley in the old town of Jiang City, a deep gray iron door stood without a sign. Wen Xingye walked through the corridor carpeted thickly and pushed open the door to the tea room. Lu Qinian was already seated inside, 2 cups of tea placed on the table untouched by either. Ding Sheng received a formal letter this morning, and Zhao Hong will seek a meeting with Wen Shi at noon. Lu Qinian placed an old project directory between the 2 of them. If he is flipping back for self-preservation, all the old projects he has handled will be brought to light. The funding line from 20 years ago has already surfaced partially and will re-enter the view of outsiders. Wen Xingye did not touch the directory. You called me here. What do you want the Wen family to do? First, keep the mouths of the family members shut. Lu Qinian raised his hand and pointed to the cover of the directory. Wen's venture capital has handled early project funds. To what extent the accounts and existing materials can be verified, you should clarify that extent. Do not let any old matters that exceed the written materials spread from the Wen family's mouths again. After hearing this, Wen Chengye's expression darkened. Just let the Wen family explain this segment. The money first entered Wen's venture capital and then was transferred to Lu's preparatory account under the guise of project cooperation funds. This is the path that can be confirmed by existing materials. And what about afterwards? Lu Qinian picked up the teacup, but did not drink, placing it back in its original position. What is currently being questioned outside is the segment handled by Wen. The Wen family should first clarify their own issues. When Xingye leaned back against the chair, that money back then also flowed through Wen's cash flow and entered Lu's preparatory account. If you want me to stand out alone to explain, that would mean putting the entire burden of the first half on the Wen family. I want you to speak according to the existing materials. The existing materials only cover Wen, which of course is most beneficial to you. The tea room fell silent for a moment. The air conditioning breeze fell from above and the tea on the table had lost its warmth. The existing materials only cover Wen, which of course is most beneficial to you. The tea room fell silent for a moment. The air conditioning breeze fell from above and the tea on the table had old items, old files, and those old matters she has heard should not be actively handed over to Wen Jimiao. You need to stop this. I can't stop it. Lu Qinian's fingers left the edge of the cup. You are her husband. She has already begun to investigate me and started going through the old belongings of the Wen family. Whatever I say now she will first suspect. Then let the other members of the Wen family unify their statements. Wen Xingye pushed the directory back half an inch. You want me to silence the Wen family, and then let them explain why the funds first entered Wen's venture capital under Shen Jia's name. As the questioning continues, you will only recognize that the transfer to Lu's preparatory account was a project cooperation fund. Lu Qinian looked at him. I will only recognize the verifiable materials. Save this sentence for external statements. Wen Xingye sat upright, his palm pressing against his knee. I will not let the Wen family bear the entire burden of the old accounts alone. Whatever Lin Weiner wants to turn over, I cannot stop her now. I also will not create a new narrative for you to cover up the segment related to the Wen family. He refused very clearly, his face devoid of guilt, only wariness from being pushed to take responsibility. The Wen family can no longer bear another round of responsibility. If someone really questions what the Lu family has handled, you will need to explain it yourselves. Lu Qinian listened, his voice remaining calm. Good. He retrieved the old project directory from between them and closed the cover. Since the Wen family will no longer cooperate, if someone comes to ask later, the Lu family will only state the facts according to existing materials. The funds first entered Wen's venture capital were handled by Wen and then were transferred to Lu's preparatory account. Wen Xingye stared at him. Are you planning to push the Wen family to the forefront? You explain the segment handled by the Wen family yourself. The Lu family also has documentation for receiving project cooperation funds. The part that needs explaining will be handled by the Lu family according to the materials. Lu Qinian pressed the directory down by his side. But I will not coordinate internal statements of the Wen family for you, nor will I bear the responsibility for explaining the segment handled by Wen together with you. When Shengye's hand pressed against the armrest of the chair, over the years the narrative of the old accounts has always been agreed upon by both families. From today onwards, it will no longer be jointly decided. The 2 cups of tea remained in their original positions. Lu Qinian stood up and took the directory away. There is no need to arrange such meetings in the future. Wen Xingye sat still. He did not care about the years of friendship, nor did he bother to weigh who had let whom down. He only heard one clear thing. Once external questioning expands, Lu Qinian will first push the fact that Wen's venture capital handled the funds into the spotlight. The Wen family will bear the pressure first. The board will question why that some first entered Wens, and the partner will demand that the Wen family explain the project's background from back then. Lu Qinian merely needs to present verifiable materials to shift the earliest round of explanations onto them. Wen Xingye picked up his phone and wrote a message to the company's finance head requesting a recheck of the early project data. Halfway through he deleted it word by word. Suddenly retrieving old files could similarly alarm people within the company. Once the news spreads, chaos would first ensue within the Wen family. He placed his phone down on the table without issuing any orders. When Wen Xingye left the tea room, Lu Qinian had already exited through another door. After this conversation ended, there would no longer be another secret meeting between the 2 families regarding jointly covering up old accounts and coordinating statements. Around 9 in the evening, when Xingye returned home, the living room was lit by only a wall lamp. Lin Weiner sat at the edge of the sofa, a list for sorting through her mother's old belongings beside her. Hearing the door sound, she flipped the list over and pressed it on the coffee table. Where have you been? Meeting a client. Which client? When Xingye paused momentarily while taking off his coat, the company's early partners. Lin Weiner looked at him and did not pursue the name of the other party. Every time you don't want to tell the truth, you say it's an early partner. The matters of the company are very complicated, you shouldn't interfere. What I asked about were the old accounts left by my mother, not your company's new projects. When Xingye draped his coat over the chair's back, those materials have not been clarified. If you hand them over to Jimiao, it will only lead her to dig deeper. So tonight you went out to discuss how to make me stop. Don't guess randomly. I have no evidence and don't know who you met with. Lin Weiner moved her hand away from the list, but I no longer. When Xingye frowned, Lin Weiner. In the past you said you were considering the Wen family, I believed you. You said the old accounts had been settled, I believed you. But now you won't even say where you've been. She flipped the list back to the front, the paper brushing against the glass coffee table, making a short sound. From now on I will judge matters regarding my mother's old belongings, old accounts, and what Ji Miao wants to investigate. What I find, and whether I should hand it over, will be up to me to decide, no longer waiting for your approval. She folded the sorting list and put it into her handbag. The key to the old belongings that was originally kept in the study is now also under her own care. Do you know what this will bring to the Wen family? I only know that if I continue to listen to you, I can't even count how many things I've hidden from my daughter. Lin Weiner picked up the list and walked past him upstairs. She did not wait for Wen Xingye to explain, nor did she look back. Wen Xingye stood in the middle of the living room. The sound of a door closing echoed from the stairs, sealing the last bit of tenuous trust between the two outside the door. He entered the study and locked the door. The drawer at the bottom of the desk opened, revealing several old volumes and a yellowed envelope. The envelope was pressed deepest inside, the paper edges already frayed. Wen Xingye took it out. The cover only had 2 characters. Shenji. This envelope had moved with him several times unopened for 20 years. The seal remained intact, the paper feeling dry and thin to the touch. His thumb paused at the seal before quickly moving away. Wen Xingye did not open the letter. He pushed the old volumes back into the drawer, but did not stuff the envelope back into the deepest part. The envelope was placed in the center of the desk, fully exposed under the light. As long as he sat at the desk, he could see the 2 characters, Shenji, at a glance. In Wen Zai's office, when Ji Miao had just finished sorting out the response time and follow-up meeting arrangements from Dingsheng, the phone screen lit up and the sender was Bai Wei. The message contained only 2 lines. I have some materials related to Wen Ruotang. I would like to discuss conditions with you in person. Are you willing to meet? When Ji Miao did not question what the materials were, nor did she give any promises. She replied time and place. Moments later, Bai Wei sent the specific address. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock at the barbecue restaurant in South Lu Alley in the Old Town. She wrote down 7 o'clock tomorrow in South Lu Alley in her schedule, marking Bai Wei's name separately. Bai Wei waited for nearly 20 minutes at the barbecue shop in Nanlu Alley. The cumin smoke wafted from the charcoal stove, her untouched beer remained in front of her, and the grilled squid had long gone cold. When Ji Miao had not responded to the message about their meeting from last night. Every time Bai Wei heard footsteps, she would glance towards the entrance of the alley. At exactly 7 o'clock, when Ji Miao appeared at the alley's entrance, Su Tang followed beside her, holding a file bag and a notebook. The two walked to the table where Wen Jimiao sat opposite Bai Wei, and Su Tang took a seat slightly behind her to open the notebook. I arrived on time. When Jimiao said, "What are your conditions?" Bai Wei pushed aside the untouched beer and took out a black notebook from her canvas bag. The leather cover was worn and frayed at the edges. The spine had been reinforced with clear tape twice. She did not immediately let go. "I want to know first, can the lawyer's letter be withdrawn?" When Jimiao looked at her, "First tell me what you brought." Bai Wei pushed the notebook across the table. "This is what I've recorded over the past 2 years." It contained notes on when Ruotang asked her to contact editor Wang, when she used a secondary account to send things, and which marketing accounts she had reached out to. Everything she could remember was documented inside. Su Tang put on disposable gloves and flipped to the first page. The inner pages were dated and contained account names, contacts, and brief notes with some corners marked with document names. She paused at a page from March of last year. "This mentions editor Wang. What is the source?" "Our conversation along with the manuscript files that editor Wang sent me at that time." "Is the original chat still available?" "I have kept part of it on my phone. I made a backup but did not bring my computer. I also only saved some of the files sent by editor Wang." Su Tang did not comment on the authenticity, but noted down the page numbers and corresponding material names. Bai Wei flipped to the later pages. "The dates from May and July last year were also recorded by me. I can't guarantee that all relevant accounts, contacts, and messages can match up. I am willing to submit any original records I can find through the formal process." When Jimiao then reached out to press down on the cover of the notebook. "This notebook can only serve as an index of your personal records. Dates, people, and events must be verified item by item." "I understand. Chats must be examined for their original medium and exported records. Manuscripts need to verify the source of the documents and the time they were created. Accounts and contacts must also confirm who actually used them." When Jimiao pushed the notebook back towards Bai Wei, "We will not exchange anything today. The original phone notebook and current documents must remain unchanged. Do not delete or modify them. The follow-up verification, copying, and retention will be arranged by Gu Mingzhang." Bai Wei pressed down on the notebook. "Then what about my conditions?" "You tell me. Withdraw the lawyer's letter that was sent to me." Bai Wei fixed her gaze on Wen Jimiao. "Editor Wang and those marketing accounts also received the letter. If this continues to escalate, it will eventually reach my family. I can cooperate and clarify everything I know. You all back off and stop pursuing this further. You can only negotiate for yourself. Bai Wei's expression stiffened. When Ji Miao continued, what Editor Wang and other accounts have done should be explained by them. You have no authority to negotiate on their behalf regarding the withdrawal of the letter, but the materials were provided by me. The materials need to be verified and your actions must also be confirmed. When Ji Miao spoke slowly, leaving no room for Bai Wei to misunderstand. The dissemination, forwarding, and contacts that have already occurred will not disappear simply because you submit materials. Whether you cease the infringement, whether you clarify, and to what extent you participated will be evaluated according to the law based on the materials you provide later. How to handle this specifically will depend on Gu Mingzhang's legal opinion. Bai Wei clutched the hem of her sweatshirt. So does it mean that what I say is useless? Cooperation has its significance, but it does not equal immunity. You aren't even giving a guarantee. I will not exchange the withdrawal of the letter for anything today, nor will I promise to conceal your involvement. Bai Wei released the hem of her sweatshirt and placed her phone on the table. The screen touched the greasy surface, making a light sound. Then why are you even here? Su Tang took out 3 pages of printed materials from the file bag and placed them between the two. The first page was a timeline of the secondary account under Bai Wei's name participating in the dissemination. The second page listed the earliest publication time and mutual follow relationships, and the third page retained the watermark of the source images and the page of the secondary account forwarding her public account. This is the public dissemination chain that one she has preserved earlier. Su Tang pointed to 2 of the accounts. The earliest publication forwarding relationships and source images can all be traced back to your account. We knew before we came that you had participated. Bai Wei lowered her head to look at the pages. She neither denied it nor reached out to take them. When Ji Miao said, the materials you provide now are part of the cooperation verification. They cannot erase these records. Bai Wei originally planned to exchange a notebook for a package withdrawal. The dissemination chain on the table blocked that route. The barbecue shop owner delivered a plate of skewers to the neighboring table, the iron plate clattering on the surface. Bai Wei waited for the noise to pass before raising her head again. What if I only talk about myself? First, clarify the facts. The handling results will wait for verification. My family did not participate. When she is pursuing actual participants. If you are worried about the impact on your family, you can stop the dissemination and cooperate in clarifying, but I will not give you any promises before the materials are verified. Bai Wei was silent for a moment, then pushed the black notebook slightly towards Su Tang. Okay, let's start with me. She opened her phone, pulled up several original chats related to Wen Ruotang, and had Su Tang note the account and message times. Only a catalog of materials was made on site without copying content nor completing the formal handover. The manuscript documents sent to me by Editor Wang are still in the original chat attachments. I can confirm that I have actually contacted 4 of the marketing account contacts. The other names only appeared in the list that Wen Ruotang forwarded to me. Su Tang asked, can you distinguish which ones you contacted personally and which ones you just saw the names of? Yes. Bai Wei opened the notebook and made marks next to the 2 categories of names. But these are also my statements and need to match the chat records. When Ji Miao looked at her and said, remember this, you are responsible for stating the facts as they are. The authenticity will be verified by the materials. Bai Wei nodded. She had already realized that the only thing she could strive for tonight was the subsequent evaluation. According to the law, past actions would not disappear from the dissemination chain. Su Tang finished the first batch of material catalogs, closed the notebook. Is there anything else? Bai Wei's hand paused on the phone screen. There is one thing related to someone beside Wen Ruotang. I didn't write it down because I didn't think it was important at the time. When Ji Miao did not rush her. The last time Zhao Yun contacted me was 3 days before the recognition. Bai Wei said, I mean the last time she contacted me, I don't know if she contacted anyone else afterward. When Ji Miao asked, what did she say? She said she wanted to handle an old matter. Is the original wording still there? Yes. Bai Wei opened a chat segment, closed the other pages, and turned her phone towards Wen Ji Miao. The message was sent from the account Zhao Yun was using at the time and was very brief. Bai Wei asked her what she was busy with. The reply was handling an old matter related to Tang Tang's family. Bai Wei then asked where she was. The other party replied, North District of Jiangqing. The chat ended there with no address or follow-up itinerary. Su Tang leaned in to note down the message date, account, and original text. Has this phone always been used by you? Yes. Have you changed devices in between? Once, this message was migrated from the old phone. The old phone is still at home. When Ji Miao said, both phones need to be kept. Do not migrate anymore, and do not take screenshots or forward them separately. Gu Mingzhang will verify the original messages and device situation. Bai Wei retrieved her phone. She said she was in the North District at that time. I can only prove that this account sent me these messages, and that she told me this. Did you see her? No. Did she mention a specific location? She didn't say. Can you confirm she actually arrived in the North District? Bai Wei shook her head. No, I can't. Then just keep her statement. When Jimiao wrote down 3 items in Su Tang's notebook 3 days before recognition North District of Jiangxing, handling an old matter. This message does not prove that Zhao Yun entered any specific location, nor does it prove that the North District was the last area she appeared in. However, the date and location are sufficient to form a direction for verification. Bai Wei looked at the 3 lines. Can what I've said make you reconsider the lawyer's letter? We will discuss your level of cooperation after verification. When Jimiao stood up, there will be no exchanges or promises tonight. She had Bai Wei tidy up the notebook and phone and confirmed again that no records should be deleted, modified, or supplemented before the formal verification. Su Tang put the material catalog back into the file bag and walked out of the barbecue shop with Wen Jimiao. As soon as they sat in the car, Wen Jimiao opened the map and paused the screen at the North District of Jiangxing. The North District covers a large area. The old matter that Zhao Yun mentioned did not point to any specific location. Yet when Jimiao remembered that there were early storage lots belonging to the Liu family in that area, the existing information could only list it for verification. It could not directly connect to Zhao Yun. She marked the storage lots on the map and wrote down the date that Bai Wei provided in the notes. 3 days before recognition. North District of Jiangxing. I will start checking from here tomorrow morning.